Hey! What's up? I bet.
Brothers and sisters, last night I took the night off, and if I was live, I would have saved my tree's life. At around 1:35 a.m., my Christmas tree committed suicide. It killed itself. I was upstairs watching a Netflix show in bed naked, relaxing, and I heard the tumbling sound of Christmas ornaments crashing to the floor and exploding. I ran downstairs to assess to see if I was getting robbed, but it was just my Christmas tree deciding that it is time to end its life before December has even started. I've picked up the remnants, I've cleaned up the mess, I put away the ornaments, I've mopped the floor, and I got rid of it. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue like nothing ever happened. But I think the worst part of it is when I came downstairs to look at my tree as it was leaking out from the bottom of its trunk, as the shattered glass was all over the floor. My tree looked me into my eyes, and it told me the only way to avenge its life. It said, go live tomorrow, remember me, and do a hacking stream. And then I kissed my tree. my tree wanted me to do Omegle. So I took a pillow from the couch and decided to end its life there, once and for all. Alright. Enough crying. It's not gonna make me any better, any stronger. Sophie over here on the couch is crying for some reason, as if the Christmas tree had fucking feelings. The tree's dead. Yeah. So, lesson learned. If I didn't take last night off, I would have saved it probably. Because the tree, if I had to assume, fell down slowly and slow enough for me to turn around during stream and catch it. It was 1:30, so I would have been doing Omegle and winding down the stream. So if I was there, I would have saved it. But because I decided to take the night off, the tree got away with killing itself. It's now gone. It's a fucking mess. I'm gonna buy another one. I'm gonna go to Home Depot, ask for a refund, and get a new one. But yeah. I mean, I might have not saved it. It might have been part of the skit. It would have been hilarious. Imagine that. But yeah, it's done. It's gone. Cleaned it up. Central, thank you to my man. He says, I'm so sorry for your loss. My thoughts and prayers will be with you and your family in your time of sorrow. Thank you, my man. And Hannibal called the $1.99 saying, John, you know who Chuck Berry is, right? Not sure. And boy, thank you for donating $1.54 super chat before you went live. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Merry Christmas. It's December 1st now. And you know, honestly, yeah, I mean, that's what it was last night. Yeah, I mean, babe, we have the calendar. That's it. This is just the ghost of a tree. This is the ghost. This is what it would have been, and now all we have is a Christmas tree that you would have in kindergarten next to your cubby where you would put your backpack away. But you know what this will do? Let's see what day number 1 of Christmas is. Number 1 of Christmas is. Wow. Just had extra injuries in my insoles. Stick to the fucking tree. I lost so many ornaments last night because they all got exploded. And he gives me an ornament. Just to spit in my face. Just to let me know what I lost. The ornaments that I love so much. Fuck you. Merry Christmas too, I suppose. Sure. An ornament. Not like I already lost those. Not like those exploded. Not like I picked those up. My bare hands. Sure.
Welcome to Manufactum, the shop that helps you pick your choices wisely.
Alright, everybody, welcome back. I hope y'all doing great. Things will get worse, but that's alright.
Products that can be repaired and have a long life cycle.
And my tree decided that one day after trying to kill
Our
itself,
heart
so it's
beats
gone.
organic.
Sustainable since
I'll get a new one.
1987.
Don't worry.
Now available in the Netherlands. Visit us on manufactum.nl.
It obviously was going to be doomed. It just, God, fuck that tree, dude. Whatever. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. I hope y'all doing really great. I hope you guys had a wonderful night. I know a lot of people that, I wasn't live this stream, so you probably got a lot of productive things done. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all doing great. Let's go ahead and catch a couple names. Let's get right into today's stream right away. And welcome back, everyone that is, what's it called? Fuck, I don't even know if this is a brain fart. But I'm all good now in terms of, like, my sleep. I've gotten a lot of sleep.
Hello,
I'm fully back.
May. Welcome to my channel.
In
today's video,
like
I'm going to talk about applying gold leaf to fabric. If you happen to be making a replica
I'm
of
back now. I'm 100%
dress
here.
from
I'm
the
alive and breathing,
2017
and I'm 100%.
movie, this tutorial will be very helpful.
Definitely the day
Because
after the
that is
36-hour
what
stream, I still was
I
not
learned
there.
this technique
Still
for.
mentally a little bit
When I
stupid.
created that
Still
dress,
mentally
I
couldn't
needed
really
to figure out
comprehend things.
how
But now
to
I'm back.
apply
I'm good. I
gold
got a
leaf
lot of
to
sleep.
fabric.
relax.
Now, there are some tutorials online that show you how to do that, but none of them worked when I tried them. So I had to kind of combine some different techniques I saw to make a technique that worked for me and what I was working with. The fabric I used for this project is silk organza, but it's not just silk organza, it's called satin-faced silk organza. So the difference is between these two, this is silk organza. Sorry for the wrinkles, but as you can see, it's very sheer, and it's crisp, and it's a lovely fabric. 52 yards of this went into the bell petticoat, but for the outer layer of the bell dress and for the bodice, it's satin-faced silk organza. Here's what it looks like. It's more opaque than regular silk organza, and on one side it's a smooth, silky finish, hence the satin-faced silk organza. It is still semi-sheer, but definitely not as much as the regular silk organza. Costume designer of the Belle movie actually stated that they use satin-faced organza on the outer layers, and so that's why he used it. So the thing is, with tutorials online, I noticed a lot of them was putting it on
Joe Biden, I love you, number one. What's going on, buddy? What's going on? Core for the what's going to thrive? Oh, really quick before we start, what do you guys think about what Kanye West is saying?
Silk semi-sheer, it just didn't work.
I've been watching that
and
shit,
I had a lot of trouble with it,
Alex
and so
Jones
I just had to keep experimenting and experimenting, and finally I found what worked for me. So I will be showing you guys how I do that.
We're gonna take a little break. We're gonna take a second to let Kanye say what he wants.
This is Mona Lisa.
What do you guys think?
And
do you guys think Kanye means what he says, or do you think he's just being an idiot trying to get attention?
But after a year of it sitting in my closet,
but, I mean, what do you think?
It started to
I didn't know
not look so great. The bodice kind of became green, which is actually
Kanye has done a lot of dumb things, right? But this time around, he just sounded
and often it's made out of copper or brass or something like that.
I don't know. He wouldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He's like, no.
Here's the bodice.
Listen to me.
And as you can
Hear me out again.
Repeat
it. I don't know if he's genuinely insane at this point, or he is saying it by and actually meaning it, or he's saying it.
Of course, this bodice is
I don't know,
in the greatest shape
but
right now, which is kind of sad,
definitely
but
not going to get any more sponsors. I don't know
that's
what
sometimes happens when you experiment.
Kanye was right
So
about
hopefully I will be able to show you
okay,
how to not
sure,
do
he's right
this,
about that, but
and then you can have a bodice
the
that
shit he's been
lasts
saying,
if you're
though,
making a bell bodice. If not, if you're
it's,
just wanting to learn how to apply gold leaf to fabric, keep watching because I'm going to talk about that.
This is definitely the final nail in the coffin. For anyone wondering what I'm talking about,
when I first made this bodice, I didn't get my lines very,
very crazy,
small and skinny, which is something I really wanted on the bell dress to give a delicate feel. So on my second bell dress that I made, I did much finer lines
and he was just basically
and used
explaining
real
to
gold
Alex
leaf,
Jones that
and
he
the
loves Hitler,
result was
he loves everything
so
he does,
much better.
and he supports him
when I'm
fully,
making
and he
this,
doesn't want
I'm
people
gonna use that technique
to
and
hate
so
on the
you don't get what this
neo-Nazis,
looks like,
and
even though
we should
it's
stop
so
hating
pretty.
on them and show them support.
Up close, it's not as pretty
They're
as my
really
second
extraordinary
one.
people, and
So,
they're extraordinary.
let's get started. Since I'm not
they
using
did,
imitation gold leaf, and I
that's what he was
recommend
saying.
not using it,
Like,
another
he was
point
100%
on
like,
that,
no
you
joke.
are supposed to seal imitation
all-
gold
like,
leaf.
he
There's
was
a
not
sealer
even
that you can
joking.
buy, and I did
He
do
was
that
saying it
on
over,
the bodice.
and then
So
Alex
it definitely
Jones
made
was
the
like, whoa,
bodice
you don't mean that.
not
Him.
as
No.
soft. The fabric
What I
because
just
the
said,
sealer
100%
made it
mean
stiffer.
it.
I thought that would help,
100% mean
but
it.
apparently it didn't because it still turned kind of greenish
There was no
after about a year.
taken at it. Like,
So,
that was literally what he
even
was
though
saying.
you can
You
do
have to
that
take a look
with
at it.
imitation
Take a look
gold
for
leaf,
yourself. I
and
couldn't
you're
even
supposed to
find
do
the
that,
stream
it
anymore.
didn't
I
work
think I
on
have
the
to get it.
fabric.
So,
So,
yeah.
recommend
Kanye,
not
was
using
a little
this.
fucking
Here's
crazy,
what actually the
and he
imitation
did
gold leaf
watch
looks
it on
like.
Twitter.
It's kind
I
of
don't know where
adhered
to watch it. I couldn't
to
even-
a wax
I could not
paper,
find
and you press it onto the glue surface that you do, and then it comes off the wax paper. This actually was a huge pain to have it adhere to this wax paper because it kind of didn't come off when I wanted it to sometimes. So that's another negative about this imitation. Nothing bad against this brand of imitation gold leaf. I just didn't think it worked well on fabric. You might have a different result, or if it's for a different project, I would probably use it because it's super cheap. I think it was about $9 for this pack, which is way cheaper than real gold, of course. So this is the product I use. It's 24 karat gold, and there's 25 leaves, and so they just call it a leaf. It's basically just a little sheet. This is an 8 centimeter by 8 centimeter square, and so 25 of those, and this was about $45. So definitely not cheap compared to the $8 or $9. This, which is 5.5 by 5.5 inches, which is about 14 centimeters by 14 centimeters, and has 18 leaves. So little few leaves, but bigger squares. It was about $9. whereas this was $45. So definitely more expensive, but to be able to say you have real gold on your dress is pretty cool. So that fact might help a little bit, but it also works way better and it doesn't go green. So that's a huge plus. So, no green.
Hey, I like your flannel. I like your flannel.
So now that we've talked about the gold leaf, let's move on to a couple other supplies you'll need, or what I use. So this is Mona Lisa adhesive size. This is the glue I use to apply the genuine gold leaf, and it works great. You'll also need your fabric, of course, if you're making the bell dress. This is satin face silk organza, cut on a bias, and as you can see, it has a wavy edge. That's cut by a rotary cutter and a special blade.
Yo, you guys are both fucking pussies. Especially you guys with the hoodie with Under Armour.
Now, I use a paintbrush, and it's the same one I've used since I started. And it's kind of become so gluey and sticky that it almost feels like a rubber tip. And
potato. Hey, fuck out of here with that shit.
Sometimes
y'all hear each other? Oh, now you hear me?
too much glue, and when you go to touch it to the fabric, it releases all of it into the fibers of the fabric, and then you have a nice blotchy line instead of a nice straight line. And then the next thing is a bristle brush. And now the reason I use this bristle brush has loose leaf gold, and what that means is it's just not attached to the paper. When the gold is slightly attached to the paper, it needs to stick to the glue and then it comes off. But with loose leaf, what I do, and I find way quicker and nicer, is I just use this bristle tip brush and I just touch it to the gold and it picks it up. It's so satisfying. But that's what I use this for. And then also, once I apply the gold to the glue, I kind of brush away the extra gold and don't worry about transfer it to other glue spots. But that's what I use this for. So it's just like a rough brush.
No, that's not cool.
So you got your fabric, your glue, your
y'all think you funny, but don't do that shit.
The supplies that I can link to are in the description. So be sure to check that out if you'd like to purchase the same supplies. Personally, this is what I found to be the cheapest, and they work great. And I'll also put the link to the imitation gold leaf if you want to give that a try before you spend a fortune on gold.
Yeah, they're jail time.
But again, it might go green, or your sealer might work. It just didn't work for me. The other thing you'll need is some paper to protect your work surface, because you don't want it all gluey and goldy. So when I'm making the bell dress, there's something I saw on the bodice that I, of course, wanted to replicate, and that was that the strips aren't completely striped with gold. It's only about half the strip that has the stripes on it. So it's stripes on half of it and plain on the other half. In order to get that nice half point, I stick this piece of fabric under here, get it about half, and then I have a nice line that I don't have to worry about the glue going past that half point. So if you're doing the bell dress, I recommend doing that, but if not, you just need a sheet of paper to protect your work surface. Since you're working with glue and it can be quite new, I grab a piece of scrap fabric, and this is just muslin, and this is what I wipe my brush off when I'm ready to be done for the day, and that just keeps extra glue from building up on here. But also if your hands get sticky, I just use it, and I find fabric works way better than paper towels or anything like that. So now that we've got our supplies, let's get started.
Hey, bro, ready? No, the whole world's about to see that you called me the motherfucker, bro.
So as you can see, as I'm making the little stripes, they're uneven, which is something I see on the original dress, and whenever I see something on an original dress, I try to copy it. And so it's just really uneven, and even though they're straight, they're just varying heights. And here you can see how little glue I'm applying. And really,
bro, you probably get bullied in school for being gay. That sucks.
Spot, I kind of know I'm going too heavy on the glue.
Well, Omegle works.
It's not a huge worry, but any more than that, it's going to start getting a little blotchy.
Alright, let's get right into it, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that both sides can hear each other. Thank you, Steve, for the 5 super chat. I appreciate it. May God bless you. He comes in and says, hey, John, do you want to pick a number on your computer? $50, 1 through 5. Oh my God, bro. I know I'm not going to get it. When the odds are too good, I never get it. It never happens. And then Commander 5558 come with a $15. He says, please, read to yourself, not chat.
Okay, so now I've let the glue dry, and now it's time to apply the gold leaf. And I'm just going to take it out from the little sandwich paper I have it in, and just lay it here. What I'm going to do is grab my gold leaf and apply it to the glue. As you can see, the brush just picked up the gold, and then as I lay it on top of the glue, it comes off the brush, and I just keep brushing the excess gold over to more glue, and that's just the way that I use every little bit of gold.
Let me get it set up. Random number generator. Yeah, pick a number 1 through 5. 2. Sophia picks 2. That is the number she picks. I'm gonna go ahead and hope for the best. Give me a second. I'm bringing up the random number generator. I'm gonna lubricate it up. I'm gonna go click random number 1. What did you say, sweetie? 2. Sophia says 2. I say,
and that, my friends, is how you apply gold leaf to fabric.
Really
and
good
as I made this video, I kind of realized it's not a super hard technique.
My number is 2.
When I started doing it with the techniques I saw online, it just wasn't working. And somehow I happened upon some tools and supplies that worked. And so I just wanted to share about that. And I hope that just watching you were able to pick up on some tricks that you can use on your project with gold leaf. So basically you've got genuine gold leaf. Even though it's expensive, it really does the trick much better than imitation. You may have different luck with it, I don't, and since I did kind of ruin a bell bodice with using imitation gold leaf, I'm kind of shying away from using it again, because even though this is expensive, it just makes the difference, I feel like, and I don't know if I'll use it again, but for the bell dress, I'm really glad that I'm using real gold leaf for all of it now. On my first bell dress, I did use real gold leaf on the skirts, which I'm so glad I did. It made it easier, and they had different shades of gold. Shades, it was different carat, so 18 carat and 12 carat I used on the skirts because they have different varying shades of gold on the layers of the skirt. So I used real gold on the skirt, which I'm so glad it did because there was over 100 hours of work putting on that gold leaf on the skirt. And I'm so glad I used real because it's not green. So this has worked, and I hope it works for you. Let me know if you've had success with this technique and what you made with it. So again, quick review, we've got genuine gold leaf, we've got the adhesive size, Mona Lisa brand, link is in the description, we've got a fine brush that's kind of been glue-ized, not a word I'm sure, and then a bristle brush. This I think I just got it at Hobby Lobby in a pack, but just to pick up the gold leaf and put it down. Please let me know if this tutorial helped you and what projects you made with it. If you have any questions, be sure to comment and I will try my best to answer. Sometimes it might take me a few weeks, but I will hopefully eventually get to answering it. And again, I hope just watching this video has showed you how I do it, and that hopefully you can replicate that or put your own twist on the technique for what fabric you're using. Thank you guys for watching this video. I hope it helped, and be sure to give this video a thumbs up. If you want to see more videos like this, please subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments.
I don't know you. No? Okay. Fucking annoying music. Alan, thank you for the 16, my man. Appreciate that. What if it was a ghost that knocked the tree down out of anger?
It became a habit of mine. Usually when my parents get into a fight, I sort of shoot.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, cowboy?
Damn, bro, really had to do me like that.
Doing good?
Hey.
Hey, what's up? You're no bad.
What?
What is that?
Hello, my name's Bella May. Welcome to my sewing corner. In today's video, we're going to go behind the scenes of my replica of Belle's bodice. This Belle dress that I replicate is from the 2017 live
And now she thinks she's ugly.
I made this dress in 2017, and I've recently sold the whole outfit to a wonderful customer. But the one thing is, I'm
Yeah.
making a new bodice for her dress. The skirts are already made, and so unfortunately I will not have a video of replicating the skirts, but I do have a very informational blog post about replicating the skirts. I've linked to it below in the description, so be sure to check that out if you're interested. So in today's video, we're just going to talk about the bodice. Now, the
Man, why you
bodice
build like
is
a
very
fucking
dangerous.
croissant?
There's a
What's
lot
going
of
on over
different
here?
Techniques
Oh,
to
no,
it.
wait,
And
don't even say a
it's
word. I
also
got a
just
croissant
really
photo.
unique construction. Something I do want to mention is that I do not show any photos of the original bell dress on this video due to copyright and just not wanting to deal with that. I do have a link below that shows some of the pictures that I'm referring to when I say up close photo or something like that.
I'm sorry to take it so long, but it's really fucking funny. I need to find this video.
Yeah, of course. What was
So
the,
first of all, let's talk about
video?
supplies. One of the main fabrics in this whole dress,
That's
including the
my head,
skirts,
it's like
is silk
croissant.
organza. For the petticoat, it's silk organza. But for the
See, that's
outer
how
skirt,
it's funny because it's like a
satin
croissant,
piece
you know.
silk
And you
organza.
say, I love it.
So the differences between the two, this is the silk organza.
Right.
As you can see, it's very sheer. It's a lovely,
sorry.
crisp
Right.
finish.
God
I really
damn
love
it, bro. What's
silk
all these
organza.
people
I
jerking
used
their
it on my
fucking
Cinderella
meats?
ball gown,
Hey, what's up?
my
Oh, you see that one like
Wonderland down
this?
the whole dress.
Oh, yeah,
It's just it's a fabric that I
fucking
always
insane
tend
guy.
to use on
The fat black
reps. So
dude?
love this
Oh, it's
fabric.
fucking-
And there's
looks
54
like
yards of
that.
it in the petticoat.
Alright,
So there's a lot of time to practice working with it when you make a dress like that. And then on the outer, this is the satin-faced silk
Hey, what's
organza.
up, kid?
So it's still slightly sheer.
Oh, you're doing
It's really silky smooth. So this is on the
Hey, what's
outer
up, man?
skirt and the bodice, and this is just used
what's
for the
up, man?
petticoat, at least in my replica. The
Hey,
designer
what's up?
of
Oh,
the
shit, hey, what's
2017
up?
bell dress
scale of 1 to
did
10, how
mention in
confident
one
are
of
you?
the
Son of a
comments
bitch,
that
what
they
is
did
this
use
video?
a
What is
silk
happening?
organza
What
that
the
had
fuck
a
is
satin
happening,
finish.
guys?
I'm not a
So
video.
when I
Same
found out
people
there
over
was
and
such a
over
thing
again.
called
Hey,
satin-faced
dude,
silk organza, I assumed that's
You're
what
not a
she was
video? You're not a
referring
video? What
to.
the
So I
fuck?
do believe this is the
happening?
fabric that was
Hey, what's
used
up?
in the movie
Like
dress.
the songs?
Now, of course, I
I
can't share the
don't care
exact
if it's close.
color,
My question is,
but
what
this website
would
that
you
I
state
get this
yourself
fabric
as,
has
you know, scale 1 to 10 in
144
terms of
colors.
confidence as a
So
video?
there is a lot of shades of yellow and gold that I was able to experiment with, and I finally landed on this one. So I have
so
actually
if I were
linked
to
to the
stick to a flow
fabric that I
specifically, you would-
use. This is a
you would
first.
smash it out
I've
of the
never
park?
shared this link before, so be sure
Smash her out
to
of the
check it
park,
out.
like, isn't
The
I'll
one
be able
thing
to
I
get
don't
her.
mention
Yeah, I
is
get her
the
number.
color I used. They
No.
offer free
No, I don't believe
swatches,
I'll be
so
able to
be
get
sure
number.
to order
Why
some
not?
free swatches,
I'm
and you'll
confident
probably
in
be able to
myself.
figure it out.
No,
Just
no,
for
I'm
now,
talking
I've
about-
shared
I'm
the
about
website.
about
For the
getting this
bodice,
girl-
I
like,
just
getting the
used
girl's
the
number.
satin-faced organza.
For real, for
No
real?
silk
Shit.
Like
organza.
dead
I'll
ass,
Just
like
use
dead ass.
the
I'm
petticoat.
like, no.
100%.
One of the
I would
main
try,
things with the bodice
but
is
out of 10,
these
I'll probably
strips
say
on
it'd
the
be out of
bodice.
4.
And
Like, it
the way the
wouldn't be
designer described it is feather-like.
Okay, so if I was
And
to go
she
get a girl
mentions
right now,
netting. So what I ended up coming
can
up
get-
with
you think you
is
can get her number?
bias cut strips of satin-faced
I don't think
organza,
so, man.
and
It's
I've
pens,
applied
pens.
gold
Yeah,
leaf
what's the
to the
difference if you
strips.
fuck with
And
me?
I do
Do
have
I
a
even fuck
tutorial
with her?
all
Would I
about
even
that,
want a
so be
number?
sure to check
Look,
that out.
look
I'll
at
have it in the
this.
This is,
description, and it'll
look
also
at this
pop
is like
up.
a
So that's
preliminary,
a whole separate tutorial.
test.
Be sure to check that out. This
Yep.
technique
Yep.
is
What do you
also
think about
used
that?
on the skirts. So that's genuine gold leaf
Yeah, it's like,
applied
would
to
I
the
be able
silk
to get
organza,
Yeah, let me
and
just-
it's cut on a bias, so you've got some
Okay.
stretch
Stay
to
right
it.
there. Go.
But you
go
also
for it, go
notice
for it.
the wavy
Okay,
edge. This is cut with
Yeah,
a
no,
rotary
I'm
cutter
on to-
with a
right
blade.
here,
I've
man.
also
Yeah,
linked to
no,
those in the
no,
description.
no.
In between layers of this on the bodice, I use glittered netting. So this is actually my least favorite
What?
material of the whole bodice. It
No,
sticks
no,
to
no.
pretty much anything, such as
Right.
just earlier I was looking for all these cut strips.
Alright, here's
I was
the-
looking everywhere. I
So your
turned around
wife?
and they
No.
were
Like,
stuck to my
Here's
sweater.
sister?
So they kind of are
cares
annoying to
who
work
she
with,
is?
but they really do the trick.
I'm
So
just
it's
curious
worth it.
because
This
you
is
don't
also
even
my
roll out
favorite
of
Do the
it.
thing. Do the thing you
And
said
it
you were gonna
has
do.
the same wave.
Yeah, but now I'm concerned
And so
because
what
she
the
looks
bodice
so
Don't be
has
concerned.
So
She's
is
let's
a layer of
think
silk.
about this.
A
You're
layer
shaking
of
her a
netting,
little bit. You're
Because
shaking her a
she
little bit.
has
What's
shaken
about
layer
that?
of netting,
She needs
and
to
so
be
forth and so on. So
Get over
that's
here.
the reason for all the strips.
Don't
Based on
me.
up-close
Come
photos
here.
of the bell
Come
dress,
back
I do
right
believe
now.
a similar technique was
Come
used
back.
for the original. We
Come
got
here.
this
Sorry, give me
satin-faced
a
silk
second. Give me a
organza.
second.
This is all scraps from cutting out the skirts.
Take
The
time.
skirts are circle skirts, and so there's a lot of extra fabric that can be used for the bodice.
Okay, do your
And
thing.
then we have just a basic
Well, I'm good,
cotton
man.
bust.
No, don't get her number right now. Get it.
And then a bottom sack. This is the base of the fashion fabrics. I'll talk about that in just a minute. And then boning. I use both steel boning and spiral steel boning. The spiral I use on just some different curvy parts of the bodice, and then the steel is just along the sides to give a nice definition to the waist and bodice.
All that for
I've already
nothing.
talked a little bit about this, but this is the glittered netting. So I've cut some of it on a bias for the strips of the bodice, but this also gets used as one of the fashion fabrics, and I'll talk about that right now. So with the bodice, there's a base layer of the cotton muslin. This is where I sew all my boning cases, and then it gets interlined with all the other layers. And of course, the lining goes at the very end and goes inside to cover up all the
This is like a loop, right? This is a constant loop. It's a video.
So the
You're not
satin,
real.
as I mentioned,
Or
is the
maybe you are
base
real
of
and
the
they got
fashion
like
fabric.
situations
And
under
then
that.
a layer of
You're just
the
doing
satin silk
you're
organza,
just
and
doing the
then
same shit.
there is a
And
layer
it's
of
constant
the
because
gold
I'm
netting.
seeing
I have a
glimpses of the
three-piece
same
fashion
fucking
fabric.
video
So I have
with
the
the
base
Jesus
satin, which
fucking
does show
Christ,
through a little
mate.
bit through the organza because it's slightly sheer. That's
Well,
why I just
man,
have a
this
similar
is
color,
crazy,
but it's
bro.
not
She's
perfect.
crazy.
As
Hey,
you can
what's
see,
up?
it's more gold than yellow.
Hey, what's
It
up?
works. So a similar color, I have then the
Hey, what's
silk
up, man?
organza, satin face silk organza, and then a layer of netting. And up close photos of the original dress do show a netting across the whole bodice, not just in the strips.
Bro, no one
So
talks
that
to
is
you.
what I do. Sometimes you just need to combine fabrics to
Hey, what's
achieve
up?
the correct result. So links for some of this
Well,
fabric
appreciate
is
it.
down below.
Did
Some
you
of it
see a
is
bald
just
guy with a
at
mustache?
my local
I have.
fabric store, so not all of it can be linked. Now that we've talked about supplies, we can move on to assembly.
Amazing.
So first
Hey,
of all,
sorry,
I
hey,
do
you wanna fuck?
usually get all my strips of organza applied with gold leaf before I start. That's just some prep work I do. Be sure again to check out that video if you'd like to learn how to apply genuine gold leaf to silk fabric.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? Okay, yeah, that's nice. This is great, man. This is fucking some hell of an experience. Oh, it lagged a bit, so like it went out of frame. Really want to
Nah,
fix
I
that.
just full screen myself.
Bro, that's a great ceiling. Hey man, what's going on? Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
what is this about? What is it? Wait,
Now that we
Why is
have
nobody
the
talking
other
to you?
three fabrics,
I don't know, man.
I'm
That's
going to cut out
fucking
my
sucks.
satin face silk
Out of 10?
organza and the
Out of
glittered
what?
netting. So
What?
with the satin faced silk
Out of 10.
organza, there is
1 out of
one
10.
side
How
that's
bad is
more
my head?
satiny, and the other
I'll
side
tell your head.
is
I don't know, like
a little, you can feel it, it's a little
4?
rougher. You can
4, I
slightly
guess?
see that difference in sheen.
Yeah, it's
So
not
I'm
like a
actually going to
fat
cut
head.
it
Like
out
your
with
hairline's
the good
pretty
side
dog shit, but
facing
it's not
down,
bad. It's not too bad.
and then I put
Like,
my bridal
about now?
satin on top.
Dude,
And I'm actually
it's just
I'm
the
gonna
shit
pin it
hairline. You don't have a
along
fat head.
the
You just got a
edges
shit hairline.
and cut it out,
What you
and
do
then
now?
I will baste it down. But
You
I
don't
actually
have a
baste it
fat
and
head.
also cut out the
You've
netting.
just got a
So
shit
I pin
hairline.
the silk onto it,
Hey,
cut
you
it
know
out,
what you got?
pin the netting onto
What?
it, cut it out, and
Fucking
then I go
neck
and
beat.
baste it.
Shave that shit. It
So
don't
that's
look
just
good,
the way
bro.
that I work.
I know.
best,
I
and
just
I'm
don't
going
have
to actually cut it
balls
out
to shave.
this way.
You know how fast it goes?
And
That's
especially
one
on
day
the
of
silk,
growth.
I know, bro, that
because it
shit
has
is
that
the same shit
shine,
happened to me.
I
Don't
want to
you
make
worry,
sure
bro.
I cut everything in the
okay.
same
Shut
direction.
up.
She was
Goodbye,
The
then.
grain line is all
Yeah,
lined up
yeah.
and not
It's there.
all wavy because you don't want that. I'm happy with
Yeah,
that,
I got
and
you
I'm
ready
gonna
to
just
go.
pin it in place.
It's so
See,
nice.
wait.
It's so nice too.
You
guys
got,
are talking.
you like a grown man. Like, I'm still.
And there we
You're
have
the other
it.
guy,
So
right?
now the good side is
Nah,
on
I
the
don't.
outside. I'm gonna flip it around on top
This
of the
guy?
netting,
How old are you?
repin these places
The
into the
bald guy,
netting,
Look like
cut it out, and then I'll have
the ice
my
cream.
Yeah, there
three-layered
you are.
fashion layer.
Yeah, there you
And
are.
now
Hey,
we
man.
get
Oh,
onto
you know
the
your
glitter
cone.
netting.
Yeah, that wasn't mini ice
Let me
cream.
just
What
tell
flavor?
you, this glitter
I think
gets
it was chocolate, I'm
everywhere.
guessing.
It makes
Are
the
you wearing
bodice
a
look so
Bronco
great.
hoodie?
So I look
A
past
Bronco
its
hoodie? Nah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
invisible
How'd you know?
qualities. So
You like
we
Broncos?
will deal with
Oh, I'm
this
a big
with
fan of
patience.
Broncos. My dad's on the Broncos.
See, look at
Your dad's
all
on
that
the
glitter
Who's your pop? Who's your father?
everywhere.
It's a football team, NFL. My daddy's Roger Minacco.
Right, so
My dad's a
what's your name? Just so I don't keep on calling you bald guy.
Yeah, my
And
dad's
here's the
Roger
finished result.
Minacco.
Of course, a little
He was
wrinkly.
on there
But
like
I get that ironed out.
Roger Minacco,
And
he
so we
died.
have a layer
was
Oh.
of
football team.
bridal satin,
He was on
Um,
it was the
and
last
then
season.
So
satin
what's-
silk
what's
organza,
with
and then the
the
netting.
constant loop
And it
of
really just
videos
gives
and
a
stuff and
really
Bro,
people?
these
unique
constant loops of
finish
people are
to
literally
this
people, they're
bodice.
just not talking.
The lint color comes
Yeah,
with
no,
it.
I know they're literally people.
Alright,
Okay,
I
well,
now
yeah,
have all
so I gotta-
Can
pieces
you
of my
explain
bodice
to me the
cut.
process
We
that
have
you've
the
gone
cotton
through to make
muslin.
Oh my god,
This
yes.
is where
So
I'll
first things
attach
first
all
is
my
I went to
boning
church and
channels,
repented to my
and I
sins.
actually do that before I assemble
Alright,
the
let's
bodice.
catch all these subs that I
And then we
neglected
have
and all these
the lining,
donuts. Oh my
pieces
god.
cut out with that.
Eddie
And then
Pop
I have
coming
my
with 20
3-layered
gifted
fashion
subs
fabric.
in that
This is
time
a one
frame.
piece that
And
doesn't
then
fit the 2 pieces
Eddie
of
Pop
fashion
had
fabric,
coming in
the
with
silk
a
and the knitting.
$96.20,
It's completely
not
covered up
once,
with the silk
but
and knitting
twice
strips. So
just
there's
now.
no need to fuss
With
about
1,000
those
seconds,
extra
he just
layers
dropped down
because they're just going to be
200
knitted.
super
So then
chat
I have
in that whole
my
time
other
frame
pieces
from
cut
Eddie
and
Pothead.
pinned, and I'm just going to
thank
go
you
around
so
and
much,
hand
my
baste
man.
them
I'm sorry I
together
couldn't
so
catch
that
them,
I can
but
treat them as one
at the
fabric
same time, I
without
didn't
the
want to
worry that
blow
they're
our
going to
cover.
slip
And then
such.
Alec with a $4
Now I did allow a little ease on the netting because of the wrinkles. That's called laziness. I didn't iron my netting before I cut it out, and so when I ironed it, it gave a little extra ease. So when I baste, I'm just gonna slowly take that out. Now I have tried machine basting this before, but the netting tends to catch on the foot and stretch it and makes it go all wonky, so I tend not to want to do that, and I'd highly recommend hand basting. It's a really quick stitch, doesn't take too much longer than machine basting, and you'd get a much better result.
King Pickles, which King Pickles, if I'm not wrong, you were a friend of mine from back in the day, from a year ago when I started playing Pokemon Unite. I remember you, my man. I remember that name. King Pickles was going to man a 6. Gotta give this up.
So the time has come to start attaching the strips of gold leaf silk organza and the netting.
Mr. Poppins,
So on the
Omega
center
Pixels,
section,
and then
the
the other
lines
resubs are still
are
coming through, so thank you so
horizontal.
much.
And
A
I'm
big shout out to
basically
Eddie Pie
going
in
to
the chat
fill
for
this
coming in with the
whole
back-to-back
area that I marked out.
$100 super chat,
It's just
as
a
well
triangle,
as
and
20 gift
that's
sub.
the
Thank you, my man. I
shape
appreciate
that I
that.
want
If you have a gift,
for the
if you are
strips to
a
make.
green name,
I stopped
go ahead and
around
type it in
the
the chat
waistline.
right now.
The
We are
reason for
currently
this
sitting
is
at
I
the
have
record
longer
number of
strips
subs
that
we
will
ever had
go
in the entire
vertically
channel,
along the
750
bodice, and they kind of
That's still moving
crisscross
up.
at this
A
point.
big shout out
Start
to
here,
Eddie
and
Pie
we're just
coming
going to
to
go
the
until we
appreciate
stop
that.
around.
This,
And
I mean,
now,
how many
since the
people
next
watch?
layer of
If
silk
I'm not wrong,
is going to go
that's crazy.
just
960, so we have
overlapping the end
960
of the
viewers.
gold leaf,
I wonder how many are
just
subs.
going to go there. I'm going to
Honestly.
sew
I wish
about
we could
a
see that
quarter inch
statistic, because I'm
away
looking in
from
the chat,
the
bro.
end of
It
the
is
gold
nothing
leaf,
but green names.
because
I don't
this
see
will
any
give
white
plenty
names
of room
anymore.
for that seam to be
It's
hidden
beautiful. It's
by the
beautiful.
next
Like
strip.
literally,
Now I'm going to go
the
sew
white
this.
name used to be the
Alright, I've
minority,
got
and
that
now
first
you
strip
guys are the
sewn.
majority.
Before I go
Literally,
on to the
anyone that's a
next
white
silk,
name,
I
it's
actually
so.
put
It's,
a
oh my
piece of
God! God
this netting
damn!
glaze
We got Jeff Gray
just
from the
about
1999.
a quarter
Good
inch
evening, everyone. I'm
below
late. My daily
the
donut.
edge
Much
of
love to
the
everyone.
silk.
Jeff Gray,
So
my
it
man.
slightly
Thank you so
covers
much.
up the
Thank you.
gold
Love
leaf,
and appreciate
so
that.
you
And
get
then
about a quarter inch
2,000
of silk, and then you've got the
shekels,
netting,
aka
and
$200.
then another layer of the silk. So it's about an even amount of silk, netting, So you could sew this layer on at the same time as the silk, but since the silk is kind of slippery and the netting is also that way, I tend to just do it separately, and I think it just achieves a better result sewing them separately.
Keep saying shekels, but for the last time, just in case I can't say it again, for the 2,000 shekels, my man, I appreciate that. Can we get some love for Eddie Pie?
So I have all the strips sewn on, and now what I'm going to do is just sew a line to tack all these layers so that they don't flop. So I'm going to sew it upside down, which is a little weird, but I'm just going to sew about a ½ inch from my line.
I'm gonna assume that is Sweden.
Okay, Swedish bucks.
Alright, so I'm just gonna trim some of this away to get rid of some bulk, but I did leave these loose
But you
because
come
I'm
with a
gonna
2,000
pin them back
shekels
like this when I
as well,
sew
and that
the
comes out to
side front
these
pieces to this piece, and then I can release them and sew them under the strips that are gonna go vertically. So that's it for this front piece. It did take quite some time to get all that layered and sewn, but it's now done, and I can start assembling the bodice. Oh, and another favorite part is the back.
It looks
There's
like
something
70%
about
of
all
the people
these
in the chat
symmetrical
right now,
lines
as we
that
speak,
I just really enjoy looking at, even though it gets covered up.
Subscribe to the
It's
channel,
just
which is just, I mean, that's insane. That's a good feeling. So thank you
And
to everybody in the community.
the front's
You know who
pretty
you
good.
are as well.
Here's
as
some of the
well,
boning
punches.
placements.
Get to like
This is the
100
center
subs this
front,
week,
the side front.
alone as well,
This
so
piece
big
here
shout
will
to
be
everyone
spiral
as
steel
well. I
boning.
appreciate
That's
that.
the
Thank you
only
everyone for the
section
gifters.
on the bodice
Kiki,
that's
16
spiral.
on the 5
And
chat.
then we have
Coming
the
in
back.
and says,
So we've got
"Hi,
one
Sophia, on a scale of
right
1 to 10,
along
how much
the
do you love
edge
Saudi Arabia?"
of the back. That's how much seam allowance I added for the center back. And then another side.
Fuckers. You couldn't just let us score one more goal since you guys were not.
I've got the layers of the fashion fabric and the muslin with the boning strips sewn together, and I did a machine basting around the whole edge. And because I did that, I'm going to now take out the red thread, and here we have that front piece. I've pinned this extra strip over so I don't sew into it when I sew everything together. So let's get pinning.
$200 and I'll kill her. No, I know. Oh my god, never mind, take that back. We already have enough to kill you twice. My bad. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get back to out there and Eddie Pie, my man, let me know and we can work out something.
So with most of my bodices, I press the seams open, and then I do a herringbone stitch to secure them in place. Give some steam. This is my industrial iron. It's only less than $100 and I love it. If you have the room for it, I highly recommend getting one. The link to it is
my friend, do you hear me?
But once you get the fabric hot, you want to make sure that heat and steam stays in the fabric as long as possible, and that will keep the pressing.
No, Eddie
so if I let go of it, it would pop kind of back up because it's only had some heat and pressure. But if you keep that heat and steam inside the fabric for longer, it's going to stay more like how you want it to.
Okay. Well, I mean, can you say thank you, Eddie Pothead?
Why? Can you say something? Can you say something for me? Thank you, Maz.
Can I say it again?
Thank you, Maz.
Thank you, Maz.
Thank you for being the worst.
My man, you know, I would love to recite what you just said, but everything you just said got cut out.
Thank you, Maz, for being and that's all I got.
My man, you are sinking. You are sinking. All right, never mind. I tried.
Okay.
They're dead inside.
She looks like a chinchilla. Careful with it. She's right there.
Do you like guitar? The answer is no. Eddie Pot coming yet again. 500 Swedish shekel coins. Says, let's go. I would love to go on Omegle hack with you. What do you need? I mean, all we need is just a specific tag for everyone to go onto, and then we could bring people together. I mean, that's how that would work, essentially. But that's what we do with community skits when we do, community skits. Right now with hacking, it's always 2 random people while we pop up. I don't know how I incorporate a hacking scenario, to be honest with you. Hi, oh my god, you're so pretty. Have you seen yourself?
No.
That's what it sounded like if you were pretty.
Hi.
Oh my god, I thought that was a girl, dude. Holy shit.
Why are you serious?
Oh my god.
Wait, no.
Bro, I thought that was a girl.
I'm a human motherfucker.
Nah, bro, you're the hey, that's what Mulan fought, the Huns right there.
Who's talking?
Shit, you look like a rat that got zapped by lightning. You good? Where's Ratatouille to help you out, man? My bad, what was I saying his name was? Bro, you look like a plastic water bottle that got smushed. You good?
Mark, who is you?
Who is I?
Show your face.
Bro,
Show
I'm
your
like
face.
a fucking bro.
Show your face.
I'm right here, big ass face, bro. Look at this. You don't look like I got smushed, bro.
Yo!
See, you got a lot of inspirations from Pringles. I got you. Let me ask you a question.
You're so cute. I love you. You're so, did you see that guy? Did you see him? Did he pop up on your screen? Or was it just mine?
Nah, bro, I think you just called her cute, bro.
No, I called you cute, bro, not her.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, no offense, not like that. Oh, that came off bad. I'm sorry.
Oh no, what he just said, he just called you ugly.
So when I get the strips pinned on, I put this pressing ham underneath so that I just have a nice curved area to place the strip and my bodice. I'm gonna grab one of the long strips of silk. Here at the point, there's 4 strips on each side, both of silk and netting. And at the point, they overlap every other one. This time, for the strips, I'm going to sew both the silk and the netting at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and pin this netting in place, and then I'll go and machine sew it.
Yo!
Even more weird. So, you have a magnet or something.
I think it's like a little septum. Yeah, it's a little septum.
Why is it 2 people?
So
Hey,
once
yo,
I have
do you have a
everything
do you have a
in
jump rope?
place, I'm ready to
I do
sew.
have a jump rope.
But I have these tails here
Oh,
that I will
well.
leave because these freely hang off the bodice and onto the skirt. So I just stop sewing at this point. But to keep them out of the way while I work with the rest
Wait,
of the
rate
bodice,
my friend scale
I
1
wind
to
them up like
the guy that
this
just
and then
coughed.
just put
Rate him on a
clip,
scale
one
1
of
to
these
10.
sewing clips on here,
Wow,
and it just
but why
keeps
you give
it
him a 2 though?
all contained. Because
Okay, I'll let him
eventually
know.
there's gonna be
Ew.
4 on each side, and
I
they
just
just
got
get all
called
tangled
ugly.
up.
I'm sorry about that too. I didn't think she was gonna give you a 2, my man. I'm sorry about that. Well, this guy's overdosing on drugs while playing the guitar, so that's nice.
Alright, so I have the
What the
first
fuck?
3 strips
I don't know.
all
I mean,
sewn
I'm
on,
just telling you what I'm
and
looking
then
at
on
right
the
now.
4th strip,
How does
since
that
it's going to
feel,
be
though? I've never been
visible,
rated as a
I
2,
will
and I
be
look like a
hand
serial killer.
sewing this on. I
You
use
look
a
kinda
thin
like a
silk
serial
thread,
killer, you
and
know.
I just do
like-
But
really
but a serial killer you
minuscule
can trust.
stitches all along here to secure it in place.
Okay, wait.
And
The
then I'll
only
put the
reason
netting
why-
on,
Well, I mean,
and I'll use
theoretically, what if I
metallic
told
thread
you- what if I told
and
you to
do
follow me
again
into a
tiny
forest?
stitches
I
to
know a really fun
secure
place.
that
I
in
would
place.
come with me?
Here you can see the 3 and then this one, which I'll be sewing on. And here I have some things going on with these, and you can look down and see the stitches.
But, like, why
So
would you,
I'll
like-
be going over
I love
this
that.
all and
should do
tacking
that
some
again.
of these areas down with the silk
She
thread.
just
and
said she
using
liked-
bro, she
long
just-
stitches
bro, she
to
just said she liked
secure
your
them in
smile, and
place.
she
I'll
wants you to
also
do it
do
again,
this
bro.
along
Come
this
on.
edge.
There you go. There you go.
See,
Oh, see,
an
I,
interesting
what do you think he is?
detail
Well,
about
on a
this
scale of
bodice
10,
is
what do
in
you-
the
what do you-
original
bro,
you
she
see
literally-
the same
she-
pattern where it
9 out of
widens
10.
at the start area and then goes very small down here.
No, not him.
Oh, dude, not you, bro. Not you. Damn.
Yeah,
Bro.
sorry. The guy with the mustache is 9 out of 10.
Oh,
You.
Well, what about the guy dying from bronchitis?
He's like at 3.5.
Whoa. Why so low? Come on.
I now
Why
have
so low?
this
Not like
super
he's gonna
netting
live long anyways
pinned in
right now. You
place,
can already tell he's
and
already
now I'm
sick. It
going
wouldn't
to
be a big
go
commitment. Give him a
with
10.
this
Come on.
metallic thread
Fine.
and do the same thing
I'll
as I
let
did
it
with the
pass.
silk.
No,
Just
but no
tiny
pity. No
stitches
pity. Don't give him that
along
fucking
it.
pity.
The one thing I'll
I'll be
really
for
make
real,
sure
I'll
to
be for
do
real.
is
He's a
to
5.
securely
Oh,
tack
you fuck
this
out of here.
edge.
Okay,
I
bro,
don't want
dude,
it
you
to
know what?
catch, and I
You
kind
know
of
what?
want it just to
Bro, you can't
blend
let these girls
into
walk over you like
the
that.
bodice. So I'll be doing that.
No, you know what? I'll
And
get a
then I
girl that'll
also
give you a
have
good rating.
these places pinned here, and I'll also be going with the metallic thread and doing tiny tucks just to keep them laying the way I want them to, because they kind of just open up a little, and I don't want that.
My man just pulling a random person in front of me.
After I have all the strips
my
sewn
man.
in place, the outside of the bodice is
I couldn't even
100%
get the
complete.
girl. I'm sorry.
And now I have the
Sophia
lining
didn't want to
already
cringe.
attached.
I don't blame her.
I just got it
I don't
laid
blame her.
out
She's like,
smooth,
please just kill me.
pinned in
Just
place,
choke me to death.
and
Don't
then I
make me
used
give
a
a rating
fell
to him.
stitch along
Poor
the
guy.
edge to secure
Anyway,
it in
let's
place.
continue.
So now the inside is almost done. The last
No,
step
I
is
didn't want
to
you to say
attach
anything at that
the
point.
hooks and
You're right.
eyes.
That's
So
that is
on
weird.
the right
You're
side
not
of the
wrong.
bodice
I
is the
didn't do
hooks, and around the
peeking.
edge of them, I do a buttonhole stitch. So I'm just gonna do some of those.
You will think they just discovered that.
Now that we have the hooks attached, it's time to make the bars. And I do thread bars. And I make a thread bar and cover it with buttonhole stitches.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm a little busy playing Minecraft right now. Yo. Here, I'll
Niggas from Kisame.
It's actually Kissimmee, sir.
I really like the look of thread
Ooh,
bars
gangster
over
alert.
using
You
the
gotta calm
metal
down.
bars. And they're much easier to sew
Oh,
than the
darling
metal.
Jamal, don't park the night.
It looks so much like Luca.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, you can change pictures, you fucking nigger.
Wow. Hilarious.
You actually skip people.
Why are you skipping? I'm not skipping, they're skipping.
Well, I mean, they're skipping.
She's skipping. Put it.
James, Bernie, come with the boys, my man. Appreciate that.
Jake, looks good. And beautiful.
Yo, it's gonna kill Burrows.
Stop it!
Bro, why are you doing that? That's not funny. She looks like Shrek.
Hello there, welcome back to The Closet Historian, and back to my sewing room for another Victorian costuming project today. That's right, it's finally time to make the day bodice for the cicada gown. Of course, last year I made the evening bodice here on the channel. I'll put a card up to that video here. I also made the skirts and a hand fan to match this costume, a bonnet to match this costume, but I can't put it off any longer. It's time to make the day bodice. Where we left off with my bodice pattern, I was having some trouble getting the shoulders and collar to fit perfectly for the high-collared day bodice version, so I'll of course have to do some fit fixes first and mess with my mock-up, maybe even make another mock-up. We'll see how it goes before I can cut into my silk. Luckily, I was able to get a few more yards of this Elphaba colored silk from Silk Baron, so I know I won't be running out of fabric today, but for some reason that doesn't make me any less nervous, honestly. Here are some historic examples of Victorian day bodices, bustle gown bodices from the 1880s, to give you an idea of things that were inspiring me as I went ahead and designed this bodice. Of course, really, I just fell in love with this costume from Crimson Peak, like many other people, and technically this gown is too early for the period of the film, and is actually too early for the period of my costume as well. This is a natural form era gown, which is the first, or like the second bustle period, and my gown is from the third bustle period. Easy to get all mixed up. Basically, the bustle got large, slimmed down again, and then got large again, and we are here in the third period for this cicada gown costume, so technically this inspiration is too early for my costume as well, but too bad. But here is the actual extant gown that inspired the costume designer for Crimson Peak. So this is another version of this that's a little bit less goth, but of course we're still going to be going quite goth here for my version as well. So, you know, it's a disparate selection of inspirations, not all of them historically accurate or of the correct time period, but really I'm creating my dream gown, not a perfect recreation in any way, you know? But seeing as I still have a few fit issues to work out with this bodice pattern, we better jump on over to the blue patterning table of doom and get started. Alright, here we are with my paper pattern and also with the first muslin that I made last year. Of course, you can see me work with this pattern for the first time and make this muslin in this video. I'll put up in a card here. But to go ahead and adjust the fit on the top of the collar area of this, I of course first need to take the collar off of this. So I'm going to play around and fiddle with this muslin to see if I can get this to fit a little bit better up at the top. So I took the collar off. You know how I love seam ripping? I think I'm just going to try and lower the collar in the center back area and then take in this shoulder seam a little bit. Because it seems like I just have some excess fabric up here, and that's what's causing the bunching at the back of the neck. I feel like if I took a little bit off, it would stop doing that, so let's go ahead and give that a try. Here at the top of the shoulder, I'm just going to kind of ease in a little wedge out of fullness right along the neckline. Just drawing that in.
Oh my god, I think she is sus! I think she is!
You know, I end up with washable markers all over me when I do pattern drafting down here. And then for the center back, again, I'm going to take out about a ½ inch, so I'm just easing that into the rest of the neckline. And then taking out a ½ inch at the center back neck, because that's where I seem to have a little bit of bunching.
Oh, this dude's
but I
messing
think I could get rid of.
No, I'm not. I'm having fun
I guess
with you.
my neck sits further back than this Victorian pattern suggests it should.
Talk to me?
But, you know, whatever. I will adjust the fabric, for I cannot adjust my body. It is the way it is. And I'm a slouchy person, which is probably not helping with the shoulder fit situation, which I'll talk about a little bit more about later. But now that I've made that slight, you know, adjustment of just readjusting, I only adjusted the shoulder seam on one side, by the way, so I could see it and compare it to the original, which was good because I ended up not doing that shoulder adjustment on my pattern, but I did ended up liking the way this half-inch at the back neck ended up looking, so I forgot to try on this mock-up for you. But again, it would have been very subtle and hard to capture on camera, the difference. So you'll just have to trust me. Weirdly enough, that modification worked. And then here is my design sketch for my day bodice for the cicada gown project. I have sort of that spine detailing going down the back. We'll talk more about that later. And then I have like basic, very simple false lapel front on the top of the like neckline area for the front of the bodice, which, you know, the front of this is going to be less epic than the back because the back is going to be getting a lot of attention. But before we can embellish anything, we have to take a new tracing of the pattern to modify as the day bodice one, because of course I don't want to do anything to the original pattern. I want to keep it for the future and to be able to use again and again. So I'm creating a new tracing of that on my alphanumeric paper here, and then I'll do any modification I need to do to the new pattern as opposed to the original truly Victorian pattern. Again, this is the truly Victorian tailed bodice pattern, by the way, that we're starting off with and making modifications to. And here I am figuring out how I want to shorten the tails in the back, because it has this pleated tail section, and I chose the short tail option, but they were not short enough. They needed to be much longer or much shorter. That's what I wanted. But I'm just modifying the front kind of point on this. Instead of having it be a convex, I want it to be a concave curve. So I went ahead and modified that real quickly, just using my evening bodice as a guide, and I added a half-inch along the center front of that piece as well. Again, having learned doing the evening bodice that I needed more of an overlap in the front piece. And then I'm just tracing the back here as well, including these large sections of the back where the pleats go. Just tracing everything, including the notches, or where the notches need to be. And then including drawing that neckline in that half-inch lower. I drew on the original pattern with the pink marker, so I would know for the future that I need to lower that a half-inch. And so having cut the back pleats to the shape I wanted, I went ahead and took apart the pleating to see what I would have to make, what changes I would need to make to my actual pattern here. So that's how I arrived upon the shape for the back pleated section of this, is that I just cut the already pleated muslin and then took the pleats out and saw what it had done to the way the pattern piece looked. Hopefully that makes some sense.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to explain.
I mean, he got
honestly, the pleats on this were a little bit frustrating and not my favorite bit, so you'll have to forgive me. Here, I'm just cutting everything out.
I'm going to go ahead and give you
and then I can keep working on the side back and see how that lines up with the center back piece here. So this again, I need to cut down just a little bit so that it matches up here where these meet at the pleats. It's an interesting nonsense. And of course, it's easier to pleat paper like this, so I was giving things a trial run in the paper, making sure they matched up. I was like, how does this actually go together? So I grabbed the muslin again, because I was like, wait, what? And so I repleated this down, just trying to figure out how I ended up with the shape that I ended up with. So it seems to be working, just drawing my indicators where they need to be. And of course, all of that will need to be lined somehow back there as well, because it will flip up in the wind and things like that. And then for my sleeves here, I actually used the modified version. I traced the modified version that I had created for my evening bodice last year, because I had to raise the elbow. I think it was raise it or lower it. I had to modify the elbow a little bit on this original sleeve pattern, but I did want to use the original truly Victorian sleeve pattern as a guide for how long to make these sleeves. So that's what I'm using. Both the modified and the unmodified sleeve pattern here.
Obviously not as simple, but it's
to make the long sleeve version basically, but I wanted my elbow to be in the corrected place. Of course, this is a two-part sleeve. There's an outer sleeve and an inner sleeve, basically. And I draw the green line on so I can cut these properly later. All that nonsense. Lots of tracing with my messy hair and Star Wars t-shirts above the blue table of doom here.
Holy shit.
What?
Is it just me? Or I've never seen her before.
And I was thinking about doing a cuff on these, but I ended up doing everything else instead, so you'll see that when we come to embellishing the sleeves later. But here I of course needed to start cutting everything out, and I have just a plain muslin here, but it's actually black muslin, which is available from Mood. Perfect. Perfect for what I needed it for. So this is going to be the interlining for my entire bodice, and then of course I needed to cut everything out of green Elphaba silk. The name of this silk is Elphaba. They have fanciful names for the different colors of silk over at Silk Baron, which is where I picked this silk up. and where I would like to do a
I
lot of
swear to
silk
God,
shopping.
if
Where
it's
I would
actually
No,
you,
it's
I
me.
won't
It's
be
me.
so
What do you
sad.
do?
all of
Are
them
you a
look stunning.
hardcore
Let's be
Iron Man
honest.
main account?
And
What
this
kind of
silk
account are
tablet
you?
I made a group
is
Iron
probably
Man
the prettiest
and I'm
fabric I've
addicted
ever
as
worked with.
hell.
You know,
Okay.
and I'm
okay.
lucky
Is this
that
your
I'm
first account?
to work with it at all.
No, I
Thank you
have
to
a
my
main
patrons
that
who
I
made this
just
costuming project possible.
past levels in on this
I
group
would never
Iron Man.
ever have been able
Give
to
me your
afford
main.
this
I wanna
much
look at your
silk
main. I wanna judge you.
otherwise. And it is a
Oh,
dream
look at
come
my
true
group
for me.
Iron Man. It's
This
here. I'll
costume in
send you my
general,
group
especially the
Iron
day
Man.
bodice,
It's
for whatever
better.
reason,
I wanna look at it.
I was more set on having a
There you
day
go.
costume
It's
than an
okay.
evening one.
That's
So
your.
I'm doing
That's
this
alright.
day bodice really is the
Would you
culmination of
say
a
your
long,
group Iron Man is
lifelong
better
dream
than
of having a
the
bustle gown, which
My
my
group
patrons
Iron
made
Man
possible.
passed
So
my
thank you
main
to all of you.
levels.
And to
Yes.
all of you who watch as well, because you helped me pay for all the trimmings and all that
I
nonsense
love your
as well.
content.
And help make this my job. Play around making costumes for my job now.
Let me know. You're level
So thank you.
115.
But of course, I'm just setting up all the
Yeah.
grain lines on this. I am cutting this
wow.
all
You're like
on the
almost
straight grain,
1900
which will be
total level?
important later.
You've
I'll talk
been
about
going at
that
it for the
when it
year.
comes to embellishing this.
I've been playing a little bit.
Because with the bodice all cut in straight grain, that leaves the other grains as it leaves an opportunity there. Let's just say. So
I
we'll
need
get
to
to
go
that
do a
later.
Guardians
But of course,
run,
the
and I've
first
been
step
doing
before I
some
can start
serious
sewing any of these
rooftops
seams
lately.
together is I have to
Believe it or
interline
not.
all these
I-
pieces,
I'm trying to
and
work
that
on
requires
agility.
me laying them all on top of one another, laying the silk pieces on top of their corresponding muslin pieces, I suppose, and then I will just pin within the seam allowance, and then I will
doing
hand
okay.
baste
I'm doing
all
okay.
of these
I
pieces
love your content
together
so much.
all
I
around
see you
the
on
outside
TikTok
edge
all
of
the
them.
time. You are
So
my.
that does take some time,
It's such
of
an
course.
honor to run into you.
hand basting needs to happen
Beautiful
now.
account, by the way. Beautiful account.
I am blessed.
Hey, keep grinding it. That's awesome. You have a very well run account, almost 1900 total too. So good stuff, my man. You're not a noob.
I take these over to my desk.
Have a good
So I
sir.
can sit in a comfier
You
chair to do
too.
this.
Sorry,
I'm just
I'm a
going
nerd.
to take a backstitch at
It's
the
so rare.
top,
I have
or
never
the-
heard
at the-
anyone
at the
ever.
starting line, this way.
Ever.
And I'm just using
Ever. I
the
think it's like the
white
second time in my
cotton
whole
thread
life,
again
and
to
I've
do
been here for
this.
like 2 years.
I used white to
Anyone
baste
ever
and
asked
whip
anyone
stitch
to
everything in
cover
my
this game? Like, the
evening
fuck?
bodice as well.
I do.
It leaves the
Feel free to
inside
come to
looking
the Dial
rather
99
conspicuous,
Ultra
but I
Super
kind of
Light.
like that every
All
hand
right,
stitch
let me see
can
if
be
Eddie
seen
and I will get him
because
in
it takes a long
attack.
time.
Let's do
You
this.
know?
Let's get
If
Eddie
you use
into
a
attack,
matching color thread.
and then
A lot of
let's
this would
go
blend
ahead
in a lot more. And here I am doing a bit of a slower demonstration for you over here on the side back piece on top of my ironing board.
Eddie, I
So
just
again, I just take a
DM'd
back
you. Let me
stitch
know
here
if you
at
just
front.
got my
I'm
DM
using
just now.
beeswax
And I'll
on
send you
this
a specific
thread as
tag.
well.
We'll do
This
Eddie, and
thread
then
is
we will
waxed
go
so it doesn't
ahead
get
and give a community
tangled on
tab
itself every
so
3
we all can fuck
seconds,
together
which it
and
still wants to
gaslight
do a
one
little
person
bit, but
for fun
yeah.
for a little bit.
So taking a back stitch at the start there, and then just taking large basting stitches. I'm using a beading needle for this again. Just like last time, I discovered that it pulls on the silk the least, like very, very thin, long beading needle. So that's what I ended up using. Contrary to what seems to be popular opinion,
What's your cat's name?
prefer to use long needles.
Her name's cute.
I had some like nicer, brand new, like
Was that a dude?
Belgian or French needles, I can't remember. Nice European needles laying around. And I found that they were still like kind of catching on the silk and not going through the silk smoothly. So I switched back over to these beading needles, and they seem to work best for me. So, you must do what feels right, of course.
I had 7.
I didn't
After
start.
hours and
but
hours
the
of
doctor
basting
really
everything
likes
together,
to look at my
all my
purple.
pieces looked
He
like
says
this.
it's cute.
All along the outside edges of everything is now interlined.
Yeah.
But of course, I went ahead and
You?
basted the front edges of my pieces as well, which I didn't need to do. The very
I
front
like your
pieces, the very
pajamas.
front
See what I'm
opening
saying?
area actually
I-
is lined as
So you're a
normal,
boy?
so right sides together and sewn together,
Yeah.
and then the rest of it
okay.
is basted for the interlining of this.
No.
So I went ahead and
I
did
got
that,
boobs.
took out my basting, and lined these properly. So you can see the front edge of this is now finished. But I need to
Okay.
go ahead and transfer my
All right.
darts on
Yo,
here.
Kurt
So
coming
you
in
can
with a
see
10
my
super chat.
silver
300
tracing paper.
AAC here.
Just
So
layering
happy I
that
read it to
between
you.
the pattern
Thanks for
and the back
Risk
here.
Talk. Oh, man, I
Now
could
take
talk
this
to
little
you
tracing wheel
about
and
RuneScape
trace
for
my
a-
darts onto
for
the
a
fronts.
long time.
Can't get away
It's
from
a
darts,
pleasure. It's always-
no matter
it's
if I'm
such
sewing
a-
1950s things,
It's so nice to
1940s
meet other
things,
people that play
or
RuneScape.
1880s things.
Really
I'm
is.
always
I
sewing
mean,
some darts.
Hey, much love to you, my man. And pleasure to talk to you, Kurt. Thank you so much, my man. Keep up the grind. You are doing very, very nice. Literally almost 1900 total, so, not too shabby in any case whatsoever. Solid account you got.
Alright, so now that those are marked, I'm going to go ahead and pin the 2 layers together along the inside of those and actually baste that area down as well, because I don't want these layers to separate or move apart at all when I'm sewing the darts. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw a little bit of
Block
basting
those on
in
that tag.
the dart fullness here, just so that things stay together nicely and will lay smooth. Then I can go ahead and
So am I
pin
supposed
my
to skip
darts
every-
together here. I'm just taking my time to make sure I have the darts lined up properly, that when I pin on one side, it's lining
I
up
don't
with
even
the other.
think she's there.
So you see me redo it a
She
few
didn't
times
even,
here.
I didn't even
just
see
making
anything on
sure
her
I
screen
this
flash
right
on
so
her,
that my darts end up the right
glasses.
size
Kurt coming
and
with a
shape in the end.
back-to-back. with 840 as well.
I already
Goddamn,
have
love
pinned the
you
other
too,
side,
my
you can
man.
see there.
Love you
I'm just
too.
pinning these one at a time instead of trying to pin both darts. I'm just doing one, sewing that, then coming back over and pinning the other and sewing that. Here on the lovely Singer 99K from 1955, which is still not that different from her predecessors that would have been used to sew a gown like this. Of course, back then it would have been foot pedal or hand crank or something.
No, Eddie,
But mine has a, or not foot pedal, pedal, like a treadle machine, sorry. Treadle, not pedal. This machine, however, from 1955 does have an electric motor and an electric light, and can do a backstitch, so all those modern conveniences, but it's not too different, again, from its ancestors that would have been used to sew a dress like this. But I have this set on a small stitch length, 12 stitches per inch, I believe, and then I have cotton Gutermann thread in here, both on the top and on the bobbin. Then after my darts are sewn, I can take them over here to the ironing board, and I'm going to cut up the dart fullness here, and kind of cut these open.
Yo,
so
who's
that I
that
can
bitch
press
in the
them out
background of
flat.
the bed?
Like so.
Who is that?
Go ahead and give those a quick press, and then I will go ahead and
Hey, just
stitch
let him know
the
that.
edges of
Just
this.
let him know I beat him up.
Sometimes you'll see seams and darts bound in like a silk binding, or whip stitched or stitched down even to the interlining. I'm just going to go ahead and whip stitch the edges here with more waxed cotton thread. Last time when I did this, I feel like you don't need to make your stitches so close together. And so I have listened, and I'm spacing them out a little bit more. Especially because how finely bound does this seam need to be when, again, I'm not going to be wearing my day bodice on the daily, and therefore the chance of these things fraying is much slimmer when owned by me, because sadly, I don't wear Victorian dress very often. So, you know, this will have been the first time. But I'm just whip stitching the raw edges together just by themselves all the way along this dart fullness that's been pressed open to be kind of like a seam now. I have seen Victorian bodice patterns where the darts are sewn like as a seam as opposed to as darts, but I prefer to do it this way. And then I went ahead and just jumped back on over to the Blue Table of Doom to cut out some lining for the back pleated areas. So that's just what I'm doing here, because those are going to be self-lined in this taffeta. We'll get to that eventually. So over here I can start sewing my pieces together since everything is basted and prepped. So I can go ahead and sew my center, like one of my center backs here, onto a side back. So that's where you start. I think you sew the center back itself last, oddly enough. I think those are part of the truly Victorian directions, if I'm remembering correctly. And I was fully willing to follow them, so why not? But down here, you have to actually stitch in ½ inch below into this pleat extension, so I'm just marking that with a colored pencil so I won't forget when I'm sewing this. And I like having my concave piece on top of the convex piece when sewing princess seam lines. And yes, after, you know, a year of being confused of which is concave and which is convex, I think I finally have it. You can let me know if I've got it mixed up, honestly.
Eddie,
So here I am sewing the seam that I was just pinning. Over here, I am sewing over my fine silk pins. If you're new here, welcome. I sew over pins. You'll have to either forgive me or seethe, either way. And I've clipped the waist seam here so that I can press this open. But the rest of this above the waist, I'm just going to press all of the seam lines towards the center back like this. And I'll go ahead and whip stitch that raw edge as well. And wouldn't you know, one of you marvelous people out there bought me a clapper. So that's right, I actually have a proper clapper now, and I don't have to use my hands all the time. The only thing is I just have to get used to using the clapper because I forget it's there and keep using my hands. But, you know, I will adjust, so thank you for investing in a clapper for me, seeing as I was apparently loath to do so myself. And I'll go ahead and pin the sections of, like, the skirted, like, pepperoni bit together and sew that down as well, so I can start thinking about how these pleats go together back here. Looks much better in silk than it did in paper earlier, but it's still going to be a bit of a conundrum, figuring out how to do this pleated stuff down here. But next I can sew the side piece onto the side back there, making my way forward around the body of the bodice. So go ahead and sew that side piece on, and just basically I'm sewing each seam like so, and then cutting the, or clipping the curves, pressing it open, whip stitching each side, and then I will sew the next seam. So I'm doing, which kind of is nice because it breaks up the sewing, whip stitching. Like if I sewed everything and then whip stitch everything, it'd be a lot of whip stitching to do at once. And it's a lot of hand sewing for me. I mean, this in general is a lot of hand sewing for me. But then finally I can sew my fronts onto the sides here. And we will have two sides of bodices. You can see how on the other piece the seams are whip stitched.
Switching back and forth. Oh my shit, what the fuck?
Sorry if you hear any noise going on in the background as usual. As I always say, I do not live alone, and therefore we are in the basement and people are doing all kinds of nonsense upstairs. because I don't have one of those, like, I need like a light somewhere that says like recording so that people know not to be like, I don't know, building bookcases or whatever the heck they're doing up there. Who knows?
Because like I hear multiple people at one time.
Alright, so now I have my center back seam sewn, and I can figure out this pleat situation, because it's just like looks like a bunch of lettuce back here actually. So here's the lining I cut out earlier for those back two pieces. I'm going to sew that together and basically bag line this back, like anything below the waist, the back pleated section. I'm pinning this lining to the right side of the, I guess, matching fabric. And we'll just go ahead and totally bag line this like skirt peplum extension. Cut off all the excess fabric that I ended up with. Just going to go ahead and sew that on. Again, just half-inch seam allowances. When I reach a point, I'll leave the needle down, pick the presser foot up so I can turn the project, put the presser foot back down, and then keep going. Then there's lots of corners and, like very acute corners and curves on this. Again, this really looks like a mess of silk lettuce or something. It's not the most fun part. Again, the pleats are not the fun part. I'm warning you now. Although if you have, if this is the fun part for you, good for you.
Emergency meeting?
But I found it.
What do you mean, my friend?
My favorite part, of course, of any costume project is the embellishing at the end.
I should go see.
I suppose that makes me more of a milliner than a mantua maker. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Here I am clipping my curves and clipping my corners off so I can go ahead and turn this, press this all into the inside, and then figure out how to pleat it down.
My dad
have a knitting needle also around to help me clip out these corners and such. You can see I'm clipping excess out around the curves. And then I've turned it all to the inside and pressed it down. And now I have to figure out, how do these pleats go again? There is a pleating diagram or like guide in the Truly Victorian pattern that is loosely following and referencing here. I don't think my pleats are completely, you know, even in general, but it's gonna give the correct look. It will be fine.
Yo, Eddie.
So once that is all pleated down, it looks like this. Of course, the top edges of all this are still raw and will need to be contained somehow. I wouldn't be surprised in the Victorian era if they just left them raw. And here again is the pleating pattern from the Truly Victorian pattern. So this is how it's supposed to be pleated, and mine is essentially like this. It's just maybe, you know, one side is 2 inches, the other side is 1.5 inches.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure this is like the Eddie.
But it's time now, before we figure out what to do about those back pleats, to bone this entire bodice. You heard me.
Boys, I need to make sure it's Eddie or not. How about just make a community tab and all y'all join into it?
Evening bodice. I actually, as much as I ragged on this boning for being modern and strange in my other videos, I really liked using it. It worked well. I found it easy to use, and it worked well for the purpose
I'm not even in Discord. Okay, oh my god, so this guy's just pretending to be him.
Is it completely historically accurate? Absolutely not. Does it work? And is it cheap? Yes. So we're going to keep using that. I'm just whip stitching a piece of boning down on top of every single seam inside, except for the curved back, side back seams. A lot of times you will see on Victorian bodices that those curved seams were boned. They usually used spiral steel boning, like for corsetry, for those back bones because it curves nicely. Or often, I've heard it said that is what was used. But those are like that's like the only seam that doesn't actually totally require boning, so I don't worry about it. But for every other seam, I'm stitching a piece of boning to the seam allowances, and I'm just whip stitching this on. Sometimes you will see boning sewn on very loosely inside of these. Like you'll see it only has like 10 stitches of a bone to hold it in place. So clearly sewing it on this securely actually isn't essential, but it feels weird to me to have anything sewn on that loose. So I'm sewing it down quite securely.
30 seconds. Everybody, the tag is Hyphonix. We'll do this for about 20-30 minutes and I'll go back to the regular. We're also going to be finishing Layla's life up today. We're going to finish Layla's life today as well tonight. Stick around.
This is another thing that will take like half a day just to do all the boning on the inside. But once that was done, I could go ahead and get back to finishing that bottom edge, figuring out the pleats, how to finish the top of the pleats and the rest of the bottom of the bodice. I'm just going to go ahead and use some 2-inch wide double fold bias tape that I'm making out of the same fabric here. So this is just cut on the 45-degree angle to true bias, I suppose. And it's just 2 inches wide strips here that I'm going to use. So, I'm pinning this onto the outside edge of the bottom edge of the bodice. Hopefully that makes sense, or at least you can just see what I'm doing, just to finish that bottom edge here. Because of course the pleats in the back are lined, but the rest of this is still raw. So we will go ahead and finish it with this bias, by turning the bias onto the inside, you could also bind this with bias too if you wanted to. If you wanted to have like a binding kind of look as opposed to a kind of clean finish look that we'll be going for here today. But here I'm just sewing half-inch seam allowance as usual, sewing that bias tape onto the outside, and then we will turn it onto the inside.
Oh! Okay.
Alright, so I have left part of that
you are
side
the
area of the
Hyphonix
pleating
head.
open. I'll have to slip stitch that shut,
Yeah.
but I did so
What's
so that
your
I
name,
could
G?
tuck this in, like so down here.
Andrew, what do you do for a
Great,
living?
everything in here will be actually quite cleanly finished, but the stitching will be visible,
A
which
chef. Where you chef
is,
at?
you know, a theme for the inside of this bodice in general is the stitching is visible, so no big trouble there.
It's like a retirement chef.
I kind of like the way that I just
no
look when they're
offense,
felled
but
down. It feels
do
historical
you like
somehow.
it?
Alright, it's just folding over the top
No.
edge of that at the very front
I
here.
mean, my man, what are you making
I'm
besides
just
prunes
going to be
and food that's
sewing,
easy to chew?
like felling down the top folded edge of this bias tape
I'll make some soup. I'll make a
to
whole
the
variety of shit,
interlining,
honestly.
so I'm not
Okay,
stitching
so
all the way
you're- so
through
you're
the
not
bodice,
making
I'm just
just
stitching this
soft,
down to the
right?
interlining to hold it in place.
Nah.
So stitch all along here. And then the top of the pleats, I'm really just like adding big, thick whip stitches to hold the top of the pleats together, and then tacking them down to like the seam allowances where I can, and to the interlining where I have to.
Hey, that
And then
man
everything
is a
gets
chef.
kind of turned down and felled and hemmed as much as I possibly can. I could have given myself a little bit more room with the center back lining
just
piece,
so
and
that
then
I
I would have
know.
had more room to work with.
So we're gonna
But I just ended up
go
taking
ahead and
extra
we're gonna
pieces of
just
the
use one
bias and
person
creating
at a
like little
time.
patches
Eddie.
to cover any raw areas down
Let me know
here,
what you look like.
which you will see in a moment. But I'm just
I-
felling or slip stitching as needed down here.
Bro, I just
And
went on
make
the
sure
Hyphonix
everything is
tag with my
contained
shirt
and
off
nice
and
and
got
finished. Of course, what is most important here
yeah,
is that it looks
Omegle
nice
can
on the
pick up
outside,
if you have
not
titties.
necessarily that it looks perfect on the inside.
If you got
And if you look at extant Victorian bodices, which,
just go go
side note,
change your-
pet peeve,
got
you
real
can look at the
unlucky
inside
then.
of garments, usually from ones that have been sold
I do
on
it, Keith.
eBay or Etsy over the years. So usually the images you find on Pinterest of like the insides of garments were taken by sellers, antique dealers, and stuff like that before they sold a garment, because they like to post pictures of everything, including the inside. Whereas museums, for some reason, do not take pictures of the inside of the garments,
looking for
which if
anyone
you're
on the
keeping
Hyphonix tag.
garments
I have a
as
pink
like a
hoodie. I will
historic
be looking
relic,
for you, Eddie, whenever I come
half
across
the
you.
information or more
I'm currently
is on the
looking for anyone on the
inside.
Hyphonix tag. Just
So
keep
why,
breaking all the
for
time.
example, the Metropolitan Museum has images of the outside, but not the inside? Listen, I know it's a big task to photograph an entire collection like that anyway, so I'm happy to have any photos at all. But like one or two of the inside of a bodice sometimes. Would it hurt you?
Oh,
You could do it.
Tyler!
Come on. It's very rare that a museum has pictures of the inside.
Want to gaslight
You
some
need to help
people?
me out. Anyway, here,
let's
where I
do it.
left that opening, I'm going to go ahead and slip stitch the lining of the
Find the
like,
right
drape
victim.
or side point to its lining. Hopefully that makes sense. The lining to the outside. That's what I mean to say. So slip stitch this area so that it is invisible up to where the binding is, and then again I will just fell the top of the binding edge down to the interlining and to the boning area up here, just to anchor everything all in place.
Huh?
I think that's a kitchen.
And then the bottom edge of my bodice will be finished. Woohoo!
We're in the kitchen.
Isn't that
Looks
nice?
like a kitchen with a Ouija board.
The goal here is to, finish
Bro, you got a Ouija
the
board?
entire bodice itself, and then we can start embellishing.
Let's pull
But
it
we have a
out.
lot of embellishing to be done.
Alright.
And, with Victorian things, you really can go to town with embellishment if you should so desire.
What?
More lace,
I
cording,
hate people,
soutache,
that's all I'm gonna say. Nothing.
Why do you hate
beading
people?
even. There's lots of options. Check out fashion
bro?
plates are a good
What the
resource
fuck was
to
that?
see different designs. But here's how this ended up looking on the
What?
inside in
Some,
the end.
like,
I had these
bald dude
little
on your
patches
camera.
felled down to cover any raw edges. I think that works. You can see actually how the very center back of that lining is cut on the cross
Are
grain.
you holding some insane
Talking
oh,
about that more in a minute.
fuck off.
But I'm going to start working on the collar and the sleeves now.
Are you okay?
Pinning the collar to its lining. Set that over by the
What the fuck
machine.
did you just call
And then I
me?
can start pinning the sleeves together as well.
Called you a faggot,
So the
you
sleeves
fucker.
again are a two-part sleeve. There's an outer and an inner
pretty-
sleeve. And you can see I actually
Pretty
pre-whipped
insensitive of
the
you,
raw edges of this. So I don't know
keep on grinding.
the raw edges before or after you sew things together. Obviously, when I'm sewing, I serge all the edges before I sew things together. So it's not something I'm
How you doing?
adverse to. But for the sleeves, it just seemed easier to whip stitch them before I sewed them together. So that's what I ended up doing.
Abe?
I'm just
Your
sewing
name
this
Abe?
with my half-inch seam allowance again. Both
Yeah.
the outer
Because
seam
you
and
would
the
do
inner
that
seam
living in-
for each
You're
sleeve.
not a hacker, Brett. My name is right here. You're not a hacker. What do you do for a living?
And then sewing my collar together as well. I'm starting about a half-inch in, so I'm leaving a half-inch free along
But what
where
if
it will be
those things
sewn to the
behind you?
bodice, and you will see how that comes in handy later. So I'm not
That's
sewing all the way to
Himalayan
the
llama.
edge with this.
Bro,
just to give myself a little bit of maneuverability in the end. Again, leave the needle down, pick the pressure foot up, turn, put the pressure foot back down. How I get around corners. I'm take a little bit more of that bias, cut out of the silk, to go ahead and hem the ends of my sleeves as well. So go ahead and do this fast here. Again, I'm putting that on the outside, or right sides together, I suppose, along the outside, and I will stitch that down, half-inch lines again, and then I will turn this to the inside, and I will fill the edge of the bias tape again to the interlining. Once again, similar step, or same technique, different area.
Just say it. Just say it.
This little cuff here is just big enough to fit over my hand. Any slimmer, and I would have needed to have like buttons at the top.
All right. Thank you so much. I
Luckily,
appreciate it.
just
Give someone else
so
a
much.
And, I will.
The
I
end
love
of
you, my man.
Like the below my knuckles of my hand. I feel like my hand doesn't bend quite as much as normal, average, I suppose. And like the width of my hand at the base of my fingers is quite wide, so I can't wear bangles most of the time. If you're wondering why I don't, of all the vintage things to collect, I don't collect vintage Bakelite bangles, and it's because I can't get them on to my wrist. Anything that's like a clamp bracelet, fine, or something with a clasp, but any bangle or like a rigid bracelet, I can't slip them over my hand usually, so they're not for me. But here you can see I'm just stitching, felling down the edge of the bias tape to the interlining of the bottom of the sleeve here. No stitches will show on the outside.
Yes.
Alright, let's do it. What do you do for a living, by the way?
I'm in school, so yeah.
And with my sleeves otherwise completed, I can go ahead and put a line of stitching across the top here for gathering those down, because this pattern, for whatever reason, has a gathered sleeve gap. Although it seems that was much more of a later 1880s thing, into the 1890s, of course, because that's when sleeves get giant. But,
you look like a
whatever, we'll go with it. It's easier to do a puff sleeve than it is to do a perfectly set in sleeve anyway, so we'll do it. And here I am I've clipped the curves in the corners of my collar, and I'm just ironing that into place. But before I can put the collar or the sleeves in, I have to sew my shoulder seams together on the bodice, because I haven't done that yet. I think it recommends doing this before you bone the bodice. Like, why? It's much easier to bone it all flat and then sew the shoulder seams together. So that is what I've done here. And again, I will press this open and whip stitch either side
I think she's
this area as well.
Quite literally.
So much seam finishing to be done for this nonsense.
You there?
All by hand. You can see why I'm saving time by sewing over those pins. And again, the needle is stronger than those pins are.
My man, I'm so, bro.
And that's fine.
I mean,
but if you're,
wait. I mean, you know it's not a surprise. You're gonna come across the cup, right?
Yeah, for real.
Here I am.
I mean,
seam
is
allowance
this your
open,
penis?
so I can whip stitch the seam allowance like so,
No.
like a magic. If only it were really
I mean, it was
as
very
easy as a seam
unexpected. I
transition.
understand. I'm sorry.
Not so much.
For real though.
Now I can go ahead and turn this over so that I can sew my collar on to the outside edge of this.
Hi.
You gotta talk to them quick right away.
Right.
Short
Position. Find the back of my collar. I am just pinning the outside of the collar to the bodice, and I'm leaving the lining of the collar free because I will use that later to tuck all the seam allowance up into the collar and finish this cleanly along the inside. So you'll see that in a moment.
Peter Griffin's little kid.
So I'm just sewing the outer layers here, and you can see my collar is a lot shorter than the front of my bodice because I extended the bodice by a half inch, but I didn't make the collar any longer.
I'm skipping you to people on the TikTok tag.
Probably should have made the collar a little bit longer there. But how I will solve that is by turning the top edge of the bodice over twice and then felling it down. So you'll see that in a moment as well. I'm just going to go ahead and stitch my collar on here. The collar issue in the back was solved by that one fit adjustment I did, with lowering the back neckline a little bit. But something I didn't know about Victorian patterns, which seems to be kind of a known issue, because I saw it mentioned in a couple of blog posts while researching how these things go together on other people's blogs, because many have come before us when it comes to sewing Victorian patterns, or truly Victorian patterns. But something I didn't know was that it's kind of a known issue with their patterns that the front comes to a bit of a V as opposed to perfectly curved. So that is something I will have to fix in the future if I ever make anything from this pattern, or will want to double check on the mock-ups from now on, because it's something I didn't notice in the mock-up for this bodice, was that the front, it's just like a little bit of excess space where it front overlaps in the very, very front, and it comes to a bit of a V as opposed to fully curved. So
You
I'll
little
have to fix that in the
bitch.
future.
You little
I don't
bitch,
think it's
bro.
that
You ain't
noticeable in
hard.
this bodice in the end.
Soft, bro, like Jello, bro. You flew back, goddamn, bitch.
I think it's fine. I think, especially with a collar like a brooch or something, which we'll talk about soon.
Hi,
I
what?
think it'll be okay. Here I'm just turning everything on to the inside and folding it up into the lining of the collar. So they have to clip that curve a little bit here. So I can get this all totally flat. So I've just tucked up all the seam allowance into the collar itself. You can see again that front edge very top past my collar area. I have it turned over twice, and I'll just fill that down to the interlining again.
It's kind of hard to talk
When,
over them.
you know, in doubt, turn it cleanly and fill it to the interlining. Seems to be my order of operations here. I was just seeing if this was going to lay okay. Seems alright. Funny enough, this collar seems actually a little bit slim also for Victorian collars. Sometimes it seems that they had ones that are a bit taller than this too, which might be a bit more fun and exaggerated for next time.
Bitch.
Just going to come in here and again, fill down the folded edge to the interlining. How many times will I say that in this video?
Alright, my man. I appreciate that. I'm going to get somebody else on
Yeah,
next.
I love you, buddy.
Yo, Eddie, Pothead, the tag is Hyphonix. Anybody can get on it. First come,
Alright,
first
so
serve,
now
my man.
back to these
John,
sleeves.
why not
It's kind of like switching back and forth between the collar and
First
sleeves
come,
here.
first serve, Eddie
Go ahead
Pothead. Think of
and
the
pull
two
my
in
gathering
All you gotta
threads
do is
down
just join in.
and
Next
fit the
person.
sleeve into the armhole. Now, of course, my camera cut out at this time for some reason, but really, you're just watching me struggle to fit that down in there.
Loading of the
I mean,
next.
is that very fun to watch? No.
I want to get.
I have no tips for you other
ready?
than deep breaths and patience.
My man,
But here I am setting my sleeve into the bodice itself. It's all pinned, of course, in place, and I have no shame about sewing over my pin, so it is held in place nicely for me. But I do have my hand again in between the bodice and the sleeve inside there, just to make sure that nothing is getting caught that isn't supposed to be. Nothing is bunching up that isn't supposed to be gathered, you know, things like that. So I like to keep one hand inside the project while I'm doing this, and the other, my right hand is guiding it through
Anything
the
interesting in life
just to
happened
make sure
recently?
nothing extra is
Anything
being
crazy?
caught. And I start and stop a lot, you'll notice here. You know, I sew a couple of inches, readjust everything.
that?
So a couple of inches, readjust everything. Make sure nothing wonkadoodle is happening here, because we don't want strange. We don't have to do this again, you know? You want to set in your sleeve once and be done with it. So it's important to make sure you have the correct sleeve, the right or the left sleeve, pinned in before you do it. Double, triple check everything, you know?
Well, are you
And
ready
then
to
just
gaslight some people?
take your time, do as little progress as you want, use as much time as you want to sew a sleeve in.
Just pretend.
But now that both of my sleeves are in here, I can go ahead and that's right, whip stitch this raw seam. So I'm just going to grab more of my cotton thread here and whip stitch both of my arm size as well. I did actually end up making little dress shields out of muslin to go in here as well. I'm sorry I did not get that on camera. I sewed them into the underarms while we were driving to the photo shoot location where I ended up taking pictures of this costume. So I did that extremely last minute, but I just cut two little round-ish shapes of muslin and then tacked them down here along the underarm from the seam. But then it was time to sew on the front closure for this bodice, for we were nearly done here.
They're clear.
And every inch along the front of this, I'm going to sew a hook and eye. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to sew a button over the hooks, so it will look like it buttons down the front. But I just couldn't bring myself to sew 19 buttonholes and hope that they all turned out okay. That seems like a high-risk endeavor.
No, don't feel stupid.
So
She's trying to
again,
condescend
just like the
you
evening
because
bodice, I have
life
gone
is
with
dried
hooks and
up and
eyes
sad.
here.
And
I'm
at the end of
sewing
the day, this is
19
probably her
hooks,
peak in life today.
one
Her
every
little
inch
friend and
down the
boyfriend on
front
the
of
phone
this
right now probably is
bodice.
going to defend
So
and
the
say,
hooks,
don't
I'm
say
sewing
that to
all the
my
way through to
lady.
the outside. I'm not sewing these just to the interlining because that will pull really funny. So I'm sewing to both layers, all these hooks. But on the other side, you won't see the stitching because I'm going to sew a button on over it. In fact, I'm not only going to sew a button on over it, I'm going to kind of satin stitch, embroider a false buttonhole behind each button so that it almost looks like I have buttonholes there, but without actually having to do them. And I know what you're thinking.
It's the same
If you're
motherfucker
bothering
back.
to sew a false buttonhole, you might as well just stitch a real buttonhole. But the thing about a false buttonhole is you don't have to put a little slice into your silk project like you do with a real buttonhole. And I just don't trust it, you know? Cutting into the project when you're this close to being done and have already worked on it for days just feels wrong. So, you know, there was plenty of bodices that closed with hook and eyes back in the day. It's perfectly accurate for it to close with hook and eyes, so why not? Here I am just kind of satin stitching a false buttonhole on top of the stitching for the hooks, and then I will sew my antique buttons on. You can still get antique Victorian buttons, which is nice. A lot of garments have disintegrated over the years, but hold on to the buttons, obviously, because they're perfectly reusable. So these are Victorian buttons I'm using on here. So that's nice.
You don't got to. You don't have to. You don't have to know what I'm talking. You don't got to. Oh yeah, look at him. Look at him go crazy.
Are you stuck or something? What's up? What's up?
But 19 hooks and 19 false buttonholes and 19 buttons later, I had to sew the eyes onto the other side. I actually didn't use hooks and eyes, I used hooks and bars for this because the front overlaps a little bit, so it was better to use little bars instead of eyes. Usually hooks and eyes kits come with both, and sewing on the hooks, eyes, and the buttons did take a full day for this project, that's right. But here I am tracing on a sort of kidney bean shaped situation over my front pattern piece, and this is so I can create some pads to go inside above the bust, between the bust and the shoulder. If you have a Victorian corset on, it kind of pushes the bust up and creates a little bit of a shelf between the bust and the shoulder line, and that hollow needs to be filled out with a little bit of padding, or at least in my case it does. Of course this depends on the size of the bust and the corset in question, but for me I wanted to have a little bit of padding in here. This is something that was done in extant garments to give the proper shape over from the shoulder to the waistline, the proper curve. It wasn't that kind of pigeon-breasted shape that you get later in the Victorian era yet, but it was supposed to be kind of a smooth line. And without padding in here, the bodice just kind of has wrinkles in this area where it's trying to go over that hollow space between the bust and the shoulder. So I wanted to fill that in with these funny little pads. I'm just grabbing some kind of like polyfill batting here because it's what I had in stock. Obviously I would have liked to have used cotton or wool batting, but I didn't have any of that kind of thing around.
What the fuck you mean you're nervous? You're really good
so
at
I just had this random polyfill. It was what I had on hand, and so that's what I ended up using for this. So mine. To have padding is historically accurate. My padding itself is not. But I'm just layering that batting in between two layers again of the same black muslin that I used to interline the garment. Just throwing a few pins in here, and then I'm just actually going to serge around this outside edge. Just for a faster way to measure the pads, because I didn't care how accurate the padding was. Again, choose where to be historically accurate, you know? I will have actual antique buttons, but I'm going to serge the edges of the padding, you know? So these just go up here inside the top of the bodice, again, kind of above the ends of the darts, between the bust and the shoulder line. I'm going to just do a couple of tailor's tacks, like loose stitches that hold, like the top, the bottom, and the two sides of this to the interlining. Again, only stitching through the interlining here so that no stitches are visible on the outside. So I'm just doing a couple of quick little stitches just to the interlining to hold this in place.
May not understand, sir.
And with that, the bodice itself is technically finished. But of course it's time to embellish, you know, the whole thing. So we have our false lapels to do in front. I have a little sort of faux cuff embellishment to do on the sleeve. And then we have our spine detailing, like this extant example to do down the back. Now when I first decided I did want to use this detail down the back of my dress, this was back when I was making the petticoat for this project, way back last year, I decided to go ahead and trial using a cicada motif as opposed to the diamond motif that is used, or like the kind of bow tie shaped motif that is used on the actual extant dress. And I discovered that, you know, it was possible to use cicadas instead. And as it says here from my Instagram post, it says, looks like this would be a nightmare to try and do in the silk taffeta, but just imagine. And we're about to not have to imagine. We're going to go ahead and try and do it today. I'm going to show you how I would do this in muslin first. This is another trial run that I did before trying to do this actually for the real bodice in the real silk. And this is a more batwing shaped design, of course, which I would love to do like maybe a black and red or like a black or purple dress using the batwings down the back instead. And you'll see how these batwings can make really pretty bows for the front too. I'll show you that in just a moment. But you know, tips for this in general, to do these little shapes, almost like self-finished, like self-lined appliques, kind of. I find it much easier to sew, like trace the design you want onto a rectangle of fabric, and then sew around the design and then cut it out afterwards. So instead of trying to sew around like a tiny fiddly batwing or cicada, it's much easier to sew on a rectangle like this and then cut them out afterwards. That's what I'm going to do here for this example and also for the cicadas today.
To get a reaction.
But I'm just stitching with a very small stitch length. I'm down to like 15 stitches per inch. Of course, my machine goes even smaller than that, which is mad to me. But so after I have sewn them, I will cut them out like this and then turn them right sides out. I'm cutting this with like 1/8 of an inch seam allowance left, and I'm still clipping my curves and cutting my corners though, so that everything will lay nice and flat when I turn them right side out. I'm going to go ahead and do that again with the aid of a knitting needle here. Just turn everything right side out and give it a nice good press.
A lot do. The tag is Hyphonix, lowercase, no numbers, just Hyphonix. Don't leave me out. Any problem? First come, first serve, my man.
So once I have two of these little bat wings,
you
I can start to see what that would look like down the back of a bodice. Then we can
Pink
loop
sweater, right?
a ribbon through those. Show you how this is done in effect. So we have, imagine the example has like bow ties down the back, and like a bow tie shape isn't that different from a bat wing shape is what I was thinking here, you know? So we have like, say, a ribbon of silk,
for a pink sweater.
kind of gathered at the top there, and then we can loop it around the centers of these. So we have this kind of knot or turn of the fabric across the bat itself.
I appreciate that. You're Eddie, right?
We have like a plain loop in between. So that's
How you
one
doing,
way to
Eddie?
do
You
this.
ready? You ready, my
You can
man?
also do it so that the turn
I'm not
is
leaving
in
you.
between the motifs, which I'll show you that as well. I'm just grabbing a piece of tape here, cotton twill tape.
I'm not leaving you.
So if you connect these actually with a ribbon,
Turn off the YouTube. There we go.
like so, then you can actually turn this so that the twist is between the motifs.
What's his name?
You can see that now. And then the longer twist is like across the bat itself. And now I was thinking, while I was editing this, how fun would it be to do the ribbon down the center of the bats as like a really fuzzy velvet, and then do the bat wings themselves on like sheer silk organza, so that it would look like a fuzzy bat body with like the velvet and then the wings are sheer.
What's his name?
Not that I need, more projects, but could be quite fun. And then these little bows actually, or bats, look almost like bows once you start playing with them. So if you imagine this down the center front of a bodice, so imagine like instead of like a frog closure or a button, if you had this almost as a closure. It was reminding me of this style of Victorian uniform, which I think is an English military uniform from the Victorian era. Not sure exactly when. My military history is non-existent. But I was thinking like you could have these and you could either have them hang loose like that military ribbon does, you could have them in a bow, you could like hook them, you could have buttons on either end of the wings. There's so many different options you could do with this. So I'm definitely going to be returning and revisiting these bats sometime, because like look how cute that would be down the center front of a bodice, or even down the back even, as well. So we'll be returning to this bat situation sometime, but of course today we're going to be using a cicada shape instead.
Honey. How old?
So I was playing with all different kinds of shapes here, and really what I was just, just drawing and playing around with some construction paper to create these motifs and do my trial versions here, including some vertebrae-shaped ones, because I think that would be really pretty. Imagine an ivory silk, like an ivory silk bustle gown, wedding gown, but like the back has this like spine detail down the back with actual vertebrae applique. How pretty would that be? An all ivory silk. So it like looked really pretty from far away, but when you got close you could see it was just a little bit creepy. Oh, it does sound lovely. But today we're going to be using these cicada-shaped motifs down the back of this, and I was trying to decide, what I wanted to do. I did want to grade aid? Whatever. I wanted to grade the sizes down, so I would have larger cicada at the top and smaller ones down at the waist. Again, this also helps with the illusion of making the waist look smaller, which is always nice, especially with Victorian costuming, where that is quite a feature of the whole thing. But I was just creating different shapes here, and of course I didn't want to go too small here, because to turn them right side out would be very, very easy. So this one I'm drawing right now is going to be the smallest cicada. And I was like, I can't go smaller than this, so I ended up making one larger at the top so that I could keep this one as the smallest one, because, come on, how fiddly do we want these things to be for myself? And I already knew it was going to be kind of a task to create these little appliques in the taffeta to begin with, let alone to do them even smaller. So we'll move that one down to be the smallest size down here at the waist. So I trimmed a little bit off the wings, and I decided to pick the side I liked best, and cut the little dude down the middle, and then I traced a new line down a center line so that both sides would be the same.
Do you like dogs?
That's kind of how I went about creating these templates. But of course you could do all kinds of different motifs down the back and use this same sort of spiraling, almost like exterior spine detail down the middle of them. But you could do this with butterflies or moths or bats like before, or even like doves would be very pretty. You could use all kinds of different motifs. Like you could use real feathers on the doves, or like on the birds. It'd be very pretty. Or like have it be owls or ravens or anything with wings down the back like this would be really fun. And then again, you could start getting into like more skeletal designs, like using actual vertebrae, or different, dragonflies would be pretty as well, like iridescent silk. So I think this idea has, like cicada, has legs. You can go quite far with it. I definitely want to use the bats, kind of batwing idea in the future. So when I make one more that's a little bit larger, I think, and I don't have to make any smaller. Ooh, Because any smaller than that, I don't know.
Yo, oh, you have multiple camera feeds.
Yeah, I've got everything.
Wait, that's crazy. What the hell?
Yeah.
There's no way. Wait, what's happening? Can you explain?
Do you know what happened? Are you dreaming?
Oh my god, that is amazing.
Fuck me.
There's
You're
someone outside your door. This is crazy. This is too much.
It's too much.
Bro, I got
Okay, so
scared
you
on
can see
that
from my
one.
little silk sample one here. We're going to use that as a bit of a demonstration here. I'm going to go ahead and slice off. This is a nice good scrap of silk here that was nice and long, so I'm going to use that to create the ribbon to go down the center of these later. So I'm just tearing that off so I have a straight piece here to be the ribbon that goes winding around all these friends later. So I have that I can go ahead and set aside. But this little silk cicada that was my practice one here, I'm going to take over to the back of the bodice and show you how I went about cutting these and why I did. So if we have this little silk friend and we have our silk bodice, and we set that down, you can see it blends in really well because this is cut along the straight grain and so is the bodice. But if, for example, we cut our embellishments on the cross grain, these tend to stand out against the straight grain. So the light hits the grain of the fabric differently. This is why you have to be careful when cutting out the bodice that you cut it all on the same grain. You cut everything on the straight grain so it doesn't look mispieced in the end. Because when you turn things like this, you can see the light hits them completely differently. But because I want my embellishments to stand out a little bit, I will go ahead and cut them on the cross grain on purpose. So I'm going to trace all these little guys onto cross grain pieces of spare silk. Of course, I have all these little bits of silk from cutting out the rest of the projects, so I'm just using up my spare pieces here, which is nice because it means nothing's going to waste really. And again, I'm just tracing along the outsides of my templates here onto rectangular pieces, and then stitch around the shape and then cut them out afterwards. I'm just going to stick a few pins in here so the layers of silk don't move around too much. Of course, I do have 2 layers of silk here, so I can create these little embellishments. Another idea was having me do this too, because you're creating these little pillows almost. You could stuff them. So if you had like cotton or wool, you could like stuff these so that they were like quilted and padded as well, which would be a fun way to do this. So many options. But here I am stitching all along the outside of my cicadas using again a tiny stitch length and just taking my time to really copy the shape exactly, following over that colored pencil line.
I have Gucci, wait, I have Gucci and shit. Do you mind if I play a song for you on guitar? Are you interested in music?
Go ahead, sure.
Okay, let me get my guitar. There. Where are you from?
I'm from Miami.
Miami? Nah, fuck you. You're not from Miami.
Yeah, Miami, bro.
Nah, you're not born in fucking... You're not American. You're from Syria or Iran or something like this.
I'm from Miami, bro. I'm dead serious. Look.
And I do have to leave a little bit of space, so I have space to turn this right side out in the end. But I decided to choose a more straight area of the top of the wing for that. I'm just finishing off this curve down here. And I can go ahead and trim the outside of this. You can see kind of why I left the muslin test version of showing you how to do this in, because it's a little bit harder to know what's going on in the silk.
Bro, Eddie, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt for the
curves,
first time, bro.
And I can go ahead and turn this inside out. Again, with the aid of a knitting needle here. Just helps get everything nice and smooth and turned out properly. I didn't clip the curves along the inside of this because I was like, it'll be covered by the ribbon anyway. Then I ended up opening it back up and clipping those curves in there because it was bothering me how wrinkled it was in there. So I went in here and I clipped the curves properly. Always clip your curves, you know, unless I tell you not to. But I can go ahead and clip those curves. So this will lay even nice and flat.
Let me piece this together, man.
And that was one cicada done. 4 more to go.
Quite literally couldn't believe what I heard.
So I have sewn all of those, and I can go ahead and trim and clip and turn all the rest of these.
I'm like, maybe my brain is lying to me. Maybe I'm just being racist because that's what I thought I heard. So I'm like, I'm just gonna continue. Maybe I'm the one that's hearing shit.
You can see why this was a 9-day project for me.
I mean, that was not a slip up.
Alright, so now I have all my cicadas finished and lined up down the center back of my bodice here. And they already look quite pretty on their own, don't they? I think so.
Okay.
So I've just pinned these down the center, and then I'm pinning them, putting a pin in about 1 inch out from the center back on either side of these. And I'm just eyeballing the spacing of these and all that stuff. By the way, I'm not measuring it because if it turned out a little bit organic and asymmetric, I wasn't going to be too fussed about it because this is the most symmetrical part of this costume so far, because the rest of this costume's design is very asymmetric, so if this came out looking a little bit more naturalistic, I didn't mind. But here I am trialing the ribbon down the center of these, and I'm using, you know, a piece of fabric that I have turned into like a tube to create a ribbon for this, but in the end I decided that this was actually just too thick and bulky with the 2-layer tube like this. I don't know, I was just thinking, it's not looking exactly like it. It looks
not the
fine,
collaboration I was thinking
but it's just not as delicate of puffs, I guess, as I was after. So I switched over to a single layer of silk, and this is just a piece of silk about 4 inches wide that I have torn off the main body of the fabric, and I just like this single layer, the look of the single layer better. So I'm just looking it through each of my cicadas here to get a look at what this is going to look like in the end, and I'm immediately thinking, ah yes, I like this single layer better. I don't know, the crispness of the taffeta all on its own in a single layer like this. There's just something about it, you know?
I don't. It's clear that
Just
like,
triangling this all the way down the back here. I'm starting to think about how do I want to sew these cicadas down to the bodice itself. I was originally thinking of sewing them down flat and smooth completely, but then I had another idea to add even more texture back here, beyond these little beads that I'm adding now. So I decided to sew this down right where I had those pins an inch out from the center back, which they are still, I've measured it now, however, an inch out from the center back. I'll put a couple of back stitches through all the layers through the cicada into the bodice to secure the little cicada on, and then I would sew a little beaded bug on top of that, a little beaded version of a cicada, using black glass beads to emulate jet beads, which would have been used on Victorian dresses, including day wear at the time, often for evening wear as well. But, you know, there was a lot of morning fashion going on, so there's a lot of black beads on Victorian stuff, including day wear, so I felt free to use them. And again, historical accuracy, we're making a nod to historical accuracy, but we're not trying to be, we're not adhering to any rules. But I'm just sewing on these little black beads to catch the light down here, down the spine. I think it will be fun in the end. It's just a different way of attaching these on so that we didn't have to see any stitches, but I could retain the free texture of these being like kind of floating above the surface of the back of the bodice. So they are attached, but not attached, you know? You'll see why I left these free floating in just a minute.
What is that? He's famous? That?
Again, I am using a beading needle for this. Just on. Of course, a beading needle is best for beading. And then I'm using a black silk goodie thread for this. For all the finishing, actually all the felling I've been doing,
where the fuck is that guy back?
Here, I had black silk thread sitting on my desk, so I used that for a lot of the like tailor's tacks and felling little bits down or beading anything. It was just sitting here on my desk, and I figured I might as well use the black silk thread. It's a little bit stronger than the cotton thread because silk is strong. And then here is why I did not applique these down. Because I figured, what if I added even more of like a rib cage kind of spine-like texture down the back of this by floofing up the wings like this. So I am, again, just eyeballing this and pushing the wings up to create these little curves and even more texture down the back of this. And the larger wings got 2 valleys, or like hills put in, and the smaller wings just got the 1. So I'm putting tiny,
to his mom right on the phone. She's gonna spank him after.
That are barely visible, because I want them to be quite invisible to hold these in place, by the way. So wherever I have it pinned, I'm just putting tiny stitches.
Well, just give him a second. He'll talk to you.
And then finally, with my cicadas attached, I could loop the ribbon through properly this time. And then I just gathered it at the top and bottom and stitched the top and bottom of the ribbon down, because otherwise it's held in place by the cicadas themselves, of course. And then oftentimes on Victorian day wear garments, there was an additional like layer of collar and cuffs added out of linen or cotton that could be removed and laundered, because of course the rest of your dress is over undergarments and doesn't touch your skin or like the oils of your skin or anything like that often, if at all, and therefore garments didn't have to be laundered much, if at all, honestly. Especially silk garments, they weren't really laundered. You know, you had a lot of underwear that got laundered instead. But of course, the collar and cuffs came into contact with the skin, so it was good to have a little layer that was removable and washable near that. But instead of using a like ivory linen like would have been used at the time, I'm going to go ahead and use black silk taffeta for my additional collar here today. So just cut that out of the black silk in 2 layers here. I've actually just peeked the top.
Your fire alarm's so fucking loud it sounds like you're in a downstairs fucking basement. Holy shit, that shit echoed through 80 fucking different walls.
From, like, almost looked like an additional, like it'll look like a fashion choice, basically. in the end here because I've made this collar a little bit bigger than the green one. And I'm going to fully finish this so it gets sewn together like a tiny pillow again, or like those cicadas we just made, which you can see there's one sitting next to the machine here. But again, just turning around my corners, and I will slip stitch the opening left after I turn this right side out. I did not, however, make little additional cuffs for my sleeves for this. I should have, honestly. Maybe one day I can get back to it and do it. But, you know, at this point, I was like, nearing the finish line. I could see it. You know, I didn't want to do the cuffs as well. I am a lazy bean, I'm sorry. Alright, so now I have my collar together. I can slip stitch this little area shut, and then I will just go ahead and actually, I felled this to the inside of this other collar, but just really quickly, not with like very fine, tiny stitches, a little bit larger stitch, because again, this type of extra collar was meant to be removable and laundered, and it helps fill in the front of my collar where I have that gap anyway. So then I have my false little lapels and little sleeve embellishments to make here. So I just took my pattern and like traced the shape of the lapel I wanted, basically.
On Omegle.
I imagine I would put some of that same beading from the back onto the front of this as well. So just kind of traced the shape I want, made sure it didn't interact with the buttons at all down the front or anything like that. And I would go ahead and cut that out of the silk. Again, I wanted to make sure that I cut that on the cross grain of silk so that it would stand out against the straight grain of the bodice itself. And then I'm making these 2-inch wide and like I think it's like 4 or 5 inch long little like arrow kind of shaped sleeve embellishments. These aren't cuffs, they're just kind of like little doodads that went onto the sleeve.
No, I mean, why are you saying sorry?
You don't really need to have an excuse to put more onto a Victorian costume. Go for it.
Not even one.
Layer it on. So this little arrow shaped cuff turn back-ish things.
I look like I'm emo.
Cut all of that out of the silk.
It's not that you
and then
look
stitch
emo,
them together again, just like I was doing the last few embellishments. Just sewing the 2 layers together and
I know
turning them
that
right side out.
dude! I know that dude!
With a lot of, you know,
No, he's a
flipping corners and
YouTuber!
turning things right side out with this
That's
nonsense.
actually very respectful. I take back what I said. You're not ugly. I just said it to get your attention.
Oh my god, wait, can I have a picture?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for calling me a YouTuber. That's really nice. That's a big upgrade
Oh
from
my
TikTok.
god,
I didn't. I called you ugly, but I don't even see you. Come on. You gotta give me the benefit of the doubt there.
No, I don't even know if that's true.
I've been here for
I love your videos.
I appreciate that. But I have been here for 5 seconds. I didn't even see you and I called you ugly. You know I don't know what you look like.
I don't know that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think you're ugly?
Yeah.
There's your answer.
Alright, so here I am.
If you think you're ugly,
My
you're
corners
ugly.
are clipped. My curves are clipped. It's time to turn everything right side out again with the aid of that little knitting needle there. You can see all the little tiny scraps of silk in the top of the frame here from where I've cut off all my corners and stuff. Technically, you could use those for like stuffing a pin cushion or something in the future. Very luxurious pin cushion stuffing. And I have, how many pairs of scissors do we have in this shot? Wait, I just noticed. We have my paper scissors, we have 2 pairs of embroidery scissors, and 2 pairs of fabric shears. Wow, not bad. So here I have my lapels pinned onto the front of my garment here, and I went ahead and tried this on to see if I liked the placement of them, and I ended up moving them up a little bit from the original placement, and then I just stitched them where these pins are down the front line here. I just slip stitched the lapels to the bodice itself along that frontmost line, and I didn't stitch them down anywhere else, which you'll see worked out just fine. But of course I realized, you know, I didn't have a collar brooch to wear with this, and a lot of times you'll see like a bar brooch used to close the top collar in Victorian bodices like this, so I decided to pull out my Fimo and go ahead and make one. I was going to order an actual Victorian antique one, but you know, these things are on the expensive side and it wouldn't have gotten to me fast enough, so I decided, hey, I have Fimo. I can make a cicada themed one to wear with this dress. So I pulled my Fimo out. You may have seen me work with Fimo and make little cicadas like this before. If you watched my hand fan video here on the channel, I will go ahead and put a card up to that video here, so you can see how I make these little cicadas out of Fimo, or the gold one I made before in that last video. So you can see how I make things like this, but I was just making a little bar brooch with a couple of cicadas on it, and then I just made earrings to match because I figured, why the hell not? And I pressed some glass beads into the Fimo, which apparently is fine because it came out alright, because of course glass melts at a much higher temperature than it is to bake Fimo. But I just glued some findings onto the back of the brooch and earrings, and I had some jewelry to match my finished day bodice for the cicada gown costume.
Wave check. Wave check.
No, I just put this on and missed it.
Yo, Tyler giving it a sub to Alex Perez. Alex Perez just got to give this up. And thank you, Content ID Generator, coming with a big too, my man. Tyler gets the 2 subs to this video as well. And Content ID Generator goes to 2 and says, hello, John. Can you do a stream where maybe you going to a gas station here out of pocket? I haven't seen that yet before I live stream. Really good content. So let me get this right. Yeah. Yikes. We'll move on.
And here is my finished day bodice, all complete, being worn with these skirts that I of course made last year, with my hand fan and my bonnet that I made recently as well. Of course, I don't have enough hair anymore to do this actually properly Victorian hairstyle, so I've cobbled something together here, and then I also sort of dyed part of my hair green recently, which luckily is kind of matching this costume, although is again completely anachronistic and inaccurate. But again, historical accuracy is not my main goal. With costuming in general, I just like having fun and doing what I like, or whatever I can dream up, basically. So historical accuracy is something I consider, but I do not strictly adhere to.
What's going on?
No bonnet? Kind of just looks like a mess.
I know.
Without it.
What's going on?
And yes, I got home from taking photos and just threw my pajamas back on, so you'll have to forgive me. Still wearing my earrings, even. And I just took my bonnet off finally, but you know, I had to get casual again, take the corset off and all that jazz so that I could eat some dinner. But all anachronisms aside, I hope you enjoyed today's project. It turned out quite similar to how I had hoped, which was nice. Of course, I still have a few fit issues and a few little things I would change, but isn't that true of every project, of course? And then I do have one more project to do for this cicada gown project in total. I have one more bodice to make. I'll be making a ball gown bodice next time, so it's a little bit more slight in the sense that it will be almost sleeveless and a lower neckline, lacing closure instead of hooks and eyes, things like that. So I have one more bodice to make for this costume, and then a new trained overskirt to go with that ball gown bodice as well. So a little bit more cicada gown costuming coming up here eventually on the channel. I do have a few other videos planned for in between that. I like to take breaks between costuming because I am too impatient to be doing 9-day-long sewing projects all the time. I need a quick turnaround. But thank you all, as always, for watching today, and I will see you again real soon. Bye.
All right, American. Come on. The kids love my hair. I love my hair. Oh boy. Oh, this is where we're cutting a ribbon for cancer research. My bad. Is that what we're doing? Oh. Okay.
Okay. Hooray. Awesome. It says I am live. Good to go.
That's crazy.
I am also joined today by Bailey, who decided the moment I sat down on her favorite sofa that she would be joining us today. I will have to dislodge her from the app shortly in order to actually get some sewing done. But welcome everyone. I haven't done one of these lives, in terms of a public live, in about a year. I think it was a year ago that I did it. I did one on shoemaking or something. I do them every month for Patreon, but that's about it. So I haven't done a big one in a while. I'm very excited. Today, hello everyone. Today I'm going to be working on the overcoat. And I'm mostly going to be working on
shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm not going to take any of your questions.
A little bit different than I did for the regular coat.
It's however you
There's
interpret
front
it.
pockets, which is really useful because to be a
Omegle.
That's actually usually what I hear.
so having like front pockets rather than just pockets in the back I gotta like dig into awkward places for will be nice because then I can put
Dude, how do people got the sound or
so the image that was on the thumbnail
Wait, no,
is sort of
did
the
you see
code
the
that I'm
fucking
using as my
blueberry
basis.
street?
It's at the net.
Yeah.
And I'll post
How do you get that?
I don't know. I'm just here.
Who the fuck?
Afterwards, in
Who
terms
else
of
is
like
in your room?
the regular area, but that is the code that I'm kind of using as my basis.
You're not even talking
really
about this
cool,
fucking staying still.
because not only is it a broadcloth, which I do actually have wool broadcloth for this one, hooray! It has this wonderful little sort of soutache type trim on
I thought that was you doing
really
that.
fun. So I'm excited to do that.
What a little bitch, man. You got scared.
Go ahead, go find your pillow. There you go. Okay, and I will switch over so you guys can actually see what I'm doing, because that's kind of helpful. I have two cameras. I actually have a streaming camera
Okay,
now
are you a
comparison
bald
to
guy
when I
or
did this
a
way back a year
now?
ago. I did not have a camera that was.
Dude,
it's actually
if this guy's on here again.
But I also just got the notice that my new camera is shipped out, so that's very exciting. Did I get snow in Reno last night?
It does look like a hospital
I don't think we got any snow last night, but we've gotten plenty of snow recently.
Wait, I'm so
There
confused.
is quite a bit around us. Ah, yes, Susanville, you are not too far away.
Yeah, what are you confused about?
Okay, so, like I said, I'm working with a red wool broadcloth.
Don't skip this guy, please.
He sounds like the Kohl's fucking kiosk line next to the cologne.
Yeah, but I like
pockets, they're not just.
Me too, I like stealing. I mean, not stealing. I don't say that out loud.
I don't do that.
So it's like very
I don't steal
show-off
from
belt
cologne,
pockets.
from Kohl's.
So I'm putting
You know what, you
silk
It's like a really low point.
on the backside
your
of
life's
the
going really
house,
bad if you're
so
robbing
I'm
Kohl's.
Not putting in interfacing or anything
I actually
like that.
frequent
though.
their like sock
So,
section.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I guess I'll come out. I did definitely steal from Kohl's when I was younger.
I already ordered a fancier silk
I was
for the
8 years
lining
old
for
and
the
my mom wouldn't
skirts,
buy me
so
a
that
Nintendo
will be
like
there, but
little
it's
game.
not arrived yet because I just ordered it this
so
morning.
I just took it. And I feel
Yeah,
bad
it's
to this day. It's
complete
$20.
Actual live, so
I mean, I
feel free to
respect it though.
ask questions.
I mean,
will
I
try
played
to
it for
keep up
multiple
with them
years,
the
but I
best
felt
that
bad that I
can,
stole it.
as well as continuing to
I mean,
sew.
you feel bad, but
So
honestly, the
all
game
I'm
is
doing
fun.
is
It was
folding
fun. It
over
was a
the
pinball
edges
machine.
of the and I'm going to be laying that down on top of the red wool broadcloth, just a little bit in from the edge, because
You like dick in your ass, you said?
the red wool broadcloth is
No, he's a sissy bugger. What is a sissy bugger?
treatment to them. So it's from all over
Damn, I
the
screwed up
schools
that
that
bad.
everybody's from.
For real, dog.
Or in
Or
Norfolk.
he's scared of your ass.
I don't know how you guys pronounce it in the UK. I know how it's pronounced in Virginia.
Don't worry, that's my
Are
wife.
you
Which is not something I want to say on the air.
Yeah, these girls want to be choked because they're
Having lived right by that place, the way that locals pronounced it always got me a good
Genie
giggle.
Cooney?
Hello?
Actually, no. No, there's no way.
Yeah, winter
Show me
solstice,
your arm.
finally moving back towards
No, she's too fat.
slightly sunnier days. Where
Dude,
we
I don't
are.
even know.
It's been quite dark.
Don't ask me.
Yeah,
I
I
can
am.
explain
Actually,
this
I've
real
already
simple.
made
What?
one
What?
of
No,
the
no, no.
shoes. It's
The
not
dude in the
complete,
or
but
the
it's
dude in the
really
bad shoe.
close.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
very
my
close to
God.
being done. I just have some
How-
finishing and some
how-
things that I want to do to it, and then I have to.
Why
do
were
another
you
one.
holding that person's mouth?
That's
but
my wife.
I
was
got my
choking her.
booster shot
Every loving
on
husband does
Monday,
that to their wife.
and I am still getting
What?
over
Do
it.
you hear this guy?
I needed to do something
What?
not shoemaking
He
right
knows.
now.
You hear this guy?
We met. I showed you my wife. I choked her. The thingy.
Shoemaking.
I don't like that.
She loves it though. She likes it. She's told me that
I'm
before
just
once.
putting this along. I could baste it if I wasn't
Anyways, friends,
precise about it. I definitely would.
How long have you guys been together?
5 years.
Did she told you that
I've been to
once?
Baltimore.
She told me that about 5 years ago.
Where do I get my inspirations from? Oh gosh, so many
All right.
places. I
I'm
spend a
gonna
lot
move
of time
on
on
to someone else.
Pinterest.
That guy's too invested.
be
He's not
really
even leaving.
honest.
Thank you, Commander.
I feel like
5
that is a good portion of
5 8
it.
coming with a 5 my man.
just
I
wanted to
appreciate that.
see what I
He
like. And
comes
there's
and
sometimes
says,
events
"Read this
that I
yourself
need,
again."
Things for but lately that's been less the case.
Hey, my man,
So
I will do that.
I get my
I will
inspiration
do
from
that.
all sorts of places.
Thank you for the love, Commander. I appreciate that. Much love, my man.
My favorite
Thank you, homie.
decade for Victorian.
Thank you. No, I'm right now on the YouTube
I've been
and
a big
TikTok
fan of like
and thank you to everyone that's
1890s lately, but
on today's stream so far as
that's
well.
just
Much love to you.
my
Thank you.
particular love.
Bay
the
Area
craziness
EA
and very
Sports. I'm not gonna burn the
tailored to
Yeezys.
that
Okay.
particular
Look,
decade, like the whole range
no,
of it.
to be frank with
so
you,
I've gotten it
I'm not gonna
pinned
buy any more ever again in my life.
along these
but
two edges, the
I already
long
bought
edge and the
them,
short
and
edge.
that's just
The
a fucking
other
waste of
edge,
money.
this one up here, is actually going to go
I'm
into the
gonna burn shit.
waistband. So I do not need to worry about leaving enough there to fold over. I just need to trim it back.
It's like, let's say the owner of Nintendo said that on
How do I
on
keep
a
from rabbit holing
podcast
if I'm on a
about
deadline?
Hitler.
I'm
not
not
burning
very
my
good
Nintendo.
at not rabbit
I like
holing.
playing
If
Mario
you haven't
Kart.
noticed, I just turn
I
it
don't
into
care.
a whole video if I go too
You know?
far.
I'm not gonna burn it. Fuck, what a waste of money. What a waste of shit.
So I think my idea for doing Gonzo's outfit, if I remember right, came up in October as I was watching the Muppets Haunted Mansion, and was like, you know, I think it'd be really fun to do. Like, I was just thinking about Gonzo, and I was like, I wonder what he wore. And it's been a while since I looked at it. You know, it's like watch it most years, but probably been a year or two. And so I went back and looked at it and was like, that's really fun. Oh man, that gave me a reason to actually do Victorian wear, and I don't normally get to do that, so that was kind of like, oh wait. And then I hemmed and hawed over it for a couple of weeks, and then frantically ordered everything at the end of October. I was like, I waited too long. So, okay, so you do say Norfolk.
Yeah, same thing, Michael.
See, in Virginia, it's Norfolk.
I'm just gonna burn my car too.
And I swear I did not swear. That's how it's pronounced, which never makes me not giggle.
You called him ball?
I'm actually doing a buttonhole on this, so yes, Constance, drag me into the 1890s.
Listen, bro.
Oh, neat. Lake Top.
Do you want to win $100?
It's lovely up there. I need to get up there more often. Dream project I want to take on. Not
Why? This will
really.
not work on anyone. What the fuck?
As much as I have things that I want to
my,
make, I can't really
makeup?
qualify any of them as like a dream project. There are things that I have to plan out further, but
so what are we
really,
doing for the competition?
Just make me laugh.
Because it's about the process and the learning as much as like the actual finished product for me. I don't currently go through system of sharpening my scissors.
Long as it
These
makes
were
me
actually
laugh.
a gift.
Wait a minute, aren't you on TikTok or YouTube?
How much time do I got?
That.
You've got unlimited time.
So I have a variety of different ones, and I certainly can sharpen them.
Okay.
I have the ability to do that. I sharpen my knives constantly, so.
What is that glowing in the back?
Removable sleeves. Yes, they
what
do
is that?
exist. I don't know if I've seen any specific to that.
Oh, that's your Christmas tree?
Sometimes they have like a cotton muslin almost sort of base thing, and that
Oh
goes
my
on,
god!
and the vest bodice goes over it, so the sleeves are
Dude, that looks
attached
like a
to
monster.
cotton bodicey thing, but that's been about
Huh.
it that I think I've seen that.
That's weird. It looked like a monster
They
from here.
definitely exist. I think I've just seen it mostly early 19th century, like Regency sort of things.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nice.
Neat.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Want everybody.
Do you like my outfit?
Oh,
Yeah, I think it looks pretty sick.
That sounds like a lot. Like I want to get into
Let's see
doing
'em.
things like that, but like, oh, that's a big one. Yeah, I have seen Closet Historian, her stuff. She makes beautiful things. I haven't had a chance to catch up on it, but I did recently watch some of her like embroidered bugs and all that sort of stuff, which is really nice to watch. I just haven't had a chance because I've been filming so much to have something on in the background because I keep stopping. So.
Bro, I silently twerked 2 times, 2 pumps, and you already laughing?
The whole range.
I was trying to hold it in. There's no
the first time I
way.
ever heard
It's all good.
difficult pronunciation was when I was flying in to do a job interview there.
God, that was
so,
he didn't even fucking try.
It was just hilarious to me. Yeah, I actually found red and white striped stockings, like the height that I needed there, and alpaca wool. I found them on Etsy. So I do not have to make those because that's not happening.
I didn't even do the choreography I was thinking I was gonna do to make him laugh. He just fucking laughed.
So,
There was zero effort into it.
Midwestern accent. Oh,
And Eddie Pie had my man coming in with some $2.
Yeah,
Eddie, my man.
Gorgeous stuff. I need to find something to work with her on.
I don't even know if that's even Eddie right now. Eddie.
I haven't usually been planning out far enough to get a thing figured out with her to actually have the embroidery done. I do actually have my sewing machine does work as an embroidery machine, so I could run the embroidery. I have tried doing embroidery designs myself before. I do not like them. I do not like doing them. I've done it. It takes me too much time. She's fortunate that she's got a lot of sitting and waiting downtime.
What's your opinion on the Astros winning the World Series?
So I just
No.
Characterized as lost material? Probably. I'll have to think on that one.
That was TikTok, but
oh my God! I know this guy. I know this guy.
Is it really this dude?
It's this guy. This guy from I know this guy.
Because I'm working with a broad
This guy's from TikTok. That guy.
I can actually make sure that I'm not going
no, that guy.
through the fold part, and I sort of
that nigga
my
TikTok,
stitch.
No, I know.
It goes
No,
technically
you mean
underneath the
I'm from music.
Go through the exterior.
No, he's not from music.
And I will carry that.
Alright, fine. I'm from MySpace. I'm from MySpace.
So you'll hear it called felling stitch.
I'm from AOL. Yo, what's up? Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
More of a 20th century term. And so
Alright, so I'm gonna tell you a random fun fact about myself, and I want you to tell me if you believe it or not. Okay?
Just a little bit of.
Okay, so 1 second. What if I told you?
So that's what I'm currently doing.
I have a Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award.
From the Met.
Do you believe me?
No, I have 3.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Exterior portion.
I'm so sorry for stretching you.
That what?
Yeah.
I stretched you pretty.
Well, yeah, sleeves could also be tied on, but
Do
that's
you
a much.
3D print them?
Generally, see that much earlier, like up through the
No, I got
17th
them from
century.
Etsy. I got them from Etsy.
That's a weird
books. I have not read any Discworld books.
Well, I'm
Yo,
happy.
what's up?
Yeah, I don't know why I stretch you so much. I disrespect you on that.
So stretch. Yo, what's up? Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
It's like a moist critical video.
Alright, so I'm gonna tell you a random fun fact about myself, and I want you to tell me if you believe me or not, okay?
Put on the extended cut and just.
There we go.
Okay, so 1 second. Even better.
Yeah, new shoes for this stuff.
I have a Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award.
Interestingly enough, the
Hey,
shoes are the
believe me
one thing
or
that
not?
will, to me at least, be pretty
There we
dramatically
go.
different than what Gonzo
There
has
we go.
because
I don't believe it.
I
don't believe
talk
it.
about
No, I
that
don't believe
video.
you either.
It's the
I
one
don't
thing
believe
the
you
movie
I
did
don't
pretty
believe
wrong.
Anyway, it's
In terms
good
of
to see you.
costume,
You
it is
doing
the
good?
least accurate. So I've
I'm
actually already
sorry,
done
I'm
using
just trying to
somebody's
figure
embroidered
stuff
corset,
out.
but
I'm trying
no
to
longer
figure
fits
stuff
me.
out
I
with
think
this
I gave it to a friend.
video I'm working on.
I think I gave it
Well,
to Matt.
I just give
makes
you one
sense.
insight. I did a little research before
the
my life
the gold
about
cotton that I use for
lodging and all that
pocketing.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'll
That
get back
comes
to
from
you
a
later, right?
local source. It's vintage, so it's new
Gotcha.
in stock,
Thank you.
and it's just from a local place that sells that. You can get similar-ish stuff from Needle and Thread in Gettysburg. That's the only place I know of that sells it modern made. You can get cotton sateen that has some similarity. You can use it yourself if you want to. I think Renaissance Fabrics has a good cotton sateen.
If you want to.
Yo, what's good, bro?
I wish I used my embroidery part of my machine more. It just takes so much time to set up and take down. So. Costing corsets. Look into red threaded patterns.
Bro, I'm scared of women.
The actual corsets as well.
Me too.
Those.
Yo.
But definitely
Oh my
like
God.
she has really good patterns information, and there are a bunch of other people that have started to get into that era as well, selling.
Honestly,
patterns and things.
relatable.
I spent a lot of time on when I'm trying to find people, Instagram, for certain eras.
What the fuck?
From there.
Bro.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm scared of women.
So many questions. Consider doing the early time period for costume. Yeah, I'd like to move further back. I started something 15th century. I definitely want to do more 16th century. I'm not sure how much further I'll get back from there, but I would like to extend pretty far on both sides.
Yo, thank you, Kevin. Who's going on? Oh my God, small cock arena. Thank you for the 5 Canadian, my man.
Pair of them, and I made the lampshade for it. So, so I can't really help you with that. I have a lot of antiques in my house because when I lived in Virginia, there were a lot of antique stores, but interestingly enough, the Victorian stuff and early 20th century, which is some of my favorite, like late 19th, early 20th century, was really cheap because it just wasn't popular in 18th century land, as it were. So, yeah, everybody's got good plans for Christmas. I will look into this world. I've heard of it before. I've been so bad about reading lately. It used to be that I would always read on vacations, but obviously I haven't really been on a vacation in a long time. Oh, neat. Well, Earth Rangers form. Oh, look cool. I have a friend who's really into that sort of stuff. More shoemaking. Yeah, that'll be the next video. Next week's video will be shoemaking.
I mean, black people.
Good night. Yep, this whole thing will go up after I'm done with it, and I'm thinking tomorrow might be earlier, but we'll see.
You're evil.
I almost never use a thimble. That's why I'm not using a thimble. I don't push this way. I grip and push. So a thimble just gets in the way and actually tends to ruin my thread really fast. Now I got myself all cut up stitch. So I just don't know how to use a thimble. I didn't learn with one. I started sewing when I was really, really little and probably could not have found a thimble to match. Tailoring for your body type. Oh, God, there's so much information there, man. I don't even know where to begin with that. I think that's why I'm just doing as many videos on it as I can. There's different eras that are more forgiving or less forgiving, as I found, depending on your body type. But yeah, Renaissance Fabrics currently has some. It works for all of the costumes in that movie are so good. They really show the transition of time very well. So. I'm glad tailoring videos are called. Have I ever made
Not scary.
I don't think I've gone that late yet.
How is that not scary? Yo, favorite my
productions from the 40s, 50s, so I haven't had the same need. But
super random, but definitely worth mentioning to everybody. I took the night off yesterday to relax and go to sleep, and I also started watching a show that I really recommend all of you guys watch
which is
if
the vast majority of
have
my
free
day.
time.
Because lately,
if obviously you have a Netflix account, and I'm not sponsored by the way.
That I can't have noise going because I'm gonna have to stop it
you guys should check out the TV show
to
Wednesday.
Section.
It's the Addams Family girl that goes into school and whatnot. Yeah. It's a pretty good show so far. Really like it. Short, 1 season, 8 episodes came out last week. I'm not sponsored by it. I'm not getting paid to tell you to watch it. I've just been watching it. It's been pretty fun. I like it. It's a really good show.
That's my problem.
I'm not telling you to watch it.
I would like to learn more about metalworking.
I'm just saying I've been watching it and I've enjoyed
metalworking
it.
Of some
pretty
type
good
would
show.
Definitely be good.
I like it.
I feel like that would be useful.
You don't have to
and
fucking
more
watch
3D stuff. I like in terms
don't
of 3D printing. I feel like that
type
would
one if
be
you're watching it.
useful.
Don't type one just because you want to fit in.
Which doesn't seem hard. I've done stuff like 3D modeling digitally before. It was just so long ago.
Now here's the thing though. I would have never ever watched it
really
if it wasn't
for
watching
so much
the Addams Family
right now.
2 years ago.
I
didn't know
what
the Addams Family was.
Williamsburg stuff is great. They're
so then I
just go
watched
to the Antique Mall to start, and there is a little shop right in front of the Antique Mall, like as the entrance.
Very sad
in Williamsburg to the Antique Mall.
Now, do you guys want me to tell you who the monster is though? Type 1. I'll tell you right now. I can ruin it for all of you.
I remember what they're called.
I know you're probably wondering who the monster is. I'm just joking. I'm not going to ruin the show for you.
But yeah, I just usually did
I'm gonna go get some
all
water.
The antique stores around Williamsburg because there's so many. Historical shoemakers. Sean Picard is a friend of mine that does men's 18th century shoemaking, and he's
I'm joking. I'm not gonna ruin it.
A lot of people that do historical shoemaking.
I'm also going to be straight up with you. I've already finished it. I binge watched it.
About it that much.
I started it yesterday, finished it today.
There's I think a few people in Europe that do it. If I do lives more, I will definitely eventually look into getting a mod of some type. For right now, like I'd like to do more lives, but it required. This is the first one I've done in so long. I had no idea like how many people I would end up with or anything, which is kind of fun to just like I have no idea. So yeah. Will I be dyeing my hair anytime soon? I mean,
cool.
I
like
do
your light.
every time. It's just a little, you can see
That scared the
a
shit
little
out of
reddish
me.
right now. So.
Holy shit.
Who's still? Stone Age fashion.
Oh,
Interesting.
first jump scare.
Do I make my own bags? No, I haven't made my own like purse sort of.
Hey, do you take requests?
One of those way back when.
Huh?
Do you take requests?
I would like to start utilizing 3D modeling and 3D printing more in shoemaking in the sense of being able to design
Do you know how to
test
like?
out
Can people ask
there was someone
and then send them off to actually be produced.
What?
Without having to carve all that stuff.
Bro, someone just came on this.
So that would be a
Oh, they're doing that bullshit.
of that.
Wait.
But again,
What the fuck was that?
more time. Disney accurate costumes definitely will be.
Some bald dude just came walking the
If for no
camera.
other reason than Disney, I feel like owns nearly all content.
I think they're fucking playing with us right now. I seen that shit on YouTube.
Just about everything is
Bro,
a Disney
Not me, by the
accurate
way.
costume.
I have nothing to do with this shit. I don't see the
Moving
guy.
along, lots of little stitches, not visible.
Hey, it said fucking YouTuber. Holy shit.
Oh, thanks. I didn't see the bot, so it's not showing up on my end. Wonder why.
Yo, what's good, my man? Don't really intimidate my friend. He's really shy with the shiesty mask. Just be nice to him. He also uses a voice simulator, so you can't hear how bitch of a sound he is, actually. So like, be nice to him.
Keeping track of it.
That was not me.
Might be like Katharine Hepburn or something way back like that. Like that's about it.
Okay.
I think most of my ideal, unfortunately, most of
Yeah,
my
maybe I will be playing Layla and
fashion
Sims today.
tends to be late teens, early 20s, and
I got a
aren't
couple
as
things I want to
many
complete today.
people from that era that are as well known.
I want to do a couple things in Sims. We'll play Sims tonight.
Some
I'm going to do Omegle for another hour, but I'm going to have more children. Gonna cheat on Layla's husband. I'm gonna get level 10 painting. I'm one level away, and I'm also going to move into a bigger house with the person that I cheat on.
Yeah, selling 3D printed last on Etsy. That makes sense.
And then I'm gonna make Layla cheat on
I'm
her
really
husband in front of him.
Would last for the most part, but there is a place that I know that is able to take this as a model, and they will reproduce it in wood for me. So,
You know, take me to church, my neighbor.
it used to be like 75 to 90%. I have bought a lot more clothing in the last few years because I haven't been out wearing nice stuff all the time. So it's ended up being less fancy clothing. I make a lot of suits, and those are not really practical. So, like, I want to get back into doing that more, but I'm definitely trying to make it so I've got more shoes. That's one of my big goals for the next year, and make it so that way when I go on trips, I have most of the stuff made by me. So that's definitely the long-term goal that I'm working towards, especially this year.
What the heck was that?
It's a challenging part of a project. The point where I think I know everything, and then I go to start making it and go, I know nothing, and freak out.
Your internet ate it.
All of this project.
Her internet was so bad.
These pockets are going to be sort of, I'm not sure of a good way to explain this, the front pockets. So they're kind of at like the front hip area at an angle vertically. So this is just one of the weird little welty pocket flap type things. It's more like a giant welt than a pocket flap. You met Katharine Hepburn. Neat, I love her.
That's fucking sexy. But they're like older.
So 3D is on
Hey,
my
sexy.
like probably be like next year or something. I know it's advancing so fast in terms of what is available and what is affordable.
I'm
all of that, so.
I won't fall, nigga. These niggas be going to IVU. I see you. I don't fuck with that shit because these niggas can't see through you on my. Oh!
Pajama set still hanging around somewhere. It's on my list of things to give away to people. Modern day equivalent of a dandy. I don't know, other than I think they're still calling themselves dandies in a lot of ways. Like, I know quite a few people that I self-identify as dandies. So, I think it still fits. I recommend, Rose Callahan did an entire book on the modern dandy where she went and did photography and interviews with a whole bunch of gentlemen who that sort of thing. So, that was kind of threads I'm pretty much all silk. I'm currently using some fairly thin silk.
Wait, that's crazy.
But I also have a sort of mid-weight and buttonhole weight that I've been varying between all of. So, a 30, 50, and buttonhole. Jackie Kennedy.
This is one of these pranks, isn't it?
I appreciate her style, but I also
I want one of these.
One of the death master hats.
What do you mean you want one of these? I'm not a fucking animal.
I also had to make Jackie Kennedy suits for a very
Oh my
weird
god, I want one of
that
these.
I just will never quite unsee.
They're just
how
so
they were
cute.
used
We
in that
need one.
production. We're not gonna get into that. If you've ever seen that play, you know.
I'm a fucking Pokemon.
You know what it is.
We need one of these right now. Yes.
And I don't remember the name of it, sadly. Thank you, Dana. Dana.
The fuck is she on?
Also, yay, little corgi puppy. How do I store all of my costumes? So I have two different ways. They are either hanging in a very large closet that I have, thankfully, or they actually get stored flat in archival boxes. It just
Dude, that's what I
depends
just
on
realized.
whether I
Hilarious.
need to get to access them regularly or not, and whether they actually are good at hanging or not. So, how far down the rabbit hole? I like to think of most of my rabbit hole work as I'm writing a grad school paper, not a thesis. Like, this would be a good 5 to 8 page paper if I needed it to be. I kind of can tell about at what point I have enough content for half an hour, and then like, so gotten pretty good at that, thankfully.
Oh, the dog, I was literally, you're cute as hell. What?
I've been really enjoying doing more like masculine presenting clothing as you think of it, because it's also, as you do it historically, gets you to realize how our concept of what is men's clothing versus women's clothing, and how
just go back to sleep. Just go back to sleep.
dramatically changing all the time.
Can you tell her
Really
to go
enjoy
back to sleep?
like
You go back to
what
sleep
is
too?
the ideal look of the period and being so different than
Oh my god, not you, bitch. Fuck off. Fuck off, bitch. Fuck off. This is the girl that thinks I'm a. Oh god.
I don't think I have. Maybe as a kid. I don't know. I've been
Bro,
knitting and
some
crocheting
girls
for a very long
need
time as well.
fucking
I've done plenty of
Jesus.
sweaters.
Thomas the Far Train
do
coming
shorts
down.
as
And
much.
this is Hyphonix I want to see. Keep it up. Thank you, my man. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, making a waistcoat
Eddie.
with something that laces up the back is really
my
common. Even
Eddie.
for 18th century, a lot of times it'll split up
Eddie,
the
my
central
man.
back and not actually be stitched together.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt on the first time you said it, because mentally I didn't
that
think
is a
you said
really
it.
common thing that makes it adjustable.
And then Eddie, then you said it again.
There's just different
My man.
types of
Fool me
adjustment
once,
in the back for
shame
different
on me.
periods, whether it's a
Fool
buckle
me
or
twice, which
lacing
I totally
strips
understood what you
or
said then.
The actual back is laced
I'm
up.
good.
But I have also found
My
that
man.
waistcoats, and the nice thing
Eddie,
is, even if you do
are you
dramatically change
intoxicated?
sizes, a lot of times you just have to take out the back and put a new one in. Oh, you guys just hanging out is enough. That's the point. Nobody's here. The more successful this is, the more YouTube will, like in terms of people hanging out and chatting with me, the more YouTube will be like, hey, other people want to see this?
You have talked about it. Hello. What's going on?
Jesus
Muppets
Christ,
character.
is that scary?
It used to be
didn't think we
Animal,
would have that much of
but
a
I am
success,
finding,
but
not
damn.
surprisingly, a strong affinity
We
towards
fucking
Gonzo lately.
scared him. Holy shit! Sorry for anyone that is wearing headphones right now.
Yeah.
I hope
So
to
I'm
God
not sure if I have a
that
particular
you are not
other
wearing
than
them with
that.
100% volume.
Coming as a start, a 19-teen suit. Awesome!
What a
It's such a
bitch.
good era. I just
Hey,
purchased
really
another
quick.
1900s
You play
bodice. And
RuneScape during the clan chat.
did I get
You
something
play
19?
RuneScape
I got an
during
1880s
the
jacket.
my bad.
That'll be fun. I'm
Reverse.
excited to share that with
And
people.
if you
For
want
1800
fresh meals
women's
in a
pants.
box,
I really,
then
now that I'm
you
spending
go
more
to
time in like the 1830s,
5
1840s, I
get
came
yourself
across that one image of a woman in trousers out hunting,
free shipping on
and
your
like
first
I
box.
just keep looking at
Only
it. That'd be
available
really
to
fun to
people in
make.
the
So
United
I don't know.
States
Maybe I
of
will.
America, and Hawaii. All 40
Maybe I will
other
do
states
some.
are allowed.
I
Let me
need
know.
to spend some more
You do.
time on
Use
like
that code,
that.
you get yourself a
What
discount,
type of
and
clothing did I start
you
with?
know me,
I've
you
been
can
sewing since I have
remember that
memory,
box.
so I'm
The
not
very
sure
old
what I
green
started
chef
with.
box.
Probably started with
I
doll
appreciate
clothing
that.
and
Thank you
stuffed
very much.
animals.
I wish you a wonderful day.
In terms of
Also,
making stuff
shit
for
posts on the
myself,
Reddit as well, if you
I
want to.
couldn't even begin to figure out where it was.
I will be doing another one, a Henry, next week.
For pre-shrinking. No, I don't tend to pre-shrink my wool too much. I'm planning on getting things consistently like dry cleaned, and there's likely to be shrinkage. Would I? Oh my goodness, Thank you. Would you show here or in a video a little tutorial on the backstitch that looks the same for both sides? Yeah, I could definitely do more of that. I don't think I will be on this one because it's a little weird, but I could do like a little drawing of that.
Yo, what's up, bro? How you doing, man?
That would be probably the easiest way to explain it, rather than just showing it. So I was thinking about it, like it's a little weird to explain.
Good evening, gentlemen.
I get why it's confusing to people because it's like a spaced backstitch, but on an.
Yo, shut up.
But yeah, I can do a little drawing for that. Put that up on Instagram. That'll make sense.
This bitch ass back on the screen.
Like you guys are learning so much.
What the fuck was that?
But so many questions. Syrah.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know a lot about Syrah. I've come across it a few times, but I don't think I've currently.
Yeah, I want to know why I say that and not find out.
Yeah.
I did recently find a great source for really fancy soaps.
Yeah, like this year.
Colucci or something. I can't remember the exact name. So,
No, we're at a football game.
I will
and you guys are like.
post about their stuff once I get.
Yeah, my cousin's Stuart White.
One of the projects I do want to do, and I hesitate to call anything a dream project just because I feel like that puts way too much emotional value into like things, and I don't find it healthy when people are like, "This is my dream project." Like for me personally,
I actually have a video on this, bro.
So I generally avoid that stuff, but try to catch up on everything. So many questions. I'm sorry if I miss things. Trying to keep up as best I can. You guys are active. I love it. I love that you guys have so many fun questions. How am I able to make a living out of this? By putting it on YouTube. That is, I've done. So in my past lives, as it were, I did run a business for a number of years, making store clothing for people, and I made it. Like some money off of it, but there's only so much that you can.
And that face is bad.
And there's limitation to that, and you're constantly doing work in order to make it.
This is delicate shit, bro.
And when I started doing shoes, I did the math as to whether I could afford that.
Okay,
like,
I'm gonna take that
as
hopping to my advantage. Okay, so when I'm hopping with the advantage, it literally looks like I am falling from the ceiling into the ground, and with the appropriate timing,
quickly knocked down, and eventually came around to
it works out just right. So if I just hit it right, it will look like I'm just fucking falling from the ceiling.
Comes from the fact
really
that
catch them off guard.
Once you
So
reach
I'll try to take that to my advantage, but as you do know, people want to make a very short attention span. I'll try my best. And also,
you are
thank
able
you
to get sponsorships.
to everyone that has
And I
already
know
dropped
it's
a like on
annoying
today's
to
stream.
have like a minute or
We've
two
gotten
of
some good
videos
reactions.
where
We
I
have.
talk about
So
something.
thank you to the 539
some of those
people
things like
that
I'm
have
really
dropped a like
actually
on
very
today's
excited
stream.
to talk about.
I appreciate
A
that,
lot
as
of
well
like,
as everyone
streaming
that's
services,
even
things like
talking
that
or lurking. I
would be fun to
appreciate it,
get to
boys.
do.
Appreciate the love. Continue.
But that makes it very viable for me. So,
What?
my dog is great. Bailey is good. Yes, we know what happens with dream projects. Yeah, like for me, the reason I do these things isn't to have the final product. I mean, sometimes like I'm making something for a purpose and whatever, but to learn and share that, so that way other people can do more things with their projects.
Oh my god!
And,
hi!
So that way, we can learn.
Wait,
sometimes
do you see
it helps
me?
you understand the past better and all sorts of things. So
Hi! Oh my goodness.
like that's the reason why I do what I do is for
Stop
the
it,
process
stop
as
it,
much as the
stop
actual
it.
finished product.
Good. Good shit. Good shit.
Thank you.
Good shit, Mr. White.
Modern fabrics not holding up as well. I would like to do more like actual scientific research into that in terms of trying to wear things out. Like they definitely had finer threads because you can.
Wait, what y'all doing? What y'all doing?
You can feel the bumps a lot better than machinery can, so that's one of the reasons why they can do much finer versions of things. So, sustainable fabric stores. I know there are, but I am awful at remembering names. And I don't spend as much time there as possible.
What happened?
A lot of
What?
it's just finding.
That was so
I do a lot of
scary.
shopping
What
on
was
Etsy
that?
of vintage.
I don't know. What are you talking about? What did you just
fabrics.
say?
That really helps in terms of knowing that I'm using stuff that would otherwise, not be, not like way back with those things. But oh, neat. Best tailoring
Hey
videos.
bro, let me tell you something.
I need to spend more time looking at like other people's tailoring content.
That?
Your paw, honey.
No, stop.
Oh, neat. Yeah, that'd be fun to see more. Chavoit cloth? Interesting. I don't know. I don't know that one. I haven't come across that term before. Okay, so taking a moment, I am currently starting to stitch on what just is the like double soutache braids.
What's good, Serge?
This one's rayon. It's vintage. It's really good quality.
Wait,
so
Kanye
it
got
honestly
banned
looks like
again.
a bit like silk. And the
But
way
this
that I'm
time
doing
he got
this is
banned
really
not
weird.
by
It took me a long
Twitter.
time to figure this out on the original.
He actually got banned by
so it
Elon.
looks visible as just
That's
one
how you
print
know
there,
you really done
and
fucked up. If he
full
actually
on the
got
backside.
banned, then yeah.
I'm actually coming up
He really
midway
fucked up.
through the fabric. So on the back side, I'm taking a stitch that
He
actually catches
posted a
the silk
swastika.
just
Are
for
you
extra
serious?
security. And then
One
I'm
second, I
coming
gotta
up
see this.
through the edge of the wool.
Did Kanye actually post a swastika?
Therefore, you won't actually see the stitch on the exterior. It's sort of, it catches the weave, but it's underneath the fulling. Of course, I get a big knot right as I do that. And then I go through the
The first thing I open up on my fucking feed.
Stitch.
The first thing, I haven't clicked on anything on my
don't
Twitter.
actually visibly
This is
see
the first thing.
stitching
He made
on the exterior
graduation.
with. So
He made
that's one of those fun things that
graduation. Talking about his first
trying to
album.
figure out with this because I've been staring
my
at
Twitter.
the images of the original
That is the
so much
first
lately
one.
trying to figure it out.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Jake Lucky already reported.
Yeah, fabric
This
is
dude
definitely
can't be real.
the hard part.
A swastika.
Call it the cleavage. So here, so it's standing away here. What that means is that you have to think of it like putting in a dart.
Oh, look, he's trying to merge in
So
both.
your dart on your pattern, and you can do this literally on your pattern. Just put in a dart there, and it will
And then look
shift your
at this,
shoulder
I
over.
missed the old
So that's how you
Kanye.
take care of that. Gapping at the neck.
Jesus Christ.
So that's the first thing you can do. You can also
One
put in
second.
like tailor's tape or something to kind of hold it in
I'm
a little
reviewing
snugger.
Twitter.
But yeah, literally, like on your
Is it-
pattern, you put a dart in and then kind of adjust the neckline shape.
He
a
had
little
Alex Jones stress laughing. You know how
So-
crazy that is?
bit. That is the most common issue that I've found over the years. Dealing with like women's garments, men's garments, anything for bodies that have fuller chests, like.
Imagine
just
making Alex Jones uncomfortable.
Gap at the neck. So.
Bro, my Twitter is lit right now. I'm having a good time. 1 second. 1 second. I'm having. I know I gotta
How do
do
you
it, but 1 second.
research areas that you're not in? That is the question, man. Like, I wish I had an answer for that one. There's so much stuff
On my
that
way
I wish I
back
could
to Stash
research, but
with
finding it,
$15,000 worth of human growth hormones.
especially if you don't speak that language.
You guys
it
hear
may
about the
be
Liver King as
difficult.
well too? Alright, my bad. Alright,
I'd
back,
like to do
back,
more regional research, but just there's so much
Okay, back to
limitation
work.
on that. It's one of the reasons why,
Dude, Kanye's
unfortunately,
fucking stupid.
you know, America, England, and France tend to be the ones that get studied the most because most of it's online and accessible and easy to find.
Oh
English
my
language
god, I
and
wish I
French
could show you what I just saw.
So-
I just saw a full-grown
That
adult, someone's father, wearing pink lingerie, and his nutsack was hanging between the thumb.
into academic textbooks. I want to write more academic stuff. I really do.
Alright.
I want to start doing articles.
Keith, get off
because
Omegle,
basically
bro.
most of the videos that I've done haven't been a proper academic article. Everything's got citations already. So I totally could, and at some point I will just start mass putting those into like.
Yo, what the fuck you laughing about? The fuck were you laughing about?
Definitely.
Some guy looked exactly like Oliver Tree, but he didn't take it well.
I
Oh, what the hell was that?
Most people don't.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Huh? What the hell? Wait, what was that? You know, shit was long guy came up and
Sewing and reading.
he see me.
It was Mr. Eggman. That was Mr. Eggman thing from Sonic.
Comments and questions.
I swear.
That's the more difficult part.
Very
I can sew and talk. Because that was my job for a long time when I worked at Williamsburg.
You are very
Before I
stiff.
definitely learned how to do that.
Very, very stiff.
I had a dream about that last night. That was really weird. I just remembered that. Ooh. Very
You
strange.
know what else is fucking stiff?
That was just
Oh, it's him.
back in the
It's
shop.
high.
It's like-
Oh, fuck.
they're like, okay, you just got back. You can interpret again. I'm like, nah, I don't remember what I'm doing.
Deb, I am doing Sims tonight.
Just drop a cape.
And horizontal darts above the bust, like
you
right
still
above
alive
the
yet?
bust point, is actually something that you do see historically in a lot of garments, including vests, by the way. If you cannot manage to put one in there, it's another reason why the dart, the
Hello, how are
dart
you?
here is done, because it does the same thing.
You're so cute.
It pulls it out, so you can, if
Your
you
computer.
need to do a vertical dart there, and that should help. But then it just takes one of your
Yo,
changes.
just saying is that. Oh. Yo, you got me with that. Holy shit. That's cool though.
I have a really slow old dog. She's 12. She's not that old, but like, she's 12, so she's not getting into my stuff too much, and she's never been prone to like eating pins or anything too crazy. So I
Hello? Oh, this is real? No, it's not. Yeah, fucking.
don't have a dummy lockup on. I rarely use it. It
Yeah,
uses
it's
it as
not.
a hanger for me. So I do most of my work without a mannequin, so I don't find it to be necessary. You can, though, pad out a hanger a lot. I do recommend that. Just to be able to like hang stuff and let it weigh itself down and stretch out, or kind of visually like walk back across the room, just pad out a hanger a bunch. That's definitely a good option. Video, well, do I think that academia will have to start accepting video format essays? I don't know. It's really hard. I say this doing it all the time. It's really hard to cite your sources, as it were, when it comes to that sort of stuff. So in video format, I find it very difficult, and I've not really been satisfied with the way that I do it. So it's definitely something that I don't think will happen anytime soon. But they're so closely related. Like the way that Abby does it. So fun fact,
but you guys also
improv, freehand, however you want to term it, all of my videos. I do not write a script.
Oh, okay.
I sometimes
How
write
are
an
you
outline.
guys?
Good.
Sometimes. Usually not.
What are you smoking?
So I just talk. I make sure that I understand what I'm talking about well enough, and I just talk, and I will sometimes have like a few notes here and there about like specific things. But
I'm smoking a joint.
yeah, so
That's not good for you.
Abby, on the other hand, writes everything out, and so she basically already has an article.
It's okay.
If I just started doing something more like that,
Where are you from?
I could just
I'm
turn
from
into an
Australia.
article really fast.
One of my friends came from Australia. I heard there's no snow there.
Progressive Taylor, yeah, they have tons of women's stuff in Progressive Taylor. I've drafted a few things out of there. I'm not sure I've made any of the drafts up yet. So definitely
Tyler.
darts near boning. Sometimes boning
Are
is
you falling
on
asleep?
darts.
No.
Just
Why are you
depends
so
on
quiet?
Is
your
Tyler
own
falling
style.
asleep?
Oh, I want to on YouTube.
Oh yeah, especially if you're able to do a collar, because if you could dart it and then extend the collar out and then over or something, like you could hide it piecing or some stuff like that. So
Hello?
if there's gaps anywhere, so you gotta think of it like your bust point, you're dealing with a mountain. And in order to make a mountain out of a piece of paper, you gotta put a dart somewhere. Otherwise it's gonna be too flat and gappy somewhere. So if everything's super fitted, but you haven't put in a large enough dart, whether it's a bunch of them or one big one, you will have a flat section. You will have a section that does not hit the ground. It stands out from the ground. So you just got to put a dart somewhere.
You saw that cock?
Doesn't matter where.
I mean somebody on the
anywhere
memo just saw it
around
with me, but
is
they
fine.
skipped.
If you've already made the garment.
Fucking
The
intimidating.
issue
Holy
that
shit,
is
some
like
of us
gappy
are not
here can
fucking
be dealt
bad,
with
dude.
up here with
God
like a
damn.
dart that's not like in the pattern, not the actual clothing. But yeah, so you just gotta think of it like that. Was I
Yo,
always
y'all
comfortable
look
talking
goofy.
to camera?
What the fuck kind of background
I
is that
did theater
shit?
a lot ever since I was very young.
I'm the one
Theater
talking.
and
You guys living in a
singing
fucking
and
beehive over
dancing
here?
and other things. So yeah.
Sir, you look like you're about to masturbate.
I've had people tell me
What?
recently, like, "Oh, you seem so much more
How old
comfortable
are
in
you?
videos now than you used to be."
Why
I don't know
is there
about
video
videos,
playing?
maybe I do seem
And you
less
lot,
confident or whatever,
fuck
but
you.
I don't feel anymore, so
Bro, how old are you?
feels pretty much the same.
How many people? Okay, there's like a freaking.
I never had
There's
issues
like a
with
video
switching
playing or
tasks
something. What is going
when
on?
they're like, "You have
There's
to
no video
write this
playing.
out exactly." I'm like, "But I just want to talk."
She's still here.
So, video on lace and buttons. I definitely want to do a video on fasteners, the history of fasteners. I don't know enough about lace. I wish I knew more, but most of it's just like I can look at something and tell you when it's from, but that's not really effective. Just make everything up as
I'm
I
a
go.
crayon
It's fine.
bitch.
Are you good? Why would you do that?
I fuck. Wait, is it the same person or?
But, I mean, that's kind of the point. Like, all of your lumps and bumps have to be figured in much the same way. Interesting it.
No,
I
it's
used to
someone's
do mostly
webcam.
soprano. I did a lot of second as well, just because I don't find singing parts difficult. I don't. So I got put in
It's a
second.
stimulated
Just because
webcam.
of range, but because of like, you know, it's high school.
Canada.
You're not gonna.
You guys fucking suck in the World Cup though. You guys are so bad at soccer.
Thank you.
Get the foot out of here. What?
For
Oh my god, you're still here.
Yeah, I've been here. I want to be friends.
What I recommend for dealing with collars
is
take a scrap piece of fabric, muslin, whatever, cut a rectangle. Just a nice long rectangle, as big as you want your collar to be, and put it on you, the dress form, whatever it is, and start taking in darts around the neck area to get the shape and curve that you want.
Right?
And once you've taken in all these tiny little darts the whole way around, lay it out flat.
I don't
those
know.
darts still pinned in.
I don't know what's going
and
on.
There's your collar
But
pattern.
Omegle is having
That's what I do when I'm in a
extremely
pinch.
high volumes.
And
when
then you start to see what curve
I have
and what
not
area,
seen this
how it
much high
affects
volume
all of that.
in a while.
So that definitely
But a lot
helps.
of cock
Line
tonight.
stitching on the
a
front
lot.
of a blouse from
Maybe is it
mid-stomach
because it's inching towards the weekend? This is just a little bit absurd amount of penis I'm coming across right now.
Attaching
I'm
things that
really,
cause
I'm
so
trying
many
my
ways to do
best.
that, I don't know.
I'm trying my best to like weave around it, but a lot of turbulence. There's a lot of penis in the way. I'm trying my best. Please bear with me.
This is why I like spend a lot of time being like, all right, we're gonna do it this way, we're gonna try that way, we're gonna try something else.
Oh, way more than usual.
Am I on Instagram? Yes, under a completely different name. There should be a link in the description of like all of my videos or on my like personal, like my video page on YouTube. There should be links to that. Rather than me trying to spell it out. I tried to change.
Wait.
Yeah, there you go. I tried to change. I can't remember if it's that or that with underscores. I don't know. I tried to change it to something more logical recently, but most of the things with my actual name are taken, so I have limited options. How do I get over my fear of cutting into fabric? What I tend to do, I don't get a fear of it because I've done so much stuff. What I tend to do is I will take one day and get everything chalked out and marked out on the fabric, and then I will put away and come back to it another day before I cut anything out. And then like it'll come to the end of the night and be like, oh, I forgot to put allowance on that. Or, oh, I meant to do that. Like sometimes just walking away for a few hours or
No, November ended. Yeah, you're not wrong.
We get all people to hang out just to do your shit. And like, they still don't return help. We're gonna pop over.
Yeah, straight fabric and dealing with darts and straight fabric definitely a hard one.
Sorry, Chad. I just sat down for a moment. I was very tired. We'll be back. I'm going to try my best to run towards the screen a little more. We will be also playing Sims 3 tonight. I do want to do a full playthrough with Layla. If you are interested in that, stick around. I will
I want to spend more time in 1900s
definitely give a full playthrough. I will give it loving care for what I have planned for.
Tailoring
A proper
and all
ending
that.
to the trilogy.
But I don't know. I mean, I think where I have to hand stitch everything. Surprisingly, I've done too much 18th century to care for that one anymore.
I'm gonna do like in 20 minutes.
Hello.
Good substitute for wool. It depends on what sort of qualities you need out of it, because there are many things that are meant to mimic wool.
My man, just talk to the girl.
Polyester can do very good jobs, but they mimic it in different
Why
ways.
are you staring?
I was texting somebody. Why?
Just talk to her. Come on, you got it, Tony.
To hang out in a bin for a while until I've changed size to the point where it's no longer useful. Because what I will do is, if it say Ben, if I say have a pair of trousers, and it's been like 3 or 4 years since I made that pair of trousers, but I need to make something similar, it allows me to double check some things from the mock-ups. So sometimes the mock-ups just keep getting reused for that purpose, or I'll make some alterations to them.
I'm recording this.
Bigger pieces get cut back apart, but I mean, that's why I choose to go with unbleached muslin, not just because it's inexpensive, but also because it's much less processed. It's not a.
I should make a video of this. Okay, I'm gonna make a video. Okay.
Go for, so it's like leftover bits, so it's not as chemically impactful because it isn't bleached, it isn't colored. It's not. It's sort of like off cuts in a way, so it is the least environmentally impactful textile option that I can go with, aside from going and like buying old sheets or something, which I just don't get out to do. So what point did fashion magazines transition? Pretty late in the 20th century, to be honest.
You can work a fucking.
So it comes with the like casual wear vibes of the 1970s, and that's when you really start to see
Everyone keeps laughing and skipping, man. I'm kind of getting insecure.
a lot more personal stuff.
That's funny as fuck, bro. I literally can see the video cuttings. Like, you're not tricking anyone.
Why did I get into shoes? Because my feet are weird, and I couldn't find any shoes that were comfortable to wear for when I was working at Colonial Williamsburg.
He was cute. He was cute.
Let him let people away.
Yeah, I'm not getting anybody. That's a video that you're looking at. Definitely not getting anybody.
More
what
than
an angry man.
Fashion.
What
I love 1930s. I used to wear almost entirely 1930s. Like, I have a massive closet's worth of 1930s
Takatory.
stuff. Most Twitch
why does it act like?
I would probably
why are you acting like I never read
future.
your name? Takatory.
We
do read your name though. Is there anyone in this chat right now that's watching the stream? Do you feel like I neglect you? Does anyone in here feel like I just neglect your name and personally go out of my way not to read it? If that is truly the case, and you're not joking, please type one. I'll catch a few names. I just feel like a lot of people in here, I try to catch as many names as I can, but some of you in the chat like, yeah, John, you never read my name, buddy. Look, Lord Podcast, JC King, DHS, Bubbly Christian,
here's a good one.
TV, catch you all the time. An apostrophe, something symbol with an exclamation with a triangle. Yes, Nightbot, look at that. JJ, Grumpy Monkey 112, Christian Nicholas, Kenny K5, Make My Day, November, Celsius Bunny, there you go. NFTEO, there you go. There you go, got your name. Xenier, Evan Herman, Tash, Frimpong, Make My, Red 5, Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw, I got you. Stacey 83, I got you today. Potato 99, PB. Albert 420, I got you with 100 Kwanzaa. Atlas, I got you. Cunt, with the space between it. Talk to Shadow 9111. SYLC. Yosef. Blocky TV. Look at that. I'm getting all these names. Ta-da. X Sir Dingo. Zen XII. The Mad Chatter. El Don with squiggly on top of the letters. Yum Yum and Andy 3000 and Sasquatch 76. Look at this. I'm catching so many names right now. Fucking
I will always put preference
343. How you doing, buddy?
in C originals over
hey, can I ask you girls a question?
But I know it is not feasible for a lot of what I do. That's such a nice, like, pretty clean edge. There's just a little flash of... so I will always try to get into museums as much as possible. It just hasn't been as possible since I started my channel. It's also why I've started collecting antique shoes. I have a lot now. I will be showing off that collection on a video some point in the near future. I have a few more eras to collect, and then it's going to be this great little timeline of 19th century and 20th century.
Hey, bro.
This is pretty much like it was my hobby before I could do a job, and then I went to college for theater, technical theater, and then immediately out of college took a job at Colonial Williamsburg in the background doing the more costumey part of stuff, and it just kind of kept going over there. So I've never really taken the moment to go, I want to do this for a living. It just kind of happened that way. Because I didn't really do this as a hobby, I did it as a living. And then it became also my hobby. So,
Jesus fuck.
yeah. Recommend for people when you get into making shoes.
I'm
Start
dealing with some
modern
incredibly
things. Like the shoemaking kit video had some good options.
Incapacitated
in terms of
NPCs.
like kits you can try and all that sort of
Yo,
stuff.
it's good.
But gradually work yourself into it with modern
Oh, what's going on,
stuff
pussies?
rather than historic. I'm finding it really difficult to go the other way. Knits. I do want to do a video on knitting. Don't know about knit fabrics.
Bro, what the fuck, man? Debbie, come with the boys, my man. Appreciate that.
Cutting into
It's
good
Drake.
leather is way scarier than fabric.
I never get to communicate with that Drake guy. I don't know who he's looking for, what he's looking for.
Once you
but
start
every time I
having
come
to
across
order
him, no matter
leather, suddenly
who
fabric
I'm
seems
slipping
cheap,
through.
even
He
though
always
really
skips.
outrageous stuff.
It's this guy that looks like Drake a little bit.
How do I find antique
and
garments?
I never can communicate with him. He always runs away.
Vintage.
Always.
Once you buy
Yo,
enough
Deb,
from her,
be thinking my man for the boys.
Special list
Guys, I'm
where
gonna go
you get to
piss.
see
I'm gonna come
things
back.
in
I'm
her
gonna try it
Instagram
like for
friends-only
5 to 10 more
stories,
minutes, and if we
you get
can't
first
get any more
dibs,
reactions,
and oh no,
we're gonna pop off
it
and
is
finish
a
off a
dangerous
full
thing.
playthrough of Layla
That's
today.
where I get
Which
most of my
personally
stuff
I'm
from.
excited
I
for. I
also
hope you are
have,
too.
a few
Be
other
right back. Be
antique
gone for like 30
dealers,
seconds. Let me just pee.
on Instagram that I've gotten to know and sometimes reach out to me when they have like one recently was like, I have a bunch of shoes. Would you like some? Yes. So nice about adapting patterns to fit different shaped bodies without messing up the proportions and shapes of the period. Oh, that's a big complicated one. I think if there's anything I can like throw out that would be recommendations on that. Because obviously in the era they had plenty of not ideal body shapes as well, like that most people would then. But they do a lot of padding out in order to accommodate that. So, like, no different than when you're dealing with any pattern at any point in time. The recommendation is always to start with the biggest part and then you can bring things in easier than you can let things out. So, like, corsets and bodices, things like that, I would generally aim to the right size and then fill out as needed in different spaces because that's what they would have done as much as anything else. They don't expect your body to change. They don't expect your body to change. Padding! I have seen some pretty dramatic, like, pattern adjustments to clothing. One of the things Abby has is just this really amazing, that is very uneven. It's really cool. At some point, there's some video on that. I think you'll see it. But
All right, let's try to get one full valid attempt of a couple more jump scares, and we'll continue.
I wish I had more
For everyone
time
that's
for
joined the
things.
stream,
I love
thank you to
languages,
everyone
I
that's
love
already dropped a
music.
like. I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate that.
learned how to play
Thank you to the
ukulele well
595
back. I'm sure
brave
I've forgotten most
men
of
and
it.
women of this country as well as the world. I appreciate that.
Other things, I obviously like collecting antiques. That's only
Oh,
somewhat related.
fuck, that's soon.
Interior design.
Yo, Boxer Buddy coming to 14 months.
House stuff,
Oh,
architecture.
damn. Well, Boxer Buddy.
I've loved
Congratulations, my man.
time
Congratulations.
dance. I really
I'm getting
love
married
dance.
this weekend.
That's a good one. There
My
you
man,
go. That's a thing that is
congratulations.
not
No
directly related.
pressure. Make sure you do good on
Sometimes
your
can be helpful,
speech.
but not
Make sure you
directly
do
related
good
at all.
on
I
your
love
vows. Don't worry,
all
your
types.
wife will let you know forever
So.
if you didn't do good.
Yeah, Paul and her stories
And
are dangerous.
make sure
Yeah, there's some pretty
have a
cool
good
stuff
time,
out
my
there
man.
you can find.
Make sure you have a good time.
Taylor
And also make sure
Mommy
that she's the one too.
Vintage. I've definitely done that before in a theatrical sense, but I'm not sure I've done it up close. But I would think simple things like changing where the darts, how much the darts take up,
Oh,
the
damn.
curve of the side seams, changing out buttons, and accessories makes a big difference. Just so like changing a bit of the fit, and then maybe putting more padding, like you
Yo, what's going on? How you doing?
shoulder pads that are already pre-done,
I'm
and
so
like add those
confused.
if you want more of a 1930s style.
I heard a voice,
But for
couldn't
me,
see
when
it.
I was really into dressing vintage back in like
Bro,
college, I
what
didn't
are-
have a lot
what
of
are you
money
doing?
or a bunch of time to make everything. I just accessorized the heck out of it. Like add a hat, looks vintage. So I definitely was very reliant on accessorizing all of my modern stuff as much as possible.
Yeah, bro.
Adapting body shapes. Yeah, so that, again, that's what I'm trying to slowly kind of show people. I definitely want to do more instructional things. I think I've talked about this somewhere, like an Instagram live or something.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
One of the
got
things
got
I think
something.
I'm going
Got
to do
something.
more
Very happy with that.
if I can manage it.
Dual wielding 2DOH underscore birds. Got your name on it. There you go. Now you don't have to kill yourself for that.
Instructional stuff on my Patreon. Because there's more that I want to do, but those videos don't tend to do very well on large scale, but I want to be able to do them and provide people with that information. So that might end up being more reliant heavily on Patreon to do more instructional, like, okay, how do you do this for a pocket, or how do you adjust for this, or
hey, I'm not gonna lie, no, fucking shit, are you gay?
On my list.
Yeah, why?
Things to do in the future. I just need to figure out so I can get a whole bunch of detailed videos on that. How do I store my antique shoes? I have some weird shelves that they built that used to be very antique. They used to be for sheet music, and they're perfect to be able to fit 2 pairs of shoes per. So that's currently how they live, but I need to go through and properly I have the supplies I found at the time. Go through care, like hydrate, care for them, stuff them, all of that.
I thought he skipped, but he didn't skip.
Too, man. Like,
No.
Oh, hi, Elizabeth.
Are you real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
When you put a lot of labor into something, it is very often worth the investment on the materials. You will thank yourself later.
Bro, I'm hella scared, bro. No,
I honestly would rather do fewer projects and do it with better materials and take more time.
I'm sorry, I'm hella scared right now.
That's definitely what I try to do. I could speed through these things. I'm very fast if I want to be, but...
I was really hoping that he was going to sit down, calm down. I was going to run towards the screen and just fucking yell. Damn. I was banking that she was going to calm him down.
I have worked with
That's what I was banking on. I was really hoping that, like, okay, maybe.
The problem with like older stuff is it gets
maybe
dry and brittle, so that's what you got to watch out for. There's very little you can do about that.
Well. I mean, we got him good though. We got him good.
One of the reasons I don't use.
I was gonna jump scare. I wanted her to calm him down.
So difficult.
Because I knew if I was gonna jump scare hit her, she was gonna leave, and he was gonna leave faster. You took too long. No, I wasn't gonna jump scare again. I wanted him to fully calm down, right?
Yeah, 80s for 40, like 1980s does 1940s.
I wanted to fully relax before
1970s
came in
does
to do my jump scare.
1930s,
but it didn't work
and
out.
20s. Yeah, we repeat stuff a lot.
Hello, hello, man. Yo, can you freestyle with me?
If you want to find
okay, I'll pick it up. Ready?
Before 1840s,
Step it on C, man. I'm the C-man, man. Sure can never.
They didn't. So, like knitting stockings, yes. But knitting a sweater, no.
What's your name for that?
It just isn't. It's one of the reasons where I like the knitted or crocheted like shawl thing is very much a mid-19th century thing. Like it's just not around at all before then. Like there are knit stockings and you will find knit fabrics that they made things out of earlier than that, but
my bad.
Like it wasn't a hobby that people did. So because the reason why modern pockets are made out of garbage materials is because you don't see them and most people don't bother with their hands in this stuff, so they get away with the cheap stuff in places you can't see it. And speaking from somebody who like dealt with production issues, that's the sort of thing where you're going to get a sample and it's going to be good, but you don't specify it has to be this.
I will hear
short you on that. The actual final production lines. You have to be very specific about everything, otherwise they will find places where they can use
what's good, bro?
Options.
LeBron James.
It's understandable. They're trying to say like, that's the point.
What's up, LeBron James? That guy glasses on.
Oh, what? How long would I spend in one of my favorite areas?
I am not doing a 48-hour stream this week.
Maybe a week. I feel like it just depends on...
That 36-hour stream, I mean, I didn't think it did, but it did fuck me up.
It's good. Go
experience it fucked me up for 2 days. It was, I didn't think it would fuck me up for that long. But for 2 full days, I still felt very cuckoo.
Wake up with my
I don't know Darcy Clothing.
Let's suggest again.
I have not made it
Who
to
knows if that's skin?
stuff yet.
God, if you want.
Yo, Papa T. What the?
Hello?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a really cool one in Portugal. And I was like, this is beautiful. It was meant to be like a museum, but it was very weird. It didn't have much in it, but it was this beautiful Art Deco townhouse. And gorgeous big.
Got
yeah, I mean, you're going to see knitting earlier than that, but in terms of knitting patterns, it's just not a typical thing. So, null binding, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but null binding, stuff like that you'll see earlier. But the idea of just sitting and like knitting yourself a sweater is not terribly common.
How about this? How about
like,
this?
How
about the next time I do a stream?
Okay. There are areas that do it
instead
out
of giving a specific
variations on it, but just
quota
like
of
the
time.
commonality of like knitting
I'm
patterns.
gonna do 36.
Knitting
I'm
patterns
gonna
don't
do,
exist earlier than that.
I'm gonna
because
do
they
40.
They don't fashion.
How about I just do a stream where I say I stream as humanly as long as I possibly can,
because it allows you to
and see where we can push it.
Put a lot of
I
hair loft
don't think I could be 48 hours though. I don't.
And like
I mean, I probably can. Okay, yeah, I probably can, but it would be so hard.
Space.
It would be so hard.
Sense from the perspective of
I mean,
air.
because once you get past the 48-hour mark, that's when things start getting a little crazy for you. Because at the 35-hour mark, I started feeling like I was on edibles. Except,
so at least for fashionable senses, no, you don't find.
I wasn't
you will not
relaxed.
Find knitting patterns,
you know, everything was very slow in terms of time. My senses were fucked up, but I was stressed. Like I was just like.
So I guess that
like,
that's better.
I was in like that nice euphoric calm, you know, of just relaxing and zoning out on edibles. It was just like
sleeves. Oh man, it just
yeah,
depends on
and then
most of
it
the time
gets worse because you're so tired and you're fighting it. It's like these deep waves. If there's the best way to explain staying up and streaming for 2 days. The first 10 hours you feel like this, great. Then once you get to the 12 hour, you're tired, so it's ooh. Then you pop back up. Then pop back down.
TV edit. Wow, they cut out the whole
time
there's because there's the whole section.
So like
there's the whole love scene.
By the time you're on the 30th, the 40th, and you're really tired, and you're feeling great. You're up here, you're feeling good.
And they're gradually adding that back in. I think next year's anniversary. So
you're pushing your body to stay awake and still keep talking and still keep doing whatever you're doing. But your brain's starting to fall asleep, and that's where the hallucination comes in. That's where the auditorial issues start coming in because your brain's already turning off. It's already falling asleep, but you're pushing it, and you're still staying awake. That's why when I was at the 48-hour stream, I thought I was listening to whispers past the 40-hour mark. It was just too much. And I know what people are thinking. John, it's not that hard to stay away for 2 days. I did it before. It's not even that hard. Yeah. To be honest with you, you probably have, and so have I. It's not too hard if you're like
necessarily that people weren't interested in knitting and crochet as much as
playing the video games, not talking, not thinking.
People didn't
just
have
watching a movie, relaxing,
free time to just
staying up.
Have a hobby.
But like streaming, I'm talking all the time, consistently talking.
That's not the idea of you need to constantly
your brain gets fried way faster in that way. So the 48 hours of me being awake and the 48 hours of you being up and just chilling and watching movies and relaxing,
go back to like the 18th century.
Two different things. In my mind, the 48 hours, when I was at the 48 hours, the last 4 hours was so fucking insane for me. I really felt like I was going to see something that was gonna like just grab me, because I was just hearing so much shit in the distance that wasn't there that was pissing me off. I was not liking it, and I knew that I knew I was losing my mind, but I wasn't having fun. And the whole chat's just sitting there. Come on, man, don't be a bitch. 12 more hours. While me, in my head, can I make 20 more minutes without fucking dying? Am I going to die? The chat, come on, baby, 12 more hours. Because I remember when I got to the 48 hours, people in the chat were saying, John, how much money? How much money for another 24 hours on top of that? And in my mind, I remember thinking to myself, no matter how much money somebody could even offer me, even if it's 50 grand, I don't think my brain would allow me to go for 24 hours on top.
The housewife sewing and knitting and making clothing for her family and like tea cozies and whatever it is comes about as she has more and more machinery to do her job for her, like a dishwasher, clothing washing, automated process for her. Well, she shouldn't have downtime. She shouldn't have free time. She can get into trouble with that. So she needs to fill it with productive things.
No, you do.
I'm just talking with friends. What? No, like do more. It's like I'm very susceptible to the no, I need to keep constantly working, but I understand that it is historically like. Oh, so in terms of fun stories of not realizing the ending of things because of a cutoff. So when I was a kid, back when we used cassette tapes for all of our audio purposes, that gives you some dating right there. I had some family friends that gave me 2 cassette tapes of Christmas stories, and I would listen to those every Christmas. And one of the stories was The Little Match Girl, which is one of the most 19th century type depressing stories they used. It's one of the ones that stuck around for some reason. And they had recorded it on the very end of the first cassette, and it cut off. At what, to me as a child not knowing the story, was a logical place to stop the story. Or at least pretty close to it. And I just kind of filled in the rest of the story for myself. And I didn't realize until I was an adult and looking into fairy tale stories and college, because I was taking a class on them, that I realized that she dies.
Bro, why is there so much cock tonight?
That was a really horrific childhood killing
virus
right
out there? Alright, boys. Honestly,
I never knew. There's so many stories like that. That's the worst part.
Let's do what I want to do. Let's go fuck up Layla's life, have some more
really
children,
those sorts of stories.
complete the mission, and put a conclusion to the story that I started. That's what I want to do today. I've been meaning to do it yesterday, but I took last night off because I was tired and I wanted to sleep, which I'm super happy I did. I got a lot of sleep. Let's go play Sims. And I'm not talking I'm going to go play Sims for 2 minutes. No, we're going to go play for at least an hour.
Of course you would.
We got to progress this story. If you like Omegle, come back tomorrow. And if you really like Omegle,
once you start looking into
got new content coming out this week. Today is December 2nd now.
Yeah.
In about 1 week, we'll have some new Omegle content. Very excited for it. Very excited. And if you are an Omegle, what's that word for someone that likes Omegle? Not Omegle. That likes something, they highly enjoy something, like a food person that likes food, a connoisseur. Whatever the fuck that word is. What is the word?
There's a whole bunch of other stories like that.
Yes,
that just never.
Shizo. 100% that one.
That was popular. The Water Babies.
I don't know how to say that word.
One was one that I came
But
across.
if you're really into Omegle,
then
this week you're in for quite the treat for content we got. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But right now, I don't have that set up because I'm setting up that room right now as we speak. And my Christmas tree doesn't exist. I mean, all jokes aside, I'll show you right now what happened. I didn't even show you guys the pictures. Let me show you the pictures. Let me show you guys the crime. Let me show you what happened. So, last night, around exactly this time.
Yeah, morality today
exactly
means
this time.
Dramatically different thing than
the Christmas tree decided it's time to kill itself. I picked it up off the ground.
Because we tend to think of today, we tend to think
it
of
onto its
morality
side,
as being like a.
But
I know we
the
get
sad
the
truth
religious
is
morality
it
stuff,
fell down. I tilted it to the side because it fell down straight down, and the ornaments that were on the tree just got smushed and destroyed. And the sad thing is, a lot of the ornaments on the trees at the top just slingshotted across the living room and flew into the fucking living room and exploded. And it was it sucked because it broke like 15,
That's one of the reasons
to 20, those little things. Like it was all over. Like this is the desk area. I just had to clean up all fucking shards everywhere. It just exploded and broke absolutely everything. And it just fell right over. It was fucking annoying. Like this is what it looked like today. This morning. When this happened last night.
Otherwise, we're told you should.
I came downstairs butt naked and I looked in the living room and I just saw it do all that, and I was just like, all right, man. I'm not even dealing with this shit right now. I'm putting the tree back up to the fucking wall, leaning it and going upstairs and gonna go continue relaxing. I'm not doing this shit. Spent all morning cleaning that shit up and throwing away the tree.
Like knitting history and
the tree stand wasn't broken. The tree was tilted.
So my like history of textiles and that sort of stuff classes
really
in
sad.
grad school, but
really sad.
Limited.
It just went
amount
right
of
into
time
it. So fucking lame. That's why the Christmas tree's gone. I'm returning it. I actually went to Lowe's today. Before even going through the process, I'm like, hey, I have the receipt. Can I return it and get a new one?
I love collars.
And they said, yeah.
I'm a sucker for collars.
I'm like, all right, great. So tomorrow I'm going to return the tree.
I love
and I'm going to just get a new one. Except I'm going to get a shorter one. That last one I got was 9 feet tall. I'm going to get 8 feet.
Dramatic collars.
This time I'll make sure it doesn't fall down. I'm going to get a new stand. The stand that I got, which I thought was good, was dog shit. And I don't think we have ghosts. I don't think we do. I think we're fine. I don't think we have ghosts. Yeah, they accept my return.
Yeah, you can make money doing this and then lose all of your happiness.
And then let me exchange it for another tree. I mean, the funny thing is, though,
state of things. I've done this.
I didn't think they would allow me
job
to.
and my hobby.
I don't think they would, but they did. Yeah, sure, bring it in. We'll take it care for you. I'm like,
what I like to do.
Okay, cool.
How to market it.
I didn't think they. I didn't think they do that shit. I'm opening up Steam. Give me a second.
Business of sewing stuff for other people. That is where the happiness goes.
Sims 3. Give me a moment. Really, I really like Sims 3. Way more than Sims 4. Way more.
It stressed me out too much when they weren't decisions like I would make.
Bro, Sims 3, it's got to where it's at. I looked at some of the expansion packs. Makes me want to play this game and just do all my diabolical things. Sims 4, though,
it's just too outside their budget or whatever it is.
I don't know, bro. I feel like I'm playing a Sims 4. I feel like I'm playing a Supercell game where I'm supposed to spend a shit ton of money to get what I want. Just not the same. Not the same energy.
I've never gotten to meet Gonzo. I did get to meet Kermit a few years back. I also got to meet Bert. It was Cookie Monster as a child. That was like a life-scarring moment right there. One of those, whatever they call them, where it's like, life you remember. I was like no more than 4. I was 3 or 4, and I distinctly remember everything about that. Story was interesting.
Let's get it set up. Give me a second.
That is a weird one. Like I've seen stuff about it.
Game capture, video capture. Give me a second. Let me get a game capture this. We're gonna go ahead and actually play Layla's life through today. Very excited for it. Let me bring this to the bottom. Give me a second. Take my advertisements off the. Actually, I can take this advertisement, slap it underneath me. Bring my face cam, make it nice and small, so it doesn't take up the majority of the screen. Pop that right there. Then take that away. I'm going to take all my ads away.
Almost done with this.
The Reddit. Sling that out. Pop that out. Bring that out. Okay.
So yeah, making calls in the afternoon, social calls. Tea dresses, afternoon dresses.
Okay, for everyone that's joining in, if you are just joining in, today is going to be the final episode of Layla. Now, what I mean by the final episode, this will be my final playthrough, where I'm going to accomplish 3 things. Have another child. Get...
Kermit story. The Kermit story is just that I was on a Disney cruise.
I mean, Layla, you keep dancing like this, you are not going to be skinny. You're going to lose weight. Layla's purposely losing weight. What are you doing? Okay, the goal is to have another child, get divorced, have another husband, and upgrade the house.
Kermit, you're coming and hanging out.
Okay, Layla. Let's go ahead and have a quick meal. Just like Layla would. Just start off with all the essentials. Just really start the day off strong. What are we looking like right now on happiness, okay? Make sure we pee in between there.
People. It was really awesome.
Then have another quick meal, some ice cream, have another quick meal, cereal. Just really start the day off strong, you know? It's 9 in the morning, so let's go ahead and start off with just how Layla would in real life. Have some meals, have some more food. Yep, there you go, gobble it down like a piggy. Have another meal, you know, just a solid morning. Now it's 10, it's 11 a.m. We can have another meal, nice little juice. Solid. We're going to use the bathroom here in a second. No, we're going to pee ourselves. No, we're going to make one more stop. The bathroom can wait. There we go. We peed ourselves. That actually means we could be. Oh, that makes no sense. You just wait. What? You peed yourself? You know what? We're not gonna pick that up because we are beneath that. We're not. We are above that, not beneath that. Our husband will take care of that. Okay. So now that we just did that to ourselves, I guess what we need to do is we need to cancel the food that we're gonna eat right now to make sure that Layla is the optimal happy. We're gonna do a bath very quickly. Then once the bath is complete, it's gonna be time for us to have dinner. Because we just spent this whole morning eating breakfast and whatnot. Now it's time to have, well, a little cereal before we get into it. You don't want to do too crazy. Then we'll eat the leftovers, which is spoiled, goopy. Let's not do that. I don't want to kill our character. Let's have lunch. Let's have. Oh God, what the fuck happened? Are we poor? Where's the money? We have $2 grand.
We were early adopters of everything, but.
Oh, we don't have a stove.
Pretty much.
I thought we were rich. What happened? Are we not paying the bills? The stove would have been right there, wouldn't it? What happened? I think we got. I don't think we're paying the bills. To be honest with you, that's not Layla's job. All right, we'll grab that. There we go. Throw
I feel
that
like
out.
anyone who
That's
was
weird. Okay,
a child of,
now
like, the 80s or
now
90s
we can
is
have. Oh, there we go.
traumatized by
Okay.
a lot of things from
Let's see. What's the most
Model, that
calories?
whole,
Goopy. Yeah, I think goopy, whatever that is.
series of
That's good. I don't
characters
know
they
why
came
we
up
don't have.
with.
That's weird. All right, we'll let her do that. And you're probably wondering, well, Layla has a child. Where's Layla's kid? Well, believe it or not, there is a baby in this house. The baby is not here. Not up here. No.
And there's this
The baby is somewhere else. Wait, is that fucking food right? Are you guys just spoiled hot dogs by the bed? You got spoiled hot dogs at the bed. You know what? I love that about Layla. The child is actually right here. I made a fucking dungeon. The child lives inside this dungeon next to a $20,000 artifact or some shit. The kid is down here. I made it into a nice dark area, and nobody can hear the kid cry. The kid's always crying, and it's not my job to take care of it. The husband also is not happy. He's signed. Fire burns quickly, but it will burn a sim. I don't know. I guess he got burnt. He's strained. He's like really not happy. That's not our problem. The most important is our queen bee, Layla, is happy. Fuck that kid. The kid's evil and insane. That's the character trait, so we're going to keep the kid there. We want to have another kid and make the kid live upstairs with mommy and daddy. So anyways, let's go ahead and speed this up. Layla's going to take her bath. We're going to go ahead and just allow her to have all the time she needs for that. And then we're going to focus on finding a new husband. Also, we are level 9 on painting, so if we do need money, we'll do the painting because our husband only makes $500 a day, and Layla is, I mean, that's just not going to cut Layla's expensive lifestyle, so we're going to definitely have to change things up. But don't worry, our husband came back with $500. That's good. We'll spend that later. Let's just get, you know, our husband that's extremely fucking angry, that hates his life, literally fucking is absolutely pissed. Look at this guy. Where is he? He's going over here. This guy is burnt. He just got burnt at work. 3rd-degree burns, fucking dying. He's going to come home to a fucking child crying in a dungeon and literally piss on the floor and fucking food everywhere. It's like a CX mansion. And, but Layla's happy. Let's see his reaction. I mean, this household is just a pile of fucking shit. I just want to see him come home right now. So I'm gonna play this in slow motion. I want to see the husband. Oh my God. Okay, so he just got home. I mean, look, really quick, I just want to mention this. I don't even remember how the fuck he got burnt, but he had a malfunction at work. He got hurt,
I had wanted
and he's
to do
burnt,
YouTube for a long
and
time.
now I just realized why the house is getting extorted, because the bills are never being paid. I just realized that if I come over here, yeah, there's bills to pay, $800 to be exact. I thought the husband did this by default, but Layla does so. Okay, so be it. Anyways, let's see how the husband is. His mood should go up now that he's home to his beautiful wife, which our relationship is still strong. Good. Husband's got 2 other girlfriends. Interesting.
Like, go back and
no. Oh, he's gonna go take care of the kid. Wow, dude. Layla's fat ass is eating, and he's gonna go take care of the child in the dungeon. He is literally so pissed. He's burnt, and he's gonna go take care of the evil child in the basement. I mean, that's a great father. Look at this. Someone's gonna take care of the baby.
I have this nice little line that I never stitch on. I should have
wow.
things with thread, but I am doing this the fast way.
Gavin's gonna be taken care of.
Watch the documentary.
He's coming down to the basement. I'm definitely gonna have to make this more inconvenient. It's a little bit too easy to get to the child.
This is just like a little wooden thing that
He's gonna take care of the kid. What a dad. What a good father.
It's meant to be an art board. I need to buy another one.
I'm assuming.
I've pretty well wrecked this one, but I've had it since college.
All right, you can have fun with that. Layla, what are we doing? Let's go. Okay, so Layla's actually gonna pay the bills.
Yeah, Abby and I have been friends since.
Good. Okay, so Layla, pay the bills. Okay, that leaves us with about
We've known each other for a lot longer than that.
Okay, we're fine. Let's go ahead and let's eat. Let's have lunch. Let's have hot dogs.
Somewhere around there.
Peanut butter jelly. Let's have. You know, can we get a chef so that Layla can waste less time actually? I mean, there's maybe. Oh man, we need more money. We need to get Layla a chef because would Layla really be making this much food in real life and actually doing all this? Wait, we don't need to make that. We can eat that.
Maybe do like a velvet
Grab a plate.
trousers or something.
It's 5 o'clock.
Simulation of fur without actually fur.
Layla's cooking more food. Husband's nice and busy. Oh, she's outside in her back patio. Okay, got hot dogs. Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Being super detailed.
No, why aren't you eating it?
Basting or whatever. But
grab a plate. Stop making shit.
Stitch these two together from the
why do you make stuff and run away? Yeah. She's burning too many calories. Eat the food.
Before I do that.
There you go. We gotta make sure she eats. Grab another plate. Grab another plate. Grab another plate. Grab another plate. I also want to see how much of a mess we can make this house. Surprised the husband isn't angry. He is disgusted because the house is dirty, but he's not complaining. He's being a simp. Okay, where are you gonna eat the hot dogs though? Oh, that's a good hot dog eating area.
Ma'am.
No, hey. No, don't feed him. Don't feed him. No, that's not for him. There we go. How many hot dogs comes in that? Wait, where's she going?
Say that way, and we fold.
Okay. We're just really focusing on feeding Layla for today.
That,
very important.
All of our mass one direction.
I'm just really intrigued the fact that she still finds places to eat even though there's no space.
A much more even distribution.
Wow, it's really impressive actually.
So it looks like they.
Where's she gonna put that plate?
Sort of like
where is? Oh my God.
Split like that, like it's more like that sort of thing rather than.
I mean, how is she eating more?
They've done that.
She's been eating since 9 a.m. She's been eating for 12 hours.
Yeah, not have raw edges. I need
12 hours.
The silk that
she has not stopped.
And the wool as separate.
It's really impressive. So, where is she even? I'm just interested to see. No, she's getting tired. She's not even saying hi to her husband. Wow. Even more.
I'd wanted to do.
She's eating even more. Am I married yet? You're already married. Yeah, you got a kid. Wait, no, you actually no, you haven't gotten married.
Stopped really being. It was never the most effective way to share this.
I was actually wow.
I always kind of wanted to be able to do more. So
I mean, I just want you to finish the actions. I'm just. No, she's gonna go painting soon. I just want her to eat the food. Like, there's so much food. Like, how much is in this fucking plate? I just want her to finish it.
That's really common.
How many plates are in this? How many servings is this? We are definitely. Oh my God, he's just going to bed like that. He didn't even shower. Dude, he didn't even shower. I love how Layla's just eating away her heart. And he's just sleeping all dirty.
Colorful language.
And she's still just eating.
I mean, you edit that out.
This is impressive, but I mean,
you get creative.
It's been a full 14 hours of eating, and I mean, so it looks like in Sims your character can eat forever.
Okay, so
they can quite literally eat for eternity.
This little pocket.
I'm just interested to see where the fuck she even puts her plates anymore. She wants to sleep, but I mean. She's very determined.
Have to be the first step. Usually, my first step is to stitch the welt.
let's just finish off the goopy downstairs really quick.
So I'm gonna go back and do that now.
All right, definitely tomorrow. I'll let her sleep. We'll focus on finishing up the painting.
And I want it to go to 2 sides, so I need to be able to like.
Is there? I mean, how is there more? How is this infinite food? I'm confused.
And then the
oh my God, there's an end.
Fold down over
oh my God, she finished it.
Allow me to.
She finished it.
You know. Do that with it rather than
whoa, no, not so fast, not so fast.
If you put all of it to one side, it gets really bulky versus
you gotta finish this.
That which is much flatter. So that's what I.
Just 1 second, we gotta finish this. 1 second. Oh damn, bro. That's so much. Okay, so it's the. Is that going bad too? It's fine. I think she'll be fine. She can eat that.
My old blog.
Yeah, it's supposed to feed a family. I mean, but Layla ate the whole thing. I wish it was like real life that she would actually gain weight
I
as
wish
well
I'd
too, but
started a
I don't
channel.
think
I started
I don't
grad
think she
school
will.
instead of starting a channel. It was something that I heavily
God,
considered.
and,
right at the
and
point that I
keep in
started
mind this
grad
house
school.
does not have a
'Cause it
maid.
was just getting up, but I had no idea what I was doing, and it seemed so daunting.
Jesus,
to try
I'm
and
just
do
interested to
everything.
see how much I can push Layla.
So that was. I
Oh
mean,
my
I should
God.
have. I'm not saying I should have. done
Okay,
grad
so this
school.
is
Grad
a
school was
lot.
great in many ways.
It says
but
there's
also,
3, but she's still eating it.
If I had started
She
it
loves
then-
the mold. It's like a flavor. It's like a cheese. Oh, okay. You gotta avoid the husband. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Right after this, go straight to bed. Okay, right after you finish this, go straight to bed. You don't want to get. It's actually 6 a.m. Okay, so Layla has literally ate food for quite literally. Fuck.
Start down here.
Ah, shit. Oh, yeah, go to bed. Okay, thank God. Okay, so, anyways, Layla ate food from 9 a.m. to 6 a.m. all the way to the next day. A genuine 21 hours of eating food today. This was a pretty productive day. The house is a pile of shit. And the husband himself, I mean, let's take a look. He's hungry. He's smelly. And he's disgusting. He only gets disgusted when he goes in the kitchen.
Like this.
Is he cleaning the house? No, he's now cooking in the bathroom because there's no space. Because of his lovely wife. So if I don't wash him, is he just going to be always dirty? Wait, Layla should wake up and eat his food before he eats it.
For a lot of things. And it's
How much sleep is like? Ah, shit, she needs more sleep. I could wake her up to eat his food though. That'd be perfect. He burned it. Never mind. Layla doesn't eat shit.
So, do you recommend those?
Is he gonna die?
But
how's our son doing?
Yeah, the editing is.
Wow, he's actually happy. The fuck?
I
Somebody actually takes care of him.
As to how long.
All right. Well, anyways, let's go speed this up. We got a big day for tomorrow, and
if it's a sewing
we're
video,
running
I
low
can
on money.
pretty
I
fast.
think no, we have $300. We can sell anything.
Good
We got stuff.
Of like clipping down. Pretty
You
good
got
at
an
clipping
oven
things
out of
down to
range?
do the right
Oh.
length Pretty fast.
Did he finally make food?
But
he finally did.
when it comes to
good thing this
research
house
ones,
has
those
so
take
many fucking
forever
chairs
to
for
edit
them to
'cause
sit
I
on.
have
It's
to put in
perfect.
all of those research images and the citations and other references.
Okay, it looks like he's on the weekend.
That's where the time goes.
Someone's getting divorced? No, not yet. Okay, so Layla's gonna have a quick meal to start off the day. We're just gonna do a very quick round of everything in the
I'm so excited about it because it will allow me to do better jobs of
in the
this sort of
fridge.
thing with focus.
Just a nice little morning startup, and then we are going to go ahead and we're gonna just paint a large canvas today. We're gonna finish up that level because we almost mastered it. We might as well master it.
My dog is
Just a nice little breakfast startup. Nothing like starting a solid day with just eating. I love how her social is down, even though she lives with her husband.
TikTok and she's going.
This relationship's going straight for a quick divorce. I gotta love the music though. It's a good vibe here. She's thin again. She's thin if you look at her at a different angle. All right. Well, time to start the day off. Wait a second. I know this painting. It's seen it in real life as well as Animal Crossing too. What's the husband doing? Oh wow. He literally manages himself. He takes care of himself. He's happy. Everything's good now. Life is good. Anyways, the graphic settings is low. I had it low just in case. Who peed themselves right here?
Too many screens at once.
Oh, someone's got a full coat. This better not be for work, because Layla's doesn't get a job.
Oh man.
Or was it her boyfriend? She didn't even pick it up though.
That is.
Damn. Really
chose
impressive. Wait, why are you done? Oh, you gotta use the bathroom.
The fact that I happen to
Oh shit, her social's pretty bad.
Move to an area where there was.
I mean, Layla, you gotta finish this artwork. I want to see what this is going at. She's
School
almost a level 10.
A grad school.
Yeah, he's always checking up on Gavin.
I'm not there.
Layla's gonna have another
So,
kid,
that was
but
my luck,
we gotta rekindle this relationship. She's not doing too good with her husband.
Grad school is hard.
Where is he? He's sleeping.
so-
Okay, whatever.
I need to. I've done
Let
a lot
him do
of
that. We'll
research on
finish. We gotta
stockings,
finish
I just
this.
haven't
No, don't scrap the painting. The fuck?
I did a
No, why?
Patreon live on stockings recently.
Layla, you didn't even finish a painting.
Pro ones and other options.
We need to upgrade our a couple things. So Layla does have a painting downstairs. She painted this.
Abby's
$800.
video was me coming in
Good.
to help
Sell
'cause
that.
we ended up
That's
with a
what we've
weird
managed to
pattern.
make.
It's like, I don't
And to be honest with you, all jokes aside, we don't need that. And we bought this for $12,000. We're gonna sell it back for a measly 10. We need to make things a little bit harder down here. I feel like it's just a little bit too easy to take care of the child. So let's go ahead and expand our basement right now, and just give it a little bit of an extra.
What do I
little
edit
extra,
in? I edit in DaVinci.
you know, a little extra down there, as well as underneath it
because
too.
it doesn't crash as much
Yeah,
as Adobe.
That's oh shit!
Other
Fuck,
things
no,
like
go
that.
back,
I'm gonna
go
go
back.
let the dog in. I'll be right back. But
So
yeah,
if we
I
go
tend
down
to edit.
here,
I do all
and we
my
have the
editing
same
in
method
DaVinci,
that we did with the ladder
which
last time
is
around.
free and
the
it's
most
like
compact
basic
one.
state, which
This one,
covers most
right?
of the stuff.
We would have to. I'm just kind of confused. How am I gonna make that go up there? We gotta connect these two. So let's do that. Just go ahead and connect this. It's gonna be like a double layered dungeon. Just gotta make it harder for the husband to come in. Oh, he's cooking. That's good. Let's see. Can I? That's not doing anything. If I go up one more, no. Oh, it's gotta be on this level. There we go. Boom. Down. Right here. Perfect. And then right here, we'll go ahead and add that staircase. Right here. This is a nice cheap staircase, I believe. No, this is cheaper. $75. Perfect. Oh, wow. You know what? This is much better. This is a much better one. There we go. Solid.
Even dodged my way back.
So
into
what we
my
need
spot.
to
There's a
do
whole bunch of stuff over here,
is
lights and
this
cameras
is
and
where we'll
everything,
have the
so
real maze.
Dodging my way
So if
back
you want to take
in.
care of the kid,
I do not have
you gotta go through quite the maze.
I was using.
And we're gonna make it
sometimes,
nice
but,
and hard.
Yeah. What do I use to stream?
So
I'm
this will
using
be
OBX right now.
the kid's room.
That was just where I started.
So let's go ahead and make a nice solid maze
I don't know.
that has to be walked all the way around. Can't be avoided. Nice.
Yeah, I do
I
not
hope we'll have
recommend
enough money
editing
for
on your
this.
phone. That just sounds stressful, man.
Oh, Jesus. Pretty expensive.
Favorite dinosaur?
I only
I
have
am
4
partial to
grand left.
raptors, which is just from the fact that like I was just the right age.
We're not doing too good of money. We're gonna have to sell some
When
stuff in this
Jurassic
house.
Park came out, and I begged and pleaded with my
$3
parents to let me go see it. My dad did not
I don't know
want
if
me to
this is
go
gonna
see
be
it.
enough.
He's like,
Oh, I know we'll make it. We'll make it.
But he acquiesced, and I got to go see it, and I did
We're
not
looking
have
pretty
nightmares.
good.
But I did spend like a solid week running around the house pretending to be a raptor. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a good like Slayer dungeon. He can come down here to like get some good Slayer tasks. Blood
my
valves down
master's
here, maybe like a Hellhound task down here. This would be a good place.
Yes, basically.
This could be like a Slayer
I remember what the
dungeon.
exact
Definitely.
terminology was. It
My
changed
poor
over
son.
to
No,
be
no, no.
called a material
Gavin.
culture
This is
program.
Gavin. Your son that's
while I
crazy
was
insane.
there,
We're gonna
but
have a
technically I
much
didn't graduate
better
with that,
place
so
for
it
your
was after
other
we
child that's
started,
gonna be
but
not evil
textile
and not insane. But this kid has the traits of evil and insane, so it's best if we keep them separate away from the rest of the family. I think we're looking pretty good. We can definitely actually take back just
Depends
a
on
few
the era.
things that we did here. And perfect, right here.
Back to this.
So then we go down here,
that you are
and
interested
we can
in,
finish
'cause
off
there's
the
certain
room
areas
here.
that are easier than
This
others.
would be for the husband
and sometimes it's
to
just starting
do.
with
So if we
undergarments
go
and basic
up,
things. So depending on the
that
era.
should be. That's connection,
but
right?
starting with casual stuff or undergarments.
It's kind of hard to tell. I actually
really
don't know.
helpful. Build your stuff up.
See, is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, OBS does fine.
All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and add a little extra $75 staircase.
Get like a streaming board and all that
right
stuff.
here somewhere.
My laptop.
Not connecting in there. Let's go ahead and go back.
No, I have not been to the casinos in Historical Wear. There's not really anything to do.
1 second. We're almost done.
That would be like visually interesting or anything like
Oh,
that.
that's how we do that. Okay. All right. Oh, perfect.
Every once in a while I have
And
to
we're
play through
looking
there.
really good on money.
Some
We
big
only have
restaurants
$1,000 left, but we have a lot of furniture in this house that we don't really need. So we can. Oh, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Then we go back up. Perfect. And that
My fun fact
is beautiful. So we can go ahead and make that a little bit harder to get to. We're gonna definitely need more money for this dungeon.
But I did it of dinosaurs.
Definitely gonna need a little
rather
extra
than,
money
like,
for the dungeon.
Traditional things you make silhouettes of.
Mm.
And they're all dinosaur puns, like
Yeah, that's good. He
T-Rex.
has no choice but to go all the way around.
T-Rex holding a cup of tea.
All right, this is good. This is good. We have $300 though. We will continue this dungeon later
Velociraptor
for the child. Like a little fun playhouse, you know, like Chuck E. Cheese has like the slides.
It's all really.
It's a good time for the kid. Don't worry.
Really tongue in cheek.
But
It's really
we're
fun
gonna
'cause
need
you go in
we're
there
gonna
and it
need
looks
to
like,
fund
yeah,
that
beautiful
one.
silhouettes, and then you actually like look at them. It's like that's
We
not
gotta
what-
fund that. Oh my God, this house is
Wait.
definitely not looking too good here. Somebody cleaned it up, did it? No, that's definitely all still dirty. There's a lot of food out here. Okay, so Layla, when you wake up, we're gonna go ahead and focus on finishing this painting, and you know, have another child. I know the relationship's rocky, And I know things are looking bad, and I know you haven't talked to your husband in weeks in this game, but nothing fixes a relationship like having a second child. It just really makes the two couples love each other. So I think this is, if there's ever been a better time, this would be the time right now to have another kid. So let's just go ahead and speed things up, and let's finish off this drawing that you got here, and let's have another kid. I think this will definitely help the relationship and really bring you two lovebirds closer. Anytime I've ever seen a struggling couple, it's always good to have another child.
So I honestly don't know. That may have been something that mother just saw somewhere.
We're saving relationships here. I have too many papers. I've had complaint from the news girl. That sounds like a fucking problem for nobody else, but not me. We have bills to pay. No bills to pay. We got a car we can sell. I love how the husband will not interact with us unless we do. Whoa! Pause.
That I happened to buy a while back.
Did he touch the child? Ooh, good.
I've definitely had a lot of fun with textiles for this.
That's good.
Unfortunately, this is just thick enough. I can't easily just
this will be a good
do single stitch, back stitch. I kind of have to stab back and forth.
Let's go ahead and move that to the wall.
Taking more time.
That's good. There we go. That'll be the new area.
I'm going to do some machine stitching.
Hey, actually, you know what? Let's watch it in action so far.
Because machine stitching is useful.
He's gonna need to put the kid in the crib, right?
Faster.
Oh no, he's taking the kid upstairs with him. You know what? All you. Ooh. Okay, Layla, let's see what we got here. How much money are we making?
For me to do long internal seams.
Wow.
By hand.
Damn, Layla.
When I'm not filming.
I mean, Layla, you're really moving up in the world. We're looking at $1,000 now.
Closed up.
$998.
I don't have a streaming schedule currently, but I would like to do more. That's one of my.
Let's just go ahead and put this somewhere out here. Down here?
This camera was one of the
first
things
can I not put it here?
That was back in like.
All right, we'll just put it right here for now.
August, September when I got this.
That's good, and we are not. And keep this in mind. We haven't even done any tasks for painting, so money will come with painting for sure. And we are. We're not even level 10 yet. Okay, but right now that's not the main goal. We're gonna go ahead and just do a quick meal, and we're gonna continue progress in the game. But don't worry, we will make you a master painter, even though that has nothing to do with your actual personality in real life. Let's go ahead and do that, and let's make a baby.
I do.
Your husband's taking care of the child right now. Things are going bad. What you drinking? I'm drinking kombucha. It helps the digestive system and makes you feel pretty good.
I haven't been to Junkies. I drive by them a lot.
All right, let her run through the whole process here. I love how he's just. I love how your husband's just holding the child, watching you frantically eat fucking 8 different snacks, like you're a child that got left home alone, and it's the first time you can eat as much ice cream as you want.
Really early things.
Okay, cool. How's the tooth feeling? It's a bitch, but we work with it. We live with it. Okay, let's go ahead and. Should we ask him?
And that's not better.
No, let's just go straight straight to kissing. Straight away to holding hands. We haven't even got married yet. Straight enormous hug. Drop the child. Come over here. This is my first time interacting with you in 1 month. Come here.
Better for the environment,
oh God! Don't make Layla follow you. Layla, what are you doing?
Better for the environment.
What are you doing?
So,
go talk to your husband.
Possible.
Don't worry, he's just gonna go put Gavin back in the fucking dungeon, in the fucking cellar. Don't worry, he's just taking the kid back. Don't mind him, just climbing. Imagine, oh my fucking God, don't mind him. He's just gonna go take care of the kiddo. Just gotta go through a couple corridors, a couple little hallways, and he'll get there. He's just got a little bit of, a little bit of a walkthrough, but it's just. Life's a journey, it's like a nice little walk, a brisk walk with a child. Just speed it up a little bit. It's going to take a few hours to get there. Doing pretty good on time. Making his way. He's going to get there. The kid's going to be taken care of really well. And there we are. To the next floor. Solid. This is a good place to keep a child. Once we have more money, we are really low. We can make this much more elaborate, much better. There we go. And we're good.
Yeah, I can't.
Alright, Layla, where you at? Layla's not even fucking bothering. She's like, I am not walking to go to him. I'm going to wait for him to come back. Oh God, no, she's going to burn calories if she goes to him.
And it did
Are you guys going to fuck in the dungeon? I mean, that's kind of cool.
But.
Oh no. Layla's never went here.
It was definitely better than.
Layla's never gone down to the dungeon child place.
That was not the right option if you want to do any filming.
Okay, what the fuck?
But now that Sony has like cornered the market.
They're gonna meet halfway into the dungeon?
Like movie film stuff. Just.
What is he waiting for?
No.
He's peeing himself.
I am hoping to start.
He's gonna pee right in front of the kid. This is a good time for them to make out now.
Do this sort of thing on Twitch.
Damn, is Layla really doing this?
Do stuff like I do over there yet,
Oh my god. The husband peed right in front of the child. Poor kid. And Layla's really walking a marathon. Damn.
Okay, fine. I am not.
Holy shit.
Don't worry about being too personal.
Here comes
I'm
Layla.
not easily offended or anything.
There you go. This is a good time. This is a good place.
Stuff that you know is bad.
Wait, pause. Don't worry.
I'm not.
This will be a lot faster if I just do this.
Trying to look for question marks.
Don't worry. I'll just bring this down there.
Speed read. I'm a fast reader, but there's still a lot because I'm trying to stitch at the same time. So sorry if I missed.
Don't worry. You'll have a child here. I'll bring it back upstairs when you're done. Okay, there we go. That saves us a lot of time. Perfect. Romantic flirt. Romantic compliment
appearance. A lot of my stuff is self-done. I need to set up for pictures more often. I just don't.
You know what?
The issue is I just don't.
He doesn't like us?
Good space for that. Like I have the backdrop that I use for everything.
Ah shit! He needs a bath.
But
fuck. We gotta. Don't worry. God, this house is really falling apart.
Editing that to be something.
Bring this here. He won't have sex unless he's clean, and I really don't want to waste time. So, how about you? I'll actually give him a command. Take a bath, and then you stop trying to fuck him.
Yeah,
go
I
to
love
sleep.
Swansons.
Boom, perfect.
I haven't had a chance to buy anything from them, but I follow
There we
them
go.
on like all social media. I love Swanson's fabrics.
No, don't. What the fuck are you doing?
Twitch
Why are you
is
taking
not
care of the kid?
for gaming. It's just
No,
for streaming. It is definitely heavy
don't take
on
care of the
gaming.
kid. Sleep.
But I've been watching
Perfect.
people build.
All right, now we're making progress. We're doing good.
You know,
keep in mind it's
leatherwork
completely
and stuff
dark.
like
I don't even
that
know how the
too.
fuck they see anything.
So
Shit, she's taking care of the kid.
there is gaming, but there is other stuff.
Okay, perfect. Take care of the kid.
So I think. It
Okay,
would be interesting
now
to see,
stop.
like what I could do over there.
Admire yourself? No. Now flirt with them. There we go.
Ideally, I managed to find
Go
a way
ahead,
that
there
I
you
could
go.
like dual stream, but that's just
Flirt,
way beyond me.
hold
managing.
hands,
Like that's when you definitely
shy
need,
kiss. This should work.
Somebody.
This should
on
work.
all that stuff,
And then special. Helpless romantic. Private wedding, hold hands, stroke cheek, enormous hug. Enthuse, flirt. Where the fuck is the baby making?
To do this.
Ask on a
I've been
date?
making stuff since I was
Are
a
they
very
not close
small
anymore?
Child. So.
I don't
this
think
has
they're
just
close
always
anymore.
been Part of what
I think I've kind of ruined the
naturally did.
relationship.
I don't think it was ever forced
God, that
upon
kid's
me in
annoying.
any way. Wasn't like my
Make out,
parents trained me for
massage.
that. Like,
Ooh, that's good.
patience
That's
was
good. That's
definitely something
that's definitely gonna work.
in the house growing up. I remember that, but
Yeah, we're fucking back to basics, Sleepy Slug.
making things and taking your time with it.
Romantic. Make out. Oh, there we go. We got make out.
Yeah, this
There
is
we
my
go.
full-time job at this point. Don't think I would
Okay.
manage to have time. Like I've taken
Special.
some weeks off here and
Help
there.
us.
Hoping to start doing it more
Stroke
regularly.
cheek.
But this month
Okay.
I started in a regular
We're
schedule.
doing good. Leap into
I'm gonna
arms.
do
We're
3
looking
on,
good.
1 off, and then
Kiss.
the
We're
holiday
doing
season
good.
with
Bro, you know you can do this in a row.
offers for sponsorships and all
Just
that.
must be on a serious note, what skincare should I use on my bald head to look as good as yours? Greetings from Thailand. Hey, what's going on, my man? Thank you so much for the
I tend to wear
200.
things underneath them, so
Thank
I
you,
don't have
Vortex.
to.
My man,
I've
the best
definitely
I can
done some
recommend
things
in
pretty
terms of
horribly, like,
having a bald head
wrecked them,
is
that I had to
one
clean later, but
is a clean shave with a
those took
razor,
very
which I don't do
specific
myself. I almost broke it
things
back,
based
you're
off
right.
of what stain it
And
was
and
the
then
fabric
second
was, and
is just moisturizing it
I
with
also
really
assumption
any
that my
kind of
clothing is going
lotion,
to get worn
but keeping it,
and
you know,
lived
nice
in,
and moisturized
so some
helps
wear and
quite a bit,
tear,
making
it's
it that
fine.
nice
Most of the stuff, you just
gymnasium
air it out and it's okay.
clean floor. Oh, there it is. There it is. Found it. He doesn't want to have sex. Shit.
Oh, cool. They reintroduced the
Okay.
category.
All right, we failed.
Good.
Our husband doesn't like us anymore. We are, okay, so we need to rekindle this relationship. He doesn't want to have sex with us. Fuck. Okay, we might have gone overboard with ignoring him and also putting the child... I mean, it also probably doesn't want to have sex because there's a baby and we're inside of a dungeon. So, that probably would be the big reason why he doesn't want to have sex. So, you know what? I'm not gonna blame him. He's got a valid point. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But to be honest with you, what we could do is we could have a baby with another dude.
For every pair of shoes.
I mean, how about that? How about that? How about we just find a new guy? I mean, but would he divorce us?
Research on a new technique or style or something.
So actually, I'm kind of confused.
That would be really useful. So.
Should we cheat on him?
End up with,
Layla, what should we do?
New tools
should we rekindle this relationship?
So many that I wish I had,
or should we cheat on him?
I just have to buy.
I'm leaving it up to you, Layla. What do you suggest? At the end of the day, I am playing your life in my own way. But with music over the 5 months with the boys, my man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Basic one.
I'll leave it up to Layla. I think it'd be funny if we cuck him. Should we cuck him? A dungeon breakup? No, don't worry. They're coming out of the dungeon. It's just going to take a... I don't know. They're actually just talking down there. They're finally going upstairs.
To wash your fabric a fair number of times.
We're not even married yet. We don't get half the money.
Oh. What you're doing with it. If
right,
you
we'll
were
get married then.
Children's clothing, then that would make sense. But
okay, while they sleep, I will go pee.
Unless you're trying.
Perfect. Okay, I'll be right back. We do need to get married.
Or smells or whatever. If it's vintage stuff, then yeah, multiple times is good. Dude, I'm not feeling motivated. It helps for me to have, like, I have to have it done by. The filming schedule doesn't allow me to not be motivated. Sometimes that's when I do the research portion, like that. There are some projects that I just launch right into and go for it, and there are others where I will spend a lot of time doing research ahead of time and looking for the right goods and, you know, just stuff to make it out of. And so that can really help in terms of incentivizing me to do stuff while also making it so I can spend a day on the sofa doing research.
Alrighty. Are we sleeping? Yeah, we are sleeping. He's not very... Oh, his energy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, where's he sleeping at?
Bernadette and Morgan.
Oh, he's making his way up. Yeah, the dungeon's a little bitch. Okay, so we need to rekindle this relationship, and we gotta get married. I completely forgot. We didn't even propose marriage. And definitely gotta do that. And we also gotta make sure that after he eats, he goes to sleep himself. But we'll definitely propose marriage tomorrow. When he's not cranky. Scott killed the $1.99. If you had your wedding in Ultimate Escape, where would it be?
But definitely,
that's a good question.
Garments will have multiple hands that worked on them,
that's
or alterations that were done.
I mean, obviously, you could do the cliche Lumbridge area.
Like, clearly, they were doing a really exquisite job on this, and taking their time, and then reached a point where it's like, oh no,
shit, he needs to go to work.
We need this tonight, and like the last bit of like that
he needs
one
to go to work,
trim
but
is just
he's sleeping.
The worst tacking of whatever. So.
Oh shit! He's gonna lose his job. Uh-oh. Well, I kind of did fuck up his sleeping schedule by making him walk through a maze that takes 1 hour.
Yeah.
He'll eat at work? No, he's not even eating. He's just sleeping.
You can do soft shoes without it, but...
Is that an expansion or is that a mod?
But they're not shaped. The lasting process actually
the maze might have been an issue.
It's not just like a pattern that's
Oh,
flat.
Layla, you're awake.
End up with
Okay, let's go ahead and focus on your life right now. Let's use the bathroom. Okay.
You can't
use the bathroom. Let's go ahead and have a quick meal.
Shoes and last.
Just have all these quick foods really quick, make a bigger mess. I don't even know how much we can go with this house. It's an absolute mess, and I kind of love it.
He taught me some last making.
It's starting to really look like a trap house in here.
I just kind of went from there.
And you know what? It's taken so long to go upstairs to take a bath.
Like
I say we move this
it's just an extension
down
of that.
here. So we stop wasting time. Let's just take a bath
here. I don't remember what fabrics and oceans. This is a person with way too much black silk thread.
Look at all this food. The house is getting flooded.
I have a
it's
pretty
getting
good
all messy.
organizational system
It's
going,
really
but
nice.
yeah, sometimes I will end up with extras.
I like how there's always
It tends
jams.
to be thread, more so than anything else. But I have everything really well organized.
Deliver 4 very nice
that.
fruit and vegetables.
Beetled
That's not
linen,
my
you can
job.
get it from Burnley and Trowbridge in the U.S. or
Yeah, the
McCulloch
kitchen
and
sink's
Wallace,
leaking,
in
but
the
that's not our issue.
are the two sellers.
Layla
that I
needs to
tend
eat her
buy
food,
from.
take a bath, and we'll focus on this new painting. And we're just waiting for our husband to wake up so we can get married. Okay, he's gotta definitely eat.
History I find the silliest, man. Like,
So let's just
1830s
continue
and
cooking.
40s, it just gets weird.
Fuck, man.
Definitely
You
some,
know what?
Like
It's
some 16th, 17th century era stuff. And
Jesus
like, ow.
Christ.
There's some specific things
Bro,
with that, which
he
I
has
just
got to
do
go
not
through
understand
so much to take care of that kid. He just went
no matter
through
what I try
so
to do, I
much. It
can't
takes actually
visualize,
1
like,
cent
how
hour
to
to
go.
get to the
I mean, I've
fucking
seen
basement.
those types of like puffy trunk hose sort of things.
On the
looking
apple
good
tree.
on men
It's
who
dying.
are particularly shapely in the
That's a
calf
shame.
and very tall. But that's been about
Okay,
it. And I
he's
just,
doing pretty good.
like,
He's
I
not
love that
having
era
a
in terms
fun
of upper
time.
body. I cannot. I don't understand.
You know, he'll go take care of the kid. That's his fun time.
Oh, I've got water behind me.
When
I've
he
been-
comes
I've been
back,
sitting here
then
and
we'll
there.
propose the marriage option. Hopefully he'll still take us after
remember
all
I'm
the
used to
neglect
filming
and
for,
all
like,
of the disappointment
45
as well as all the
minutes straight
sadness
without
we've given him.
stopping and cutting it down to
Maybe he'll
30.
still take us back. Layla needs to take a bath, but she didn't. I don't know why. Let her finish the painting anyways, though. Yeah, it's an expansion, but there's always a way to get it for free. You should look it up. I wouldn't mind getting the expansion. How many pets is there? Oh my god, how much is this? $815? You know, honestly, not too shabby. You're basically, Layla, you're basically making $1,000 off paintings each. So
stuff is
yeah,
that they
you're doing
only
really good.
clean the outside.
Yeah, if he
of
doesn't
your
take me
room,
for
they
the,
won't clean
if he doesn't want to get married, we're gonna definitely
so
have
if
to.
you're dry
No,
cleaning
don't get me
something,
wrong.
you're
He's a
gonna have,
really good
like, body
father.
odor, it won't do anything.
We're probably gonna
They
need
won't
to
turn
go
it right
ahead
side out,
and
like wrong side out,
rekindle
you'll
this relationship that we
So
ruined.
it's very surface. It's good for stains.
Okay,
and
so why is she
exterior
not
stuff.
doing
Doesn't
the
have
bath?
interior.
Is it because she
Better
can't?
off wearing layers and all of that.
What if I put it right there, and then take a bath? Will it work?
And yeah, brushing things down. And
No, don't. What are you doing? Just. He's
I
doing.
might do
What
a
the fuck?
sewing room
No.
tour at some point. I've done a little
Layla,
bit
what
of
are you
like,
doing?
Patreon stuff, but it's not a terribly exciting room.
Get up,
I
take a
move
bath,
around
and
a lot,
ask
so
him
it
to get
constantly
married.
changes.
There we go.
But maybe if I do.
I don't
something
regularly play
organizational
like
in the
this.
future.
For anyone wondering when I used to play, I usually used to play. Okay, there we go. Solid. No. Stop trying to go to sleep. Talk to your husband.
Snacks in there. First thing I
Friendly.
ever sewed, I don't remember that far
Let's just
back.
ask about the day and then go straight to wedding.
I have no memory.
Okay, there we go. Ask
from when
about the
I
day.
was, like, 2.
And now,
I
make
was
out for no
sewing on the
reason.
regular by the time I was like
And
3 or
then
4, so.
this is where you would ask about
I
have a
remember.
private wedding.
I think
There
I
you go.
got my own sewing
All right,
machine
let's see what
at age 5
happens.
or 6.
Will this be a failure? Will he leave us? Or will we actually succeed in getting 50% of his money?
I couldn't tell you what the first thing was.
All right, here we go.
It's just a normal part of life.
Oh. He says yes.
Oh yeah, Angela's pumpkin hands.
Oh, Layla, I don't even know how the fuck you got it.
When we were in New York.
Oh my god.
Like she pulled him off. I was
He's
impressed,
actually.
but I cannot.
Yeah, he took you.
In the same way.
He's kissing you. All he wants is to pee.
This coat
Wait,
won't
so
end
that's
up
it?
being
We're married?
video, just because though there are major differences between it and the
Are we done?
raincoat that I made.
Skipping all this dialogue.
It's just not different
Okay, I think we're
enough
married.
to warrant its own.
Yeah,
thing.
just married.
The
That's
big
it.
differences are at the pockets, which is kind of what I'm working on now.
You know what? Thank God, Layla, we're making money.
A little
Because we
bit
gotta
of
pay
other
bills.
construction, so I might.
Don't
I'll probably
go
film
out to the
little
kids.
bits of it.
Okay,
and in the
cool.
final
Now
reveal video, there will be
he
a
should be
little
pretty
bit
happy.
of a discussion about
just
it,
needs to
as
take
well
a
as
bath
some of the
himself.
other pieces that won't get their entire own
Let me
videos.
help control him. Let me go ahead and
The
just
shoes
clean himself.
and the
No, don't
hat
clean
will
that.
have their own
Take a
videos.
bath. We
And
can try for a
everything
baby
else
now,
will
I think.
be
After he takes a shower.
little snippets in the final version.
There we go.
And I will probably
She's
put up
going
a
upstairs to
full
do what?
version
To get
of
sleep?
some
Okay.
of the other parts
Let's
on Patreon, but
have
this
him go
will
upstairs.
be
He's gonna go upstairs to sleep.
length.
Okay. Let's let them both sleep so they get a little happier.
Sometimes
Let
I
this
have
run
on-
through, and then when they
sometimes I
wake
have
up,
shows while I'm
we
sewing,
will try to have a child.
But I
One
can do
more.
it in complete silence for, like,
Nothing
the entirety of the
is
day,
going
it's
to
fine.
help us besides having more kids, so that there's more baggage in the relationship,
just working,
making
like,
it
5 steps
harder
ahead
for him to let her go once we start cheating on him. But first, we
Almost
gotta,
done backstitching this. I
you
feel
know,
like this
make
stuff is just
sure
taking so long
we have another kid because one
to
kid's not
get
enough. We need a second one. So let's just go ahead and make sure we get that baggage. Because nothing is harder than leaving someone that you love once you've had 5 kids, you know?
I don't know if I'll manage.
2 is definitely the cherry on top.
I might do
This bitch is gonna come and complain every day about the papers. Very fucking annoying. Okay, she's gonna be good here in a second. Alright, Layla, you go eat your food, go do your thing. The second he wakes up, there we go. Alright. He's gonna go take care of the kid. No, don't. You don't even take care of the kid. Is the kid gonna even die? I don't even think. I don't even think the kid can die. Have a quick meal. I want to make sure that they're both perfect. They're doing solid.
That's how I met.
They both have no issues.
Initially met
They're happy. And then we'll try to have a kid.
Time hanging out with.
Let's have 2 quick meals. There we go. Just have those 2. He's thinking about the child. Is the child gonna die? Oh fuck. Oh shit. Somebody needs.
Lots of things.
Okay, somebody. Fuck. Maybe this dungeon baby is not gonna be the best thing for us.
Introduced to a bunch of other people.
Fuck.
What she's been doing.
I mean, oh wait, the kid's not dying?
Video work.
Oh! Wow, would you look at that? Layla, you took care of the little kid. Would you look at that?
To be able to do it myself.
That's such a good mother. I didn't even control her.
I can always just ask her if I have editing questions.
Yeah, look at that. Layla took care of the kid without me even doing nothing. Okay, so we got to make the dungeon a little bit more doable. He's cleaning it up. All right, here you go, Layla. This is the time. This is our chance. Okay. We're going to ask for special, helpless romantic. We're going to go ahead and stroke his cheeks. We're going to go to special romantic. We're going to go ahead and make an enormous hug, followed by hopefully sex. Whisper into his ear. What does this fall into? Boast about car gossip. No, let's go ahead and is there?
I want to make sure it's not.
We gotta really infiltrate in his pants. Take it easy, skinny.
Clearly it wasn't stitched as well.
Can we just fucking make them have a kid? I think I might have ruined the relationship.
An aspect of modern dress that I wish was more common in modern times.
Make out, massage. Yep, loosen him up.
I do wish we still stuck with shirts and shit.
I mean, they're both happy. They should both have a kid.
Actually, like, have washable clothing.
Special.
I wish that was
embrace.
Typical.
I mean, what else should they do? Hold hands, make out, massage. I don't think the option's there anymore.
I didn't even know there was a Back to the Future.
Is the option?
I am out of the loop. YouTube has failed me in terms of giving me.
I don't even think he wants to have a kid. I don't think he's gonna even allow the option. Maybe I should tell him. Oh, try for a baby. There you go.
I never really watched much Back to the Future.
Is this gonna work?
So I have not seen the 3rd one.
Oh fuck yeah! There we go. Perfect. Okay, mission accomplished. Perfect. Solid.
I went to see Donny Osmond.
Okay.
So many
there we go. That took fucking a lot of work to rekindle this relationship that I ruined. Damn, I mean, to be fair, I did, like, neglect your husband for, like, 1 month in this game.
The original Joseph
but
was running.
Damn, now we're good to go. Okay.
So many times.
You don't gotta take care of the kid. You're good to go. Let's go ahead and work on the canvas while we wait to see if you're pregnant. Okay. Cool. Let's get level 10 painting, and we finally got a kid. Holy shit.
Project of
why did I let it get to the point where it got so bad?
I need to go through and actually
it was so hard to rekindle it. I don't think she's pregnant though. Let's see. Skip. He got paid even though he didn't go to work. I actually haven't even seen the husband going to work at all these past few days. He's been taking care of the kid though, so that's good. You should get a kid with another man while the husband's at work. No, I was gonna make Layla have another kid with another man in front of the husband as he's home in the same room, but delete the door so that he has to watch. But I want to do it so that he wouldn't leave because they have 2 kids now, and it's too much for him to leave. So he's gonna let her cheat on her because he doesn't want to lose half his money. So we're gonna wait to see if Layla's pregnant. It should take about 1 Sims game day to realize if she's pregnant or not. So we're just going to kill a day really quick by eating, sleeping, and, painting. And plus we'll level up to level 10, so that'll be a lot of fun. And let the husband do his own thing. I think we should be good. I don't think he's infertile, I'm pretty sure. Last time we had sex, Layla was pregnant each time, so I think his semen definitely has the marinara.
That takes a lot of time.
He's solid.
It's not actually the more effective way of
So
doing
we'll
it
see how
because
it goes.
the silk is so thin.
Oh,
so
there it
having
is.
it
Nope,
go
not that. Don't
towards
need
that direction is
No,
not
we need.
a big
John is
deal.
the president of his HOA. HOA, and now he'll be
It's not
nominated
gonna
not
build
long
up
before.
bulk,
I know, man. The fuck you talking to me?
I can
I'm just looking at the budget
sort
and
of
looking at
flatten
the
that
neighborhood
seam
in
out,
terms
make
of
sure it
what we need to
stays
change things for.
down as it's
How does that make you normie? I'm pregnant? I don't think you are.
Okay,
It says you're
so
happy, but I'm not saying you're pregnant.
some pins.
How much is this painting? $930. Nice. Keep them up. Okay. It's been a pretty solid day. Have a child.
I don't remember anything in particular.
Be worth more than $200,000.
Oh, back to the
Nice.
intro series. Then I definitely.
Use the bathroom.
I didn't watch a lot of movies.
Go to sleep, and then tomorrow
I
we
feel
should
like
be
I
pregnant.
missed out on a lot of stuff from like.
Does my
80s and
husband not have a
90s,
job anymore? But if you cheat and he wants a divorce,
because
she can't get half because she
My
cheated.
family was not terribly up on.
Fuck. This game's real?
This modern culture.
Huh.
Like, I was very unaware of modern culture and a lot of movies and things like that.
You know, I'm a Sims lawyer. I love how he's never going to work and he's always hungry too.
I don't know. I don't know about.
Well, that's not our problem. Let him do his thing. Layla will. Fuck. I put it down there. Take a bath. Actually, let me go ahead and move that.
Yeah, I've had to.
That back where it
I actually
belongs
really
for
want to
now.
do a video
I just
about
moved out of convenience for the time being.
scrapping projects or starting over projects or like
Don't
the issues
see
with
Layla
between
just completed the paint. It's
projects.
$930.
I really want to do like a
Layla.
proper video on that.
And
I have a
I
great
think we have
example.
one
that-
more painting left to go, and then we're at
that I
level
can
10.
share of a pair of shoes that happened to me with. Someday I'll
We'll see how things go. Let's go speed it
make
up for Layla.
them properly. I don't know.
I mean, I'm going to be assuming
But
her
I learned
next
a lot,
goal is to have a
which
child.
was the valuable part.
So I think when we wake up, if we're not pregnant by the next 5 minutes in the game, I'll try again before he goes to work. But I haven't seen him go to work.
Oh yeah, I still watch a lot of YouTube. I spend a lot of time.
Negative
on there.
15.
I don't
It's
watch
been a
a
long
lot
time
of
since a promotion has
costume
been
content
earned.
just
I mean, the
because, like,
fucking
I
mean
need
promotion in
a
terms of like a
break.
level. The kids
it's
crying
not that I necessarily
outside.
need like another hobby.
No,
I just
never
need
mind.
a
What the
break
fuck?
from that sort of
He's
stuff.
down here.
And if I'm watching that I'm
Damn.
always like constantly analyzing things.
All right, let's go ahead and move up
But I
here.
watch a lot of other people.
Do we have
on
money?
YouTube.
Do we need to pay bills?
A lot of other
Layla's about to
makers,
wake up here in a second.
repairers,
Is there bills to
like
pay?
that sort of
Nope.
stuff. I like watching stuff getting
Take a
fixed
bath.
up.
I don't think she's pregnant. It would have said something by now. After she finishes this bath and eats, if she's still not pregnant by then, I'm gonna go ahead and try for a baby again. I mean, do you always get pregnant every time the first time around in the game, or do you like try once or twice? I think you can right click on the goals to lock them in. Yeah, they're right clicked in. No, I took it away. Fuck. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just fucking deleted the goal. Okay, eat the food, do her little thing. She's good to go.
It also looks like on the original they top stitched.
His juices are not working after a while. Nah, he should be fine. Okay.
What looks like
Where's the husband?
infinitely tiny stitches, barely
Where's he at?
visible.
Okay, he's taking his bath.
But yeah, they top stitch right here.
I don't know why the
and I'm
fuck he
wondering if
keeps
that
the
might
side
be
of
good
his
to
hair.
do
This shit's
now,
goofy.
rather than.
Anyways, Layla, you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
watch
ahead
that
and
all the time.
try again with her in a second.
Rather than through that and dealing with the pocketing.
I mean, this is not exactly how. I mean, Layla does not
I'm gonna
paint,
go ahead and do that little
at all.
backstitch
I
just
made her as a
beyond
slave in the very
seam
beginning.
allowance there, which
Is the baby not aging? Actually, you know what? I don't think it is.
And will keep everything really nice and
It's because I
flat,
turned
no
aging
flat
off.
on
The
seam,
baby's just
if
always a
that makes
baby.
sense, because there's always the question.
It should have grown up by now, right?
Like what?
I feel like it's been the
what's
same
going
age for
on,
eternity.
But you got to figure out what steps go when.
Same painting. Wow. Okay.
Doing
Where's he at?
that
Oh, stop. Okay,
before I
stop.
get the
Stop.
pocketing
Stop.
in, 'cause I don't
Before
think
he goes
it's
to take
done
care of the
with
kid,
pocketing
which
at
he
the same
should
time.
stop.
That's just too much.
Let's
bulk,
go ahead
too
and
much going
romantic.
on.
Make
but
out.
it definitely would be good to.
Romantic,
as a way
leap
to
in
put that
arms,
down,
and then give him the opportunity. You gotta stop.
This thread.
Layla, stop painting.
Definitely looks very, very
Stop
thin
painting. Do that really quick.
on the original.
Okay, good. And then I will go on his character. Special, flirty, give an amazing massage. He's gonna leap in the arms.
I'm not familiar with the highway map.
Romantic, kiss. Oh, there it is. Romantic, try for a baby.
No, I quit.
All right, there we go. Round 2. Look at this. He's actually gonna jump in her arms. Wait. No. Layla McHam just found out that she's pregnant. She can't wait to make many more memories of the new family. There we go. Layla's pregnant all over again. Perfect. Okay, let's see here. Now this time, if I'm not wrong, which we didn't even need to try for a baby, she's already pregnant. The question comes down to this: what do we name this next child that we do get?
Some of them were purchased with
we named the first one Gavin, and we made him evil. Obviously, this next child we're not going to make evil. We're going to go ahead and actually make this our good one. I told you I know my body. Yeah, you've been pregnant before multiple times.
Space.
This is not your first rodeo.
Problem with the house with a lot of windows is you don't have a lot of walls.
I don't know about EBZ. And I mean, this kid's not going into the basement, though. By no means. This kid is not getting a basement. Yeah, so you got to get that rest in, Layla. You got a kid coming. Keith. Really? Keith? That's what we should name him?
Decide whether I'm going to be doing this as a backstitch.
Keith.
There's a spaced backstitch. There's looks like.
I mean, there's a lot of Keiths in this chat.
But it's hard to see. Got it pulled up on a big screen there.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a spaced backstitch for this though.
And we have unlimited possibilities in this entire world. We could pick any child name, and y'all going with Keith as the main option.
My largest collection of textiles is.
Cletus is an option too.
Or one particular type of textiles from my grandmother.
Okay.
I have so much yardage.
No, not doing Keith car salesman.
Ultra suede that I will never be able to use.
We're not going to name him Home Associate.
Book binding videos.
That's good enough for me.
That's cool. I recently discovered that
we're
people
not naming
do, like,
the fucking kid Ricky.
Realistic tiny models.
All right. Oh, okay. So she's doing good. Let's go ahead. Let's speed this up. Let's just make her eat a bunch of shit really quick.
It's like, okay, well, if I watch
make
it,
sure she's good. You know, I mean, she's gonna literally have a kid within probably like 5 minutes in the game. So I think it's just one full 24 hours. Which she found out she had a kid, she'll give birth. So this should be pretty quick right now.
No, I used to.
I'm gonna name the kid Keith, and I'm gonna give it good, super good, you know, traits and whatnot, and we'll actually make the kid a solid baby room.
I don't know.
The husband's going to work.
I mean, I'm sure
she's thinking about being pregnant, which doesn't seem like it's making her any fatter.
You think some of the stuff I discuss is controversial?
Okay. I don't want her to have a baby in the basement downstairs, so let's just have her focus on eating right now. Just these quick meals.
I don't know. I think most people come to
cannabis, and then she'll probably give birth by then.
So.
The husband's at work, right?
Oh, I love Fluval.
No, he's taking care of the kid before work.
Go to one of their stores.
He is not gonna have fucking time. But okay.
Tempted. Nope.
Hug
I make my own
enormously.
I don't need to buy that many.
Settle an argument. Sure. Didn't even read it. Later. We're looking pretty good. He's going to work in 1 hour. I'm sure he'll make it in time.
I got a pair from Joe Bear, and I love those. One of the most comfortable things I've ever bought.
We are still eating food. That's fucking right.
Their stuff as a
have her give birth from a BBC piping.
Starting to come
the fuck are you talking about?
Very, very functional hard-wearing type of.
All right, now we just wait.
So that's one of my recommendations.
The kids should be coming. The question comes down to where will we have the baby room? How's the house looking like?
This is not a finished point. That's just me trying to trap down that.
Oh, we got $400. We're gonna need that. We're gonna need all the money we could possibly need.
I thought
we have $1,000. We need more money, so $12,000 can go from there. And instead, we will just give this little area an upgrade for decoration, so he can't get mad. We just need extra money. So let's just get some extra money. Can I sell this? $0. We'll get rid of that. Don't need that.
Part of the
there we go. That should give us enough money now.
Clothing comes with
just had to get rid of a decoration. We should be good now. And we'll be using Layla's paintings for when we need more money.
Life clothing versus trade work.
Okay. We're looking good.
Farm labor.
Yeah, the trees were dead. There was nothing to salvage as in terms of money out of them.
More machines to do the work.
We tried.
Means that
we're gonna need to sell a little bit of the furniture in here too for some extra money. Definitely don't need these extra miscellaneous things.
More clothing is able to be worn, so.
Definitely don't need that. 15 grand, that should be enough for the kid.
I'm sure that a lot of those factories and things like that also had.
This would be a good one. It's gonna definitely cost more than the fucking dungeon itself.
Hi. What's up?
And I remember Layla has a task to make 10 paintings, but I can't really remember what the task was about.
You want behind me? Is that what you want?
$1,400.
Yeah, Joe Bear. It's
damn.
J-O Bear.
I mean,
I think it's just one word.
Really coming together here.
Currently,
1.4K.
Stuff going. And then I have some.
I mean, imagine once you get to level 10. I mean, those are going to be some good paintings there.
Their boots.
All right, we're still speeding the time here. I mean, she's almost there.
I got.
She just needs. Let's see.
We have the same exact
she's like one more painting down, and she's gonna be good to go.
They've done other things too.
She's a Picasso. Basically, at this point, she is. I mean, the paintings are not changing. They're all the same. Pretty boring, to be honest with you. This one's new. I'm just trying to keep her busy because I know she's about to have. Set bed ownership?
Figure out machine. I don't.
Yeah, go to sleep. I know she's about to give birth. I don't know if it's gonna be now or right when she wakes up.
Like, as much as I
the
know
kid,
about
I will go with the name Keith.
Like,
I will.
Sewing, the actual machinery.
So Keith's script. No. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, no, Luke Towan is one.
Layla McCann picked up a paintbrush and just painted something brilliant.
YouTube was like, I think you'll like this. I was like, oh, no.
That led to this
sheer
good brilliance.
Brocade.
Layla just painted her first painting with over $1,000. Yeah, basically 1.5K.
Renaissance Fabrics.
Like, damn.
Has a good variety.
Really up there now.
Depending on how much money you're willing to put into this.
We're looking pretty good.
NY.
I wish you guys that are just joining in should have seen what we started as Layla initially. Initially, Layla came out of the projects. She lived on the street. She painted on fucking canvases. Her house was deconstructed, and it was just an art gallery that looked like abstract art. To where we are today, with a man that has a house worth $200,000, and we're about to have a second child to really anchor down into this family and solidify ourselves as the McCann family.
And like they were way more common.
Oh, she definitely sharpened the bottom.
I think we give them credit for.
Husband's going to work. That's good for him. That's not our problem.
So, like,
Ball man, you good? I am.
I need to make some.
Appreciate the thought, my man. Oh, she's really made it in life. She definitely has.
But I highly recommend.
Okay, so this is day 2, and I don't know how we can even make more of a fucking mess, but we are still not giving birth, surprisingly.
And then you can.
I mean, like, we are going to give birth right now.
Without having to actually do.
This cannot possibly go longer than like a few more minutes.
This nice little.
That's good. Husband's having a good day at work. Do we have any bills to pay right now?
What I'm looking at.
Yep, $877.
Little spaced prick stitch there.
Oh yeah, no, she definitely started off struggling.
She just holds down the silk in the back and
speed
holds
this up
open
as fast as possible.
Seam allowance, and should finish things off really nicely.
Husband came back. Oh, there it is. Finally. Okay, that was a lot faster than I thought, but here we are. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and stop the game. We're giving birth, right? Is that what's going on? I'm confused.
Yeah, I keep coming across more and more.
Can I eat or is she done? Okay, she is giving birth. Okay, so time to make the kids' room. Now, to do that, we're going to make it somewhere where we don't even go in this house. And to be honest with you, majority of it. But we're going to go ahead and make it right up here, just where the parents are at. So let's go downstairs and let's go and start with that. Let's go bring it down over here. And our kid will be very close to us. We will not be neglecting this child. We'll put a staircase right up here, and this will be our little child chamber up here. And we will actually make it somewhat suitable. So let's not even actually go out of way to make a pile of shit, but actually make a nice, solid room. Just replicate it to what we have up here.
Change dramatically, so even the modern
just a nice, normal fucking room. No torturing up here, just an actual room for the child. This, I mean, from the house perspective, this I'll try to make this actually match so it doesn't look fucking stupid, but you know, right now it looks a little fucking dumb. Yeah,
even
look,
modern tailoring books, like, because those can get much really more in depth.
Fucking working right here for some reason. I don't know why I can't really get it.
Projects.
No, that's gonna fucking piss me off. No, it's gotta be even. Okay, so we'll just.
It's one of the reasons why I've started.
Okay, there we go.
Pushing things out in multiple videos.
Even,
not
right?
just to be able to do things correctly and all that, but also because then it.
I don't know what the outside of this house is, but
cramming this into like 3 videos. And
what is this?
The amount of money that I would have spent on
I gotta
this
copy that. I can't.
Is
there a way of copying this shit? No door to get in there. No. It's gonna be. There's no torturing. This child will get love,
and that includes finding stuff that I know.
And most importantly, I will make sure that both mom and dad take care of this kid. I will also give this kid good character traits. No crazy, no evil, no lazy. But to be fair, We are naming the kid Keith, which I was going to give the characteristics traits of always lying about what they're going to do with their body and health-wise, and just self-doubt. But we're going to make a better Keith, a Keith that actually is true about what he's going to do in terms of working out and changing his life.
I definitely
will. We'll definitely make a good Keith. But the question is, how do I copy this role? Do I click something? I click E.
Am I gonna fix the front of the Gonzo trousers? No, they're fine.
With a
I found it amusing when I sat down, but it's not a big deal. All pants do that to some extent, and it looked way worse on camera than it did from my personal angle, like looking down. I am gonna put better buttons on them.
E copy, then copy and paste.
So I'm gonna replace those.
E and then key.
Make a pair of braces.
E key, then copy and paste. What the fuck is E and then key?
I can find time. Yeah.
E and key.
I have a couple vintage pairs. Yeah, my previous.
I don't know how to do it.
Like cosplay things could be put down into 3 videos, but this one was just like, nope.
E and then copy and paste.
I was either gonna have to not do videos on a lot of parts. In which case, I was like, all right, well, I basically have to have the whole thing done before I start.
Because of you, chat. Thank you.
What does it look like on top? If I did this in 3 videos, it'd be like, all right, I could do one on like the waistcoat and trousers together.
Like the same one over here?
One on the coat, and then one on like accessories. And that'd be about all I could manage.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, boom. Perfect. Like a normal house. You can't even tell. Looks still normal. Just gonna be the child's room. Okay, solid. So let's go ahead and make an actual child room in here. You know, like a solid normal kid room. Nothing stupid. Let's make an actual kid's room. I don't know if it's gonna be a boy or a girl.
A major
so
selection.
that's the problem. If it's a boy, what do we name it?
That I know.
Well, we can't just name
stuff,
it Keith if it's a girl, right?
Whether those sorts of things are even available.
Actually, before we do this, let's find out what gender. 1 second. Let's see what we're getting with. If it's not
Renaissance fabrics and
what are we gonna get?
Mood.
Is it gonna be a boy or a girl?
Mood has really good selection, but definitely try to.
If it's a girl, what do we name her?
Or coupon or whatever.
Keitha? No, come on.
And then.
Nope, it's a baby boy. No.
Yeah, I usually.
It's a baby boy.
Wandering through Etsy for
we got a baby boy.
Obscene amount of hours.
So it's gonna be Keith.
A lot of Etsy.
Do I just type Keith? Or do I put the last name as well? I want my baby either Cletus or Goat Cheese. Because of you.
Really sore from my booster.
Later, it will be Cletus.
Everything's just sore.
Cletus will be brave. And oh boy, what do we pick here? Social.
Yeah,
evil,
Joe did pre-order back
lifestyle.
in like September, October. So they're probably trying to fill all of those right now.
As well as
and
athletic.
Back around early next year.
Brave and athletic. The complete opposite of your other child. And we're gonna go ahead and pause the game. And we're gonna go ahead and make
as much as I like love their style, some of the heels are just a little.
So first things first, we have $12,000, which is more than enough money that we need, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and make a proper, nice room actually. But also make sure it's like a kid room. That's not
so
that
sad
nice.
that like this is
something
just
that's not an eyesore.
stab stitch. Everything's taking you so.
Let me find something that doesn't look fucking annoying to look at.
And 1890s corset reconstruction.
Fuck my life. No.
Tape for a waist state, possibly, as long as you can find one wide enough.
Something that doesn't look like shit.
A lot of the waist stays I've seen, you can see plain weaves, but you can also see
a lot of these kid room colors are pretty fucking ugly.
Herringbone weave. I found some of those.
I just might go with something basic. I don't want to have an eyesore. The basement could be an eyesore. I don't really give a shit. Whatever. Let's just make a nice simple white, and then when it comes to the flooring, let's just make it nice and clean. Whatever. Just a white fucking room. Let's add some lights into it and all that stuff. Nothing too crazy. Just gotta make sure that it's nice and easy to work with, nice and suitable. We'll add some lights inside of here. Some chandeliers. Yeah, right here. A chandelier there. Right over here. Just another one over here. Just really make the room feel, nice and maybe that's too fucking bright. We'll just do 2. That's enough.
That
would be too much.
I feel better by today. I'm still
a nice little light over here,
sore, which is mostly down to being able to actually.
There you go. Okay, cool. Solid. We got all that. Let's go and move that to the
my left side because my
bring that to
lymph
the wall.
node right here.
We're gonna make
really
this.
angry.
Oh fuck my life! You guys realize?
I know that I'm okay, but I can't do that. And sleeping on my back hurts my back. If I do that too much.
I didn't even realize that.
I am too old.
It's actually uneven. You know, we're gonna pretend we didn't see that though. We're gonna pretend that it's actually even. Don't even fucking look at it, okay?
I log stuff. It's just the weird heels
so we're gonna go ahead and make this a baby room.
Let's
go to the options here.
That's gonna require a completely different walking.
Where's the baby?
And I'd rather just.
Okay. Ooh, look at that. A double-decker rock-a baby crib. Ooh.
Challenging the corset myth. The
Cletus
very
is really
first,
going to be living nice.
Well, aside from the fact that
right
that was
here.
a myth that was around in the 19th century and they were challenging it in the 19th century.
We're gonna, look at this.
In a more modern sense,
a little
it
building
really
block
picks
table
up in
area.
the 1990s.
Oh, that's nice.
I've seen a few references in the 1970s
nice.
that
a teddy bear.
Like,
yeah, you can. Oh, you know what? We'll put a teddy bear here. Teddy bear there. A dollhouse.
But it really picked up in the 90s because that's when fashion history
little
as
extra
an
toy
actual
right here.
field.
Some toys on the ground right over here.
So that makes a big difference.
Fucking
trying
decor.
To legitimize the academic nature of.
There you go.
That.
Things over here so he can look at it. That's awesome. A fish on the
fashion
wall.
History.
That thing that kids like in the room for no fucking reason.
When we really start busting.
You can have more of that.
In the 90s.
Fucking butterflies. Why not?
And when things like the internet become available. We start
fun little wacky
stuff
paintings
on
in
the
there.
internet.
Yeah, really just fucking go wild in there.
Have access to more
great
things
room.
and can
Looks like
really
shit anyways, but
get like.
Let's see. Is there more
all
toys?
the information gathered together and figure it out.
No, we're not looking at too many toys, but we can add more dolls here.
Back right now. Oh.
Let's see.
Like
first potty training. Yeah, there we go. Take a shit there. A high chair. There we go. We're looking really good here. We missed anything?
Yeah, I need to do a video.
And so that Layla can come in here and relax and just put a couch. It's a beautiful room.
Maybe late winter, but
really coming together. Super solid.
March, maybe late February.
Totally doesn't look like a pile of shit.
Video that I've been planning to do for a while and just haven't
really
worked
add the
myself
extra
up to.
environment to the child. Nice little bush. In this corner.
Where the corset myth origin came from and why it's perpetuated and why people can get very
solid,
emotionally angry
that
about
nice
it.
jungle feeling.
Because understanding why people have an emotional reaction to a myth that does not affect them at all.
Yeah,
it's
there you
a
go.
myth that doesn't matter. Like it won't
definitely
change
a great place
their
to have a
actual
kid just
life
relax
in any way. It doesn't change. It's not like
There we go. Wait.
Proving like your religion
we can add we can add a little rug in here.
It doesn't actually change someone's life nowadays to believe one way or the other on the corset. People have strong emotional reactions to it, so I really want to talk about that and why that's.
He needs a TV. Somewhere.
Why
Actually,
that
no.
is
He needs
the way it is right now.
He needs music.
And why some people are very
frustrated
by it.
What else does he need?
Otherwise,
he needs more paintings. He needs to have happiness in here.
Yeah, we just made it to the point where we could go get
right there as well
for anybody and everybody.
There you go. Give him that paint. Little, just all the boosts he could possibly need,
I mean, I don't leave the house much for a long list of reasons, but
there you go. Let's go ahead and give him a panic alarm in there.
It's pretty high up there.
Let's go ahead and give him another lamp on the ground right here. No. Cletus needs better now. He's doing pretty good. There we go. What else do we need?
Yeah, the idea, of course, it's being bad.
We missed anything? No, we're good.
Is it makes people feel better about
solid?
themselves.
Oh yeah, you're right. Windows.
So far, we no longer allow.
Let's go ahead and give a nice window.
We no longer allow ourselves to deal with
that. Move it up right there.
Because if you understand that women weren't actually
we'll give them windows. Don't worry.
Into that stuff.
Window right
have to
here.
Start
window
giving
right.
them an autonomy and power that we
Not
don't want to give to them. It's just that old feminist stuff that is very.
Oh, it's because all the paintings.
Actually, anti-feminine and pro-masculine.
There we go. We got it. There you go. Right there.
Sort of stuff.
All the windows on that side.
There's a lot to unpack there. I am excited to eventually do a video.
So look,
on
I get it. It's a pile of shit.
I know perfectly well.
I'll make it look better.
I'm gonna get a lot of argument and hate.
I just want to make sure the kid
already got enough
goes up
with
here,
talking
gonna
about
be really
small
happy.
feet as it was.
Let's go ahead and begin our life. Layla's gonna take up her new kiddo
corset myth busting
up here
video on like Abby's channel.
Put Cletus in the crib.
That comes from that.
Look, I really made this shit into a pile of shit right here. I'll rearrange it, but I just want to see, with all this dog shit slapped into one room, what Layla's mood will elevate when she gets inside of the room, which would be like plus 50 points for just the happiness of having all this random shit. Sims love paintings. It makes them happy. Having random flowers, they fucking love that shit. It's like, you know, it looks like shit, but, you know, at least the baby will be fucking happy, unless it can't appreciate it. And I also realized I don't think the kids are fucking growing up, but there we go.
Not that I think this is like that organized or terribly interesting, but
he's got a nice little playroom. He's got all the plants he could possibly ever fucking need. Moving them to the side here, obviously.
I'm trying to talk a little bit about what I'm sewing on. It's just going kind of slow.
You know,
I figured it was going to stitch up a little bit faster, and that I'd at least
it's a mess
get, like,
right now.
I'll
fix
done
it
within like 2 hours.
But you know, Cletus has got a nice room, got toys to play with. You know, basically everything you really need.
Progress stuff.
Obviously,
it'll be part of the
we don't need that right now.
Reveal.
Put that to the side. When the kid grows up, you'll use that. But you know, you got the paintings in the room. You got all the stuff you really need in here.
Yeah, I've had a lot
plants
of people tell me
in here,
that my
toys.
videos are very useful in
just
teaching
basically
or,
everything Cletus needs.
Bringing up in classes and talking
This
about
over
different ways
against
to
the
do
wall right here.
research and site sources and all of that.
That should just be up against the wall. So let's move that right there.
Dog
Teddy
sword.
bear army right there. We don't even need this shit.
And
Fuck
also twitching. I can feel her pulse.
All right, there we go. So this is Cletus's room, looking pretty good. Cletus should be happy.
Honestly, tight pants does more.
What about Gavin McHam? Is he happy?
Problem, especially when they're like low rise. Oof.
No, he's not too happy. I mean, no, he's actually happy. He's taking care of the kiddos. All right, so now we got things solidified. We have 2 children. One lives downstairs in the basement because they're evil. One lives upstairs because they're not evil, obviously. And now the only thing left to do is, well, get Layla to the max skill in painting and go cheat on her husband.
White whale kind of project.
I think it's pretty much self-explanatory. Let's finish this painting and let's go find a new husband that has more money.
Definitely been forcing myself
and
to
the
learn
best
a
place
lot
to go is to the next art gallery.
So
but this time,
that's been
we're really going to get ourselves a much more posh, richer man and make sure our husband doesn't find out, because someone in the chat told me that if I get caught cheating, I lose the children and the money.
That are daunting in terms of just
yeah, I definitely don't want to do that.
That would go into them, but
do I have it so that I can't
I've
age?
stopped finding the actual construction part to be challenging.
Options. Is aging turned
like,
off for
this
everybody?
has been a challenge because I don't know what I'm doing, and I had to figure it out.
Epic,
and that part has been
aging.
very challenging. But like this code will be way easier than the
toddler
code
2 days, child 4 days, teens 2 days, young adult unlimited. Keep that shit long.
To the end of this, and then it'll be time to throw
there
in
you
the
go.
actual pocketing. At which point I will probably.
Okay, there we go. Now Layla will age.
The stream, because at some point.
Let's go ahead and get her painting finish off here. Let's get that level and go from there.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
that
should.
would make a lot of sense.
The
reason why the kids were never aging, we've been playing like 1 month with that fucking toddler in the basement.
But I'm not sure how
the reason why is because it's not been enabled, and that's why the kids have never fucking aged once.
I'm gonna try to do these more often.
So that makes a lot of sense now. I was wondering, like, bro, why the fuck the kids? Like, I'm like thinking to myself, like, how am I ever gonna need to upgrade this fucking dungeon that I made down there? Because he's not even growing up; he's just still staying the same age. So, I get it now. Makes sense. Yeah, I think this painting right here also should get her to level 10. So let's see how this happens.
Especially if you
throw a birthday party for Cletus.
And grew up around society.
Okay, we can do that. Imagine we throw a birthday party, but we don't throw one for fucking Gavin.
Things are better now than they were.
That'd be pretty fucked up. But what if we throw a birthday party for Cletus, but make Gavin watch, but don't throw a birthday party for him? A lot of things we could do here to be fucked up. But let's go ahead and finish off this day. You know, finish this painting right here. She's going to be done with here in a moment. Use the bathroom, go to sleep, and wake up to go find a new husband.
I need to be working on.
Not that our husband isn't great and whatnot, but there's much bigger houses out there. Just to put things in perspective, we live here, really nice, right? Look at these beautiful houses, right? But look at this.
No, I can't do Sundays.
This is a much bigger house.
Patreon live on
this is at least double the estate and double the size. It's a married family, which is a little bit of an issue. So what we're gonna have to do, well, is we're definitely gonna have to break the family up. This is definitely a family that we can work on. There's also really mega rich people here. I mean, I don't know who lives here, but you know,
of course it's for historical ones.
Definitely gonna have to look our look and find a way to,
modern ones
you know,
out there. So
get our way into that family. So for the time being, though, we're just chilling.
High quality dark.
Tomorrow we're gonna drive the car and we're gonna go park in front of the house and stalk them, and hopefully they'll come out. In the time being, though.
I definitely have
Oh,
calluses.
by the way, I finished the page. Did I know?
Big callus on that finger
What are we
that you
looking
can
at?
see.
Ooh, how much?
It's a little bit stained from some shoe
Okay, that's
stuff.
a shame. Your
But I
last
have
painting was
calluses on both of these
1.4K,
fingers.
but this one went down a little bit in value.
I definitely have callus.
What's your skill at,
overall
though?
callus. It's not like a singular one, which is like.
How are we not level 10?
But these two fingers a lot, and
The
then
fuck? I guess we'll just start a new painting and finish it later, but
usually right here.
I don't get how we're not level 10 at this point. That last level is so fucking long,
when I'm
dude.
doing shoemaking, you pull the threads.
You gotta fuck all the neighbors in 4,000
So
watts. I
have
don't
a
think I
whole
could do that.
Whole bunch of
I mean, does anybody know? Can the husband just blatantly
put it on Bailey.
say, you know what? You cheated on me right in front of me. I want a divorce, and because you cheated on me, you don't get any money. I mean, can't the game just
I think I'm
pull that one on me?
It may be on YouTube from time to time. I may, like I said,
I don't know if I can get away with that.
Do more maybe on Twitch.
Because like the husband will just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave you.
Hang out with me for 3 hours, sort of nature to it.
So I really don't think I can get away with that, but you know, we can try. Not the money thing.
I think it's only 2 or 3 times.
But he can definitely divorce me, right?
One of the videos.
So I would have to cheat on him discreetly, is what you're saying.
Started off in one format and it's kind of like morphed into a different one.
I can't like make.
Talking about the rules
let me get this right.
I break
I can't
when it comes
force
to
him to
sewing,
watch.
things that I was taught or seem to be the standard way of doing things that I don't think is the most effective. And then I began to realize all of those things developed from like the 1950s.
We're looking pretty bad on money.
So now it's become I want to do a video.
But yeah, today's a new day. We'll let Layla paint here for a few minutes, and then we will make our way to go find a new husband. I just want to see this. It's Gavin's birthday. Today he is embarked on the next stage of life. Great adventure. Why not buy him a birthday cake?
It's aggressively large so I can see it. Don't worry. It's
Gavin.
It's for me as much as anyone else, so I don't miss it. All the things going by.
I mean, he is our kid after all. We do love him, right? It's our blood. It's our child.
Yeah, and I've done that with lives before.
Today in Barks. Okay, we'll definitely throw him a big birthday party, but
we'll see. I'm gonna try some lives on Twitch probably
Gavin
early on in the year. We'll see how that goes. If that doesn't get much of a response, then I definitely will do more here. But there will be lives somewhere.
Small little
and I will always announce
right here.
That.
There we go.
If I start
it's a good present.
doing that on the regular, I'll try to announce on like the community section as well, so that way everybody can see it.
And let's go ahead and give Cletus a little present up here. What do we got up here, Cletus? Ooh,
yeah, leather work I do sometimes use them before, but I have variations.
We gotta empty the wallet from mommy first.
I have a weird accent, guys. Sorry, I lived too many places as a child,
let's see.
and I ended up with some very
scrounge up something here. What if we get you a nice? No. What? Ooh,
there were definitely conversations as to like whether fancy ladies with calluses. One of my favorite things that I've come across.
Oh my god, you love this.
Again.
There you go, buddy.
And it was
a nice
satire,
statue.
but I'm sure it had a lot of truth.
Mom and Dad got this nice statue for you. Just a nice little boost in the room.
Like
that's my boy.
Anything if you do with it, but
it only cost us $4,800 too. Let's continue. All right, so now we're looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and throw them a birthday party. But before we do that, let's go ahead and use the bathroom.
Sort of hobbies that his daughters were picking up, and one of the things was
it's not a waste.
How it like ruined
it's
their back,
showing love.
Calluses on their hands and all of that. So
I'm sure there's generally no waste in
the
what we just did there.
It's
our son's birthday, you know.
I mean, for goodness sakes, my
they
first
both got presents.
major, like,
nobody can be mad.
The one that's like
even
here,
Gavin got a present down there. Look at him. Look how happy he is.
And paintbrush and all of that.
I mean, I guess I can move it closer.
But
there
a lot
go.
of things that were considered.
The fuck would he not be happy? We got him
I'm sure
a
that's
little
part of the
bush.
reason why thimbles were
It's organic.
Was to prevent
be happy.
A lot of things were considered.
You know, most kids don't even get presents on their birthday. You know that?
More appropriate for women to do if they didn't have to.
All right, that should be level 10 right now in like 5 strokes.
Like what sort of
speed of the 10?
I talk like you.
I mean,
yeah,
oh my god.
My accent is a weird combination of
Liz is about to
up
die.
in
Holy shit.
Chicago,
you know
DC.
Let's go ahead and actually take care of you.
Area.
I mean, I just want to get this level. Like, we are fucking 10 strokes away from level 10, which I know you get like a reward.
Like, I know where my mother's accent is from, but my father's, I think he moved around too much. He's a military kid.
How do I throw a birthday party, though? Become a business partner? No. Yeah, the hygiene's pretty bad, and the hunger's pretty bad, too.
I've been told by a few people who are, like, linguists
buy a cake?
In a casual sense,
okay.
that some of my weird
go ahead and buy a cake. We're going to need to redesign this room a little bit for the birthday party.
Anybody who
put this over here.
Isn't, like, English as, like,
take this out of the way for now. Take that out of the way.
Like,
don't need that.
English is not their first language. A lot of people pronounce it that way. So they've been told it's like a fascinating study because it's almost like I think I learned a lot of language from reading.
We're gonna need a table.
I read obsessively as a child,
so let's go ahead and get a little table for the birthday party. That is.
I say words like they're spelled more often.
There's a little table right here.
But like I've heard it.
Just a small little table, nothing crazy.
I'm not the best with like audio processing of language.
Birthday cake.
So,
where would that be at?
I'm much better at.
Where's the birthday cake at?
It was one of those. Oh, that's how you say that word, but it's not quite right.
This is for our beloved Cletus.
I made fun of in high school a lot because I moved to a more rural area.
Oh, there it is.
Everyone had a very similar way of speaking. And
wait, why can't we put this? What is this? Birthday Inferno birthday cake. Yeah. Why can't they put it down?
Yeah, I have a pretty generic Midwestern accent to most people.
Is it like an outside
cake? I have a
few
weird words here and there that are not correct.
That's weird. Is it because of the table? No. Is it not made for the table?
I actually had to
I just realized I can't really figure out where to put that.
Shoe video that went kind of viral because I kept getting
comments. Can I put it on a counter? It's got to go on a counter.
And somewhere around like the 100th comment, it bothered. Like, not like bothered.
I
just
make a
like,
little makeshift kitchen in here for the time being.
Just. So I actually have that like flagged so it doesn't show up until I go. I feel like I can go and approve it.
Right here.
Like I'm like, okay, I can talk about this right now, sort of thing. So.
Little cake right here. There we go.
And when I do like presentational, like talking to a group,
and then after
I had a lot of people at Waynesburg who asked me if I
we're gonna go blow out candles for
are you
Cletus.
trying to do like a British accent or something? I'm like, no.
And so is he. Come over here, blow out candles for Cletus. So nice.
I also find it weird when people talk about like Bernadette's accent.
Layla, where you at?
I lived in the area where she's from for
upstairs.
a lot of years, and my stepsister grew up there. And
look
there's
at
a lot
this.
of similarities in the accents.
This is so cute.
She also spent. She's in Europe now.
She's about to blow the candles out right now.
Blow the candles for Cletus. There's actually like an overlap there. Okay, so we've got that in.
Happy birthday to Cletus.
On the outside of pressing, it'll do really well.
Yeah, blow out the candles. Put them down.
It's time to
put them back in and blow the candles out. Yeah, blow the candles out. Blow the candles out. Bro, why the fuck you not? Don't dance.
Oh yeah, I am definitely somewhere in the neurodivergent range and will definitely 100%
flown by.
Accents.
Now is a toddler.
Based on whatever. Part of that is also because I moved so much as a kid. It was a necessary thing to do for survival. Otherwise, I got made fun of a lot.
What he learns at this age will set his stage for the future and development forever.
And I watched a lot of movies, and so I picked up weird
things there. He's gonna have a great start.
He's
got everything
he needs.
A lot,
so I
literally
really
nothing he needs at this point.
Got a weird assortment of sources for my
so nice.
accent.
And blow out the yeah.
Just because of the type of people I was around.
So nice. Look at them go. Yeah, you have fun, kiddo.
That's why I'm like.
Look at all these toys you have.
Commenting on other people's accents.
So nice. Look, you got a dollhouse. You got a nice table. You got. So awesome, isn't it, buddy?
For me, like
so fun, and mom and dad love you so much. This is so great.
Accents and
shut the fuck up.
Fitting in or not fitting in, or having.
All right, let's go paint. We've taken care of all the birthdays today. Let's go out and paint.
As a kid, it becomes a source of bullying.
Let's go use the bathroom too.
Okay, so the next step.
Oh, he's cleaning the bathroom. That's good.
Is to lay this pocketing in, and I'm going to fell it down. On this
there we go. There
side,
should be level 10 right here.
It will connect to the other
Is our
side
needs
of the
taken care of? We just gotta use the bathroom.
This is like basically a giant welt.
Bro, I just want to get level 10 painting right now.
Way for me to think about what looks like a very complex pocket, but I do need to put the button.
The toddler stage is so funny. They're running around like a little cockroach.
Close it up because it'll be much easier to do. Try to get this step in.
Gavin needs a cake to grow up. That's a shame. We don't have that money. We don't have that kind of budget. We need how much money do we need for the cake? We need $30, right?
So that will get stitched in there.
Sucks.
And then I will fold this back over so it sort of matches up. And then the pocket will come across and get stitched to that.
We're out. We don't have money. We had money, now we're at $4.
Stitched to the pocketing, and then we'll have a complete pocket.
Well, you'll have to get our next paycheck.
So that's
Mom and Dad gotta work.
where I'm headed next, which is, again,
Someone's
gonna
finish these paintings.
Like, I feel like at this point, like, I've just done that, but like the cool thing for me is
Does
this,
little Gavin think money grows on trees
touch
downstairs? This is not how it
So
works.
I think that's going to make this coat look really.
It's not how the life works.
In a way, so I'm excited about that.
Sell her painting?
This gives
Yeah,
me
no,
a
she's
very
gonna
good
finish it.
start
This should be the final painting too.
There. I'll get the
Nice.
pocket in, and I'll
This should
get
be done here.
there's
Level 10
one
right here, baby.
buttonhole.
So right here, this should now
let's see
achieve
what
us
it
the
looks like from the
maximum level of the
exterior.
painting. So the paintings going
so there's
forward
one
will be like
buttonhole right about
$2,000,
there. Just one little
give or
button.
take. Like there
Those
will
front
definitely
pockets,
be
which will probably never be buttoned in my case because I'm
quite the
just
achievement
constantly
here.
getting it out of my pockets.
And good money too.
But this is the center front here, so it
Right there.
goes
It's just
over
like
and
we
you
are
have the
so close. I think we are
design side,
1 minute away. Almost done. Almost done. She's also level 5 cooking without us even trying.
I have a good friend whose mother's English.
Almost done.
She grew up in America.
And
so
there it
she
is.
has very interesting things.
Level 10 master painter.
Vocab and pronunciation. Which is
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not doing a full gonzo, like, I'm not doing the nose.
I mean,
and all the crazy fur
now
or whatever
the
it
next
is.
paintings will be amazing.
Sorry. I will be doing one sort of.
The tree fell down and blew up and broke
two,
everything.
But, I won't be doing.
How much is it worth?
I've painted myself fully
$1,246.
For Lore Olympus.
Oh my God!
Cosplay, and
Perfect.
I'm good with not doing that.
We've been meaning to add some
I've
extra
done it twice
light.
now. I'm good with not
Just
doing
nice. Oh wow.
Like, even though I know how to do it better now and can definitely get better things.
That's nice.
But
The room here is looking a little bare too, so we can go ahead and get rid of some of these extras.
yeah, I've always been interested in accent stuff, just because I have such a weird assortment of one. I love doing
What is
those
that?
quiz things.
That's
like,
why you
where are
get
you
rid of
from?
that.
Let's find out. I'm like,
This room
you
could use some
never knew.
upgrades.
Usually it comes up with something completely incorrect.
I don't even know where he is.
No one knows.
Well, let's go ahead and add a little extra here. You could use some
I try
extra
and go by
toys.
she, her, but I am totally fine. I've had some
hobbies.
people ask me about that, and like,
Get him
I'm
a guitar.
totally
He'll be a
fine with
musician.
them as well.
Maybe he'll be an artist.
For me, most of the time, it's just what I wake up that day feeling or what situation
Maybe
I'm
he'll be
in.
an artist. We'll
Like,
get
I
easier.
definitely realized
Nice.
years
Get him a
ago,
little
like,
goldfish as well
being
too.
on the internet as
Gotta get him a little
non-gendered
table. There we go, little
was a much
goldfish.
more enjoyable
2 goldfish to have fun.
process
Yeah, great.
in certain areas. Like when I did his
He's also
Ask
gonna need a phone,
Historians
so
on
let's
Reddit,
get him a phone.
Which I still love.
So he can get in contact with mom and dad whenever he wants to.
But I specifically
And,
chose a
yeah,
non-gendered
that's a
name,
nice
and
little
man, did that
upgrade.
make my life better. As I started realizing, like, that was.
Nice.
I like that sometimes. Like sometimes I just don't. I just
Oh,
don't
we got
wanna
to.
deal
Oh
with it.
shit! What the fuck? He's just inside
So,
there.
Um.
What a happy kid.
Yeah, so I'm cool with either.
But yeah, we got to upgrade his
Most
bed.
of the time for me, it's just what. How do I look, feel, act that day?
Let's get him a
The
little,
one time,
little single bed.
like when I put on men's clothing, I don't try to usually present super masculine. The one time that I
I don't know if
specifically
he can
did that
sleep in
though was
this.
when I
Is
did the
this-
Laszlo cosplay with Abby and
Can he
freaked
sleep in this bed?
everyone out. It was so good. Oh,
I don't know. I guess
that
we'll
was
find
one
out.
of the most, and like, I was like, this was
All
fun.
right, there we go.
I made a lot of people very
Life's going
uncomfortable
good?
on like
Oh,
different
God.
levels.
We gotta take care of this
one
kid.
friend was like,
Takes quite some
can't-
time.
I am.
Takes quite
You're
some
sitting
time.
correctly, and this
But hey,
makes
now
me
we're level
deeply
10.
uncomfortable. Like, just this was not.
Life is good.
I'm having trouble
We're
processing
solid.
this. It's like,
Yeah, that's good. Just leave him on the ground.
then I did it well. So
Okay,
I
well.
don't know, that like spending a lot of time watching people and trying to understand what we identify as
Well, I knew this day would come.
one thing or the
And
other.
we didn't even have a cake
Yeah,
and
I've
he
been
still
trying to figure out
blew up.
something with the
That's a
chicken or
shame,
something.
but
But there's also
Gavin's
like I know
birthday.
that there are chickens.
He's a toddler now.
Kind of vaguely
That means
in
he's
the movie,
gonna
but not
leave
like
the room
the-
because
the
he's
Gonzo
bored
chicken
because,
thing is not like accentuated in
you
the
know,
movie. So
there's nothing in this dungeon.
I don't know. Maybe I don't think I have any penguin stuff.
Oh
either
God, he
anymore.
is.
They're penguins.
By the
in
way,
movie.
he's evil and insane. Just keep that in consideration. So,
So, okay, guys.
you know
well,
what? That's
It's
what you
been
get for growing
almost 3 hours,
Paying
so
that back.
I should probably
We need the money.
wrap things up. We now have something akin to the beginnings of
Oh my god,
A Nice
so
Pocket,
ungrateful.
which took me longer
Crying
than it
already?
should've. But stopping and reading while I'm doing this
Oh, nice music
makes
over
it
here.
kind of slow.
He does look evil.
So.
Okay, so
That's the beginning
we
of
are
the
at a good point right now in this game. We got 2
And
kids.
It'll come together really fast.
One
Like, the
living
pockets are the
a
only complicated
normal
bit
life,
in this. I
you
don't
know,
even have a lot of pads
nothing out of the
stitching to do.
ordinary, nothing too much,
get with the
not
last one,
spoiled
they'll
in
be a
any
little
way,
bit collar,
just given
but not
what is really needed
see
to
how far I
start
get.
off
Maybe
life.
I'll do
And then
another
Gavin,
live.
I mean,
It might
you
be
know,
someday because I might.
nothing to, I mean, he's got a jungle gym. Look how, like, look at this. He's got a maze. Kids would love having mazes. He's got a massive maze, 5,000 square feet, as well as an extra dungeon that's also got cobblestone from fucking Lumbridge.
happy
I mean, the
holidays
kid
to
should be fucking
everybody,
grateful. He
whatever
lives 3 stories down
holidays
underground.
you're celebrating,
He's good away, like an
whatever type of
earthquake
thing it
would
is.
happen, and he'd be safe. And then
Doesn't
Cletus
matter, the
is
point
living
is
pretty
to
good. He's got a lot of toys.
eat food and
He'll be
enjoy
kept
company.
busy. Just,
Hang
I feel
out
like
with some
Gavin's just so
friends.
ungrateful. Look at this.
Go burn some
Crying
things.
about
I don't know,
hunger.
whatever you feel you need to
How
get
many kids
yourself
are actually hungry in
through
the
the
real
end
world?
of another stressful year and into the next
I think
one.
we're looking pretty good
prepared
here.
well for
I
whatever
don't
comes your
think.
way. I am definitely
I don't think we're on
glad
the wrong path.
to be.
But I also just realized
like
it's 3 in the
getting
morning.
ready to wrap this up and start
I gotta
fresh
get off,
beginning of
boys.
the year. Like
We will
finishing up
have to
this big
continue this and
project
finish this off with an
right
actual
beginning of January
finale
will feel good, and
another
then,
time.
like
I'm gonna
launching
save
into
for the
whatever's
time being.
next. The cruise stuff.
I
will be
do
a
love
big
this
one.
game.
I got a lot of
I
stuff
need
to
to
do for
fucking
that.
bed though.
But I
I
have a lot of
fucking
other
love this
things I
game.
want to do too.
We gotta finish this.
so,
We gotta finish this properly.
But
There needs to be a conclusion to actually
see you
finish
guys.
this game.
Bye.
You guys have a wonderful night. I mean, bro, I need a full stream to finish this game. I can't just finish this shit. Fuck, Sims is fun. Anyways,
Okay,
you guys have a good night. I'm gonna get off. Thank you for chilling with me, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, there you
are. So much for love. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for stopping by, everybody. I hope everybody has a good
Oh my
night.
gosh.
I'll see
Okay.
you guys.
As Abby is dying next to me because I'm
Good night,
learning.
everybody. Take it easy, everyone. Thank you so much.
We
for
were having
chilling.
problems
Thank
with
you
my
for
camera,
watching. I hope
so
everyone has a wonderful night.
we're gonna try this again.
And, thank
Probably
you so much
for all I know, all of
Have
that
a good night,
captured.
everybody.
I don't know.
Zandel,
No,
talk to
no,
you.
no,
Have a
honey,
good night. Take it easy.
You
Hugo,
guys
have a
start from the
good night.
beginning to the-
CK, have a good night.
Beginning's
everybody.
good.
Damon, take it easy. Boss buddy, have a good night.
I tried this like
tomorrow,
because I was so distracted by that
What's
camera
up?
being a problem.
Oh no.
We're gonna kill Abby. Yay! Thank you guys for bearing with me. I've been doing this for 15 minutes and I forgot to press a button, and because we've been dealing with camera issues. So hi everybody! Thank you for bearing with me. Abby's gonna go.
If I didn't have a stain on my shirt and had underpants on, I would say something, but I don't. I'm wearing my jammies.
Okay.
Right around the block like an idiot.
Thank you.
I'll see you later.
Hello everyone and welcome, and 15,000 thanks to Abby. I'm gonna have to like bake her a cake or something. This is a day. I'm learning. Bear with me, this is my very first time doing this and I have messed everything up, and I was supposed to be on a fancy camera and everything, so. Okay guys, let's do this now that I'm much more focused and making a mess of things. So, I know you guys had tons of questions about shoes, but most of them seem to boil down to a few really repetitive ones, so we're gonna start by me sort of giving you my background of where in the world I learned this, how did I learn this, how can you learn this, like, all of that stuff. So, my first shoe, and I mean there's a pair of them, I'm just pulling the one out, but this is my very first shoe. And I learned how to do this in a workshop. So I was fortunate enough that I lived in Williamsburg, and I worked at Colonial Williamsburg back in 2011, 2012. During those years, I took a workshop from Brett Walker, who is, or at that time was, working at the shoemaker shop in Colonial Williamsburg, and they focus mostly on men's shoes, but he also knew enough about women's shoes to teach workshops on it. So I was very fortunate in the fact that I managed, pants are the devil, yes they are, I managed to learn through a workshop. It was done weekend over weekend over weekend, and we sort of had homework in between, and it turns out I was the only person that actually did their homework, so that was fun. And I managed to be the crazy person that not only did all of their homework, but really loved it to the point where I was like, can I keep learning? Can I keep training? So I continued training under Brett up until 2015 when I moved. And by that point I had been making shoes for other people, and I had made a few dozen pairs of shoes and learned lots of different techniques, and was kind of like pushing out into the wild wonders of figuring this all out on my own. So this pair of shoes has a great story in the fact that, like I said, I made this in this workshop. It took me about 6 to 9 months to make this first pair of shoes. They are pretty terrible in terms of construction comparison to my abilities now, but they also don't fit. Like, I can't actually wear them. They're way too big, so you can sort of compare that to this. This is a shoe that actually fits me. This is a shoe that doesn't. And turns out what it was we were learning how to do measurements in the class, and the person taking my measurements was kind of nervous about making the shoes too small and took my measurements too loose. And so the difference of just a few centimeters means that this is like a D width and I'm like a double AAA. So it falls off my foot. So yeah, I fortunately learned a lot on these and kind of did the whole fall off the horse, get right back on thing again. And ended up making many more shoes, which you can kind of see behind me. The camera was set up higher originally, so you could see a lot more. But yeah, my very first pair of shoes, I wore them once, and that was it. And other people have worn them over the years. I've lent them to people. The second pair of shoes is far more dead, because another question that you guys had was, how do these actually wear? How long do they last? And this is a great example of a very dead shoe. It could be revitalized, it could be brought back to life if I really wanted to. But it's got some issues in terms of the construction. The buckle's worn it out. The actual sole has some holes in it, which is more my fault than the shoes, just because you can see my stitches, and I put my stitches too deep. So they wore through too fast. But there are ways you can do that, like fix that. You can clump sole it, which is this other very dead shoe, and so you essentially stitch on another sole. And you can continue to make the shoe live for a really long time doing that. And I get miles out of these shoes. When I was measuring like the wear on them, I measured by the mile. I did walking programs at Colonial Williamsburg, so it literally took miles and miles and miles and years to wear them all out. So that was like the impressive thing. The more, I don't know, impressive pair of shoes, mileage-wise, is this pair. This is my pair of common shoes. I think it was the 4th pair I ever made, and they are sturdy and durable, and I have replaced the heel cap and put a extra sole on multiple times, and just finally reached the point where I was like, I don't want to do it anymore. Like, uppers are still good. That's the crazy thing. I could just replace the sole and the heel on this again, and it'd still be good for another few hundred miles. So it's good to go. But yeah, like, you get a lot of wear and tear out of them. But that's sort of where my background is, was I was able to actually train under somebody that knew the basics of shoemaking. Well, knew far more than the basics. He knew a lot about men's shoemaking, and he knew some about women's shoemaking, and then I was able to just keep working on it from there. I went and looked at originals in museums, a lot of them. I've been up and down the East Coast a few times, went up to the Bata Shoe Museum, was fortunate enough to meet Mrs. Bata. She was incredibly lovely, crazy, wonderful woman, who has since passed away, and I'm so grateful I got to actually meet her. But they have such an amazing collection, and so I got to spend time there, and in, of course, Williamsburg, and all sorts of other museums up and down the East Coast. The New England Historic Society is like gold when it comes to shoes. And so I was fortunate enough for that, and then I've just kept teaching myself and learning new things, learning new techniques, like how do I deal with 19th century techniques like cementing rather than stitching? How do I deal with 20th century lasts and cardboard shanks and all sorts of crazy stuff? So I've since learned a lot of that. In terms of learning yourself in modern day, since people are not going to be in that situation where they just have a workshop nearby. I know that. I have taken a few modern classes online for like modern shoemaking. And I highly recommend, if you look up Marcel Marsan, the last name is Marsan, he has some digital classes that you can pay and you get access to it for a certain amount of time. And women's shoemaking, modern women's shoemaking, and men's shoemaking, they're very similar to historic. The difference is that you won't find classes on how to make women's 18th century shoes, like turn shoes, how to put those heels in by hand and stitched in. But you can learn either how to pattern and cut and fit and the basic parts of a shoe for women's shoemaking. And even though it's cementing together, it's the same basic parts. It's just different techniques of assembling them, but it's all very similar, and it's a really good basis for understanding how to pattern them and how to fit your feet. Or you can do men's modern shoemaking courses where you get to learn how to do the stitching. It's a slightly different stitching techniques, but you'll learn how to use the awl, you'll learn how to use the knife, you'll learn how to use all of those things. So it's incredibly useful in that regard. So those are two different ways that you can learn modern things, and I know there are classes, digital classes or books that you can get from shoemaking websites or things like that. So that's where I really recommend that you start if this is something you want to get into. It is a very intensive thing. I pulled on a lot of knowledge from sewing, say for the fabric uppers, of clay and sculpting for making the lasts, of wood carving, so much wood because the heels and the lasts, and I never thought I would spend that much time carving wood again. It was like a hobby when I was a kid, and just everything that I know in terms of art or any craft-based things, I've ended up using those. So there's not really one single thing to learn about. Obviously, medical knowledge of feet, I was fortunate enough, again, to learn that from somebody that had learned that from somebody, and so I have a basic understanding of that. And went from there. So the hard part, though, is the tools. You can get modern versions of these really super easy. But this is my toolbox. My very heavy, massive, lots of things in it toolbox. And you don't need this much. You don't need a fancy toolbox. You don't need historic tools. I did a lot of events where I was in costume presenting 18th century things, so I kind of needed them. But what you really need is a shoemaker's knife. There are different shapes and styles. I really like this. This is a modern one that you can get pretty easily in terms of the blade shape. You can't necessarily get it with the wooden handle, but you can get this blade shape. I think even Tandy Leather sells it. And Tandy Leather also sells some leathers that are appropriate for shoemaking. They even sell sole leather, which is like tougher, sturdier stuff. But you need a knife, and you need the ability to sharpen your knife. So get the sharpening stone, a good one, a strop, that sort of thing. You need an awl. I tend to like the curved ones, that sort of thing. It's actually like curved at the end, but this is a lighter weight one that I'm able to find. It's actually a vintage blade, so it's hard to find. Like I said, all of these halves, all of these wooden parts were special made for me. You don't need that, but you can get lots of different shoemakers awls from different shoemaker sites, whether it's in the US, I really like Sorrel Notions and Findings. Sorrel is Sorrell. And in the UK, there's Caraducker, Carre, Ducker, like duck. And there's so many others too. I just know those two pretty well. And you can get those things. So like you need to start off with the knife and the ability to sharpen it, your awl, and from there you kind of get to choose what route you're going in terms of, do you want to work with boar bristles, or do you want to use the plastic or metal alternatives for the shoemaking needles, because they're not stiff needles, they're meant to be bendy. Getting things like tallow, so that way it's your grease, it's what allows you to get through with the awl a little bit easier. You'll need a hammer. This is where I really recommend going online and going to like eBay. This is a repro hammer, but I've gotten antiques pretty easily. The only thing that you will probably need to do once you get a nice shoemaking hammer, this is I think a French style, but there's lots of different shapes that you can do. You need to polish the heck out of it because it's not actually used on metal. You use it on your leather. And so you get super shiny, like you can see. You can see it as a mirror. And that is like your precious. If anyone tries to actually hammer a nail with it, you knock them over the head. The thing that you actually use for hammering nails is this, lasting pliers. Again, super easy to find on eBay and all those sorts of places. They still make modern ones. You can get them off of those shoemaking websites, but again, you can get an antique super cheap as well. So I definitely recommend looking at both of those. But yeah, this is, you use the actual grip of it to pull, and then this little bit here for the hammering. And that's like your main kit. There are other weird things that you're going to need, like threads and wax and stuff like that. But start with that. Start with like, that's your main thing. You need a knife and all, something to actually hit metal with, and something to just hit your leather with. That's most of it. For me, it's like the rest of this is variations on all size, or variations on the type of knife that I use, or I have some really weird tools, like this one is a more modern tool that's meant for dealing with the edges of your leather, and I have like, because I found when I was doing all the curvy stuff, because I know the next part that everyone wanted to know, like, where do you get your heels, where do you get your lasts? That's the complicated part for historical things. So I carve most of mine to begin with, so I have a spoon knife, so it's great for getting into those little curves that are in all of your heels and things. And I also have like push pieces, where did the push one go, is that it? Like push blades, which are so sharp, as I learned. They're great, but that's the only time I've cut into myself properly. Like, I went and pushed, and it slid through it like butter so fast, it just went right through my leather apron and right into my leg. So that was fun. That's the only time I've really properly injured myself. Like, you get little nicks and cuts, but they tend to be kind of like when you're sewing, you're more likely to get yourself with the pins than you are with your scissors. That's the same way in shoemaking. You're more likely to get yourself by rubbing up against the tacks than you are by actually dealing with the knife. So I guess that's kind of the other thing. You probably want to get a leather working apron for safety. Most of the time you're working towards yourself, and you obviously don't want to do that to yourself. So get something that is resistant. Mine I made out of specific sheep skin on top, so you can't cut through it. Like, you just can't. Like, that's the joke. You can sit here and like try to stab yourself. You can't. So that's really cool. But it's kind of like hand sewing versus machine sewing. You don't need a really big machine or anything crazy like that. So I'm gonna start, because I know I've found a few questions up there, so I'm gonna scroll back up to the beginning. But to sum up parts, because we talked about lasts and heels, I make my own. So you can also find vintage, and you can also get things that you've made reproduced. So I've been very fortunate in that this, for example, is one that I've made. It's made, most of my work that I do for lasts is out of a lighter weight wood. This is not like a balsa wood. It's like, I usually work with rainbow poplar or stuff of that nature when I can. Same thing with the heels. Rainbow poplar is like my go-to for most of my stuff, because it's hard enough to function for what I need it to, but it's soft enough that I don't want to kill myself over carving it. Don't go much heavier than that. You seriously, just, I've done it. Don't. In fact, I've even made a last out of basically balsa wood, like super lightweight. And this won't last you very long, but it was a one-off for a specialty custom size and style that I didn't have a last for at the time, and so I went ahead and carved it up super fast. So if you're only doing a couple pairs of shoes, or if you're going to do a pair of shoes, test it out, and then send it off to a place that can reproduce your last, which does exist. Most of my lasts are reproduction ones that are done by a place in Mexico. I have not personally worked with them, but the person that taught me, Brett, did. So we would send off my version of the lasts, and they would send back a full range of sizes. So that's how I have most of those. But like I said, for when I got super specialty things, like this was meant for a pair of 1860s boots that I had to make very precisely the right shape. It was meant to be as close of a reproduction as I could get to the original, so I carved this. The difficulty with this sort of thing is that it is a right and a left. 18th century are straight, meaning you got one, there's not a difference, and it changes on your feet. Like, you know, you end up very much with a right and a left shoe before too long. So you don't really get a choice in that, but I can carve my own lasts. It's not fun, but it's definitely feasible. And same thing goes with the heels. You can carve your own heels. In fact, that's what I will always choose to do. There we go. It's like, where'd you go? So this is a great example of one of the heels that I've carved. This is for a pair of riding boots that I started and was bested by. I need to go back and actually properly make them. But for right now, I use it as an example. And so again, I usually use rainbow poplar for this. It's just, as you can tell, it's really hard to carve out this sort of curve. I am not super skilled in this. I have talked to people that would be better at woodworking than I am, and they're like, yeah, those are not fun. So it's not just a me thing, thankfully. But yeah, it's definitely like, that's the hardest part, is the stuff that as a shoemaker you wouldn't have historically done. They had last makers, they had heel makers. Shoemakers had other people make the uppers for their shoes, all the fabric or the upper parts that don't require like leather or interesting like shoemaking stitches. So you don't have to do that historically, but like, ooh. Yeah, so, all right, I'm gonna scroll back up to the top and I'm gonna start going through some of your guys' questions. Because I know, like I said, a lot of the questions were, where do I even get this stuff? There was a couple of places. How do you get started in this? Learning through modern classes. And then you go from there. It's really hard to get information off of historic shoes online, unfortunately. So if you're ever able to actually go in, even house museums, like small, tiny museums, usually have shoes. It's just one of those things. So, you know, like that's a fortunate thing. But yeah, someone does mention the Every Woman Her Own Shoemaker book that was from, I believe, the 1850s. As much as I love the concept of that book, it is not functional for modern day in the same way. There are some very useful things in there about how they assembled shoes. However, the issue comes from the fact that it tells you in the very first step to go to your local shoemaker and have them give you a last and the supplies that you need. So you can get your sole leather from them, you can get your upper stuff from them, you can get all your stuff from your local shoemaker. You can, obviously. So that's one of the biggest issues that I have with that book, is that it doesn't explain in modern terms where to get a last, where to get the parts that you need, where to get the supplies and the shoemaking tools and what leathers you need and all of that stuff. So like there's a huge gap in the fact that that book is just not meant for that. So yeah. Give me 1 second. And let's see, what are some of the fun questions I've been getting? So I actually find that dealing with comfort, so I guess that's another good topic. I find these shoes incredibly comfortable, even though they don't always look like they should be. They are. They're just different. So you have to get used to it. You actually walk differently in the shoes. So this boot is a great example. It's a copy. This is the one that the last was made for, and it's a copy of an original that's at the New England Historic Society. We know the woman that owned it and wore it, and we have the receipts for it and everything. So it's 1864. And they, like, this was made to fit me, and I upped the size just barely. But it looks incredibly tiny and narrow in person. And that's because they actually do vertical height rather than horizontal, so the measurement overall is the same. but it's not the way we're used to seeing it. And so modern shoes tend to go very wide and very flat. And they do this under the argument that you need that space for your foot to spread. It's the same measurement, they just put it in a different way. So, plug it out there. Oh, I'm not sure that'll work, but we'll try. So, that's like the constant issue that you deal with, is just the difference in where the shape actually occurs. And it's really a trick, because... okay, thanks. It's all deception, so it's really hard to explain it, but it's all there. It's just the argument that you need it with your natural foot shape. And the reason for that is because modern shoes are incredibly hard. They are not flexible. They are not soft. We expect them to be like an iron cage for our foot, that our foot fits inside of them and they are a protective layer. In reality, 18th century, 19th century, and even into the early 20th century women's shoes, they're very soft. Like, this is padded, but it's just fabric. So there's nothing stopping my foot, once it has enough measurement, from spreading it out as much as it needs to, moving, flexing my foot. It's more like those knit top things, or the stretchy ones that are meant to like form over your foot. And so they fit very differently. So when people look at, say, even the heavier leather shoes of the 18th and 19th century and go, oh my gosh, their feet would have been tortured. They clearly put style over comfort. They didn't. It just fits very differently. We don't produce leather like that very much anymore. I actually, for the most part, like to use kangaroo leather. I do use calf and I do use goat occasionally, but it's usually very expensive stuff. But the closest that I've found to 18th century shoe leather is kangaroo, because it is so stretchy. And ironically, yes, kangaroo leather is stretchy and bounces back. That's its like main thing. But like it's so hard to actually achieve that level of comfort in modern shoes because they're so structured. So they really don't need to prioritize comfort over any sort of appearance on the shoe. They just need to learn more about people's feet and how they balance. The heels on these things are not like modern shoes. They're very, like, modern shoes are completely straight down the back. Like, that's one of those things, especially right now, some of them even flare out. Like, that's not how, when you come down on your heel, that's not where it needs to be. That's really awkward. That puts the pressure and the impact on the back of your foot rather than actually directly up your leg. And it doesn't work, and it's really uncomfortable. And I had weak ankles, and I know there was a discussion about that in one of my areas, and it, like, one of the notifications that I had of this, and the whole weak ankle myth. I had weak ankles when I was younger, and as somebody said, that's medically not even actually a thing. But I sprained and twisted my ankles repeatedly throughout my childhood, like over and over and over again, and that was just wearing regular shoes. That wasn't wearing high heels, that was wearing literally like tennis shoes. And it's just, it wasn't until, and I wore high heels all the way through college, and I dealt with it, and I did dance, so my ankles weren't weak. They were very strong. I did lots of different types of dance, so they shouldn't have been a problem. But what I discovered was all of my heels were not tilted the right way. They were not anchored in the right spot. They were too small, or they just proportionally didn't work, and it didn't support the foot. So that was sort of my, like, realization of, oh, that's the problem. Like, that's the issue. So the comfort issue that we're finding with modern shoes is fixing problems that were created by modern shoes. They aren't fixing problems that were created in the 18th century or even the 19th century. They're fixing problems that were created in the 1950s, the 1990s, all of those issues. So everything just really requires that. So, all right. Trying to kind of go through and see what some of the general questions are. There's a lot of them, so it's hard for me to catch everything. But yeah, how many shoes would a person own? it really varies. Like, how many shoes does the average person own today? One thing I can tell you is that in the colonies, we have records of the church giving 3 pairs a year to the absolutely destitute, those that could not afford anything on their own, those that could not have a job and could not get money and were under the support of the church. They had 3 pairs a year given to them. And we don't have records of whether that was 3 new pairs or 3 repairs, or if those 3 pairs of shoes got repairs multiple times for free. But yeah, so that's bare minimum. And there's this great story in the 18 teens, which is not a true story. I don't believe it's a true story, but it gives you the information that therefore is probably factual, because why would they make that part up? That's not the point of the story. But it's a father talking about all these things that he's teaching, he's getting his daughters taught how to do so they have hobbies and they can learn how to do the fashionable things. And one of the things is learning how to make shoes. And he goes through and lists out the, like, 5 to 8 pairs of shoes a year that he buys for these girls. And he's like, and he's like, I'll save so much money if they can make their own shoes. And then they learn how to make 1 pair, and they end up with hunchback and gnarled fingers, because shoemaking is not friendly. And they end up making 1 pair of shoes that they never wear, and they both place them on little sheets of gold paper in their rooms, and they never touch them. And he's just so upset that he paid so much money to have them trained in how to make, he paid an entire year's worth of shoes to learn shoemaking, and they never do it. So I always found that amusing. So that's a good example of more like everyday wear and tear that you would expect, that sort of thing. So getting 5 pairs a year, 10 pairs a year, depends on how fashionable you are. That's pretty normal. And there are definitely examples, like I said, of shoes that have been worn and kept around. Most of the shoes that you find surviving are not heavily worn, if at all. I think since shoes were mass-produced as of the 18th century, there's just, I think, a lot of shoes that just never got sold. Or shoes that were bought in bulk. At the Philadelphia Museum of Fine Art, they have, I think, 5 or 6 pairs of the exact same black silk satin 1770s shoes that were bought by the same person. They all came from the same house. And she clearly bought in a bulk and just never wore all of them, didn't make it through. She tried to alter 1 pair to look different. She got rid of the latchet straps that go across the top for the buckle here, and tried to make it more of this style by cutting off the latchets on 1 of them, but clearly didn't think that actually worked out well, because then she didn't do it to another one and didn't wear them ever. So, like, there are some things like that that get done, but yeah, she was buying in like 5-6 pairs at a time, at least. So, like... So clearly, like, she expected that, like, the reason why those survived wasn't because they didn't fit or they had problems, but just simply because they went out of style, and she's just like, eh. So, like, if people are buying them in, like, 5 pairs at a time, so, okay, back to the comfort thing, because I know there's still questions on that. So these are not as thin as they look. It's deceptive. Just the very edge is that thin. They're much thicker on the inside. You also have an insole, and I generally put cork or wool in between the two, because when you last over the uppers and you have your seam allowance, there's a big gap in the middle. So I actually fill it with a cushion that is a waterproofing as well. So they're very comfortable. Like I said, I've walked miles and miles and miles in these shoes. I can do heavier soles. These are turn shoes. These are as light as they get. So if you're, say, like, somebody who's walking hard and heavy, that's when you go with your heavier, like, channel shoes that are, like, this has the clump sole ripped off, but that's when you go with heavier channel shoes. They're much thicker on the side, or you go with a randed or a welted shoe, so you can get, again, the thicker sole, and it's sturdy, it's hardy, like, it wears really long, and it's actually very comfortable. It's just more like wearing, because your foot's able to actually move and adjust, and you're not stuck within a hard, stiff outer. Your foot can actually move and adjust and work over things a lot easier. So when you're, say, walking down cobblestones or across gravel or across the ground, and in modern shoes, that's what constantly made me twist my ankle and lose my balance, was the fact that it was all resistance. If I stepped on a tiniest rock, my entire foot had to go off to the side. And so while I will feel that rock slightly, in my 18th century shoes, it's not a Princess and the Pea thing. Like, you don't feel every tiny little pebble, but my foot was able to actually somewhat form over that and not just keel over. So I found it much easier walking in these shoes around the historic area than I ever did in modern shoes. I wouldn't be able to do modern heels in like Colonial Williamsburg. I tried a few times. It was not good. I always had to do flats. So like that was the difference. So it seems like it would be less comfortable, but it really wasn't. Like you walk differently. There's in the 1860s or 70s, I don't remember when exactly the article came out, as heels came back in the 1850s, but not everybody necessarily picked them up right away. And there was a discussion of how do you relearn how to walk. So you walk differently in flats than you do in heels. And you walk very differently in modern heels than you do in historic heels. So their description of how to learn how to walk in a heel so you don't hurt yourself, because they specified that was one of the reasons why women were hurting themselves in high heels and causing ankle problems, was because they weren't walking right. Not because of the heels problem, but they weren't doing it right, was to take a flat shoe and attach a squeaky ball where the heel should be, about the size of the heel. And you need to learn how to walk around without squeaking that ball. Which is just, like, the visual of this was absolutely amazing. It was, like, I just picture this woman in her beautiful cage crinoline gown, like, walking around her house trying to squeak, 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 squeak. Like, it's brilliant. But it makes sense, because you don't come down toe first, but you come down very flat, and you slide forward into it, and so you get your steps that way rather than ka-thunk. Like, modern heels, you have to come down and you hit, and then you move forward, and so you hit that heel impact hard, and that is what's stressful for your ankles and your legs and your hips. Like, that constant impact is the problem. You can't do that in these shoes. I've tried. It's so hard to walk in these shoes like that. So yeah, you do essentially have to, like, and I did a whole bunch of videos I'll have to post, but you do kind of come in, like, you hit very much at the same time. Like, I sometimes get a little bit of a heel, but, like, that would be it rather than coming bump, bump. So that difference in walking makes all the difference in terms of how it impacts your body. And all of those studies that are being done on, like, how bad high heels are for your body and why we need to move to these fancy shoes with all these weird shapes and, like, all of these things to fix that. It's like, not really. And someone mentioned, like, why are clogs so comfortable, like, why are wedges so comfortable? I cannot stand wedges. They are incredibly uncomfortable to me, interestingly enough. But part of that is just because that I've noticed people in wedges tend to walk more like that. They tend to walk more flat rather than thunking. So I think that might be part of it. I'm really curious. I would love to do a whole bunch of just, like, people have done modern studies on how people walk in different shoes. Most of them tend to be not looking at the actual health or anything like that. Most of these shoes and walking and high heels studies that I saw were looking at how men versus women walk in shoes, and could you actually tell based off of the walk of a skeleton whether it was, like, what gender the person identified as, and, like, all of that. So that, which helped greatly in terms of seeing how walking was done, but was not useful in terms of understanding, like, health problems due to all of that. So, like I said, I think most of the, like, these shoes are uncomfortable. It's just because, like, if you look at vintage shoes, frankly, and even modern shoes, they're so, oh god, they're so uncomfortable. So, yep. But some of the difference is not just, like, where the heel's placed, but it's also just the softness of the shoe. Like, this is a pretty hard one, but there's no shanks in these. And that's one of the other, like, important things is, like, the heel on this functions to support the arch of the foot, but it's like a dance shoe. And the fact that it's very flexible there. But you won't find modern shoes that are that lightweight on top and that lightweight on bottom. People wouldn't buy them because they'd go, oh, this is just a slipper. I can't wear this outside. It'd fall apart. So, and they expect it to last 20 years. Which you can if you, like, really take care of it. But that flexibility is just not there in modern shoes. And so you, like with the stiff shank and the stiff sole and the heavier uppers, it's just, you're gonna still walk like a normal modern shoe, just a little bit. It's still gonna be better because look at if you're looking at like repro historic shoes, the heel is still under the foot properly. So that's why like I can wear those for hours and I cannot wear modern shoes for hours. Like I'm trying to find a modern pair of boots and I want to like rip the heels off of all of them. They're so bad. Like they're like backwards. Like what? Yeah, I'm not happy about that. Okay, so what else do you guys want to hear about? The rounded soles. I don't know. I've never tried them. I've seen lots of people wearing the rocker ones where the sole is actually like rounded. And it makes some sense, but usually you have what's called toe spring anyway, which means that the toe is not flat onto the ground, and you're certainly not doing that. Your toe is slightly lifted, so that way you can do that anyway. It's just usually not that extreme. But I have a feeling it's one of those things where it's better for certain medical reasons or certain types of gaits, and like that's the sort of thing that I feel like we don't talk about or we don't learn about at any point in time, is that people walk differently and people's feet hit the ground differently, and that's not just your foot shape, that's also dependent on your knee and your hips and the strength of it. If you have like you don't have good hip flexors, you're going to walk differently than if you've, say, been doing ballet for your entire life and you can like lift your leg up, no problem. Everybody moves and walks differently and has different turnouts or turn-ins or weight like impact areas, and nobody really pays attention to that, I guess is a good way to put it. Like no one really spends the time to get to know that because it's so incredibly difficult. Like those Dr. Scholl's things now where you can like stand on it and it'll tell you what sort of weight distribution you have on your foot. That's a good start, but it doesn't tell you about how you walk, which your wear pattern on your shoes can tell you a lot. Like I can say like this is my right shoe, and so this is where my big toe would be, and that's where I put a lot of wear and tear there. I don't have like a turnout where like I don't walk on the outside of my foot. I put most of my wear there, but on my heel it's on the outside, so that means that I have a slight bit of a turnout because like my wear pattern is here and then angles towards the front toe, so I have a little bit of a turnout in my feet, thank you years of dance, and that's why that wear pattern happens there versus like turning that way or having the shoe cant inwards. So I know like where my issues are with that and like what I might choose to do to the shoes to adjust that if it becomes like painful at some point. I might need to work on adjusting my posture and my hip position rather than being like, oh, it's the shoe's fault or it's my foot's fault. It's like it's the position of my hips that's causing that wear and causing me to have, when I have pain in my feet, it's where the big toe is, like that joint. That's where the pain in my foot happens. And that is due to the fact that I have that turnout. It's not due to the fact that the shoes are problematic. Usually, like, if they are, they are. But, like, that's stuff like that, which is, again, another thing that you learn in shoemaking. There's a lot. Like, there's so much medical stuff in there that I still don't know. I'm learning as I go, and I've learned by talking to people, but I haven't taken any medical courses. I would love to, but that is not the easiest thing to necessarily, like, I just want to take a single class on feet. Where the heck do like online, where do I do that? I've looked, there may be someplace now, but when I looked a few years ago, I couldn't find an example. So, but yeah, so obviously what I do is very similar to modern shoemaking, but there's different degrees of different types. So this is handmade, even when I'm cementing them together, like in the case of this shoe, the original was cemented together, which is the same way that modern shoes are done, kind of. And, you know, it's still very different than, obviously, than modern shoes. But I don't use all the machinery. I don't know how to use any of that machinery. I've learned a little bit, but there's just not that much, and it's a whole different field. When you're getting things mass-produced, that is a whole different type of shoemaking, a whole different type of shoe design than the custom ones. So that is its own thing that So there's lots of different types of shoemaking industry as it was. So are the shoes slippery? A little bit. As you can see, like, as you wear them, they rough up, versus the ones that are, I've only worn these inside. And so this is burnished to look nice and shiny and pretty, and darkened a little bit. But you can leave the sole sueded, which is this part here. I took a sandpaper to it, and suedes it up so it's more like a dance shoe. So there's still some slipperiness to it. But again, the way that you walk, it makes it really a lot harder to slip in these shoes. The first few ones that I wore and I was still, you know, hitting and coming down, like I would come down and then I'd slide forward and be like, ugh. But when I came down with the expectation of like, this is my stopper, it's almost like ice skating in certain ways, like, or rollerblading or something, like, this is my stopper, that, you know, there's resistance there, and I found that I ended up slipping less. I'm careful when I say go down wooden stairs, but I managed to never die when I was working at the millinery shop at Colonial Williamsburg, and those stairs, I was there before they put the safety things on the stairs. Like, so many people fell down the stairs. I never did, so it's possible to not die in these. But once they rough up, they're really fast, and there are certain things you can do. Like, I made this pair of overshoes, for a pair of shoes that I actually left at Williamsburg, since the red inside was a red pair of shoes. And I know people always talk about, like, oh, you just put these on and this will be your heavy shoe for walking around town, or you can make it with like a rougher sole, or these things are not walking friendly at all. Neither are the patents, which are the ones with the metal rings underneath. So overshoes are not, they're for bad weather, and they're for taking your fancy little pretty shoes from the carriage to the house. I wore them the first day that I wore them. I was going to a fancy evening event, and getting from my parking lot, like from my car in the parking lot, around the building to the front of the building, they fell off of my feet like 5 times, because I had to learn how to walk all over again. You have to actually push your foot into it every single step, and it flip-flops, because it's stiff like a wedge, but your shoe isn't, and so it made me realize how much my shoe actually flexes all the time. And so I was constantly flip-flopping this thing in the back, and when I went up the stairs, it just fell off of my foot every single time, and so I'd have to like stomp into it to go up the stairs so they wouldn't fall off, and it was so bad. So, like, these are not walking friendly, and I have other people that I know that have tried similar ones, the same sort of thing. They're there for inclement weather and not long walking. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Like, just, I think I can probably fit this one in there. But yeah, every single step you take, that happens. But it's not so far up on the foot that when you do that, it's really easy for that to slip out. So you gotta really push down in every single time. Yeah. Like, they're really cool, and I will probably make another pair at some point that is a little less intensive than that one. That was terrible. That was the hardest thing I've ever made. Out of all the shoes, even out of my, like, not my first pair of shoes, that pair of overshoes was the most difficult thing I have ever made in terms of shoemaking. So, yeah. Which part of it was due to the fact that, like, I probably used heavier leather than I should have, and like other things like that. So, oh, leather, that's a good topic. So you can get sole leather from some of those shoemaking supplies places. I recently got some sole leather from Tandy that I'm trying out. It's lightweight and would work for turn shoes. I'm not sure how durable it is. That's kind of the difference in quality versus like the really expensive, proper, like super nice sole leather. It will last for a very long time. But the difference between sole leather and regular leather is that regular leather is much more fleshy, meaning that like there's like fuzzy on the inside, and you can put holes through it and it might stay or it might pull out. Sole leather is like compacted and hard, and like no matter how deep you go with that awl, it's not gonna pull out. Like you can't pull out stitches. So that's the point of sole leather. Upper leather, like I said, I get from a variety of places. I stick to vegetable tanned leather rather than chrome tan leather, for a variety of reasons. I just find it better to work with. It's historically what they would have used. But I have a whole list of places, and I'll make up a post on that at some point, of places that I get it from. A lot of them are actually book binding. places, not shoemaking. So I use a lot of bookbinding calf and goat. Also, like I said, kangaroo, because that's like a good weight for shoe uppers. So that, yeah. But like the thing to look for in good shoe leather is that it can hold a stitch well, meaning that I can put my awl through it and it won't pull out. So with kangaroo or something like that. Sorry. Let me see if I can get into my bin really fast. That's goat, but it should still work. So it's really thin. This is like a Moroccan goat. But I can take my awl and go through, like it's only, like that's super thin, like it's not a thick leather at all. But I can take my small awl, which is appropriate for this size, and I can go through half of its thickness, say, come out the other side. That's not a good spot. But theoretically, that's one of the reasons why I'm not using this for one of the things. It's a little bit more fleshy than, say, the kangaroo, which is on the other side of the room. But you can put your awl through it and pull up, and it won't pop out, which means that the stitch will hold. And that's kind of important. You don't want your stitch to just pull through the fabric, as it were. So that's one of the reasons why I really like kangaroo, because it is so resilient in that way, even though it's incredibly lightweight. Calf skin, I use goat for some things, but yeah. So, like finding the right leather that's the hard part, and it's very expensive. So I just recently bought a single kangaroo hide, which is one of the cheaper leathers to get, and that was, I believe, about $150 for the upper for that leather. Calf skin, depending on what you're going for, it can be $150, it can be $300. If I'm doing a full hide of Wittol, which is tawed leather rather than tanned leather, and it's white, and it's much more expensive, I can end up paying $600 for a single hide. Calfskin hide on that. So yeah, that's where it gets expensive. Let's see if I can find the kangaroo leather that's underneath me or not. I don't think I can. Gotcha. So this is the kangaroo leather I just made my medieval shoes out of. So it's got a lot of good like stretch and give to it. But like I said, it returns to where it came from, which is kind of important. So this is just a standard like medium weight kangaroo. See the backside's not terribly fleshy. It's not like really super fuzzy. It's a soft, velvety, but it's not fuzzy. And this holds stitches really well, even though it's really thin. So I can actually do like half stitch through the thickness of this, even though it's only a couple millimeters thick. So that's one of the ones that I really like using for things, but it's not necessarily like easy to work with in any of those cases. It just takes learning the tools, and learning. It's no different than like working with the needle. You got to learn how it actually like works and functions. But yeah, do I have magic fingers? Obviously with shoemaking you're using your awl rather than a needle, so that helps greatly. But when I am using a needle on leather, that's the only time I tend to wear a thimble. But it also depends on how resistant the leather is and how like heavy my needles are and things like that. So not always. But I tend to sew with bigger needles rather than smaller, so they're less likely to go into my finger, but I also pinch rather than push. So it's just a difference of how I function with the needle. So thimbles usually get in the way, and when I have to use them for shoemaking, like doing leather uppers, like this sort of thing, this is a calf skin upper, and I had to use a thimble to stitch on the binding by hand. The problem that I have with that is that the thimble abrades the thread, and so I have to use much shorter thread and keep like knotting and starting over. I don't like that. I don't like shredding my thread like that. And I know I could use a different type of thimble. That's the thing people always say, oh, you don't have to use metal. If it's so hard that I can't push it through myself, it will go through a leather needle, a leather thimble, and it will go through the silicone ones. I have put so many holes in those. They don't work for me because if it takes that much effort, I can't actually push with those. My finger strength is tough enough for that. So, yeah. Who makes custom historic shoes? For men, Sean Picard is like he is so skilled. He started learning around the same time I did, and like getting to watch his process of things has been so cool. I don't know who makes like women's 18th century shoes. I don't know if anybody does. Like I know there are some companies that do 18th century inspired ones that do custom. I haven't tried their stuff. I don't know how custom they work. Way back in the day, there was Sarah Juniper. I originally bought a pair of shoes from her before I learned everything, and she doesn't do historic shoes anymore, so I can comfortably now say I learned how to do shoemaking because of those shoes, because they were not what I needed or wanted, and it was I spent a lot of money on something that didn't work for me. So I was like, I need to do this myself. I think she still does vegan shoes, which is like cool and all. I don't want to deal with vegan leather because I don't. Okay. Sit down for a minute. Actually, I should probably be holding a teacup while I do this. So, as much as I totally understand being vegan, I fully get that. I grew up in a vegetarian household. Whatever. There are not any viable options right now. There are a few specialty vegan leathers that I probably could do shoemaking, like hand shoemaking with. I'm not sure about putting stitches through them. They probably have to be cemented, but they're specialty, they're very expensive, and they're very hard to get a hold of, and they're very limited quantities, and usually they're made specifically for certain shoe brands that will use them, and they aren't publicly available. The rest that are publicly available, like Apple Leather or PLU, those are all plastic. Apple Leather has PLU in it. Most of them have plastic in them, and I don't. Your shoes don't breathe, they don't flex, they don't shape to your foot, they're not comfortable, and you leave behind a plastic shoe, that thing will never go away. I can wear these things to death, keep refreshing them, keep fixing them up, keep rehydrating them, and even the ones that I have killed, I could fix and continue to wear. I leave them in the state that they're in because they're good examples for educational purposes. But I could continue to wear them for years and years, and I have never managed a plastic pair of shoes to do that. And there's nothing, once it's ripped, that's it. Like, once you've abraded it, that's it. And they will go in a landfill. So I would much rather, like, it's much less impactful on the environment to do leather. And it's much less damaging to animals because it's a byproduct. All of this stuff is byproduct. So, like, none of the leather that I use is from animals that were specifically raised for leather. So, like, I am so much more comfortable with that. So, yeah, Christine Sostein had some specialty things made. I just don't know if they do specialty sizes or, like, custom fits. I know they do custom, like, fabrics. Like, you can send them a fabric. So who knows? But yes, look at Sostein. I've looked at other methods. I've actually purchased over the years a few different shoes from different places. I have some, my husband was in the Navy and he picked up shoes for me when he was in Bahrain and Dubai in that area. So I've looked at those and it's the same thing. They use slightly different tools and slightly different angles, but it's the same stitch. It's the same basic construction. It's like, alright, I get it, yeah. Like it just works. Would cork have been used? So no, I haven't tried to work with other leathers just because I'd have to spend so much money to get them and they're hard to get. Like, if someone has a source for just like small hides of things, I'll gladly try them, but I've never found a source for like small things that don't have PLU in them. But these have cork in them, like this little part underneath here is cork. I generally will use cork or wool broadcloth to fill in the center space. So I use cork there, but I haven't, like, cork leather is not something I've worked with or anything like that. So, to weatherproof and maintain your shoes, hydrate like your own skin, because it's skin. So I burnish the bottom of my shoes, and you can use mink oil, which does darken the bottom of your shoes. You can use, there's some beeswax used in the process. Like I said, I do that inner layer, which helps on the sole in terms of either cork or wool broadcloth is really good for that, and I've got scraps of that left over from sewing, so that's where my heavy wool broadcloth scraps from years of making menswear for other people, that's where those get used. So there's things to do with waterproofing there. Like I said, my big heavy ones, these things, they're pretty, like, it took a lot of walking through puddles before my feet would get wet. And nights where things were super rainy or snowy, I would wear wool stockings, and my feet were usually pretty dry. So I never really was like concerned. Like, my feet stayed as dry as they would in other shoes. Like, rubber soled things maybe like a little bit better, but it took a lot of walking outside in very inclement weather for my feet to get wet when I was wearing the right shoes. And I wasn't always wearing the right shoes. And there were days where, great example of that. So there was a day when I was working on the tent project at Williamsburg. We were reproducing George Washington's tent, and we were, unfortunately, the closest place to park your car to that was the parking lot that always flooded. And we had an absolute deluge one day. It was supposed to rain, but it, like, rained. And it was up to, like, people's calves in the parking lot. It was bad. And I had, like, I think I had my little velvet shoes on for that day, and was like, nope, that's not good. I don't want to ruin these. So I wore my leather slippers because they were already kind of nearing a death point, and I figured my feet were going to get wet anyway, no matter what I did. And because they're leather, they're going to get less damaged than that. And they're now permanently formed to what my foot looked like when the day that I wore them and they dried out on my foot. Like, I can still wear them, but they're just so stiffened. It's hilarious to me. So I've just kind of, like, left them because that was near the end of the project anyway. But you can see all these wrinkles of, like, my toe shape, like, very distinctly. It's hilarious. So that's a great example of how the shoes formed to right and left. You don't need to wet them down for that, but if you do, they're really great at that. So that's what happens when you get your shoes absolutely soaking wet. They're still fine. You just don't, like, put them on a heat or anything to dry. Just let them dry by air. Like, that's the key thing with anything with actual leather. So yeah. Yeah, sheepskin. That'd be an interesting experiment. Sheepskin, like I said, can be rough and tough, but it doesn't wear in the same way that cow or calf does for sole. So, yeah, cork leather for bags, actually. I ordered a cork leather bag that I'm really curious to get next year. So, like, I'm curious about those things, but right now I haven't found anything that's a good option. So yeah, the hard part, though, learning shoemaking. Yeah, because that's the question that kept coming up over and over and over again. And it's just, like, you got to take your own path on that. My path is not feasible for anybody at the moment. I'd like to teach more, but yeah, making a book on it. And I did actually write kind of a book years ago. It's on Blurb, so it's like 18th century turn shoe making, like how to make 18th century turn shoes or something. Like, it's not a step-by-step how-to, so it's definitely not titled that, but yeah, I think it's just 18th century turn shoes. But it shows you all of the parts. It just doesn't go into details like what leather weight do you need and what size of awl blade or exactly. It just kind of talks about the process. And I'll be doing more shoemaking and lots of videos, so there'll be a lot to see from that in the near future. You can definitely pick up a lot from that, but I definitely recommend just getting a strong basis in modern shoemaking. Because the stuff that you need to understand is, like, how to fit to the foot, how to measure the foot. Like, that's the stuff that is universal. The exact techniques of how you pattern might be slightly different, but frankly, there are times where, yes, I do cover my last in masking tape and draw the shoe on it. That's cool. Like, I did that for this pair, which is my 1920 pair. And that's complicated stuff right there, folks. Like, I would do it a lot differently now if I did this again. It's just way too thick for what I want. Everything just too much bulk, so I would definitely rework that. But this is not something that I'm gonna do on a paper pattern. I wrapped it in masking tape, and I drew all the lines on the last and took it off and, like, flattened things, because you're working in 3D. The leather will stretch and work around, but you kind of need to know how to account for that and flatten out your pattern. But yeah, this requires a lot of detail that I'm not going to get from my 18th century techniques, or like what I did in the medieval shoemaking. Like that, just wrapping paper around it, that's great for simple things. but not so much for the complex things. So, yeah. Actually, interesting note, wooden shoes filled with straw for warmth. I haven't seen straw in records, but I have seen wool, like just straight wool. So that's actually one of the things that they talk about a lot in the 19th century, is that they will have inserts, kind of like extra insoles, made out of wool that you will put inside of your shoe. And that's another way to prevent like the cold or the damp coming through, because they were like stupidly concerned with warm, dry feet in the 19th century. Like, a good chunk of my thesis, my master's thesis, was written on that. Really concerned about it. And so having insoles, and you can actually still buy them today. You can buy just wool felt insoles. Totally highly recommend them. Super cushy, super comfy, keep your feet warm and dry. So if you have any of those issues with your shoes, you can still get those. So that is, yeah. Yeah, I hopefully someday I can write a book on this. For right now, you'll just get some beautiful, like, film footage, and then eventually I'll do a better book at some point. But the one that you can get off of Blurb, you can get a PDF of it too, which I highly recommend. Like, I don't even know what the prices are for their books anymore, but the PDF is still really cheap. So that's really pretty. But do they have proper winter shoes? It depends on the era that we're talking about, whether they specifically had winter shoes or not. When you reach the 19th century, you see that a lot. You see fur slippers with, like, elevated things. So, like, that's that sort of thing. Actually, you can see one of my new beauties. So I've finally admitted that I'm allowed to collect some antique shoes. So this is an 1860s boot. And this is a sturdy as hell boot, as I like to call it. Look how thick that sole is. It's doubled. Like, it's got multiple sole levels. So this is a great example of, like, what do you do for sturdy shoes? This sucker. And the elevated toe in front, because that was something they were concerned about, having toe space, and they were concerned about not having thick enough soles to deal with the wet and the cold, and all of that. Like, this is what they did, and so that's why I actually ended up getting this pair of shoes from Witchy Vintage, because they're a perfect example of, like, healthy shoes for the 1860s. How to be healthful with your shoes. Have leather uppers. Like, they're super lightweight still. I'm gonna hydrate these before too long. I think they really need it. But they're still, like, about the same weight as, like, my kangaroo or really light calfskin, but, like, that's got a hefty in there. It's big chunky sole. It's done. It's actually done as a channel shoe, which I did not expect. I thought, looking at them, like, oh, it's got 2 layers. They probably just did a welt. It's a channel shoe, which is just crazy to me, which means that they literally stitch straight up through into the inside of the boot, which you could only do in this time period because of this elevation. Like, I was like, how do you channel shoe an 1860 shoe? That's a terrible idea. Like, you have to because you have to actually get inside of the shoe to do it. It's, because you have to have tiny, nimble hands for that. So these are a great example of, like, sturdy winter healthy shoes. That would be, like, good walking shoes for that era. Comparison to, say, like, the same era. This thing where it's just, like, lightweight wool cotton uppers and some pretty things and, like, lightweight soles. Like, the sole is heavier than it looks, but it's also pretty lightweight still. Like, that's the difference. So they do definitely have different styles, and they work for different things, different amounts of wear. No different than today. Like, we have different types of shoes for different things, and there were winter boots in certain eras, more and more so as you get into, like, boots becoming fashionable in the 19th century. But yeah, so is there a form in that boot? Nope, it's got some stuffing in it, down in the bottom, but it doesn't have anything supporting the ankle part. It's just when you use leather, and it's got a twill lining, like a cotton twill on the inside. So it's just stiffer than some of the others, but, like, you know, so there are some that are stronger, stiffer than others, and there are some that are just floppy fabric. So, like, this one is only upright because it's got stuffing, literal just stuffing in it. But it just doesn't go up all the way. Like, there's some leather stiffener along the buttons. You can see, like, that's where I've got the Withaw in there, to make sure that there's enough resistance there. And like I said, that's an exact reproduction of a original pair, so as close as I can get. It's not exact, but yeah, interesting. All the different ways that you can keep your feet nice and warm. Cool. Interesting. So yeah. Yeah, you can do multiple layers of leather on soles. You can do single layer. You can make it super thin. You can make it very thick. The only thing you can't do is do a really thick sole on a turn shoe, because you literally turn it right side out. You start it wrong side out, and you gotta flip it. It's gotta be lightweight enough that you can actually, like, fold that leather and turn it. You can then add more to it. You could sew another sole on. But, yeah. Roman times or earlier shoes, you see that they just have different types of wrapping techniques. So because they weren't necessarily doing like shoes like this, they're doing things that are more like a piece of leather that wraps around the foot in different ways and sometimes gets partially stitched. They just have ones that wrap up higher and wrap differently, or you can actually wrap. And this continues all the way through until modern day, and you still see it in certain areas. You can wrap fabric or other leather around your feet to help prevent that. So I mean, no different than like spats. That was the like very elegant, refined version like you see in like the early 20th century or late 19th. You know, you can wear spats over your shoes to protect your feet. Actually, spats go back all the way to like beginning of the 19th, but like that more so than anything. Protecting your shoes. Ooh. Just making sure that they dry out slowly and then clean them off. And like you can get shoe cleaner, get luster cream, which is a hydrating, and just do that every time that they've encountered that. And it sucks that you have to keep doing it, but it's gonna be like just making sure you remove and start over again. But yeah, like shoes are engineered. That's the best way to think of it. Like, even historical ones that are super lightweight, there's so much engineering that goes into it. And it's just that historical shoes are hug your feet, modern shoes encase your feet. Like, that's the biggest way to think of the difference. And yeah, hobnails are an option. Like, these shoes, like, I couldn't do it in, like, my fancy silk shoes, but you could hobnail these, but frankly, I was inside and out, and you don't want to wear hobnails inside. That's how you slip and die, wearing hobnails on a wooden floor. So if you were, say, in a position where you were doing entirely outdoor work and you needed more traction on ground, especially wet ground, yes, hobnail. But it, like, don't overdo the hobnails. That's how you slip and die. So I have always avoided those because I've never done anything that required that much outdoor. Like I said, literally just I walked and walked miles and miles in these in lots of inclement weather, and they've all held up over the years. Even the lightweight ones, like, you know, super thin slipper things like 1820s, like this sort of style. They're very lightweight, but they're not as lightweight as they look. It's deceptive. This is when they were like super concerned about feet. Like they had an absolute uproar over women's feet being exposed and too lightweight and all of those things. But you kind of see why. Like they're super. Actually, the insole is pulling away from this. Hi, I can show you some fun things inside. If my insole is coming off. So the insole is a separate piece that's added later. Let's pop this wrong side out for a second. So you can actually see these stitches on the inside. So, that was one of the other questions that I got a lot. Where do you start if you want to make historical shoes, other than starting with learning how to do modern ones? If you want to learn how to make turn shoes, this is the better type. Start with Regency ones. Start with flat. Start with no heel. Or medieval. Because it's the same thing the whole way around. So you're learning that shoemaker stitch and how to deal with your awl. And that sort of thing. But you can see this is where the stitch starts, and then this is where the stitch ends. So you're going halfway through the leather, so that way you don't actually see it on the outside. and so there's nothing visible. Like you can see on some of these, down at the toe it's a little more visible, like a little bit of a ladder. There you go, that's actually pretty good. So you can see where my stitches are as they go through the leather, but not out of the leather. But this sort of thing. And honestly, these are the antique lasts that you can find online on like eBay. The most tend to be at that range. So like this is a antique one that I've based some of my stuff on. It's probably Regency era, like early 19th century. Though it's a little bit weird. I'm still trying to figure it out because it's super well worn on the bottom, and that's not typical for women's shoes. So they must have been doing either channel shoes or something else with this, or maybe it is a men's last and they were doing welted shoes. It's not for women's turn shoes. You don't go through. You don't actually tack all the way through. It's one of the things that I learned pretty early on. So if you use the big tacks like they're used to doing for men's shoes, you leave holes all around your shoe. So like that, see if I can find an example of that. I don't know if I can. Like I got most of them to close up on this, but like there's still some little tack holes. And then you can see I went way too shallow on all of my stitches. So I learned a lot in this, but there's like some little tack holes in some places along there. And that I learned is not something that I ever saw in originals. So they don't actually go all the way through into the last. So I switched that. So the fact that there's all of this wood eaten away on this last means that they were either doing channel shoes or welted shoes. So this might actually be a men's last. But either way, the toe is starting to square just a little bit, so it's probably like 1814 range, 1815. This is one of the ones that I made a repro of and then sent it off, and that's what my current lasts, my flatter lasts that I use are done with. And sometimes you find vintage ones too, like this is a vintage one that I worked up to be the size and shape that I needed. It had more leather on it originally, so I've actually worked most of that leather off. Most of it's not mine, it's somebody else's. But it allowed me to reshape and reform. Because that's, like, step 1, get a last. Step 2, make it actually fit you. That's the joyous part of that. Because you use, like, your instep leathers, things like that. Sometimes they're built into the shoes, like the shoe lasts. There's the like wood part that pops out, but this is what allows you to fit it to your foot. It's like that first step, that's one of the hardest, is getting something to fit, getting it patterned right, and all of that. And that's something that is universal between whether it's modern or historic shoes. So you can learn that either way from the start and learn all of that. So what do I actually fill the tackles with? I try not to make tackles. That's the key now. I try not to go through and make holes on the exterior. So the only big ones that I've got are down they're the ones that hold the actual like entire sole onto the last, and you use a little stamp and it closes it up. So it's actually one of the cool things about historic shoes. Some people have very unique stamps, and you will start to see them repeated from, say, certain companies or shoemakers or places like that. And so I've always been curious to like make an account of unusual ones and see if we could actually start tracking some things by that. So I picked one early on, and it's the same one that I've always used. It's a little bit like a starbursty sort of thing. And that's how you close it up. You can sometimes put a little bit of beeswax in there. And then close it up, which kind of helps seal it, but I generally don't, once it's sealed, I generally don't have issues, even if I've just stamped it, to get like water through that or anything. And it's just the outsole, so it doesn't really soak through the whole shoe that fast. But yeah, that little stamp thing, that's how you close up your big holes at the end. Or the ones in the heel, you're dealing with pegs. That's how you actually hold the heel stuff on as like a backup to the stitching. Little wooden pegs. And there's a fashion for doing shoes entirely with pegs. Like they had peg machines that just went around and did pegs around the whole outside of the shoe, and that's how they attached the sole in the early 19th century. So if you ever find that, that is a distinct era. Like we got rid of that when we started doing cementing. This because you had to go in and cut off all the tops of the little wooden pegs because they have sharp points, and they'll go all the way through, and you got to cut that off. So they had specialty tools to go inside and cut those off. But there are plenty of stories of like them missing one or two, and somebody putting on their shoes and having an incredibly painful experience, being stabbed by a little wooden piece, just jabbing at them. So yeah. Yep. Yeah. You just push the leather around. It is a for black tea. So, which is very cold at this point, but yeah. Yeah, oh cool, I'll have to look that up. Okay. Yeah, I'm super interested in that era, like, because it's mostly on men's shoes, so I haven't seen, and I've looked mostly at women's shoes. There aren't that many men's shoes in collections, because they tend to get, like, worn out more, because the style isn't as fashion heavy. Like, they certainly do change in terms of shape and construction and things like that through the years, but, like, if you have a pair of black leather men's shoes, like, it lasts a lot more than, say, like, fashionable colors or fashionable uppers for women's shoes. Even though the toe shape does consistently change, and, like, the overall shape of the shoe and other things like that, like, where on the foot the lacing occurs or the buckle occurs changes. So there's definitely a lot of fashionable changes with men's shoes as well. It's just not as jarring sometimes. And they're not as distinct, I guess. So this is actually a great example. This is one of my favorite pairs that I've made. And this is, I can pinpoint this to 1816. So this is a great example of, like, super fashionable, super distinct style. It's based off of an original, which is at Colonial Williamsburg in their collections. And I can date it so well because the original actually has its little paper stamp up there, and we can specifically, like, the address that's on it, I went and looked up the company, and they are only at that address between, I believe, 1813 and 1816 or something. Like, they moved in 1816, so they would no longer have had that stamp. They would have had the new address on their stamp after 1816. However, this shoe has a square toe. And my argument that I've been finding from fashion plates and finding evidence of that way was that the square toe starts to come in 1815, which is way earlier than most people supported. In fact, this particular pair of shoes, I had a great argument with the long gone Janet Arnold, who had also looked at these shoes years ago and had declared them late 1820s. And I went, no, I think they're earlier. And I went and looked up that label, and lo and behold, has to be no later than 1816, because they moved. So if I can start pinpointing, like, 1815, you start seeing the square toes, that means this has got to be 1815, 1816. So, like, stuff like that where you're able to date it precisely, but, like, this is such a distinct style. Like, guaranteed this would not have continued on. That may be why those shoes survived. It's because, like, this is super trendy style. Like, it's really cute, but by the time you reach, you know, the 1820s, it's different. Like, it's the same, I use the same last, but it's a very different style and shape and plainness, and, like, there are certainly bows or rosettes that go on this, but, like, how high it goes on the foot and all sorts of, like, this is so distinct. This is a couple years of fashion. So if it didn't get bought and worn in those first couple years, it's gonna be like all those crazy shaped heels right now. Like, if you don't wear them out, you're gonna be like, what was I thinking? Later. So there's plenty of examples like that. Alright, what's some other fun things? I'll wrap up with the last few questions before I leave you all, since it's been a little over an hour now. Probably go to about an hour and a half. So, fashion loan that influences shoemakers of today to make shoes that are so uncomfortable. So, I think the same reason that shoes today are so uncomfortable and problematic is the same reason that clothing has all sorts of bad fit issues, or, like, we constantly talk about, why do you not put in decent sized pockets? It's because doing this job currently, it's really hard to be that connected to your manufacturers. Like it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, and the people that get trained, there's not a lot of training for this. Like I went through a fashion design program for my master's, but I specifically did fashion history, but it was within the fashion department. And they don't teach shoemaking there. They don't teach shoe design. That is its own special thing. So there are schools for that will teach some classes on it, but it is not nearly as widespread. So people may end up getting into designing shoes, but have never actually done shoemaking. No different than there are plenty of people that design clothes that have never made clothes. And it usually is really obvious. We said that in theater all the time. There are plenty of costume designers who design beautiful things that we could never actually physically make. And you can tell the difference. So I think there are a lot of people designing shoes that have never made shoes, and don't actually spend time getting to know feet or how they need to work. And so there's just a disconnect there, and when things are normalized, you have to fight constantly to get things to be done differently. And it's just because there's concepts of, oh, this is the way that we're doing it. It's like, yes, I get that, change it. Like, don't do it that way. And it is a lot of effort to get manufacturers to completely change how they do things, do completely different techniques or shapes. Like, they're just used to doing those same shapes, and they're used to doing it for modern shoe shapes. Stomach's growling. So I think that's a big part of it, is just you're not seeing somebody make the shoes who then wears the shoes or gives them to a person, or like sells them to a person that lives nearby, and they will give them feedback on their shoes. There's such a disconnect between the designer, the manufacturer, and the customer. Like, there's so little feedback that occurs, and so little understanding, because that's just not how the training works. So yeah. All right, what are some, oh geez, you guys suddenly asked a lot of questions while I was getting distracted on my little thing. Best brush, shoe care, there are some people that do some wonderful shoe care videos. I am not an expert on that, but I know there's some wonderful things out there. I did not knit my sweater. It's from Cezanne, like most of my sweaters lately. So wonderful French fashion company that does like very like, you know, eco-friendly stuff. So that's one of the reasons I love them. Yeah, graphic designers designing clothes. Yes, 100% yes, that. So making clothes to go with costumes. A little bit of both. I made these because I had to for my thesis, and then I made a gown to go with them. My 18th century shoes are never made to match outfits because I have too many. Both, I go through too many shoes and I have too many outfits. So I just usually try to pick things that go with them, but they didn't coordinate like we do with modern things. Like, that's a very 30s, 40s, 50s concept of match your shoes to your purse and your gloves. They didn't do that at all until then. So like, I'm less concerned with matching, and some things are just like universal. You know, when you're talking about like, yes, I have a plain 1830s white silk satin slipper. This goes with all the things. Do I want to wear this outside in the rain? No, but it goes with all the things. So, like, that's the sort of thing that you know, occasionally I do make them to match. Like the 1920s shoes were made, when I was designing the whole outfit, I did it all together. But I generally will make shoes that I like, and I will just try and pick colors that I like, because then that's the colors I've already got in my closet. So a little bit of both. Other great shoe manufacturers, I honestly don't know. I don't do a lot of historic shoe stuff outside of that. I make most of my own stuff. And for very modern shoes, the brand that I tend to use most often is Everlane. I've had the best luck with them. But again, same sort of thing. I really love their brand in general for all the things, because they're super, like, straightforward and very clear about all of their products and where they come from, and they're very good quality. So I really like Everlane for modern shoes. But they still fall into all the weird heel stuff. Like, why? So I usually just get their flats. Yeah, bone folder. Oh, yep. Bone. That's used for rubbing and burnishing. I also have burnishing sticks specific to different colors. And then other weird tools that I have, like, you gotta get a rasp and a file, but that's like your local hardware store. They got it. It's no different. It's the exact same that it was for centuries. What are my other burnishing sticks? Buried at the bottom of a very, like, very busy. I don't know. They're down there somewhere. Hey, there's one. I have an antique ebony one, which has these weird little blips that are there for getting the soul corners. I have another antique dark leather one, and I had to make one. Where is it? Because when I'm doing light leather, these will actually stain it and burnish it and darken it. So I had to make this one, which is out of, I'm not remembering the American word for it. Lime wood is the UK word for it. I can never remember the American word, but lime wood. So I made this out of lime wood, and that's what they recommend in the 18th century. And I made this based off of shapes that are in, like, I think Garceau, The Art of the Shoemaker, which is a great book when you're learning how to do shoemaking in terms of you've already learned a little bit. It didn't make much sense to me until I actually learned shoemaking, and then I had to ignore some of what he said because he wasn't a shoemaker. He was just talking to them, and sometimes they communicated improperly or made stuff up. I don't know. But yeah, this is my little, like, what I use to smooth down white heels. So when I'm doing, like, Wichita heels, this is what I'll use to actually smooth that down, because that's the hard part. Heels are the hardest part. That, like, eventually, guys, I'm gonna do, like, this year, hopefully, a video of making another pair of shoes with heel, and oh my god, I do not look forward to that. Like, that's the hardest part, is getting, because you stitch the heel cover on, and then you put the heel in, and then you stitch all the way around this, and you have to, like, really work that down. That was the other problem that I had with my first pair of shoes. I tried to use the silk on this, like, this is a silk, ribbed silk, and I tried to do that on the heel, and I could probably do it now, but for a first pair of shoes, that was, like, the wrong choice. Like, leather is your friend. If you're doing a first pair of shoes, don't go for, like, I'm making fancy silk uppers. No. You will struggle, you won't keep them clean, you will be unhappy about it, you will pull things wrong, it's harder to fit, it's harder, like, you'll rip it, don't be like me and do silk uppers for your first pair of shoes. Do, like, leather or wool. Like, my second pair that I did wool, so much better. It's like with clothing, don't start with silk, start with, like, wool or something. It's much friendlier. Basswood, that's the other term, thank you! Yes. Oh, horses' hoof picks. Oh, that was always one of the most satisfying things that I've found with horse riding. I don't know why. That was weird like that. Yeah, limewood, basswood. Yep. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Because I use so many different types of wood depending on what thing. Like I said, rainbow poplar for heels. You can go lighter weight for your lasts, depending on how much you're going to use them, but you need something tough enough to actually not break or warp as you walk. But not so tough that you, like, want to murder yourself while you're carving it. Ask me how I know. So, yeah, and the hard part is you gotta make two of everything. Same thing with the last, like, that's one of the reasons why, like, what would be the easiest thing to start with? Regency, because they still have straight lasts. So, like, and you don't have to worry about having two of everything. You can have one last, and, like, it's good for both shoes. One last, no heels, stitched all the way around. Same thing with medieval, but medieval's right and left. You could probably do straight last and no one's gonna care, being truly honest. But finding lasts that shape are really hard, so you're gonna have to build that up. But you can still get, like, modern flat lasts that are pretty similar. You might just need to do a little bit of carving to get it better situated to having more of a, like, a narrow waist, so it flares. Usually in this one, like I said, I'm beginning to think this might actually be like a men's last. But usually you flare in a lot at the waist and then back out. So that's some of those things that you'll need. Yeah, so, alright. Most recent shoes that I made. The ones I did a video on. Where'd they go? These. My really super pointy medieval shoes. Which are super comfortable, and, like, I can't wait for the weather to warm up so I can just, like, wear them. like all the time. Like I'm gonna make more than one. I need to make other colors. So, but other than that, I think prior to that it would be these, because I finished these right when I moved. So, yeah, no, they should have very, very curvy. Like, I mean, these are, like I said, I made these off the originals, which is a great example of like 1860s. And it's slightly curved. It's hard to see in this, but it's actually got a lot of curve that way. But yeah, very narrow waist comparison to the front, because you're not usually supporting the underneath your foot there, and it makes the shoe look really dainty and tiny in a place where it's not concerned. Like, it's still big enough to go around your foot, but you don't need big wide support in that area. Very little of your foot actually touches the shoe there. So but yeah, so to reiterate some of the stuff that I said at the beginning, I recommend going and checking out Marcel Marsan, MRSAN. And I know there's some other shoemaking like teaching things, but yeah, that he's been doing it for a long time. He's very knowledgeable, and he's done some great. I took one of his online courses on making modern women's shoes, because I was curious what the differences were. Turns out not that many. Because when I was doing my 1920s ones, I was like, how do you work with modern things? I also actually made a modern pair of shoes. Maybe it was that. That was the point that I did it. I made a single modern shoe for an experimental class. And so I was using like modern shanks, which are the support that goes inside to support here, because the heel doesn't extend underneath the foot like it does in 18th century, so you need something to support your arch. And so that was one of those things that I did, was learn how to deal with that. In the early 20th century, they used layered cardboard, which is what I did inside of this one, which is super cool. So it's nice and stiff and doesn't bend and flex very much. Like, this is a very stiff shoe comparison to a lot of my others, which are, even though they're heels, they're, like, this is lightweight comparison, so it can still flex and move a lot more. It doesn't have any sort of shank in it, weirdly enough. Like, I couldn't see any evidence of it in the original, but the leather seemed to do that. So, all these things are really comfortable, even on gravel. It just means that you're able to move and flex more, but without like having any pinpoint things sticking through your foot. Like, I'm not good at barefoot. My feet are really picky and fragile. So, yep. Heels are hard to carve. Heels are hard to attach for 18th century. They're easier when you get into 19th century and they're knock-on heels. Like when this isn't stitched on. I made the heel, I covered, like, took the heel that was the right shape, I covered it, and you glue it on and you nail it down, like you nail or screw through the top into it, so it's nice and sturdy. But in the 19th century, when heels come back and they're doing that knock-on heel style, like this one's a stacked knock-on heel, so it's stacked leather and then that are pegged together, and then I shape it and curve it out, and then I attach it. They constantly talk about how this is like a skill and an art, and like getting a good heel maker makes or breaks your shoe, and like how skilled that particular trade is. People that carve and make heels or make the wooden stacked ones like this, like that is the gods of shoemaking. Like, shoemakers keep writing about like how hard it is to find somebody that's good at that and how hard that particular part of the trade is. So I fully agree with. That is my least, I'm not gonna say my least favorite, that is the most challenging part. And it's so exciting and satisfying when you make the first one and it looks beautiful, and then you remember you have to make a second one, and then you want to set everything on fire. So, because now you have to do it again, but you have to do it again the same. So, like, why do we have, like, it just, same thing with, like, I set that sleeve perfectly. I have a left arm. Oh no. So, yep. Yeah. But yes, I find these to be really comfortable. I wore them for years. Like I said, I worked at Colonial Williamsburg from 2007 to 2015, doing lots of different odd jobs. I did a lot of evening programs where I walked around in tours and wore them all the time then. I did lots of like standing and walking around in trade shops when I did the daytime jobs as well. And I was in those shoes all the time. So I found them incredibly comfortable, and I could have worn modern versions, but I tried that a few times and didn't like it as much, and it wore my feet out more, because the feet fought back. Not the feet, the shoes fought back against my feet, and it just made it far less stable and uncomfortable, and yeah. So, where am I with the coat? I'm getting there. I might get to the point where I can put sleeves on today, maybe? Just not lining. I'm hoping to do lining tomorrow. So it'll be done. I should specify, I was going to do a video this week, but then I realized I kind of wanted to spend Christmas with my friends and family. I was like, no, we're going to do a live. So you guys get an extra long, very random live talking about shoes today, rather than me talking about arsenic, which was my original plan, which will be a later video. So hopefully I can get this coat done this week and get that video up and going, and then we can talk about arsenic later. Because it's so interesting. There's so much. Did you know arsenic was in like everything? Not just green. Like, that was like, oh no. But yeah. See, I don't know, do you guys have any other specific questions about shoes or my background? I'm cool with talking about that too. If not, I'll wrap stuff up here, because we've now made it over an hour and a half, and I definitely don't want to go over 2 hours. So, unless there's any other questions, and I'll do more videos on shoemaking and all that stuff later, over the next however long. We'll just keep doing this. So there'll definitely be a lot more shoemaking videos coming your way, but like, I don't know, there's so much to talk about. That's the great part about it. It's such a weird, unknown area for most people, and like, there are some other wonderful people, like Vicky, that do shoemaking, and there's a variety of people that do historical shoemaking, like Sean Picard, and like, just there's some wonderful shoemakers out there. But yeah, it's a limited quantity of us. What you see on the internet is pretty much what there is. That's the cool part. But yeah, shoes. I mean, I wish I could show you all the ones behind me. There's so many. Like, oh, I think someone did ask how many shoes have I made. Give me 1 second. I actually have a list of this. I need to add one more pair to it now that I've done it. Where are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I've now made 28 pairs of shoes. That I can remember. Because part of it's I've made shoes for other people, and of course I don't see them anymore. So it's harder for me to remember, because I've made some shoes for my friends over the years. I made some shoes, do I have? Okay, I do have her on the list. I made some shoes for some customers, some of which don't even realize they have shoes made by me, because I did them under my teacher's name, where he was busy with lots of things and I was picking up women's shoes, and so I was handed partially started shoes to finish. So I've made shoes for people that I don't even think realize I made shoes for them, which is pretty cool, which is very like historically accurate, like your apprentice making shoes for the company. So okay, last few things. Old shoes were triangular. It's just all deceptive. I really want to get into like some 1850s crazy curvy shit, so like it's just gonna be crazy stuff, like just those are so curvy and weird. UK versus US, they really don't differ historically. I've never really seen them be terribly there's a discussion in the mid-19th century that UK shoes are clunkier and more healthy than American shoes, but I think that's like all of the same styles were available. It's just what women chose to wear was because they're more like farm women rather than like women are just like, no, it's cold, it's damp, I'm wearing these shoes, I'm tired of being cold and damp. And when you went to America, you went to suddenly all these, like, people didn't necessarily travel to the countryside as much, I don't think, and so they saw these women in the city wearing these dainty little shoes that, like, they got sick, and they didn't actually get sick from their shoes, but they said that. So I don't know. I haven't seen terrible differences between them. How do you deal with wide feet? Stretch your shoes. Get a good shoe stretcher. Get some shoe stretch spray. Find shoes that do not have stitching or other weird things across the joint of the foot or wherever you need to stretch it. Just make sure you go with things that are like this is a great shoe for stretching. Very easy to stretch. There's nothing interrupting that. This is not a great shoe for stretching. We have piping and binding and things that will not stretch and lots of stitching that will not stretch. Don't do this. And learn to love your shoe stretcher. So, yeah, we'll definitely do more shoe college. We'll definitely do more like shoe videos, and I'll do a walkthrough of all of that at some point. So, let's see what else. Oh, videos on fitting menswear to female bodies. So many planned. That's the other thing that's in a pile over there. I'm doing, since you guys are here, I'm doing, the next thing I'm doing in terms of that topic is I'm doing a 1920 suit. And I'm very specifically aiming it towards talking about fitting menswear to less than ideal men's bodies. Because not all men have ideal bodies. And sometimes women like to wear menswear, and non-binary, and dealing with whatever your body does. Nobody has, like, we have the same problem in women's wear. Why should it not be like that in men's wear, that like your body is not ideal for that era or that shape? No, you're fine. We're gonna work through it. We're gonna talk about it, and I'm gonna show you how to fix it. So yes, where have I gotten my antique shoemaking tools? eBay, lots and lots of eBay, and some gifting from people. Some are reproduction, like these things are reproduction, all halves from different. I should ask who did this. It's been a while. Like, it's been a long time since I've had those made. But yes. Walk through the shoes. Haha. As you lose weight, you don't tend to lose too much like, you don't gain mass in your feet. You might unstretch your feet. So the width thing is based off of, it's kind of like your fingers. If you do this with your hands a bunch, they will start to stretch out, and you will actually be able to do that further. That's essentially what you're doing to your feet. It's only done because you're putting pressure on it all the time, so it forces everything to stretch. I actually lost width in my feet at one point. But there are all sorts of shoe cushions. The biggest problem when you lose width in your feet is that you're going to slide forward into your shoes. Toe spacers and other inserts. Like, always inserts, and adjust your shoes. No different than like your clothes will never fit you perfectly unless they're oversized and baggy or whatever. They're never gonna fit you tightly. You have to custom fit those. That's why rich people look really good in their jeans. They have them custom fit. Same thing with your shoes. Stretch them, pad them, all of those things. So yes. Yes. Do I have a P.O. box? No. Not yet. I'll look into that at some point in the near future, but I actually just made 20,000 subs yesterday, guys. So that was like, thank you. So excited about that. But yeah. No, I would love to shadow somebody and learn more about feet at some point. It's on my list eventually. I've learned a lot, like I said, just from working with people, making shoes for other people. They're very, when you're making shoes or fitting shoes to other people, they're very open talking about their feet. There's not a stigma about feet like there is about bodies. So people I have found are incredibly oversharing with their feet. And so I've learned a lot just from talking to people, and thinking of shoes the same way that I think of fitting clothes. And so, like, it weirdly is useful. Cool binder vest, neat. I'm so, yeah. Yes, loss of collagen, age, and all those things. Gosh, yeah, feet are weird. That's always been my thing. Feet are weird. Feet are like cats. They're meaning that, like, that was always my thing. Like, will these fit me? I don't know. Feet are like cats. They fit into weird spaces they're not supposed to be able to fit into. Do they look comfortable? No. But somehow it works? I don't know. Like, they're not. They're solid objects, theoretically. But they're not. They're really not. Feet are so weird. Okay, guys. Well, we're just about 2 hours. they cannot be shrunk. Shoes cannot be shrunk. Once it's like stretching out your body, your skin. Even living skin, it's hard for it to come back. So yeah, but you can pad out the inside, so you just can't actually make the shoes smaller. Do I have a favorite era? I have so many. I love Edwardian Kirby stuff. I really love the crazy 1850s Kirby shoes, but I don't really love anything else about the 1850s. So like I can draw shoes with cats coming out of them. That'd be funny. But I really love like that. The reason why I made that 1920 shoes, just that is like pinnacle design for crazy stuff going on then. So yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, massage. I didn't even think about the fact that you'd have to think about feet and massage therapy. Like that is a very specific thing. So, yep. Okay. Awesome, guys. So thank you so much for hanging out. This will go live after I'm done with it. It'll go up. So if you missed the beginning or anything like that, it will be there later as my video for the week. So thank you guys. Feel free to keep asking questions. I'll try and keep track of comments and answer some questions that people might have in the future. So if you're watching this later, don't worry. I will still love to answer questions for you guys as best as I can. Some things may be too complicated and may just end up in later videos with all of that. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was great to chat with you guys. And have a wonderful holiday season.
Alrighty. It says we're live. Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. I am Noelle of Costuming Drama. These are my friends Abby and Kenna, and we are here today to bust some myths about that teeny tiny 18-inch waist. So why don't you ladies go ahead and introduce yourself. Abby, you want to tell everyone who you are, what you do, what your experience is, etc.?
Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm Abby. It feels very Groundhog Day right now because Noelle and I just finished another live like an hour ago, so I apologize in advance for my but I am a dress historian. I have a master's degree in decorative arts and design history from the University of Glasgow in Scotland. You also might be familiar with 2 books that I published about 18th century dressmaking and 18th century beauty with American Duchess. I am now also a YouTuber and just general dress historian, academic nerd. So with a ever-growing extant garment collection, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. So
excellent.
I'm ready to get nerdy with everyone about this stuff.
I confirm.
Kenna, you want to tell us your credentials?
So I'm Kenna Leibus. I'm Kenna Period Sews on Instagram if you're interested. I have a master's degree in public humanities from Brown University, which is essentially a degree in a combination of public history and museum studies. And I'm getting a second master's at FIT right now in really long program name, but essentially it's in dress history and textile conservation. So I am also very interested in extant garments and dress history.
Wow, that's an impressive pedigree. Okay, Kenna, why don't you talk to us a little bit about why we're here?
So, spite is definitely the biggest thing. Just being completely transparent here. I got annoyed about a year ago at the umpteenth Facebook post I had seen on one of our many historical costuming Facebook groups. And this person was reciting the age-old myth that most Victorian women had 18-inch waists. That's 45.5 centimeters for you metric people. So out of spite, I began looking through online collections of museums to see if they had anything larger than that. Like, spoiler, they do. So since Abby has kind of been making it her brand to examine extant garments on our own channel, we thought it would be a great idea to combine my research and her research and talk about it and just destroy this idea utterly. I have compiled a list over the past year now, 800 garments with larger than 25-inch waists and up to, I think, 46. So we've got proof for you and we are ready to dish.
I didn't realize you had that many garments. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That's amazing.
When we had the idea for this, it was 700 and now it's 800.
And I have some more to add to your list too, so.
Yeah, I haven't done those yet.
Alrighty, I think you guys have some disclaimers you want to go through, right?
Yeah. So for those of you watching, Noelle put out a request on her stories for terminology regarding size and body type, about what people like and what people don't like, and what makes people uncomfortable, what people like to call themselves, things like that. Unfortunately, literally 50-50 down the middle.
They were exactly the same list. The same words were used for people who like the words and people who don't like the words.
Like, so we were literally just stuck. So we're trying to be very conscientious of words, so that way we don't accidentally trigger anyone or make people uncomfortable. So one of the words that we will use is stout. And the reason that we're going to use the word stout is because academically speaking, historically speaking, that is the word that they used up until like the 1940s and 50s. Kenna has found a reference to it all the way back to the 1650s. So when we discuss stout sizing or stout proportions, we're saying that word specifically because that is what the primary documentation says. And since, as you all witnessed, Kenna and I are like super academic nerds, we really like primary source. So we will use stout. We're also just going to stick to larger and smaller, just because that seems to be, like, out of everything, the most widely accepted word and like phrasing we can use. But plus size might slip out, you know, other words might slip out. So just please give us some grace with this one. Like, we tried real hard for this one, but
they tried real hard.
So that's just our disclaimer. And we might, if this gets really long, we might come back in and like remind everyone, especially if people in the chat are kind of responding to it. So for those of you watching, like, just FYI.
Yeah.
We also felt that stout was a better word because it's less used now, and so people might not have as negative reactions to it as other words. So we have a couple more disclaimers for you. One about chronology. My collection, 800 garments, goes back 500 years, but what we're talking about is mostly going to be concentrated, you know, 1700 to 1930 or so, just because that's where our respective specialties lie and we know the most about it.
As a piece of housekeeping, the slides that she'll show about this and a bunch of other information is in the description of this video, so you can follow along there. They also have bibliographies there,
databases,
spreadsheets, all kinds of links that you can click if you're interested in this topic and would like to follow along or do a little more research on your own.
So size disclaimer. Yes, some people did and do have 18-inch waists. We are not out to slam anyone who is smaller. We are simply here to talk about those who are not. This will also not be a straight discussion of corsetry or anything like that. I think Bernadette Banner has done a really great job. You can go over to her channel, previous videos, really fantastic. But we want this video to be more about myth busting in relation to extant garments and proof in that manner. So we will discuss corsetry where it's relevant.
And also how your body, I'm sorry, Kenna. I'm sorry. Also how your body, you who are watching this, that your body is normal in like the past. Someone had exactly your body type in the past. And we're going to talk about like ways that you can work to get the historic silhouette. Like just that. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Kenna.
No, that was a great
roll there.
We are absolutely here to get representation and make sure that people can hopefully see themselves in what we're showing. So measurements, we are, as you may have been able to tell, we are American. We will likely be discussing measurements off the hook entirely in inches, but I've made an effort on all of my slides to have the metric conversion. And if you do use metric, I think the most helpful thing you can do right now is get to the side and convert your bust, waist, hips from metric to inches, and that'll give you a frame of reference for what we're talking about.
This is what happens when you have academics on your channel. They give you both.
I had people ask when I originally made the list for metrics, so I had to go down and do it all, and now it's just, you know,
now it's done.
I should think about.
I didn't do it for mine. I'm sorry, guys. Like, multiply 2.54.
You remember that off the top of your head?
Yeah.
So yeah, the last disclaimer is just, we've made an effort to cite and source everything we're talking about, every kind of claim, just if you feel like fact checking or learning more. So again, there should be a doc either in the description or dropped in the chat somewhere that you will be able to find everything we're talking about.
Excellent. Anything else you guys want a disclaimer? I have one or two things to say as well. The first is that at some point during this video, as a surprise, the screen will switch and it will be the badge code. So the people who are looking for badge codes, who are playing the ribbon game, you'll get your code. So we do have one. The second piece of information I'd like to give you is that I will leave this video up forever until one of these people, these two people, or wherever they are, tell me that they don't want it up anymore. So as long as they say it's okay, it will live in perpetuity for you. Do you guys have anything else you want to mention before we get started?
I don't think so.
All good. All right. So if women back then weren't so small, then why are so many garments so small? Why do we have this myth to begin with? And why don't I see garments on display that would be, say, my size? For anyone interested, my size is typically about a 16 in American. My waist is a 38, 39, and my bust is a 46.
So in 2 words, survival bias.
Yeah.
And we will be explaining all of this. Please, Noelle, do catch us if I say anything or Abby says anything that seems a little bit jargony. We should explain ourselves.
Okay. I'm jargon police.
Yes. So for basic context, textiles are pretty much the most fragile category of decorative arts. They don't last well, and on average, they're not treated well because, surprise, we wear them all the time. We wear them to death, really. So what we have in museums and private collections is merely a tiny fraction of what was actually made and worn. I've looked at many thousands of garments over the last year and more in online collections, and there are plenty of garments in the 22 to 24 inch range. There are actually considerably few of 20 inches or less in that waist size. But you'll notice that those garments tend to be really fancy. They're for evenings, they're for weddings. These have a tendency to survive because they were only worn once, maybe a few times maximum, and they couldn't fit anyone else. They were worn by young women, still growing, or people who were naturally very slight. Larger garments for these same occasions, on the other hand, can be altered to be smaller after, and they have a better chance of being passed on and worn by other people. Clothing that actually fit multiple family members was used by multiple family members. There were thriving secondhand markets for clothing in every century. Every century, guys. And clothing in average sizes or larger was used to death and turned into scraps and thrown away. It was just put through the ringer. Garments that only ever fit one person, especially if they were very fancy. Sorry, I'm gesturing with this pen. Especially if they were very fancy, they got just packed into the attic as heirlooms. So think about vintage market today. I mean, I constantly hear collectors bemoaning the fact that larger sizes used to be more common. Like in the 60s, the 70s, you could totally find a size 12 out on the rack. But now they've all been bought because so many people are into vintage clothing. And so all that remains are the really small things. It's the same concept for antique dead stock, for size 6 display shoes at DSW that get left out because most people are much larger than that in size. I'm sure Abby can commiserate about that for American Duchess.
Yeah. So with that, at American Duchess, when I worked there, and I know it's still the same, but without fail, it's size 6 and size 11. That lasts the longest. And at American Duchess, we used to have size 10 and a half, but that is literally the most least common size ever. And it was always the one shoe on the shelf. So literally it never would it just stayed. But the shoes that I always sold were, anywhere from 6.5 up to 10. They sold out at, depending on just how popular they were, they would sell it very quickly. And you actually see that too in historic shoes as well. 18th century shoes, Nicole, she has done a whole thing about 18th century women's shoes, and they're all usually around a size 8, very, 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 very normal. So yeah, just what survives is, it's retail and stuff. Yeah, it's just the stuff that doesn't sell, or the stuff that doesn't get worn. Because my grandma also, by the way, wore a size 9.5 shoe in the 1930s and 40s. So they had to exist.
This is why I don't get 9.5 shoes from American Duchess ever, because they're all sold out all the time.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. No, that's because I just take them all. No.
I'll be on my way to your house after this panel.
Closet full.
So I think also probably with shoes, the slight difference why you still have larger sizes is because you can't really cut them down into smaller sizes the same way that you can with clothes. So
yeah. Exactly.
So a great example of survival bias is actually pretty logical for most people. You might not, it might be so just sensical that you don't even think about it. We have relatively few garments that date from before 1700 or so, and loads after 1800. By the time you get to 1890, there are so many in museums. They're just overflowing. They're really quite easy to find. I mean, yeah, look at Abby's collection.
My guest bedroom is currently overflowing with 1890s clothes.
They're really easy to find.
Everywhere.
So
Yeah.
easy to find.
So if you think about it, like completely objectively, without the context at all, if you look at the clothing in museums, in collections, without accounting for survival bias, you might just assume that nobody wore clothing in the 1300s because we don't have any of it left, right?
Everyone was
People
naked.
running around naked.
But that's just silly. We know it just doesn't exist anymore. So you have to account for these other factors as well. I'm gonna, if we switch to our slides now, pardon me while I.
Well, as you do that, another thing to think about when it comes to leading up to the 19th century, the reusing of textiles and antique clothing into making it modern, fashionable clothing was very, very common. It was super trendy in the 1840s to take 1760s gowns, cut them up because the textile was back in fashion, and make it an 1840s gown. So they literally would destroy what we would consider antique and vintage clothes to make modern clothes because they just didn't think about clothing in the same way that we do today.
I conserved a dress last year that had been made in the 1850s, was remodeled for an 1890s bash, and then was worn again in the 1930s. So it was really cool to look at all of those lives of that dress. Tangent, but so first slide, just to introduce some of the oldest garments on this list. And remember that we have relatively few items remaining from these time periods. So it's actually pretty significant that many of them are larger than you might expect. These are from 1520 to 1650 and have between 28 and 33 inch waists, which is 71 to 84 centimeters. And two of them are associated with nobility, Mary of Austria and Eleonora de Toledo. So just think about these for a minute. Also, a lot of the slides coming up are going to be of late Victorian gowns. Don't get the wrong idea. There are plenty of 18th century and early 19th century items on the list, but it's just easier to find good comparison images in an era where more garments survive. And it's always good to show that those wasp-waisted fashions, again, that's a historical term, can be done on larger figures. So let me switch here. Keep in mind that anything worn over a corseted silhouette will likely have been on a person who's already corseted down several inches. The stays at the top, ooh, are those stays not showing up?
No, I see them.
Okay.
I don't see stays.
Wait, what?
That's okay. There is a pair of 43-inch stays from the Philadelphia Museum of Art, PMA.
Oh.
Am I remembering that correctly?
Yep.
It should be showing up on this. I apologize. They are wonderful. They're just shown flat out, 43-inch waist. And they might have been worn closed, or they might have been worn on someone with like a 5-inch gap or something like that at max, 48-inch natural waist, something like that. We just don't know exactly what bodies these were worn on, but we can assume they were a little bit bigger than what the extant garments.
Are they on the previous slide? Because there was a pair of stays on that.
No.
Sorry, when I said I saw stays, it was because I was looking at this slide still on the YouTube.
Those are actually both bodices. They're not stays.
Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know where they went. That's great. Anyway.
Nikki.
Yes.
Gremlins.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, that was magic.
Not knowing how to use Google Slides, that's fun. So there they are. Beautiful.
That was a sexy transition there, Kenna.
Yeah.
Totally intended. That was just supposed to be a surprise.
Masterful.
But now that those are up, I'm going to switch. So there's the issue of survival bias in museum collecting. Museum collecting is itself full of biases that we'll discuss in a bit. They're really interesting, and they lend themselves to further flawed studies. Oh, wait.
Ain't that the truth?
There we go. This is where I was supposed to be. So there's a study published in 2015 about the effects of long-term corseting on the female skeleton. They exhumed a bunch of bones, essentially, and measured the ribcage curves. It was really interesting, but it got reported on, and I have read the original study, so I'm not just like filtering things through other views here, but this was in the article, and it essentially stated that the average woman's waist size was 22 inches or 56 centimeters. Read a little further, and you find that the study consisted of, quote, more than a dozen corsets. So even though this seems like empirical evidence, we have to read this in light of several things. One, 12 corsets is by no means a good sample size. Two, yeah, we have zero way of knowing if they're representative of the entire population. They're probably from elite young women. And three, following that last note, there's no way they're representative of the entire population, because the Victoria and Albert Museum, where the stays came from, would not have bought or kept garments in bad condition, which most would have been. And there is 100% a museum bias towards collecting smaller garments. So things to consider. This study will come back up shortly, but just to get it out of the way, I'm sure many of you are curious. The real reason for this slide was the largest garments I've been able to find so far are actually Queen Victoria's late in life garments. A different paper was published last year in the journal Costume that detailed almost 40 of her garments, dresses, bloomers, anything else. I shouldn't use bloomers, I'm sorry, split drawers. I'm an academic. And the waist size is from 1830 to 1900s. And the waist sizes were 55 to 119 centimeters, because this is and 21.5 to 46.85 inches. And the study itself is like a little bit invasive in a way I don't like to think about, because who wants their body to be on display in that way after they die? Yeah. But the measurements are really helpful. So I'm just saying, here we are. These are two of her beautiful late 1890s morning gowns. So
yeah. So that's really cool, but that's just extant garments. It's still really rare that I see someone like myself in a photo or an ad or something like that when I'm looking at extant examples of magazines and stuff like that. Surely that 18-inch waist thing wouldn't persist if it were that wrong, right?
So a lot of it is just fantasy and romanticism. Most of it, I'm going to say. Valerie Steele, who is the director of the museum at FIT, has done some really fantastic research about the concept of it being fetishistic and really not based in reality. A lot of the news articles historically about tight lacing are vague, they're unsupported, they're apocryphal. Again, they're fetishistic to the extreme. And even obituaries that ascribe tight lacing as a cause of death ignore so many other potential causes and usually are really biased. Like,
never mind that bullet hole.
Yeah, never mind the bullet hole. They'll say like the woman was a drunkard and a prostitute and that she was eating too much the night before. And it's just all of these things stacking together. And you're like, well, you didn't like her at all in the first place, did you?
Right.
So and what I'm reciting there is from the 1830s. So
they were like super salty. Like, these people were so petty. Like, you think Twitter's bad? Like, historic newspapers are awful. I'm sorry, can I go on?
I was just going to say 18 inches might have been an ideal that a very few people achieved, but it is and it was an unhealthy pipe dream for most people. And as you'll see in a bit, an 18-inch waist really can look identical to a 28-inch waist or more with the right dress. So,
also, if you have like sketches of clothing even now, because they're all drawings, then the sketches people do of now, like, those aren't real body proportions at all, right? Croquettes.
Yeah, my legs will never be that long. Something that I thought of, Kenna, when you were talking is actually Nicole Rudolph. She wrote her master's thesis basically comparing medical text and the issues with women's fashion and the use of high-heeled, and I use that term loosely because they were like less than 3-inch heels, shoes and corsets were heavily intermixed, and they took turns blaming women's issues for this stuff. And so one minute it was the heeled shoes, the next minute it was the corset, but they also were assuming, I'm sorry, Nicole, I know you're probably watching this. She's probably in the chat, like typing lightning fast right now, but that they weren't taking tuberculosis really into account in the same way that we would today. And so they're like, oh yeah, women can. It's just like, well, she's got a disease, guys. Like,
no, she's definitely the corset.
Yeah, and like, oh, and by the way, apparently high-heeled shoes makes your uterus fall out. So there's that too. Definitely people we should be listening to when it comes to medical information.
Can I interrupt? We had a troll in the dungeon and I took care of it. So everyone can stop texting me that in the comments.
We have a troll in the dungeon. And another thing with satirical prints, especially in the 18th century, when you see satirical prints about tight lacing, it's not in praise of it. it is heavily criticizing vanity, which ties into morality, which ties into femininity, which ties into being a woman and being a proper woman in the 18th century. So a proper woman, and I'm big air quotes there, like would have dressed modestly, tidily, and she would not have been vain that way. And so there's actually a lot of very aggressive imagery when it comes to women tight lacing, and they are making fun of them. It is not something that is encouraged. It is something that is heavily mocked and ridiculed in imagery, especially satirical imagery of the 18th century. When you have satirical images like this, does that mean it was like there is truth in it? That's part of the satirical humor. It's like, okay, yeah, like ridiculous things were happening. So obviously we can assume that yes, women were doing very vain things and lacing down. I do it all the time. I will always lace tighter than I should because
you want to be snatched.
Yeah, I like being snatched. But like people mocked them for it. So and men mocked women for it. So it, you know, it's just something to kind of keep in mind that there's a lot of cultural stuff happening in these conversations that we are not privy to because we are not from that time. We are foreigners in that world. And so we have to look at things with a very nuanced perspective.
Did you also want to add something about the ads?
Do I?
The weight gain and loss ads?
Oh, sorry. I'm like, what?
Stay on target, Eddie.
I don't read well. I just wave my hands around. So
for anyone that thinks that lives are actually just live, no, we have an outline.
Yeah, I'm just the one who's like, let's see where. Oh, yeah. So going through, and this is a database, a small little spreadsheet that I did, just going off of my extant collection of magazines and catalogs from basically the 1880s up through like 1930. You actually see just as many weight gain ads, especially during certain eras where being considered too skinny, too thin was not ideal, as there are weight loss ads. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Like the shifting concept of ideal body is very fluid. And even if you sit back right now, just yourself, without going further into this, think about the ideal body today and how it has shifted from 2000 to 2020, because they're not the same ideals.
It's also a thing, that's why I wear Victorian clothes, is because that era had a queen who was not small. So lots of the outfits were made for people who were not small. So your larger ladies can look banging. And that's why I choose the costumes I do.
And there's also actually, so again, database. In that database, the spreadsheet that I did, I went through and I took note of the sizes of what was being sold for what, and also how it was being classified. So delineators up, like I have, my first delineator is 1883, and then I have another one to 1917. I have a blank spot in 1907 and like the early 1900s. So I jumped from 1899 to 1917 in my delineators. But 1888, 1883 to 1899, it is the same size range for women. And this is where things are going to start to go down a rabbit hole. And I don't know if this is the right time to do it, Kenna, but
do it. Run down it.
Okay, go. For women, okay? So for women's sizes, it was between, so your bodice and your skirts were separate. But for bodices, it was usually around a 32, 34 inch bust up to like 44, 46 inch bust. All right, so that was standard. There was no differentiating of, you know, size, like stout size, like average size. Like there was none of that. It was just bam, 32 to 44. That's it. Same options, nothing changed there. For skirts, for women's sizing, it was usually around 24 to like 40 something as well. Like it, huge, I can't remember the exact number. It's in that spreadsheet.
Times were better.
Yeah. And it was completely inclusive. Like there was none of that whole trying to separate things out. Then I also have a catalog from the 1920s that is from Elmer Richards in Chicago. And the representation of their stout section was fascinating because it actually had several pages, and as a part of their advertising words, like the words that they were using to advertise their product, was also about how they have an entire department devoted to creating fashions according to stout proportions.
Yeah.
And we have that proportion in the slideshow. So we'll hit to it eventually. And what that says to me as a researcher is that if there is enough of, and also a former like person who like helped run a retail business, if there is enough demand to devote an entire design department to design clothes within this size range, that means there's enough customers. Like that's just very basic business right there. So actually really good representation throughout history. I honestly think we're the worst when it comes to representation for various sizes. Like we are the worst.
Well,
the other thing,
2000 was the worst. We're getting better.
Real bad.
Real bad.
Guess who was a teenager in 2000? It was not fun.
Hey, what's up?
The other thing that I really want to stress here that Ken and I talked about at length privately is when I was going through the delineators and I was going through vintage catalogs, they use the term Mrs. Mrs. sizing is for kids in the past. And it's sizes 10 through usually 16, maybe 17. That number is in accordance to the average proportion of a kid at that age.
It's like children's sizing now, where you
Literally
buy a 4 for 4-year-olds.
Yeah. And it's 10 through 16, 18 years old. When you see the 22-inch waist, when you see those really small numbers, it's kids. Like when you see a bodice, and this is where I'm like, oh, it's a time to like bust out my phone. But I have some Xtans in front of me. I have bodices that to me, based off of the proportions, they are absolutely from teenagers. But it might be a 24-inch waist. It might be a 22-inch waist because that was the crossover point for Mrs. to women's. It was around that 22, 24-inch waist. But the shoulders, the length, the body, like the proportions of the bust to waist, it shifts. And we have proportions.
And hips for sure, right?
Yeah.
Because as you grow older, you get bigger hips.
Well, yeah, and that's just it. It's like I might have always I'll say my boobs showed up when I was 17. Like I went from wearing a 34B cup to wearing a 34C cup. And like I've been fairly standard at that. But that was when I was 17, 18 years old. So, your body shift, and as I'm sure a lot of people out there are saying, like can relate to, your body changes when you're in your mid-20s, your body changes when you're in your 30s, and that's without even having children.
From early 40s, it shifts again, kids. So prepare yourselves.
So but when we see Mrs. as modern people, we don't automatically assume that that's teenagers, because the way we use Mrs. today, which is a whole other rabbit hole altogether, is very different. But Mrs. in the past, Mrs. like pre-1917, pre-1920, pre-1930, it's kids.
Yeah.
And so when you see a size 10 Mrs., it's literally for a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
So that's something as well. So
Kenna, there's early Photoshop too, yeah, right? Like they doctor their photos, yeah?
Yeah, so that was a wonderful tangent, and I will actually hit on it in a minute.
Okay.
But going back to answering the question, yeah, Noelle, absolutely. Early forms of Photoshop are very much to blame. There are clear signs of editing in a lot of these old postcards and photos. The model Polaire is really famous for, there's just this one image that goes all around Pinterest and Google, and her waist is like this. And it's
ridiculous.
It's literally impossible. And you can tell there's grain on the sides of it where they've Photoshopped it out, where they just overlaid it with the color of the background. And Cynthia of Red Threaded has a really great blog post from 2 or 3 years ago in her ironwork gown that she basically did that to show as an example of what it can achieve and what it was used for. So I definitely direct people over there if they'd like to see anything about that. But fashion plates and advertisements also feed into this whole myth a lot. Look at what's advertised today. As Abby was saying, I had someone present the argument to me a little while ago that Victorian commercial clothing pattern sizes, because remember, McCall and Butterick started in the mid to late 1800s, that those pattern sizes represented the average population, which was really incredible to me. I sat back and went, how did you come up with that? Because just look at sewing patterns today in the time of the big 3 commercial pattern companies. they do accommodate for more body fat than in previous decades and centuries. Let me pull up that slide now that Abby mentioned.
The ease that's in those garments is ridiculous too.
Yeah, that's absolutely an issue with it. So here's our stout figure and the older woman, which is maybe something we can talk about at some point as well, but not to unpack that right now. I'm not exactly sure how you can calculate averages from a sewing pattern chart. Feel free to enlighten me. But the median size in the current McCall's chart, for example, is between sizes 14 and 16, which are waist sizes 28 and 30 inches. I'm 30 inches and I'm not tiny.
And everyone needs to be clear that those are pattern sizes, not modern fashion sizes. Because in a modern fashion size, I wear a size 16. And in a pattern size, I wear a size 22 to 24. And when you see that 22 to 24, if you're used to seeing a 16, you want to choke. The realistic view of the world is that you are the 22 and 24, and the fashion size is the lie.
So that actually goes back to what Abby was saying about the size labeling, that we think that pattern size labeling came from age and bust size initially, and then at some point got all mixed up. So yeah, do not feel bad about that. It is not your fault at all. But anyway, the CDC gives the average US woman's waist size right now as 38.7 inches. That measurement is only accommodated by the second to last size in the McCall's size chart, which has quite a broad range. So, you know, patterns and advertisements have never, ever, ever been representative of the full population, whether that's size, skin color, ability, age, anything. You just can't use that to actually think and interrogate history like that. It won't work.
So, like, Kenna, how do you tell what's real? Like, is everything completely unrealistic and there's just no way to tell like what to do with anything? Like how do you even solve this problem?
So the expectations are definitely unrealistic, but at the same time, there's some truth behind them. There was an anthropological study done in 2015 that I mentioned earlier that actually showed quite convincingly that corsetry during your formational years changed your rib shape. So if you're looking down from on top of me right now, and these are my ribs, corsetry will kind of make them more circular instead of that oval shape that we saw before. So if you've been trying to get that perfect V shape in your corset and you can't, because your ribs are there.
Because you're a person who has bones.
Yeah, and you weren't put in a corset from a formative age. So as Bernadette has described, it's also just genetics, as I think Abby wants to talk about.
Yeah. So yeah, I think a lot of people, especially if you haven't worked with a lot of other bodies, like if you are someone who's only ever really sewed for yourself and you just kind of not had to be challenged by other different bodies, that's when you start, like, there is a disconnect here. So bodies are super weird. All right. Like no one has an average body. Bodies are so strange and they're asymmetrical and they're just, humans are gross.
Weird.
Our badge is weird. Bodies are weird.
Bodies are weird.
If that wasn't obvious enough.
Bodies are super weird. That genetics,
and super normal. They're all normal.
It's like if your body wasn't weird, then that's actually the problem. No. So when it comes to corsetry and genetics, something else to keep in mind is that sometimes it is very, very easy for bodies to lace down. It is very easy for my body to lace down. One of the reasons for this is that I actually have a narrow rib cage. Like my rib bones they're more rounded and they're just smaller. I have massive feet and hands, itty bitty rib cage. I also have a very long torso. I can shove my massive fist between my hip bone and my ribs and I can just push it. I have a long torso and I have a narrow rib cage. What that means is that when you put me into a corset, my body goes, whee! This is great.
And my body does not. I corset down about 1/2 inch to 1 inch total because I have a large, strong rib cage and I have huge stomach muscles that don't squish.
Exactly. And if you are someone who has a short torso and you don't have space between your hip bone and your rib cage, there's literally not a lot of room for that nip to even go. And then, when you have a rib cage, if it is broad or just shaped differently, I actually had an ex-boyfriend who had an extra rib bone. So there's that too. Like, and he, not that he wore corsets, but just random fact.
Was his name Adam?
No. But so your body sometimes just will not lace down. It has nothing to do with your body being modern versus historic. It is just genetics, and you inherited that DNA from someone. So it's working with what you have. And literally the two mannequins behind me are both very short-waisted, very petite women. Like this one, she's a 33-inch bust and a 30-inch waist. My mannequin is a 26-inch waist. I can't get her shut because the boobs are not in the right place. So it's not that she's too, like my mannequin's too big. It's that my mannequin is too tall from here to here and here to here. Too. Yeah. And the boobs are not in the right place.
You can see on mine, I actually had to move my boobs up. You can see the additional padding in the shot.
Yeah. So both of these women behind me had, like just very short torsos. This one is a 44-inch bust and what is this one? 35-inch waist? Yeah, it's a 35-inch waist. And the other thing about this one, she actually had very little bust too. So just going into the genetics of the X stance, her bust circumference measurement is mostly actually in her back. So when we were padding out this mannequin, we had to yank in the foam boobs to make them smaller because they were putting pressure on the front here, but we cannot pad out her back enough.
And I have a very small back and everything's in the front.
Yeah.
So yeah, bodies are all different. Like, can I do a housekeeping real quick? You guys, we are going to take cues for more A's at the end. So just save your questions and I'll let you know when to pile them at the bottom because I won't be able to go all the way back up. So go ahead.
And we also had to pad her out here. Noelle, do you want to turn on my iPhone?
Yeah. Oh, no, you have to.
Oh, I have to since we're here.
I asked you to start. You have to push the start video. There we go. Oh.
I'm so sorry, guys, if this gets real, like, trippy.
This is like those haunted house TV shows where they they switch to like overhead cam.
But we had to pad out down here because
Noelle, can you spotlight her?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's probably going to where my audio is instead of.
There we go.
Hold on.
You're good.
Okay, am I?
Yep.
I have a thing. Okay. Oh, I see what it's asking me. Never mind. So she has a super short waist, but she was very, very full at the hip. But here on the side, you can see how she does not have a big bust at all.
Yeah.
So, like I said, she's a 44-inch bust measurement, but that's not actually her cup size. And then her waist as well, the proportion from here to here is very, very short. But she also wore a massive bustle. Like check her out.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
That's the girl, Mima.
So yeah, she gives me very big Queen Victoria vibes. So I call her Mima because she's also really short just in general. And so I just like want to hug her. And
what if it was Queen Victoria's? Oh my God.
Since it came from Kentucky, I'm going to say probably not.
You don't know. People had relatives in the United
States.
States.
Range approximately.
Oh, it is absolutely. But I'm so sorry, guys. I am moving this
probably that waist size around that time.
Yeah. So this one is an 1880s Polonaise. I actually think these women might have come from the same collection because my mom acquired both of these pieces at the same time. So I do have a thought that maybe this is someone else in this woman's family because again, it's super short here. And like, but she doesn't carry as much weight back here, but it's just the shortness of the torso. You can see 1880s. Are you guys seeing this okay? Or should I back it up a little bit?
Yep, that would be good.
Here.
Yeah, great.
And then, but yeah, so this is a 30-inch bust and a 30-inch waist, 33-inch bust, which also goes into our proportion discussion as well. But they're just really short. They're just teeny. Like they're just this doesn't unique body. He's a much shorter mannequin.
We're gonna go into a Sir Mix-a-Lot video in just a minute.
I know. You can take it off of this for now, Noelle.
I'm also gonna cut in here and give another example that in the olden days, before I knew you really shouldn't put old clothing on actual people, I have an 1890s bodice in my possession, and it's very small. It's got a 23-inch waist and a fairly small bust as well. And lo and behold, I happen to have a friend with a 23-inch waist, and I asked her if she would like to try it on very carefully, and she did, and it fit completely fine down the bust. It fit at the waist, but it gapped about an inch over her ribs. And it was just the most interesting thing I had ever seen, because her shoulders, everything else fit totally fine, but her ribs were just too long in the sides. They hadn't been kind of compressed by a corset in the right way. So
yeah.
Hey, Kenna, is a hot dog a sandwich?
If I went to a sandwich shop in the US, I couldn't get a hot dog, so no.
Okay. Is cereal soup?
No, if I went to a soup shop, I couldn't get a cereal. What's wrong with you, Noelle?
Is lasagna a cake?
If I went to a cake shop, I guarantee you I could not find lasagna, so no.
So I'm going to take all of Kenna's credentials away as an academic at this point, because the Merriam-Webster defines all of those things as yes. I'm the only person who went to the dictionary. I got you. I belong with the academics. Links down below.
How dare you do this to me in the middle?
How is Kenna gonna get hired for her amazing museum job now that she won't, like...
It's not going to be anything else in this video. It's going to be the fact that they disagree with me about hot dog cake and cereal, and that's just the end of it. Thanks.
It's like, sorry, you're not a good cultural fit.
Thought I would take it down a notch.
Just delete that part, nothing else, just that.
Alrighty.
Good Lord.
Oh goodness. Oh, that was fun. That was fun.
So did you have some slides you wanted to show us, Kenna?
Yeah.
I think that might have been for the next section, but there was something I wanted to mention that Abby pointed out to me. Actually, it didn't even really occur to me until we had a protracted discussion the other day. But old patterns and dress styles and stuff, you bought your clothing by the bust measurement. The waist didn't even matter. Like when you get an old pattern, and I have seen this for myself, it's the bust measurement is the size. They don't tell you anything about the waist. So
yeah. And that ties into proportion, which I don't know if we're ready to go into proportion yet, but that's a part of the proportion discussion where they are assuming that your bust to waist ratio is proportionate to what is considered standard at that point in time in history, what is considered the ideal proportions, quote, 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 quote. So what that means is, and this gets kind of like matrixy in the brain, you buy your corset in the past, or you have it made according to your waist size. And then the spring of the hip and the bust is supposed to then create that ideal proportion. So if you are someone who maybe has a 30-inch waist, but you lace down to a 27-inch in a corset, but your bust is actually a bit small, so maybe you're like a 32-inch bust or a 34-inch bust, you will still have that ideal. So like, yeah, 27. So you're going to be around like 36, 38 up here in the bust with that Victorian general corset, and you're not going to fill it out. You don't bring the bust in. You pad the bust out in the corset. And then once you've reached that, then you buy your bodice pattern according to that new bust measurement. So your corset's based off your waist, but your bodice is based off your bust. So padding everything out is how they did it, and it's how we should be doing it too. So like literally it's all pillows inside anyways.
Yeah, spoilers for the rest of this whole discussion.
Yeah. So what is realistic, guys? Like how do you pad it out? What did people do to look ideal, right?
So it's all about illusion, 100%. Now we can finally get into my set of the extant garments. See how fast I can do this. I'm getting faster every time. It's great.
Sorry about that previous interruption there. My phone started just screaming and I didn't even touch it. So I was like, I just threw it out the door. I'm like, poosh.
I just had this image of like the screaming goat meme like coming out of your phone.
It started crackling and I was like, what even happened?
Do that if we get too anxious just in the middle of the discussion. Screaming goat. That'll be great. Love you. So these bodices are a great example of
wow.
Sorry, yes, thank you.
Wow.
I got ahead of myself. The basic concepts here that Abby was just discussing are, one, the larger the bust, shoulders, and hips, the smaller the waist seems. So again, illusion. Two, the V-shaped bodice points that are popular in especially the 1840s, 1860s, Edwardian era. They elongate the waist and make your actual waist seem smaller because they continue it down. Three, corsets don't actually need to make the waist smaller all around. They just redistribute the fat. So instead of that, you're like that, even if you're the same size. I mean, I wear a red threaded corset for every day because I hate bras on like just standard, and I don't corset down at all. It just is 30 the whole time, and it looks better, you know?
It just does look better. I agree with that. It pushes everything that it can push for me straight down.
So all of that in mind, these are a great example of what I was mentioning earlier. And I asked a friend the other day, once I made up this whole slideshow, if she could tell which of these dresses had the smallest waist. And she picked the left one, which I think I would have picked that too originally. But from left to right, they actually have 26-inch, 19-inch, and 35-inch waists. So the middle one is actually the smallest. The right-hand one is the largest. But all of them look, if not identical, they look pretty similar because of the way that they have very large hips and very large shoulders, especially on some of them, and busts. And note the bust difference is actually much smaller on that orange gown. It has a 7-inch difference between waist and bust, while the ivory dress has a massive 13-inch difference. But they both seem pretty equal, all things considered. Dressing your bust up with that extra puff, beads, danglies, totally viable trick. So next one, this example is from circa 1900 and goes to show that naturally small waists don't necessarily help if you haven't added all that padding that Abby was talking about.
Can I ask a quick question about these? Are these all from England?
They're no.
No. Okay.
Short answer, no.
Great.
They're probably mostly from America, and then some are from England and other locations. I should have said that earlier. All of these will have numbers next to them, which is an accession number or an inventory number. These, for example, are from an antique dealer's website. So if you eventually go to these slides, click that link, copy F, try to find that number on the site, and you'll find the dress. The other ones have museum accession numbers, which museums generally have online search capabilities for their collections, and you can put the number into the search and get the dress. So there are ways to find everything here. So basically, you need the padding. Even if you're naturally small, you need it because the gown on the left looks like a much straighter silhouette than the one on the right, even though it has 22-inch waist. The gown on the right has a 30-inch waist, but it's more ideal of a silhouette. And I just think this is a wonderful example of that. It's all about silhouette and how you pad and smooth. It's not about how tiny your waist actually is. Hopefully that helps someone make someone feel better. These are examples from the 1840s. Again, having a naturally small waist doesn't necessarily help you become that fashionable ideal by itself unless you're also naturally extremely curvy. And few people are built like that. Some are, most aren't. There's about the same amount of space between the waist and arms of both the left and the right images here, but one has a 35-inch waist and one has a 21.5-inch waist. The middle image, which looks extremely slim and tubular in that interestingly disproportionate 1840s way that I so love, actually has a 27-inch waist. I suspect the original wearer was quite tall and had a long torso, which contributes to the overall effect, but just goes to show it's all about illusion. If these three gowns were put together in real life and you were standing in front of them, it would be a lot more obvious which one was larger, smaller, and so on. I think that gown on the right, the silver one, it was probably made for a very short person, and that's why the waist doesn't actually seem all that small in comparison. And you can also tell that the way the skirt is supported at the hips, there are very large hips, it makes that waist look smaller. So again, tips and tricks. That didn't go. There we go. This is also a great set of gowns that I came on only the other day. It was wonderful. They're all made for the same woman. So they all have the same waist and bust measurements. 32-inch waist, 40-inch bust, that's 81 centimeters and 101 centimeters. They're a great example of how skirt length can affect appearance. It might also be that the photos were slightly taken not at the right angle, but I think overall this is a very good example of skirt length because the left-hand garments, the green ones, were dresses meant for staying in, so they had very long hems. So they have 42-inch long skirts at the front. But the purple gown on the right, it must have been made maybe for walking or for visiting or something like that. And it actually has 5 inches higher of a hem, 13 inches taken off. And you can actually tell how it looks a lot shorter and therefore a little bit stouter just because of it. It has a really good big bust effect there that helps that waist look smaller in return. So they're kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? They're trading off there. They're making other things larger to account for something they can't control as much. So you can also tell with the longer skirts, if they're longer, they're going to have a wider hem. And so that more flared bottom also contributes to making a waist look smaller. Last one for now, I can get there. So this is one of my favorite gowns on the entire list. Yeah.
So pretty.
So this is, and it's an Emile Pingat gown. So this is couture. This is French Parisian couture. It demonstrates, really importantly, that larger women absolutely dressed well. 37.5-inch waist, if I am remembering correctly. My little Zoom thing is in front of that, so that's.
I could fit into this. I could corset into this if I had to.
So
I hear your gears turning, Noelle.
Yep.
This was for sale. I'm just saying.
I want it.
Not that I could do that in any way.
You would cry if I wore that.
It shows really importantly, you can tell that ideal bust isn't here, but she looks amazing because everything is smoothed out and padded properly. I mean, it is just so important to do that. So I think that, larger women absolutely dressed well, and that dressmakers knew how to produce an amazing look on any kind of form, unlike a lot of couturiers today. I would venture to say that while a small waist was definitely an ideal, it was actually more highly valued in general that one dressed tastefully and fashionably to whatever their figure was. So, and fun note, I came upon in 1896 newspaper articles the other day the mention of a Rubens Club in New York City, and that refers to the old master painter Rubens, who is famous for his voluptuous women in paintings. And the club's goal was populated by elite, wealthy women. They wanted to find dressmakers who would dress them fashionably. So just really cool, guys, you existed. You were out there. You looked great.
So how did they do that? How do they achieve it? I am neither symmetrical nor smooth nor all of that, and I would like to be. How did they do that?
So as Abby, spoiled for everything. Good going, Abby. I'm kidding, by the way. They padded everything out. Everything, and in so many ways. Just every material you could think of has been made into some sort of support. Bum rolls, chicken cutlets, by which I mean bust improvers, even bustles and crinolines absolutely count for this. I think most people probably consider them to be a different level or kind of bodily improvement, so to speak, than bust and hip padding, but it's really all the same thing. It's building around your body to achieve an ideal silhouette.
For those who don't know what chicken cutlets are, they are, back then it was padding that you could put in your bust area to help make your bust appear larger. Now they're made out of silicone and they literally look like raw chicken, which is why they're called that. So.
And you could see padding in corsetry, so something that you would add to your corset, but also you see padding in extant garments as well. So I have quite a few garments that really pad out right here in that side boob area.
There's a crack that forms right here.
Yeah, and so they pad that out, but you will also see padding in the actual bust itself.
And in the butt area.
Yeah, you just stuff it. Just stuff it.
I'm gonna go through a bunch of slides and then let Abby loose. So it'll be great.
Crazy.
Slide it up, girl.
So what they were just mentioning.
Oh, perfect.
I know, right? So it's not so much a standard in earlier gowns, but built-in padding is a huge thing in Victorian gowns. It's hard to get, as they were saying, a smooth silhouette over this crease here. And if you want a smooth silhouette there, you have to put something there because you can't really liquefy your bust to smoothly go up there. That's a really weird image. Sorry for introducing that. So if you look at this, the padding in the 1840s gown on the right, you can tell it's kind of that side thing. It's more for that smoothness. If you look at the 1860s gown on the left, you can tell it's actually, there's quite a bit of stuffing in there, and it's actually in the front. So that was bust improvement, as they would call it. You can tell there's more in there, and that could be horsehair, wool, fabric scraps, just anything you have on hand. And if you go into our doc or in the description, wherever it is, I have several Google Books entries of sewing manuals telling you what to put in there, how to put it in. There's one really interesting one that talks about padding out your sleeve to get a very uniform arm. So, nothing is sacred. Yeah, it's everywhere. So more things, all sorts of types, patents are for these kinds of things abound. The bust supporter at right is quote unquote, especially for stout women. So again, everybody needs that bust support, even if you're already like pretty well endowed there. And it's also pretty similar to a modern bra. And it claims all deficiency of development supplied means it's padded. Padding is not just for smaller forms to become more voluptuous, it is for larger forms to become more proportional for the ideal. The other two examples here have been recently used by costumers actually to achieve a more ideal look, so you can go find them. The left-hand one, Bernadette Banner, made a really cool bust improver with feather boning, very similar to this. And then the middle one, the boudoir key, recreated the hip form girdle. So very cool stuff.
Bernadette is watching this video, by the way.
Oh, hi Bernadette. So gowns can also have fitted linings. If so, say you have a 30-inch bust like the woman here did, fitted lining. So there's nothing under there. You're not wearing chicken cutlets. You're not wearing your bust improver underneath there, but you have something in between the outer layer of your gown and your lining. And in this case, it's a really interesting gathered panel that just provides some oomph. And then on top of the gown, once that comes down and fastens, Edwardian gowns are famous for this, really good place to do it. There's just ruffles everywhere, and they just make it look bigger. So even though that's a 30-inch bust, if you measure gently with a measuring tape around the outside of this whole thing, it might be like 36.
Can I jump in there real fast with an addition to this? So my 1899 delineator has an outfit that's not exactly like this, but similar. And they actually say in the description with all these ruffles that it's good for a slight figure. So like, obviously this woman was trying to build out her bust, but they were also advertising their patterns to be for slighter figures to make them have the illusion of a larger bust line. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, no, that was really useful. It all just goes to show that it's really important to get the right silhouette and proportions than it is to be a particular size. And even then, I mean, again, smoothness is really important, but even then, plenty of photographs show wrinkling, caving in of places. You really don't need perfect tailoring either to be accurate for whatever that's worth. So what we're discussing is the ideal. You don't even need to be that to be a perfect costumer.
Are we hanging on to our hats and glasses and letting a wild Abby loose? The comment section is lit about letting Abby loose, by the way. Like, on fire.
No, I'm just like a wet noodle. I'm like, I don't know. Road video might go suck.
All right. Turn your phone on. Yeah.
Yes, but I actually redressed this one while Kenna was on the slideshow, because we're talking about alterations. So this is one of my newest acquisitions. She is, we think, probably like turn of the century, like delicious wool coat. It goes to about the knees. But what is great about this one is that its waist right now is a 29-inch waist.
God, that's a sexy jacket.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, it's real. It's from New Jersey. It's real nice.
That does not make it sexy.
Everything's legal in Jersey.
Including sexy jackets. You haven't even seen the back yet. Okay, Grandma, we gotta move.
Meemaw leaving. Oh,
bye, Meemaw.
Meemaw's just gonna like
hang out over there
and judge me silently. I like to think she smells like peppermint, but that's just me. Come here, you. All right.
I didn't even know what to say to that, and I always know what to say to that.
So I want to show off. My mannequin still has a bustle on from that Polonaise cotton, so this is a bit skewed. But yeah, guys, can we just take a moment to enjoy this? Like, I literally just got her like
you here. I'm gonna
like
make
2 days ago.
There. Now you're
So
huge.
she's beautiful.
She is beautiful.
She's gorgeous. Her altered waist to be taken in several inches is 29 inches. The original measurements for this. Let me get the. Come here you go. Come here. There we go. All right, Noelle, can you turn my phone on for me?
No,
please?
you have to turn your phone on. We did this last time too.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Third time's the charm.
You'll get there. Let me unspotlight you though.
Okay.
Well, spotlight her phone.
Yep, as soon as it's on.
I thought I turned it on.
You don't
No,
want
no.
the big black screen?
No. Still no.
Oh, it's because of the way. I'm sorry, guys. It's because of where my. Oh, here we go.
There you go. Spotlighting Abby Cam.
Abby Cam. So, let me unplug my phone real fast.
Oh my gosh, you're downstairs. I had no idea.
No, I'm in my sewing room.
Oh, okay.
No, this is right next to where I was.
Wow.
This is the dart that was taken in on both sides.
Wow.
So it starts at her underarm.
That has to be a case of someone giving it to someone else secondhand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's there, and it actually gets wider as it goes down the hip.
Wow.
So where does it end? It ends somewhere around here. So about here, and then it flares back out. So that is at least an inch on either side, and it is the same here.
So a hot 33-inch waist.
Wow.
Yeah, that's delicious. Just gorgeous. Please excuse my hair. You're gonna stare at this mannequin because I'm too embarrassed by the other side of my sewing room.
Here, I'll just unspotlight you.
Well, I need to go back to it because I want to show you guys the alteration point from the outside.
All right.
Here we go.
They can look at all of us. All right. Spotlighting again. There you go. Wow.
So here you can see where they basically took in an entire side piece right here, but you can see how the seam doesn't really line up that nice, but it looks fantastic on the mannequin. I mean, this thing is just gorgeous. But this is a great example of something being altered to be taken in, but also could very easily be let out again. So even if it was something that the woman, she altered it to change for her body, it is done in such a way that this could be let out again and go back to its original measurements. We also, there's also a theory that this tape here was taken in just to kind of change the sleeve shape to update it with fashions. But yeah, this is an incredible alteration of a coat that had like a 33-inch waist to begin with, and is still now just a 29-inch waist.
People, when you're taking in and letting out your own garments, pro tip, leave it there in case you gain weight again or need to give it away, right?
Yeah, exactly. And now I have to figure out how to get to the other side of my sewing room. So we're going on an adventure. Welcome to my messy sewing room. Abby Cam, I'm going to turn on me because I'm too embarrassed. Don't look. Oh, sorry.
Now this really is a Haunted Mansion video.
Yeah, sorry. I
be more embarrassed for my sewing room.
The evening light. So this one here is actually an example of a missus. So I wanted to show this to you guys. You can see that she super narrow shoulders here, just kind of overall very small proportions, but her waist is around a 24-inch waist. But it's just the overall, the arm size, this here, just all of this, you can just see how much smaller it is just overall, which to me indicates that it's actually a Mrs. garment and was made for someone who's probably around 15, 16 years old. This skirt over here is also a brand new acquisition of mine. It is a beautiful plain wool petticoat. It has a 29-inch waist plus, probably up to 30 or more. And then I have another garment here, which is a beautiful Edwardian shirtwaist, center back closing, but this one goes up to a 29-inch waist as well.
Please note that blouse has boning.
Yes. And it's just so it's the fitted lining, and then the outside of it has just been draped to fit the lining. So this as well is a like perfectly just lovely 29-inch waist, and then just a nice wide shot of grandma over there.
Abby, are you a 29-inch waist by any chance?
Naturally, at this point, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you take me off my shaky Addy cam?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, like right now I am a 29-inch waist when, and that's kind of usually where I end up hanging out is around a 29, 30.
You have some beautiful things to try on, my friend.
Not with my linebacker shoulders. No, I will blow those things out. So back to the bodies are weird. I actually carry a lot of weight in my body, in my upper arms. So, which actually just helps with the illusion of my waist looking smaller than what it actually is because I'm so broad on top. So,
well, you don't need any of the arm padding that.
No.
Let's talk about. So
no, I don't. So that's it. Was that enough? Are there any questions about the garments? Like,
people want that jacket back on the dress form. That's what I got out of that so far.
We don't want to see a naked mannequin. Like, come on, guys. Like, they want
a really nice shot of that dress on the dress form. Is really what they want. So, you guys, what happens if I fluctuate in size? Like, how did they deal with that? Like, I think part of what Abby just showed was some of it, but yeah.
I think honestly, the best thing is to plan for it in advance.
Yeah.
So when you're making your garment, plan for it. Use larger seam allowances. Use an inch or more instead of half an inch or less. If I don't know what patterns you're using, but make sure it can't be on curved seams necessarily because you're gonna have to clip that. But especially on side seams that are quite straight, great thing. Just cut your seam allowance a little bigger. Leave that in there in case you need to let it out. Save your trims, save your cabbage. If you need to piece a little addition in there, a gusset later on at some point. Yes?
All right. Mima, I forgot if you, sorry, you just like reminded me.
I thought I saw something in there. Yes, please show us.
Okay.
Real quick while you're doing that, Abby, people are, the number one comment is, Abby, make us a pattern, please.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm not saying no,
Nicole
but
is in the comments. That's something that might be important.
So can you guys see this?
Pit stains.
Yeah, other than the pit stains.
Not the gusset. No, you're gonna have to switch
Hashtag,
off your phone.
Okay.
I can zoom you in though. Let me spotlight you. Here, see if you can. Oh, we're going to.
I think to get me detail, we need to zoom in there.
Alrighty.
I'm requesting permission. It says you've disabled it.
No. Here, ask to
there we
start
go.
And I'm spotlighting you. All right, you're on. Pit stains and all. Ooh, gusset.
So yeah, so here you can see a very clear gusset that's been added to the underarm of her seam. That is just a delightful wedge shape, which I need to keep in mind for myself. So she's had it pieced here, and then this one doesn't spin that well. She didn't even try to make this nice.
Oh man.
Wow.
Like it's still the same up here. I'm sorry guys. When Abby wears a statement sleeve. So can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, can you put the camera down just a little bit? Yeah.
Is that good? Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. So up here at her underarm point, that's still the original seam. So they just picked it out in this metal section here, and they just let it
go.
Just do its thing.
Okay.
Like it's just doing its thing. And then up here at the shoulder, you can see scarring here for when they probably like have dropped the sleeve, or maybe this was remade from something else and like had it updated to what we think is probably around 1871. So this could have been something from the 1860s that they updated, sure. but there's scarring up here as well. But yeah, like this side seam, it's not nice. There's let's be honest, most of us would have the if we did this, we would be like, please don't look at my side seam.
I mean, this teaches you the thing I'm always telling people is like, let it go. Nobody's going to notice that because none of you all notice that.
Yeah. Because obviously if it's good enough for Mima, it's good enough for me. Like,
right.
She is queen.
So that's a great example of taking a side seam out a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you have anything where a dart was taken out or a skirt was repleated?
This was the start here was taken out too. So you can see that scarring here as well.
And then they slap some trim on it.
Well, no, it's completely visible.
Oh wow. Yeah,
also, she was deeply asymmetrical. So let me see if I can get down. Sorry. Oh God, I hate shaky cam. This point here is like an inch off from this point over here.
Wow.
It's completely asymmetrical.
Bodice shape to begin with. I'm gonna put that out there.
Yeah, it's wacky. But yeah, so we have darts taken out here and here, the side seam, the gusset underneath the armpit, and it's on both sleeves. She also has a huge fish dart, which I think helps illustrate how curvy she actually was, because sometimes we need fishes and sometimes we don't, but this is a really like pronounced
That's a severe one.
Yeah, it goes all the way around. And plus, I don't know if you guys, she had a little watch pocket in the other.
Of course she did.
Pro tip. Put your watch pocket in your fish.
People would like a t-shirt that says, if it's good enough for Mima, it's good enough for me. So get on that, Abby. Merch. By the way, everybody go subscribe to Abby's channel because she's amazing and she shows you this stuff constantly on her channel, and it's awesome and hysterical most of the time. Kenna does not have a YouTube channel. That's why she's here currently, but she does have an amazing Instagram, which I would highly recommend.
We're working on it. She's, speaking of looking snatched and amazing all the time. I'm gonna film a deep dive into Mima here for coming out in August, possibly next week. Just FYI. So.
Also, let me go ahead and shill for Abby's Patreon right now, where she gives you the extra footage from when she deep dives on stuff. So if you're real into this, give Abby a couple bucks a month and you will get mad footage.
I also do deep dive in construction notes.
Yep.
And measurements, stitches per inch, construction details, things like that. So
yep.
Noelle, you can take
you're done.
Granny cam off.
Okay. Working on that.
Thank you.
Chance to take back over and just mention you can replete skirts relatively easily. You take a waistband off, you rearrange the pleating to be a little bit more sparse maybe, and then put that waistband back on. Hopefully, if you made the waistband thinking in advance, there's a little bit extra on it. If not, again, you can use that cabbage. When I say cabbage, I mean extra bits of fabric, for those of you who do not know. And so many dresses have signs of alteration. I mean, we have...
Yes.
Modern Mantua Maker on Instagram did her entire thesis on 18th century dresses that had been remade.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. I like almost everything in my own collection has been altered in some way, shape, or form. And the other nice thing about Victorian petticoats specifically is that the waistband, most of my petticoats are actually just a plain brown cotton. Like they're not even the matching fabric. So it's super easy just to like rip that off and do a new one. And so yeah, that's easy peasy. No problem.
It's also easier if you're hand sewing your garment than if you do it by machine, because as I'm sure most of you know, ripping machine stitches is a process.
Yeah.
That leads to scarring.
Kenna, do you have slides for this section?
I do, yeah. I have a few more interesting examples. Let me pull those up. So this beautiful, beautiful example is one of the court gowns of the Princess of Denmark, Magdalena Sibylla. I visited the collection that holds this in Dresden last year and took the photo on the left when I spied an alteration that actually made the waist of the gown wider. I mean, I just love seeing stuff like this in excellent garments, especially when they're at museums, for reasons that I will discuss later. The Ruth, which is the collection that holds this, recently made these collections accessible online, naturally after I spent the money to go to Germany to see them. So that image on the right is from their online collection, from their object page. And they also gave the measurements, which was fantastic, because looking at these gowns, you know, they're not for very small women. So I was really happy to find that you can actually see the alteration here in that object image on the right, as well as the one on the left. It looks like instead of simply enlarging the space between tabs, because you can't really tell here, but the bottoms of these bodices are tabbed still in the 1650s. instead of just widening the space between tabs, they actually made a sort of gusset with a tab on the bottom. And it's just a new tab. It's really incredible.
That's amazing.
It's totally something people could do with stays if they needed to.
Yeah.
It's not an alteration I've seen before, but it's really cool.
I've seen not this exact thing, but I've definitely seen stays in museum collections where they have just added strips of heavy duty linen to make the stays bigger. And it's not nice. Like, this is so much nicer and like more elegant.
Yeah, they really worked on this, even though you can't see the tabs once it's properly worn. It's just happens that way. And these dresses, Magdalena Sibilla actually has several extant dresses, surviving dresses, and these at this point in her life are a great example of a woman with a very straight figure, and it still looks amazing. So just saying. We have our next piece here. So this is an 1890s example with a rather inexpert and asymmetrical alteration. Going back to what Abby was saying, if it's good enough for me, Ma, it's good enough for me. They added a full 5 inches or 13 centimeters to the center back of this gown, which I wouldn't normally recommend because adding all of that space in one place tends to really skew your proportions. But I guess it worked for this person. The main issue with that is when people gain weight, they don't tend to do it in one place. They tend to do it kind of all over. So then your sleeves would be a little tight, your neck might be a little tight. But again, clearly it worked. The fabric, you can tell it doesn't even match perfectly. I don't know if that's like a nap issue, where if the fabric was just turned on the wrong grain, or if it's a completely different fabric entirely. But you know, who's gonna notice, really?
Is it asymmetrical?
It is absolutely asymmetrical.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Wow. Okay.
Good enough for me, Mom? Good enough for me.
Good enough for me. All right. So I'm finding this super helpful, and so is everyone in the comments. Is there anything else that most people might not consider when thinking about extant garments and their expectations regarding seeing small or tiny waisted things?
Oh man, big deep breath here. There is so much. So much. So much bias that people don't realize exists that influences our perceptions. People collecting and exhibiting fashion in the last century or so have absolutely altered public perception of antique clothing, really insidiously, I think. Museums, and this is really especially art and fashion museums, not so much social history or local museums that you see. Museums enjoy collecting ideal garments, which generally means pristine items with tiny waists. This only recently has begun to change a little more as the public humanities in general have begun to value the little people, the people with ordinary lives like us. And the history is embodied by what we wear, how they show our lives, how we interacted with our clothing. So that pristine and tiny waist paradigm is really a remnant of 19th and early 20th century collecting that lasted way too long. But we'll admit, from a collections care perspective, it is a lot better to have something that is in good condition. So pristine is still great, even though you can't tell as many stories with it, but you don't need a small garment to tell a good story that's outdated. So just to kind of drive this in, from someone behind the scenes at the Met at one point, they were setting up an exhibit at the Costume Institute a few years ago. They had 2 versions of the same dress from donations, probably. I recall it as a 1920 Chanel. It was something in that era that was essentially the ideal figure is very slender, kind of boyish, whatever that word is worth. But one of the dresses was much smaller and one was much larger. And they ended up going with the smaller one because it matched visitor expectations better. And I'm not sure if that's the only reason. You know, it could totally be that the Met made a really logical decision based on the conditions of the dresses or other factors. But as a museum professional, I can say it is 100% believable that they would go with the smaller dress purely because of visitor expectation. So the large museums like the Met, especially Fashion Museum Bath, I'm kind of assuming, I don't know that much about them, but from the image they project, the Met especially because they're so glitz and glamour, their annual gala, I mean, they really value that polished image, that the art of fashion instead of the social history of it. So that's absolutely a bias right there. Abby, did you have something to say about a Met exhibition at one point that you
Yeah. So it had, oh God, which one was it? I think it was like the interwoven globe one with like the textiles. I think it was that one.
Good exhibition.
And I'm sorry.
I like their exhibition catalog.
Yeah. It was a really good exhibition too. But that one had this exhibition, and I think this is the one it was. It had two of the most famous 18th century Met gowns that we all think of. That yellow one that's mislabeled as a polonaise. By the way, it's not a polonaise. It's an Italian gown. Thank you very much. Really wish they would fix that. And then it's the white printed cotton chintz gown that's usually photographed with it. That white gown has a wedge, which is a very common alteration point in 18th century, especially when you have the shift from like fairly straight, not so thrusty to like, hello, thrusty city, like, boo! And then everyone's like, boobies everywhere, just all the time.
What years would that be, Abby?
Like 1780s. So basically when we're shifting from 1770 to 1780, that's when we start getting like.
And then you roll into Regency where you're like just placing them on a shelf.
Yeah, and they're just up here. But this shape changed, and since 18th century gowns were like center front closing usually, sometimes they were on a bias, sometimes they were on a slight straight of grain, that oftentimes, very often, you will see a gown that has a wedge in it that is meant to be a fix, so that way it's opened up for the shift and the stays in that silhouette. That gown was in the Met was badly mounted. Like I was just standing there going, are you kidding me? And it was mounted on a mannequin that was too small for the gown, and the overlap was so severe that it was not actually dismounted correctly. Like it was mounted wrong. And so again, to give that illusion that that woman who wore that gown was actually smaller than what she was, and when the reality is that she wasn't smaller, and she had an alteration because her boobs either got bigger from her stays or from other body changes. Like there was a visible big booby alteration in that 18th century gown. And yeah, they mounted it terribly. Just awful.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It absolutely feeds into the fact that, museums aren't always perfect or correct. They're staffed by people. People make mistakes all the time, everyone.
Yeah.
And especially when their specialty isn't what they're being asked to write about in the museum object catalog, or if they're being asked to dress a mannequin with a gown that they don't really know what the right shape is. I mean, there's so many images online of museum mounted gowns that just are not the right shape at all. They don't have the right support. They have like a late crinoline instead of an early one, or instead of an 1850s thing that shouldn't even have a crinoline under it. Like,
yeah,
this thing just happens.
Have you heard of a bustle? Put that on there.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that has to do with funding. I think the reason why I don't give the Met as much lenience is because the Met is supposed to be a very well-funded museum. Let's not even touch that shenanigans right now.
That's
but
a discussion.
Yeah, but they're supposed to have a lot. I mean, if they have enough money to buy like Worth gowns and couture gowns that are worth tens of thousands of dollars, and they're going out and bidding on those, you would then assume that they have the funding to have custom mannequins made, to have the team to pad these things out, to mount them properly. Smaller museums, I do not hold them to the same standards, because that would be like someone coming on here right now. I'll be like, Abby, how dare you not have this jacket mounted on the right mannequin? It's like, well, because this is just my dress form, And so when we're in a smaller museum situation, funding is already tight for museums to begin with. This pandemic has not helped museums at all. They're just scrounging around, really genuinely working with what they have available. And a lot of those people who help with those things are actually volunteers, so they're not even people who've gone to university for these things. Like they could just very well be like just people in that town who are like, oh, this is fun. I like old stuff. I can sew. Cool. Let's just do this, so
which is great.
Give grace to museums. Like I will say that, like, please don't go and like bombard very small museums with how dare you don't mount these correctly. Like those mannequins are expensive. So yeah. I just had to.
Definitely necessary to say. I mean, even in
judge the Met all you want.
Honestly, disclaimer, as much as I wish the Met would do better in so many aspects, it's still a lot of their money is probably donor based. It's restricted to very specific uses. So if it's not specifically for mannequins, then they might just have no mannequin money. It just happens that way.
If you have a lot of money, donate to the Met's Mannequin Fund. Actually, donate for my and Abby's Patreon, and then donate.
establish a position for one of us to then go into and fix all their object descriptions and their mislabeled, not really Polonaises. Like, anyway, tangent. All of this feeds into the perception that these dresses are super tiny. And I'm going back to my slides here.
While Kenna's getting her slides going, it's a good time for people to start leaving me questions if they would like me to ask them. Please be polite and kind to your hosts. Thank you.
Noelle, I have to say I'm kind of sad you didn't ask me my opinions on hot dogs and sandwiches, but I will survive.
Wait, hold up. Do you want to talk about that?
I mean, I do, but I don't think we have time to have that entire tangent. So let's
just give me a yes or no.
I say there's a pyramid actually of sandwiches. So in Deep Thoughts by Abby, but I want to hear what Kenna has to say about Worth gowns.
Okay.
So, there are far more larger garments in museums than I know about, primarily because most don't either. Large parts of collections are not even online if they're even cataloged in the first place. Some small museums have major issues with getting things cataloged because of staffing and hours and money. But even in those large museums that have online collections, they don't put measurements up. So shout out to Colonial Williamsburg, Daughters of American Revolution Museum, Museum of London. Those museums have their shit together. They put their measurements online. It is wonderful. However, while many dresses cannot be accurately assessed for waist size based on proportion, as we've been talking about this whole time, these are two dresses, as an example, from the Met that I can pretty confidently tell are not 20-inch waist dresses, right? You can just tell. So these are great examples of the fact that, yet again, not all young or high society people were small. A number of the garments on my list are luxury, Parisian couture, Worth, Pingat, Roof, Beers, Paquin, Calusier, Weeks, or they're young special occasion dresses like wedding dresses. Everybody kind of has this idea that wedding dresses are, you're so tiny and once you get married, you'll become larger, which is really damaging in and of itself. But that's not true. So many of these wedding dresses are like, we could fit them. It wouldn't be a problem. So, and these two gowns are House of Worth from the Met. So I think Kathy Hay actually had one of these up in her discussion the other day. Shout out to Kathy. Keep going here. This is a really fun one. One interesting thing about museums and display is that some used to allow live models for their clothing. This is verboten today. Do not do this. But they used to in the 30s, 40s, 50s. Doris Langley Moore, who was kind of a pioneering fashion historian, really pushed this with her collection. There's now a lot of debate about how mannequins are lifeless. They take away a key aspect of the viewing experience. I mean, imagine you could see these dresses on people moving around, people who really fit them, were wearing proper corsetry and undergarments. It would completely be a different experience. And I agree with that. I can't actually say it's a good thing for people to do that as a historical costumer, as a dress historian, as a textile conservator. As someone who works with historic textiles in general, I cannot recommend this. They are so fragile. You will, even if you don't hear ripping, and even if you don't see visible damage to the dress after you're wearing it, you've really taken so many years off of its lifespan. It will just continue to degrade at an even faster rate. So, tangent on that aside, there are several really interesting books that have these pictures still that are floating around on the internet, and they show that a lot of these dresses are still in collections today, or you can find, as I have here, images of them when they were sold at auction. These are from the Helen Larson collection, and they prove that, as antiques dealers call it, these dresses are a wearable size. And they provide great views of what these things look like on. Most of these images, the women are actually wearing proper undergarments and proper support, and because they were styled by experts, and it's really wonderful. I have a few volumes of my own because I found these pictures and went, I need to see these. These are just so interesting. And it is absolutely incredible to see, and we'll see how well we can see this, 18th century dresses on living, breathing human beings. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. So these particular images on the slide are from Moore's 1949 book, The Woman in Fashion. If you're curious, I do not yet have it, but I'm hoping to get it. And for anyone who did not, if you can spotlight me real quick, anyone who didn't see what I just showed,
Hang on one second. There we go.
More images right there. So It's incredible. But we can't do this anymore. So these are historical artifacts in their own right. And in the end, we get this 18-inch myth from a real variety of sources, as I hope Abby and I have successfully showed. We really need to work to combat it. But in a single year of effort, I have managed to aggregate a list of over 800, I think it's 835 pieces as of yesterday, of clothing that in sizes that are wearable today, that many people could fit into today. I can only hope I'll have hundreds more by this time next year, and that I'll have expanded that size range. Remember, my highest is maybe 46 right now. I'd love to get into 50-inch zones. I mean, we have portrait paintings of women hundreds of years back. I mean, 18th century, 19th century, early Edwardian period, that are definitely that size range. So that clothing has to be out there somewhere. So if any of you have or know of clothing in museum collections that qualifies, especially anything above 30 inches, please drop me a line. A link would be best. I will take things from museums, private collections, eBay, auctions, Etsy, you name it, anything, as long as I have size, date, description, an image to show people. I am just so happy to get that out in the world and make sure that people feel represented by the history we engage in.
And as a person who is not an 18-inch waist, I would like to thank you for that work.
Trying my best.
All right, so we're going to take some questions. The number one question that has come up during this entire chat. Abby, what do you think about hot dogs? Are they sandwiches?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right, we're done. Turn off this
I just want to say I don't disagree, because I actually think a sandwich has to do, I would debate sandwich in regards to leaven and unleavened bread. And since hot dogs are made with, the buns are leavened bread, I am open to the entertaining of the idea that a hot dog, regardless of what the dictionary says, because dictionaries change, regardless of that, just the concept of what kind of bread product we use, because it is meat and, meat with bread. But usually sandwiches are leavened bread, not unleavened bread.
So you're pissed about this whole taco debate, aren't you?
What about matzo sandwiches? Abby,
what?
What about matzo sandwiches?
Yeah,
Never
that's
had
my
a matzo sandwich.
They're tasty.
But okay,
Those are good.
but again, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because someone was like taco. I'm like, that's a tortilla. Like,
no, people were saying that a hot dog
with...
is a taco, and I'm like, all right, is a taco a sandwich? Or what if you take two tacos and then put meat between them and eat that? Is that a sandwich?
I think that's a Crunchwrap Supreme according to Taco Bell.
Fourth meal, yo. That's what that is.
Burritos in it.
I don't know. I just am like, I think actually sandwiches are a food pyramid, and I think there's just a hierarchy of what is a sandwich.
All right. I wrote an entire thesis on tacos when I was in college, that they're the world's perfect food. Because they contain all 4 food groups. They're scalable, they're portable, they don't require utensils. Like, just there's a million things that are the best about them. I think tacos are the world's perfect food. Okay, we're gonna stop talking about this. People want to know if people had special maternity clothing or they just altered the clothing that they had. Go.
Yeah, that is a fantastic question.
Kim and I are like, I got it.
Both of you go.
So, me. You might have more to say on this than me, so I'm just gonna go put my own knowledge forth. There were absolutely specific maternity clothes, and I specifically excluded anything that was clearly very maternity from my list because I didn't want that skewing the results.
Sure.
There are even maternity corsets. If you're unfamiliar with that, Google it. It's amazing. Several historical costumers have done maternity corsets and maternity stays and used them during pregnancy. Really fantastic.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a set of maternity corsets that I wore because sometimes I just want to have a big dinner.
You like them?
Let it out.
Do they support you?
It's legit.
So there's absolutely clothing that was made for maternity. It very often looks pretty similar, except in stomach size. The waistlines can change depending on, obviously, what area you're at. Sometimes they don't at all. Regency, not a problem. For most Regency dresses, you can just continue to wear your normal clothing. And there's also things like wrappers, maternity clothes that are very clearly maternity because they are just so loose throughout, and like a waist stay in the middle, which for a normal wrapper, we're getting into it here, for like a wrapper in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s, there's a waist, like a belt inside that will keep the back flush with your own back. If it's maternity, it probably is going to have a pretty big one. So go on, Abby.
That was great. So yes, there are definitely maternity clothes. In fact, Colonial Williamsburg has a really great example of a petticoat jacket and waistcoat that was obviously built for maternity wear and is adaptable for like prenatal, natal, and postnatal. So there are definitely clothing there as well. I actually won in this mass hoard that I just received the other day. I actually got as a surprise a petticoat, an Edwardian petticoat that has hooks and eyes up the center back, but also has been altered to have hooks and eyes up the center front. And the only logical explanation for this is the expansion of the belly and just kind of allowing that to be able to be let loose, and then being able to hook it back together like after she was finished like going through pregnancy. So yeah, there's definitely instances there. Another thing in the slides, and I try to get it set up on my computer so I could screen share, and I don't think that's going to work, but in all of the different proportion scales that I've put at the end of the slideshow that Kenna has done, in there as well, there's actually one book that has the quote unquote average women's proportion, and then it has the stout / maternity proportion scales.
Oh, kind of showing that right now.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find it. Which one is it?
I think it's like the 1907 one.
Yeah. This one, 1904 to 1907.
No, next one. This one. No, go back.
Go back.
One more.
There.
Oh no.
Forward. Yeah.
Forward. 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 Stop. Nope.
That's 1920.
I know. Back one more. I think there's a delay on my end. There. Stop.
1915?
Hammer time. Yes,
Okay.
this one. So you can see it says table of proportionate measurements for women size 32 to 44. So that is just like women. And you can see that's also a very nice range of size because that's a 32-inch bust up to a 44-inch bust. And just to note the proportions down there, 44 to 31. But when we go to stout, you'll see that the bust measurements actually have a lot of overlap. But it says down there, table for proportionate measurements for stout and maternity size. So one of the biggest differences, what we're looking at here is actually just the bust to waist ratio. And so you would adapt. So these patterns that you could cut and draft from these manuals. And for those of you all on the slideshow, that's actually a link. It'll take you right to the book and a cutting guide. And so you'll see that they've included that measurement, those proportions within that range. So if you were using this book to make clothing and you were getting ready to go through pregnancy or you were pregnant, like you could draft clothing for maternity wear using this cutting guide. I also just pulled this out too with the arrows, the 39, 30, 45 for that size 37, and that's in the stout proportion. That's actually just my normal body measure. Like that's very close to my normal body measurements. So again, I think also the concept of the idea of stout, and it does shift a bit through the 19th century. It's not necessarily that that you're bigger or smaller. It also is very much about proportion. You know, what is the ratio between your bust and your waist? And so that's something to keep in mind as well. But I just thought this was really cool that they have it specifically also for maternity in this cutting guide. And you can also see they cut out Mrs., juniors, children's, infants, garments, everyone. And this one's great too. This one's from my Elmer Richards catalog that I discussed that had the whole thing about their own department. So you can see their size range based off of the measurements here for the different, and also my Sears catalog from 1939 to 1940, which once I went deeper into that, opened up a whole host of issues. So let's just ignore that. Let's just look to the left here where it says our range of sizes for Mrs. from the Elmer Richards catalog. So you can get an idea too of the range of sizes. So their stout size went up to a 52-inch bust and a 56-inch hip. And since it's the 20s, your waist doesn't matter. Screw it.
Woo!
Also interesting to note that in the previous examples that were pre-1920s, it was just misses and women, and now it's average women.
Yeah, average proportioned women. So, and then you can also see the misses up above there, which again, you can see how there is some overlap in sizing, but misses, it's for kids. It says the age 14, 16, 18, 20. And that's how you bought those garments. So if you bought a size 14, you bought it based off of that. You know, it's meant for a 14-year-old or someone around that body type. So while there's still some overlap when it comes to bust size, you'll notice that things are a bit different. Why the hip for the misses is so much bigger, I don't know. It gets screwy, but it's meant for kids, basically. That's what I'm getting at here.
We're working on that part.
Yeah, Ken and I are, there's a big juicy rabbit hole that we're going down, so.
All right, guys, what is the one alteration that has really shocked any or all of you in an outfit that you never expected at first sight? I'm also going to take screen share and show the badge code. Silence. No one's had anything shocking is what I just.
I wish something would come to mind really easily, but I can't think of anything right now. I'm sorry. Maybe if Abby started talking, I'd be like, oh yeah.
I feel like that thing that Abby just showed with that beautiful jacket, like there was a lot of alterations in there that I was like, what?
Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is, I guess because I'm having a hard time is because I've looked at so many extant garments like through my career that I think when I would have been like shocked and awed, I was so much younger that now I'm just like, oh well, yeah, of course they do it that way, like hair flip, duh. Like, but
yeah, at this point everything's equally creative. I mean,
yeah, so it's like, yeah, I don't think this is an alteration for letting out, but I definitely do have a petticoat that I just received that was remade from an 1880s foundation skirt with the bustle into an 1890s skirt. And the original foundation skirt is the lining of this skirt, but like the casing for the bustle, like hoop is still there and it's just kind of all over the place. I've seen some real messy stuff. Like we as creators and historical costumers, we hold ourselves to a very high standard.
It's ridiculous, actually. Like it's stupid.
I think
like Mima would be like, why?
Yeah.
She would. The absolute weirdest alterations I've seen haven't been for size necessarily, but they've been as Abby was mentioning earlier, 18th century fabric and dresses very frequently got remade into 1840s gowns, and some of them are absolutely bonkers. I mean, it's really common to find these gowns that have been turned around so that the front of the like 1780s gown or whatever it is has become the back of the 1840s gown, and you can tell really clearly, and it's just wild. So I think the first few times I saw that, and even now, that is the most surprising one. It never fails to just blow my mind.
I feel like we can start a myth here where it's like in the 1840s it was trendy to have boobs on your backside.
And no legs.
And no legs. Just testicles.
Okay, so are there extant examples of women who have wildly different breast sizes because of mastectomy, body shape, etc.? And do they just pad or what?
So, not that I know of so far, but I am actually considering doing a dissertation on marginalized bodies in that fashion. So I am very eager to start finding anything like that. It has to have existed. I mean, it has to.
Can I use modern resources to learn fitting, or does the fit change throughout history? For example, fitting an 18th century jacket, are the modern fitting resources legitimate? Like, are they useful?
I'll let Abby answer that.
I would just like to also talk about this a little bit because I fit myself a lot. No, you cannot use the modern stuff. It is not going to work because their clothes actually fit. Our clothes don't fit. Like, look at this. This doesn't fit. We use so many knit textiles. So like, we don't use wovens like we used to. Everything we do is either on the bias or it's a knit fabric. You can't really do that. And we cut with so much ease because we want to be comfortable, because we go out to fast food restaurants and eat and like hang out and whatever. And even your fancy clothes are cut with a lot of ease that just doesn't exist then. And they had, boning in their clothes to make sure it was rigid in there. So no, you can't really use those resources, but there are resources that are available about fitting, right? Like there are a ton of guidebooks that will help you with that. Like for my period, authentic Victorian techniques.
Making techniques.
Yeah. That's a great book because it teaches you how to fit yourself or someone else for that period, right? So you have to seek out the fitting instructions of that time and learn from those resources. Abby?
And to build off of that, another thing is the way the seams were done in the past you know, how things were seamed, also just body shape. It is going to change how you interact with the garment. Can you learn how to fit like through modern clothes? I was like, yes, you can pick up stuff that way, but the way you apply it, like Noelle, like you said, it's just a different application. All in that slide, all of those books that I have those proportion scales to, they're all cutting and fitting garment books from that time period. So literally, they're free on archive. Just click it. And let me tell you something. I know it seems overwhelming to use those things, but if you can't skim these like we like to skim books today and just kind of look at the pretty pictures. They're expecting you to really read these, and then they get oldie-timey wordy verbose. And you're like, oh, my brain. But if you spend time with them and you actually draft according to those instructions, and you have padded your corset out so that way you have the correct proportions and the ideal proportions, your body doesn't actually matter. Just put the pillows in the right place and you draft to those instructions. You don't actually have to, if you drafted them correctly, you don't actually have to do a lot of fitting. Like my Camille Clifford dress, I drafted from an Edwardian drafting manual book. I barely did anything in the fitting because it just, they're so good. Like they're just so good that there's no reason to like worry. It's like just go through the drafting process and then you can kind of just work. A lot of that's actually already done for you. Another thing with fitting on bodies, one, walk away. This is just a fitting tip. If it's not going for you, walk away.
Make something else.
Two, listen to the fabric. The fabric tells you what to do. You don't tell the fabric what to do. It's the boss. You listen. That's that. So just listen to it. But also, yeah, if you use those period manuals, you don't really have to worry about fitting that much.
I'm going to come in here and say, since Abby is not saying it, for the 18th century, American Duchess's Guide to 18th century dressmaking.
Buy Abby's book.
Because if you look at any like patterning for stage and screen book, they're not going to be telling you how these dresses actually went together and how they were patterned. From my limited
things that say stage or screen, put that book down.
Yeah. So Jean Hunnison actually pulled those patterns off of originals. So
the instructions.
But instructions are made for like quick changes and stuff.
Yeah, but she has some really good because I was super like, and then I was reading, I was like, oh, you sneaky.
She does disclaim like why she's doing things. So
yeah, but those shapes are from originals because she was actually an apprentice like Janet Arnold or something. So like, mild defense in mild defense for Jean Hunnison.
Yes, given. But I mean, you guys have actually done that research and you know how it was done, and you explain that in a fairly accessible format for people. So there are several resources like that.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, a lot of this too is the later you get, the more modern you get in your sewing and instruction techniques, the more there's actually finesse when it comes to doing things. Like when you get into like the Edwardian period and vintage clothes, like there is a very set way to do stuff. The further back you go, the more Mad Max you get.
Yeah.
Like, does it fit? Does it work? Cool. Oh, you got a weird dart there? Oh, well, who cares? Like, no one cares. So long as it fits and you're happy with it, like the 18th century is Mad Max. Just so there's several ways to fit garments in the 18th century. And so, yeah, and I've done it several different ways, and I've developed my own way of how I like to do it. But that doesn't mean it's going to be the same way that works for either of you or anyone listening. Like, we all have our own ways.
Yeah, for sure. Someone's asking, was there a style difference in fitting a stouter woman? And this answer is amazing.
I mean,
there may be more panels in, like, there may be a different cut to the clothing, right? Not always, but there are spaces in which there's extra panels in the clothing, but the style will be identical.
So it actually, for most of history, that is completely true. Once you get into the time of like Sears Roebuck catalogs,
then
it does actually start to change, which is really interesting. I think Abby might have a little more to say on that.
Well, I was gonna add on to the patterning thing in Workwoman's Guide. They talk about the side piece for 1830s gown, and the angle in which you cut the side piece is dependent upon your body type. Yeah. So if you are considered stout by 1838 standards, you need to cut your side piece on a different angle with more bias stretch.
You get some more bias
than you do if you're not. And so, you know, and that's a real subtle difference, but everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. I don't actually, I know you're feeding me something, but I was too busy thinking about Workwoman's Guide. So if you would care to tell me what I was supposed to say, I would appreciate it.
I don't think we actually ended up putting any of the images on the slides, but essentially when you were talking about your Elmer Richards,
yeah.
The
where is she?
Catalogs. Yeah, if you wanted to pull it out right now, I would not say no.
I'll be right back.
Essentially, the fashion choices that they showcase for their average proportion women versus their stout proportioned women, it does actually change. And part of that is they'll be advertising, you know, longer skirts to make you look slimmer, to elongate the body or something like that. Slim look fashions are become really popular starting in the 1920s or so, possibly for obvious reasons. I mean, 1920s is when this suddenly came into fashion.
And we're not shaped like this. If you're stout, you're not shaped like this. You're shaped like this. At least I am. So
we're kind of like this. I mean, everybody is that to some extent. I mean, nobody is like perfectly smooth.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you actually, in the 1920s, which was by no means the start of ready to wear, but it became very popular at that point, you really start to see different kinds of designs being marketed towards people of different body types in hopes of achieving a different ideal. So hopefully if Abby can come through with her catalog, you'll see that like decorations will be placed in different areas of the body, and it'll be different patterns that they think more like flatter someone a bit more.
But that doesn't start until pretty much the 1920s. If you're talking about 18th century, 17th century, 19th
everybody
century,
dresses the same. No
everybody dresses the same.
Yeah.
And they figure out a way to make you look amazing in the exact same style, which is a thing we don't seem to be able to do anymore.
And I mean, like, let's be honest, the 20s is really hard to wear regardless of who you are. Like, I do not look good in 20s clothes. I love 20s clothes, but I know.
They are beautiful on someone else than me.
Yeah, my does not work. So
I'm gonna spotlight you so this gets bigger.
Okay.
There you go.
So here's like the first page, and so you can maybe it's probably reversed, and I apologize for that, everyone. But
it's not actually.
It's good.
So they do use the term slenderizing, and down here in the measurements, the lengths do go to 45 to 48 inches, which is longer than the other sizes that you see in this catalog. So, but I mean, overall, like these coats are very much in keeping with the other coats in the other part. Oh, here we go. So this is the stout section of the catalog. And then this is one of the pages of just the average. I just managed to hit on a colorized photo, like colorized image of it. But you can see it's actually not, also anyone who's like a paper, like textile person, I apologize. I know I'm manhandling this. Please don't at me. I know I'm trying to be as careful as I can.
Do you guys think that tailors and dressmakers and mantua makers and all that specialized in stout, or are they just made for everybody?
Back in the past, they just made for everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
if you're fitting an individual,
people
and
are
you're
people.
cutting for an individual, like you just get used to, like when I'm cutting on someone and I'm fitting on someone, I don't think about their body in like I think about their body in a very analytical way.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, oh, okay, you hold this shoulder this way. Oh, do you know you're short-waisted? Oh, do you know that like this is shaped this way over here and like your body does this and your body does that? Like I don't think about it as a person. I think about it just as like a thing.
Yeah.
Like its own thing. And that's it. But I mean, the fashions in here, they're really good. Like I said. And I actually like, and I made a note of this too, because these are illustrations, they're not photographs, but the way that they illustrated the women in the stout section of this catalog, they are beautiful, they are attractive, but they're also not drawn the same way as the other models. Like they are actually representative of the body type. Like their shoulders are a little bit broader, their faces are a little bit fuller, and it's just really nice to kind of see that. There are other representational issues in this catalog, but it is the 1920s, so what do we expect? But they don't do that thing where we see today in modern imagery and fashion where they're like all these sizes, but everyone looks exactly the same, and they're like plus size models, but they don't look represent like they don't represent like actual diversity.
They're all
body
like
shape.
perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we have a question. So go ahead.
I was gonna say, at least in this catalog, I was like, they represented their customer.
That's really great. We didn't get sent to a different store.
No, you had your like own department.
Yeah, fantastic. There's a lot of questions, and I'm going to leave it up to you guys if you want to talk about this, because I do think it's sort of tangential to this discussion. A lot of people are asking about like breastfeeding and like the size of breasts changing for that, but also how functionally that went. But I mean, we're talking about, you know, all of history, so that seems like kind of a difficult subject. But do you have any tertiary commentary you want to make on that?
Yeah, 18th century. Well, one, it's center front closing. So depending on where you were in postnatal depends on how you dealt with this. So whether you're wearing something like a soft pair of jumps or a quilted waistcoat and you're still in bed, like recovering from giving birth, like that's obviously very easy access. But when I worked at Colonial Williamsburg and we did the foundation's, not the tokens, the Foundling Hospital token exhibition, they blew up a print from the Foundling Hospital from the 1740s, and it was just like huge, just massive. But when it was zoomed in, like, and the women were bigger than life size, what we saw in the section that was supposed to be the mothers who had the foundling children, they had taken their kerchiefs, switched them around so the long pointy end was in the front, and you could see like images of women breastfeeding with their gowns on in public, and they were actually just using their kerchief as basically what women use as like a breastfeeding like shield today. And yeah, they would just pull up over the stays and just go. Yeah. Modern mothers, I am not a mother, I don't know how well it works, but that's what the images show. And when we were all like, oh.
There's Victorian corsets that have lacing down the side that you just unlace it and pop it open, out you go. The thing that I don't get with that is like all my Victorian wear is like buttoned down the front. Like, are you sitting there unbuttoning 47? I'm like, do you just get a wet nurse, mate? Like, I don't know.
So I actually have a really great, I wish I remembered what it was and where it was from. I have seen an extant 1840s gown, not personally, but like online, you know.
Yeah.
And get up a little bit so I can kind of demonstrate this. It's like a fan front style gown. So it has all this pleating down the front. And at this end of it, this edge of like that pleated section, it opens. And it opens to reveal the breast. So wow. It is proven to be a breastfeeding gown. I think it's like a white sheer summer frock. It might be in the Irma Bowen collection, which is a fantastic collection, by the way. So there are alterations that were performed on certain gowns to be able to breastfeed whilst in them. As Noelle pointed out, some corsets have like laced in sections right down the middle and allow you to do that. And there's also a pair of stays at one of the, I think
those are not for babies.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
I was like, someone's gonna bring those up, and no. Most museums are like, we'll just kind of not address, like, we'll let people think that, but no, the general consensus.
Interesting if you talked about though. Come on.
Like, most general consensus is more like, that's for other things.
Okay, well, ignore that I said that. I have seen the extant 1840s gown that is made for breastfeeding. I have seen other actual, like, very clearly maternity corsets. Because in some maternity corsets, even there was a great one on, I think, Antique Gowns a few months ago that was bright red, and it had an attachment below the stomach to support the baby. At the same time as having all of the extra bits of lacing to expand. So there's like, totally a whole market for that.
Most Victorian corsets, like especially the later ones, just come right up to that spot anyway, and then it's real easy. If you need to, you can get that out. Especially if you're voluptuous with milk at the time, it will be even easier for you to get going there, I think. So
I think another thing to think about too is the context of your life at that point in time. I think we again, like, it's really easy for us to apply our modern life and our modern how we function and then go, how did they do it? And it's like, like if a woman was in a position where she didn't have to go to work every day, then it's not as big of a deal, because you're not going to be you know, in a like normally corset with like, you know, buttons all the way up the front, like you're gonna have at-home garments just like we have at-home garments today, and you're gonna have clothing that adapts with that. Obviously, if you're in a social situation where you have to leave the home because you're working, you know, then there's other issues that go into account there. So just.
But you're probably not wearing unless you're in high society, in which case you have a nurse for that. You're not wearing high society gowns around for 16 hours a day, parading around, not paying attention to your children. You know, like you're home with them. You're probably not going out a lot. You know, your life was completely different.
Yeah, and there are not just like the normal corsets that we think of. Like when you look at 1800s catalogs and magazines, there's a whole slew of corsetry that, you know, was corded and lightweight and shoulder straps and no shoulder straps, buttons and no button, you know. So there's options. There's loads of options. It's not just one thing. It's not homogenized in any way.
Yep. All right. We're basically at 2 hours, so I think that's probably a good place to wrap up. You guys have anything additional you want to say or add to this at the very end? Your parting words? Nothing? All good.
Thanks for having me.
Both of you could probably look perfectly good in 1920s gowns. So
no, I've worn originals. I don't.
I'm willing to give it a shot. Sure.
Here.
Yeah, I'll do it.
This booty goes out way too far.
Listen, anyone who wants to wear a 1920s gown, regardless of size, should, could, and would. So
yes,
here we go.
Someone did ask a question, which I think is not really something I was going to go into, but they're like, how do you get the confidence to just wear the thing if you're a stout person, especially like natural form or what? How do you do that? You put the gown on and you realize it still looks good. You pad where you need to pad, and then you go out with your friends who are already going to make you feel good anyway. Like, just do the thing. Do the thing. Look at Mima. She's banging. I'd hang out with Mima.
Do we need to see that booty again? Because Mima was...
She got it going on.
She did not come to play. She came to slay.
Like teacups on that thing.
I know, this is Chrissy D'Angelo's Lotta bustle, so it is literally the biggest one, but we are putting every bustle on possible, and this was the only one that was like, oh, that works.
Great.
Like, this is the only one that works. So
all
yeah,
right, well, I'd like to thank you guys both for coming to my channel and doing this panel here. It was very kind of you, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And it was really great to spend a couple hours talking about this stuff. Again, go subscribe to Abby because she's talking about this stuff all the time. And Kenna's Instagram is lit at like midnight-ish when she starts going down a research rabbit hole. She will show you all the things. So
you also make the most incredible things, and I'm just like,
yes, so good. That's for sure. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Bye. Thank you. Bye everyone.
Recreative. I'm seeing things. No.
I'm seeing an ad.
I'm seeing an ad too. How strange. People will hear us talking about how we see an ad because they're like whatever 30 seconds behind us or whatever. Anyway, hello everyone. Oh look, I can skip ads now. Let's do that. Hello everyone. I'm me. You guys know me, Noelle from Costuming Drama. This is Constance. I don't actually know if she's on the side.
I don't know where you're pointing, if it's at me or not.
I'm pointing at you on my screen. I'm learning all kinds of new stuff. And then I can watch the live happening down here and this computer down here and see if I'm pointing the wrong direction. Yes, they all do see us talking about, can I push the button? Is it gonna go? We're so professional. Hi, people. Everyone is talking to us. They're like, hello from North Wales. Hello from France. Wow, the Europeans are here. Hi from Chicago. It's Constance. Oh, I was pointing the right direction. Great.
You are marvelous.
Yeah. I'm going to turn my volume up. How are you doing today, Constance?
I'm all right. We've already spoken today, but that was at the other end of your day. So this is the wrong way around for us, really, isn't it? Because
yeah. Constance and I talk in the middle of my night and the beginning of her morning, like almost every day.
Yeah. And normally I've turned into a pumpkin right now as far as your day is concerned. Normally I might say good night and that'd be it.
Yeah. And then I leave you messages while you sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, we don't have an agenda today. We're just shooting the breeze and seeing how live stream goes before we have to deal with COVID next weekend. And I have 7 lives. So that means that I need to practice. So here we are. I do have a whole bunch of questions that I asked online and Constance asked online so that we can do a speed round of fun questions. And I think we had an agenda already, right? We were going to talk about our dresses and we were going to talk about our COVID schedule.
Yes.
What do you got coming for COVID?
Well, compared to your 7 lives, I feel I've got off very lightly here. So I am doing a live Q&A on Nikki Liam's channel, and that's a Q&A with Nikki, and it's got Anne from Silk and Stitches and Bernadette and Cynthia of Red Threaded, and we are doing a Q&A for costumes for stage and screen and working in wardrobe, and we've all got quite different experiences. So some of us are makers, some of us have worked in the sort of production side, and like Cynthia's got her own workroom, and Nikki works in ballet, and Anne's done musicals. I've done opera and film. So it's a really good mix of, it's not every aspect of costuming for performance, but it's a huge part of what makes costume for performance. And we've all done different bits, and no one ever does just one thing. You've always got, oh, I'd also do this bit on the side, or I've also doubled as this, or so that'll be really good. We're going to talk about the different aspects in our own industries and our own specialisms, the different aspects, like working in America, working in Europe, working in the UK, because again, it's all different. We use different terminology, different job titles for exactly the same job. Like, oh, what do you call it where you are? Oh, we call it this, but that means this. So that
and the unions are really different between the countries too. Like
really. I've actually learned quite a lot about my union in the last 2 days because I listened to a podcast, because there's a really good podcast called Behind the Seams, which is done by Angels, which is a huge costume house in London that do most film and TV. You'll have costumes from Angels in it. You'll recognize costumes from Angels. They have their own workrooms. They have a massive store, and they've started doing a podcast about all the work that they do behind the seams, because because COVID shut everyone down, so suddenly people had a lot of time. So 2 of the supervisors, a supervisor and assistant designer, both of whom I've worked for, both called Charlotte, are the head of the unions in the UK for backstage, and they were talking about their role as well as what they do in film, but also what they do for the unions. So I've learned a lot in the last 2 days that I didn't know previously, because I was in a union when I worked in theatre, but not now I work in film. So I need to sort that out.
The US is really heavily unionized, and in California, in the movie industry, the whole movie is either a union or it's not.
Yeah, I didn't go to it, but Gemma, who I was sharing a room with at Costume College last year, she went to a talk about how it worked, and she came back from that talk and she was like, right, come on, we're moving to LA.
I cannot suggest that to stay in England. It's a much better place.
No, I'm staying here. I'm fine.
I mean, I love LA, and that's where I'm from, but like, I'd rather be in London.
That's my live, and then I've got a video coming out on Sunday, which is, I've got to check the times. So it's 10 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. British summer time, and I've labelled it, and I named it, and I labelled this, and I typed this out: 16th century hand sewing insertion lace. But it's actually to make a 16th century partlet as well. It's not just it's actually a whole garment constructed with insertion lace.
And that's that partlet you were showing me yesterday.
That's the partlet, yeah.
You guys are all gonna really like that one. It's beautiful.
It's one of my favorite ways of sewing lace into a garment. It's all by hand, and I just
of course
enjoy it. Yeah.
I've never tried insertion lace because
I suspect you'd like it.
You don't?
No, you can do it by hand and machine. I mean, I've done it all by hand, but it's inspired by a garment I made a very long time ago. And that was copying from another maker who was an amazing maker. He did film and TV and all sorts of things. And he did it all by hand because that's how we were told to do it for the job, because it was for the Globe. And he said, oh, well, I could have done it by machine and created exactly the same effect. And I was like, really? He said, oh, yeah, you could definitely have done that. So
he didn't, because it was a job to do by hand, but he was sort of one of those people that could really, you know, turn his hand to absolutely anything.
I like lace, and I like it on other people. I think it looks weird when it's on me. Probably because it's not a Lady Gaga t-shirt. And I'm like, I'm not a frilly person, but you know, I kind of want to try it. I think it'd be fun. I actually want to do it on a petticoat at some point. I'm really concerned though about like, so there's the petticoat and then the lace and then more petticoat. And if that lace is enough, the bottom half of that petticoat will just right off, or if you step on it, or, you know, things happen. And especially things happen to me because I frequently am in a giant bustle dress and like forget that I'm in a bustle dress and try to behave completely normally, which is really dumb, but it's who I am.
I think this is also the whole thing of, which is what I want to improve with how I dress and what I do, in that I could wear anything and it become normal, but it does mean adapting your clothes so that they are normal. And yes, I mean, I still make everything too long. I mean,
me
far too long. And and if we're going to be practical about it, we need to be shorter. And I think that's what we often don't realise, that petticoats can be that much shorter to make life easier, but also you still want them to do the job that you want them to do, don't you? And it's finding that balance.
Like following you up subway stairs in London is fun because there's like this train of petticoats coming behind you.
I was going to say,
I don't know how you don't fall down. Like, I would fall down.
This skirt, where is it? This skirt that is too long, and because the side seams are on the bias, has dropped. It's got a massive oil stain on the hem somewhere, which I think probably is escalators in London.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's where I know it needs too long. It needs to be re-leveled completely.
Yeah, well, someday I'll learn how to walk like a girl, but stairs in long skirts baffle me. Every time I'm in a bustle dress and people come up to stairs, I just stop and look at them and go like...
I remember the Tudor ladies at Kentwell who were wearing farthingales, sort of, they're going out for a little perambulation around the grounds after it's rained, going, I need an escort, not because I'm a woman and I can't walk on my own, but I need someone to steer me around the puddles because I can't see them around the farthingale perimeter.
Yeah. People are like, I've gotten to the point that anything longer than my knees, or I hold anything longer than my knees up when I'm going upstairs. Yeah, I'm usually like holding like 15 other things because I forget that I'm wearing different clothes because I'm not really conscious of my body at a given moment, I think is what I'm getting at, because I just forget all the time. So yeah, I need to like learn how to behave like a lady. Probably not going to happen.
You're doing better than me. You've found what people are talking. I'm looking and going, I don't know where we are.
You'd have to be actually live. You got it?
So we've got sidetracked there from petticoats to lace. So, but that's all I've got for COVID, because, you know, we've had how many months of nothing going on, and I've suddenly got everything all at once because I'm making something for somebody, and that's that sort of very, very tight deadline. COVID's happening, and then I'm going back to work, and that all happens in the same week. So having had no deadlines.
When it rains, it pours. You have like 4 months, nothing, and then all of it.
So do you want
as soon as I said something about the date, you were like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to work that week for sure. Like you predicted this. I'm not organized like you are, apparently. Even though
I've only got 2 as well. I've only got 2.
I just have all my screenshots of my things. What am I doing? Okay, so on Thursday night at 5:30 Pacific, I'm doing a live with Marita, and we're just gonna talk about UFOs and basically like hang out and take questions and that kind of stuff. Like Marika's awesome, but we wanted to like slow roll into COVID because it's a lot. That day I'm making 18th century myths with Jess, and I'm trying to find that thing. That's at 1 o'clock. Jess is from Penny River Costumes, and she's going to live demo while I'm talking to her, making a whole 18th century myth. Like she can make one in 2 hours. So that weird thumb insertion thing and how to fit it and all that stuff, she's gonna make them. And then she has kits on her website and a pattern and all kinds of stuff that you can get if you want to, or you can just watch it and learn it and then make it yourself. That night, I have a friend called Nami, who's handle is Necronomic Cosplay, which I think is just the coolest thing. Like Necronomicon, kind of. And that's at 5. And we're going to talk about making your very first costume, both cosplay and historical, and like the organization of that, and like how to. I'm in a light project manage or something, and I probably should just do a standalone video on how to project manage your projects and like really dive into it, but this will suffice for right now. Yeah. The next day, I have a live panel with Bernadette and Morgan and Abby to talk about tech in YouTube. So anyone who wants to be a costuber.
I should be writing copious notes for that one.
And then that evening, I'm going to talk to Abby and Kenna. Kenna is Kenna Sews on Instagram, and they're both experts, but actual experts because they have degrees in it, in like historical garments and stuff. And we're going to talk about like the myth of the 18-inch waist, which isn't a thing apparently. So they're going to show you all kinds of different size inclusive extant garments so that everyone can stop thinking that everything has to be 18 inches, because that is not the case. And then the next day I have another panel with Bernadette, Morgan, Abby, and me, and we're going to talk about two things, weirdly. We're going to talk about the like artistic aspect of YouTube, and then also like the admin side. Like, we're going to talk about money, and we're going to talk about social media management, and we're going to talk about mental health management and all that kind of stuff. So excellent. That should be fun. And then that night at 4 Pacific, I have what is probably going to be the hardest, but also my most looked forward to panel, which is inclusion in the costuming community. And let me just name the people who are going to be in here. Anne-Marie from Silk and Stitches, who you know. Ayana from the Vintage Guidebook, Christine from Sewstein, Carla from Tiny Angry Crafts, Nami from Nekanose, Gigi from La Belladonna History and Reenactors of Color, and then Erica from Erica Alamode. So cosplayers, historical costumers, all that kind of stuff. And I'm just hosting the panel, but they're going to talk about inclusion in costuming. So all the race stuff we've been talking about is going to come up. And I'm sure it's going to be hard and good work to do and stuff. And very informative and fun. And these ladies are geniuses. They're all really brilliant. We had a run through and I was just like, I love you guys. So I'm really
brilliant. And to have this platform to do that now is, is the most immediate thing we can do. That's brilliant.
Right.
We've had the time to read, we've had the time to think, we've had the time to talk. Now the time to listen to people who have actually been through it.
Yeah. I also have a video that I'm going to upload for a friend of mine who does not have a costuming channel. Her name is Denise Nicole, and she is time.travel.is.possible on Instagram. And she is awesome. She's a historical interpreter. She does living history. Yeah. And she's awesome. So she's doing a summer to winter get ready with me from, I think, 1869. And she's giving me her video. So I'm going to plot the intro on the video saying, hi. You're not going to see me, you're going to see her, and then hand it over to her. So, should be fun.
Oh, fantastic.
I have a lot going on. I didn't realize it was actually 8. It's not 7.
So is this more than you would ever normally do for costume college? Because, normally you're just like, I'm going to make you vlog, I'm going to go to the classes I want to go to.
Well, yes and no. So I don't teach at costume college. That's not my jam. I don't feel informed enough. That's why I got other people to come on and teach on my channel. But I will talk about stuff. I at costume college try, as you can tell from my blog, to do all of the things, like every single thing. So I go to classes like back all day usually, and I go to all the events and I do all the things. So yes and no. I think I'll actually have an easier time at COVID because I have my 2 lives each day, and then I can chill if I want. Yeah.
Also, really I used to go and hide in my room and either watch old episodes of Have I Got News for You on YouTube, or listen to Queen, as if I had to go take a moment away from costume college. So you can do that in your own home as well. Things like that.
Yeah. I feel like we should room together at costume college. I think we
have a good time.
Because I'd be getting up and you'd be going, oh, maybe it would work. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just swap. Actually, at costume college, like I stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning uploading vlogs, and then get back up and I'm in class again by 9.
Okay.
So
From what I remember of costume college, the first year I went, I flew in, so the other years I've been in America for almost a week beforehand, so I've got the time thing sorted out. But my very first year when I did it on my own, I flew in, and I think I was awake for 5 days. I just didn't sleep at all. So that was the whole of my first costume college. I was like,
that can happen. Yeah, that can totally happen. That's what happens when I go to England. Except when I go to England, I always book theater performances, which is dumb, especially like that first couple days, because it's like 8 o'clock and I'm trying to pass out in a very warm theater.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting there watching Ian McKellen or somebody.
I was going to say, you've booked really good things when you go, and you've slept through some fabulous stuff, have you?
I fell. What is that? St. Martin of the Field? Is that the one that's in?
That's right off Trafalgar Square. Yeah.
Yeah, Trafalgar Square. Yeah. So I went to a concert there of like Mozart or Beethoven, and I am in the second pew, just passed out. And Chris is just like, "It's okay, sweetie." But it was so calming, and like the music was so beautiful, and I was just like, "Oh, this is so relaxing."
And I'm in the wrong time zone.
Wrong time zone. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about bath dresses. So, for those of you who don't know, a lot of us were supposed to go to the Victorian Ball in Bath in May, hosted by Isabella Prior. And obviously that didn't happen because of COVID. I keep trying to call it COVID. So that didn't happen. So that sucks. But it's supposed to happen next year. So we're all making ball gowns, and it's been a source of much drama for everybody. like fun drama, good drama, but you know.
I think it's been interesting because we all would have done it if it was happening. We all would have gone there. But now we've all had time to think, well, what do I really want? Do I want this? Do I want to start again? It's been interesting. I'm now thinking, you know, do I need a cape? It's going to be May if we go. No, I probably don't need a cape, but you know, I've got the time.
No, you need a cape for the photos, so we can do flourishy things, and then you just put the cape in the cloakroom. You got to have something to check in.
Of course.
Of course. So the ball is 1890s, and I am scooting in at 1889, 1890, like right down the line, because I want a bustle dress. I always want a bustle dress, and I can pop on a bustle if I do that very, very crossover period. But I will look slightly differently. Morgan and I had the idea to do Crowley and Aziraphale.
I know. I thought about that, but I couldn't decide whether I could be Crowley or Aziraphale. So I'm glad you've done it instead. I mean, I think I'd have to be Aziraphale. I don't think I'm a Crowley, but.
Basically, I can't do anything unless it has a theme. Like, if you just give me an open-ended year and say go, I'm like, eh. So I will sneak in a theme, no matter. Like, I'm always cosplaying, but historically.
Yeah.
So Christine from Sosteen is my angel, and she silk embroidered me these giant snakes that are Crowleys, like snake tattoo. She made me those, and I'm gonna put them on my dress, but they're gonna be black on black. So like you only will notice them if you notice them. So like you won't know that I'm cosplaying him unless you know that I'm cosplaying him.
Are you gonna get some little tiny black smoked glasses?
Yeah, I have some like teeny tiny ones that are like historical.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm ready.
And you've got your fabric and everything for that, haven't you? And you're all.
I went to the fabric district and I bought 25 yards of black silk taffeta.
Makes my shopping sound quite reasonable now you say that, but that's.
No, because that was only like $13 a yard, and I just bought the whole bolt because it's really hard to actually find black silk taffeta for like a reasonable price. So I just bought it. I'm like checking the comments now.
Okay.
Am I familiar with Black Adder? I indeed am.
It's also, you need to have the snake on his arm that he has on his arm, which is based on Elizabeth I has it, and then you see it, and she obviously bequeathed it to someone in her court. I think you see Arbella Stewart with them as well.
I can't. I have Hogwarts.
But you, I know you're going for it's that sort of sleeve, isn't it? It's got the little poofy. Yeah.
I mean, people are gonna. I mean, I'll have gloves on for this one, but people will know that I have a tattoo. I'm just like, I'm also not taking out like my 45 earrings, so everyone can get over it. Yeah. Okay, so should we do speed round on our questions that we got asked?
Why not?
Okay, let me pull that up. I have the questions from you, so let's do those first, and then I will have to look up mine while you answer things. Oh, actually, I have both of them because I screenshotted mine for you, yeah. Okay, we're gonna try to do these quickly.
Okay.
How do you start researching for an outfit?
Books. Books and post-it notes, and just going through putting a post-it note on every page of what I like. And then I've got a big pile of books. How about you?
That assumes I research for an outfit. Mostly what happens is I have an image in my head, and then I go to the pattern company, usually, let's all be honest, truly Victorian, and I see what patterns are available, but I own their catalog. So then I go, cool, I own that, and I go downstairs and get it. That's like literally it. If it's something else, like a different time period, or like a different, like sometimes I do like normal cosplays, like I did Space Girl Sailor Moon or Lolita dress or something like that. I mostly go to the internet and start looking at pictures and build the image in my head, and then I just find a way to make that silhouette happen, because the silhouette's really the only thing that matters, right? Yeah. So you don't always have to build it the way that they built it, or if it's cosplay, you don't build it anyway. You can, if you get the silhouette, you win. So yeah. Okay, do you have a dream project you are working toward, aren't quite ready to tackle?
So I'm sorry, I missed the end of that. So a dream project that you're not yet ready to tackle?
Yeah.
I'd probably say my ball gown is on that. I mean, obviously.
That's my night project.
Oh, actually, I've got a picture. This is me. I've got some postcards. I would love to do this, and you're going to recognize this. You're going to like it if it shows up on a postcard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Go up a little bit. Yeah.
So that's the Spencer that belongs to the Chertsey collection that was heavily influenced the Emma Spencer. But this is the real thing, and it's so much more OTT than hers.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So the funny thing is that my answer to that question is like the entire wardrobe set from Emma.
Everything from Emma.
Yeah, like literally I will watch that movie like once a week, and I will start walking up to my television, taking pictures like on pause and sending them to people. Like, be like, look at this collar, look at this tiny detail. I'm sure you're totally tired of me doing that. I'm watching it again. Okay, if you could bring one article of clothing back into fashion, what would it be and why?
The ruff.
The ruff. Interesting.
I'm obsessed with them. They've got to come back somehow. They're just amazing, and you know, I don't get enough chance to practice making them look amazing. So if they were fashionable, I could make them for everyone. What about you?
I mean, the bustle
dress.
Except I want to do it like modern style, so we're like do the bustle. Like, yeah. The 80s tried to bring back the bustle a little bit, but they didn't do it right. So the reason why is because bustle dresses will make anyone, and I mean anyone, look banging. Like they do things to people's shapes that are amazing. Like, and it's a really good time to not be a very thin person in the bustle area, because the queen was not a very thin person. So all the fashion went towards catering to that body silhouette.
And there are some, I know we always end up going back to Worth, but there are some amazing Worth dresses of that era, and they are for ladies of all sizes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because it was the rich ladies going, I want the best, make me the best. And yeah, very good choice, but it's still roughs for me.
Everyday things that in a pinch can work as sewing tools. Funny costuming stories. Okay, let's do everyday things that can in a pinch work as sewing tools.
Do you have one? I'm not sure.
Yeah, freezer paper.
Okay, yeah.
Freezer paper for sure. Because I learned how to do pleating from Lynn McMaster's with freezer paper, and I'm like, you're a genius. Just like I have to do a video on that. I should have done it for Coco Vid, but I didn't.
I suppose. I mean, they're widely available and aimed at seamstresses and sewers now. But these pens, which came from Muji, which is a Japanese-inspired shop, these were the first of the steam-off pens, friction pens that we found. And obviously now there's loads of them, so that would be my one. And I still quite like these ones, even though everyone else says the other ones are better. And then
also
I did
a compass.
A
compass.
Yeah.
Like to draw circles and arcs and stuff. Like a compass is your friend, yo.
Oh, you're much more practical than me. I was going to say this is probably my favorite tool.
Oh yeah.
Which is that's the awl that I use for all of my eyelets. But Alex made this for me at Kentwell on the Forge when I said I could really do with something to make some holes for eyelets. He's like, oh, I can do that, and it's brilliant, and it has loads of other uses. I mean, probably offensive weapon being one of them, but yeah, I found it quite useful where you got to, I don't know, it's had more than one use, but it is still the best thing for making eyelet holes with as well. So
that's awesome.
Probably my favourite tool of all times, actually.
And it protects your maidenhead.
Meh, I don't know. I have to be careful it's not in my hand luggage when I fly, because I don't want to lose it. It's called Pokey Pete as well for some reason. Got called that in a work. It's called Pokey Pete. And that's what people come up to me and go, can I borrow Pete? And I'm like, oh yeah, there you are. There he is.
That's awesome. Okay, favorite materials? We're going to have the same answers.
Well, mine's going to be linen. What is linen, wool, silk? Yeah. Is that your answer?
No, mine's specific. Silk taffeta. Like, I will make literally anything out of silk taffeta. If I could have underwear that was silk taffeta, I would do it. And I would go shh, 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 as I walked. It would be fun.
You see, that's why mine's linen. I do have underwear made out of linen. So.
Yeah. Linen's a close second.
Yeah.
Yeah, although the only reason it's not the first is because it's also squidgy. Like, it moves around a lot. And there's a lot of times that I'm like, with linen, especially if you're not hand sewing. Like, on the machine, linen is a little bit harder because it tries to move around more. You got to pin the living GBDs and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have any UFOs?
Oh God, where do you want to start? There's a whole bag down there, which it's called mending technically, but there's half-finished garments in there as well. Yes, lots of them are mostly just things I've cut out for myself, like my clothing. So more of these blouses as a skirt.
I love those blouses. I want those blouses because that's like a fancy t-shirt.
Yeah, it's a raglan all-in-one.
Yeah, like that could be me being fancy.
Yeah, definitely.
Someday you will make that video, and I will make the shirt.
I will. This was one of the ones that was meant to be for that video. I made two, thinking, oh, I'll film it and make a video, and it didn't go very well. So I got 2 extra blouses out of it, and then I cut 2 more out, but I've yet to film that.
Feel free to cut 2 out in extra large. That'd be fine too.
I have yet to try sizing it up. That's what's got me stalled. I can make them in my size. I need to work out the pattern.
Okay,
so that everyone can have raglan 1910 to 1920 blouses.
Yeah, I would wear that blouse all the time. That looks so comfortable and also better than a Lady Gaga t-shirt. I have exactly 2 UFOs. I have one that's been on my board forever. I have a giant robe a la Francais that is massive. It's like one of the first things I ever made, and it is as wide as me spreading my arms out. Like, it's massive because I was like, go big or go home, yo. It's like at least 10 yards of silk. It's crazy. Okay. And all I need to do is trim it. That's it. It's already made. And the other thing that I don't have on my board, but I found the other day, is I have one of those like 18th century Muffet.
Oh, so I missed that. So it was 18th century Miss Muffet cap, did you say?
You know, like not a cap, but like it's a hat that has like a big poof on top.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I don't know what they're called. I made it in costume college and I didn't finish it, and then I stuck it somewhere and I just found it. And I was like, oh, I have another UFO I didn't even know about. And like literally all I have to do is stitch on the like binding around the edge and then decorate it and it's done.
Yeah.
But those are my UFOs. I only have the 2. I have a whiteboard for people who don't know. And it has old business,
now playing, and new business. And new business is all my projects that I want to work on. Old business is all my UFOs, and now playing is like stuff I want to work on right now. And every time that I film a new video or I want to start something new, I need to do a UFO first.
Right.
So that they get done, so I don't have them anymore, because that is the kind of absolute nerd that I am.
I have things in my to mend pile that I have forgotten existed. My mother, because they're her things to mend, she's probably forgotten they existed, and my partner's probably forgotten they existed because it's been at the bottom of my mending pile, which I count as my UFOs. And
it'll be like a Christmas present when you give it back to them.
It's wonderful when I get to the bottom of it and go, oh, I'd forgotten any of us owned this. Let's fix it, and out it comes. Yeah.
You know, you just had 4 months. You could have. Never mind.
I did a lot in that 4 months.
You did. You cranked out so much stuff. Like
I did
way
not
more
get to the bottom of the mending pile. No.
This question is really sweet. They say, "How are you? Is there anything you feel like you need to talk about?"
Oh.
How are you, Constance?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm good. I'm excited to be talking to you. Is there anything you want to talk about?
No, I think I've overshared with you recently, to be honest. So
yeah, you did. I would like to talk about candy floss grapes. Do you have these?
No.
So there are these things, we call them cotton candy grapes, and they're called candy floss grapes, but I've only seen people in Brighton talk about them. So they are grapes where the first grape or two, you pop it in your mouth and it literally tastes like cotton candy. If you keep eating them, they taste like grapes again. If you eat them like the next day, they taste like grapes. But if you wait like a week and eat another one, it will taste like cotton candy again. I'm not kidding.